promises. That's somebody that is outstanding Kamala Harris supporter. It's so obvious that she endorses Kamala Harris.
Victor, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo to get this guest some math lessons and to improve his listening skills. I appreciate you for the love, Victor. Let's get at least 500 W's in the chat down below for Victor with a $50. I appreciate you for the love. Chat, should we skip over this guest? And I appreciate you for the love, Victor. W's for Victor down below.
Hold on.
You just aren't answering shit.
Dude, because you're telling me that the person that interviewed her is saying that she does not answer questions, but yet you're telling me that she answers questions. The person that interviewed her on her
you can
economic
go to her policy website and you can look at the proposal on the Treasury's website.
So
you could read Kamala Harris's proposal and the Treasury's estimation on how good it is.
So why didn't she explain that to the interviewer? Why didn't she put forth her policy on her website? Why didn't she relay that to the person that was asking her the question?
Who knows?
Why couldn't she answer the question?
I don't know. But I think having tax policy that's bad for America and will regress and harm the middle class and not being able to answer questions is a lot worse than having tax policy that is good for America and will benefit the low and middle class and not being able to answer a question. One's objectively worse than the other one. Like Kamala Harris's tax policy exists. She knows how she's going to pay for it. It's on her website. It's on the Treasury's proposal. I haven't watched the interview that you're referencing. Maybe she did explain how she's going to pay for it, and you were lying. But all things considered, right? Donald Trump's tax plan, right? He has nowhere on the Treasury's website where he intends to pay for it. Nowhere on his proposed policy how he intends to pay for it. And I was just able to tell you exactly how Kamala Harris intends to pay for hers. So tell me, how is Donald Trump going to pay for 10 years of his tax policy? Your rants are exhausting. Answer the question.
Okay, you just said I was lying. I'll play the interview. I'll play what she said for you. Real quick.
Oh my God. Okay, no, I'm gonna give you one last chance to answer my question on how Donald Trump is gonna pay for 10 years of his another 10 years of his TCGA, or I'm gonna kick ya. Right, and Roke, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
I'll answer. You just always want me to move on because you never want me to address your point. But here,
quite literally, I addressed your point. Quite literally, I addressed your point to a T. There's probably no one on TikTok that could have answered your question on how she's going to pay for it better. Okay? That is like one of those topics that I'm probably better researched than any other debater on TikTok.
Okay, fine.
I gave you links to the Treasury's estimates on their website. Go to page 238 of the FY 2025 proposed economic policy by Biden and Harris. Right, you could read the Treasury's estimates for their proposals on how they're going to increase particular taxes to pay for the $2.4 trillion in associated debt related to her tax cuts for the low and the middle class. Right, all those things are real. Those things exist. You could reference them yourself, right? And I'm just asking you the same question back. How is Donald Trump going to pay for 10 years of his tax plan?
Fine, cool. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it instead of the person that interviewed her. Donald Trump is going to pay for his tax plan because, like he said, he's going to put forth the tariffs. Now, a lot of people disagree with that. Like I say, I would gladly pay that extra $4,000 a year compared to what we're paying now. And by the way, this administration
would you be willing to pay the extra $4,000 per year compared to what you wouldn't be paying under Kamala Harris's term? Not only would you not pay that $4,000 per year, right, but it's also the case that you'd be saving more money via her increased child tax credits, her caps on prescription drug prices, the $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers, business loans, etc. So you're saying that you literally want to pay more money. That's your argument?
I am addressing how Donald Trump's plan is better off because this administration, not only did they keep a lot of Donald Trump's tariffs in place, they also expanded a lot of Donald Trump's tariffs because they were bringing in so much money into the country. Now, if you're going to make the argument that somehow what he's
bringing so much money into the country, so I just want to make it known that tariffs only bring about $100 billion in per year into the country. You
compared to what we were bringing in before.
And then also not to mention that tariffs, right, they serve to a purpose of decreasing imports to promote American manufacturing. So what we'd expect under tariffs is for us to generate less money in tariffs every single year because less countries are importing, right, and we're producing more here locally, right? And then even if it was self-sufficient, which is not, right, like making the low and the middle class worse off to benefit the top 1% is not going to address income inequities, right? And then finally, you still haven't answered the question. So I just want to clarify, you want to pay an additional $4,000 a year compared to paying less money per year, right?
We're not going to pay less money per year. I do not agree with that.
That is her tax policy. Yes,
No?
yes,
No,
yes,
no,
yes,
no, no,
yes.
no.
It literally is.
Because
Increasing
you
the child tax credit will save individuals with children more money per year. Capping the prescription drug prices on all pharmaceuticals to $2,000 per year out of pocket will save people who are reliant on pharmaceutical drugs money per year. The $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers will save 3 million Americans $25,000. $50,000 in tax rebates. That's an increase from $5,000. That will literally save first-time business owners $45,000. You can't make this shit up. Of course, this is gonna save Americans money. Yo, Mr. Big Poppy. Yo, what's going on, Big Poppy? I saw you in here yesterday. You're great. W's for Big Poppy in the chat. I appreciate you for the galaxies. Thank you so much for the love.
First of all, Democrats have a history of raising taxes. Now, if you believe in higher taxes, I mean, a lot of people do for good reasons.
Oh
Fine.
my God, you're embarrassing. I'm gonna kick you. Dear God, dude. Yeah, so remember, guys, whenever you're debating someone that's smarter than you, just pivot and deflect. That's all you gotta do. Pivot and deflect. Pivot and deflect, ladies and gentlemen. Pivot and deflect. Oh, God, dude. It's great. Hey, I appreciate you so much for the dinosaur knack. W's for knack down below in the chat. I appreciate you for your love today, man. What's going on? Oh, they left, guys. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat literally right now. We're going to go and get our next guest up in the queue literally right now. I like how I explained exactly how her tax plan is going to cut taxes, and then her response was, Democrats bad. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. For the 5.1 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. We may have to do a restart. I mean, that was the first guest of the stream, and they were just absolutely insufferable. All right, guys. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Spam MAGA. We got our next guest, Justin Ryan, loading up in. We got Will. Hey, what's up, Justin? Are you voting for Trump?
America's already fucked.
Okay, you're not from America. Will, are you voting for Trump?
I don't know. That's why I came here.
Okay, another British motherfucker. Guys, please, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. We got all the Brits, and they've been involved in American policy and politics since the 1800s. Nothing new, quite frankly. We got the True Gamer loading up in, guys. Everyone, please go back to spamming MAGA down below in the chat. I actually don't see anyone spamming MAGA down there. What's up, the True Gamer? Are you voting for Trump? Thank you for the hand.
What's up, Dean? I plan on it, yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
All right, so why are you voting for Trump?
So
Thank you
I
for the
mean,
boxing gloves, Diana.
personally, like, I just go based on, like, things that have affected me, like, directly. Like, for me, for example, like, when I was working my first job in 2018, I actually got a $500 bonus from Best Buy because of the tax break that corps were getting at the time. So that's, like, one of the reasons why.
Claire, thank you so much for the travel with me. I appreciate you for the love, Claire. Let's get some W's for Claire down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the travel. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so like that, and then, I mean, like I said, I don't really, like, I know the policies, like, for the Harris administration is pretty good. Like, my parents are both gonna vote Democratic, so, like, it's kind of tough for me, because I don't know, like, to be honest, but I would say, like, yeah. A couple of the things that have affected me directly was like one of those bonuses, and then one thing that didn't affect me pretty good was I invested almost $30,000 into crypto mining, and all of that was poofed away when Biden signed the proof of stake for Ethereum. So those are like my two big things that have really affected me directly.
Oh wait, Ethereum has had like an unchanging price for the last 7 years.
No, not a price. So it changed from just like a regular stake crypto to like a proof of stake, which pretty much allows the government to regulate it more.
What government? Wait, you said that you had invested into Ethereum and then it poofed away. That's not true.
No. Mining. So like GPU mining.
Okay, well, I mean, did GPU mining get slower? Were you unable to mine as much as Ethereum as you were before?
So it was already decreasing, but once it became a proof of stake, like it pretty much put an end to all GPU miners.
Okay, I don't think so. What is a proof of stake, and how did that put an end to GPU miners?
A proof of stake pretty much makes the crypto like almost like a dollar bill that's in your bank account versus money that's in a virtual account.
How does that change the fact that it made you not be able to mine?
because
Yo, Big Poppy with the $35 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $35. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Big Poppy in the chat with the $35. Honestly, I kind of just think that you're lying because Ethereum's price has been up and down for the last 7 years, but it really hasn't changed much. So if you were mining then, you probably have the same amount of money now. It can't just
the price.
away.
The price.
And then also for the
affect-
second part, like, I think that crypto mining is bad. Like, I think that crypto mining inflates the price of GPUs, making them less accessible for, like, new businesses, for, like, individual citizens, alongside the fact that it's just bad for the environment. Like, it's also just kind of, like, fucking antisocial. I don't know. It's just weird. And then, like, on a second point here, right, you said that Best Buy offered you a $500 bonus.
No, not offer. They gave it to all
Trump's
part-time
tax
employees.
cuts. So Best Buy and Costco were the only two companies that actually gave their employees bonuses after Trump's tax cuts. There's no like astounding macro effects. We only saw CEO payouts increase following his tax cuts. And then like secondly, right, if you want to put money in the hands of the middle and in the hands of the average American, you should vote for Harris. Like you're saying that Donald Trump's tax cuts gave you a $500 bonus. Well, guess what? Like Kamala Harris's tax cuts are going to give a $3,600 bonus, right, to all new mothers. They're going to give a like potential $100,000 bonus to people that are paying more than $2,000 out of pocket for their prescription drugs every year. They're going to give a $25,000 bonus for any first-time homebuyers acquiring newly developed properties. A $45,000 bonus for like first-time business owners that pay more than $50,000 in taxes their first year.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't disagree with you on any of those things. Like, see, the thing is, like, for me, it's like a lot of those things don't really apply to me. So, I mean, I guess what applies to me doesn't really matter because it is for the whole country. So I should really consider that when casting my vote.
Yeah,
But,
probably. Like,
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong when it comes to that. But I was saying, like, I guess going to a different point.
like,
why-
are you really willing to say that $500 in 4 years will sway your vote to Trump, the 34 count felon, tyrannical dictator, day one wannabe fascist that talked about introducing the purge to America to resolve crime, that also tried to coup the country and rig an election, when his opponent Kamala Harris wants to offer bigger quote unquote bonuses to more American workers? Like, come on.
Okay, well, here's my thing. Well, I guess shifting topics. Like, Kamala Harris, to me, like, I don't think she's, like, I mean, you've probably heard this a million times, but, like, respected by other world leaders. Like,
her way of being respected, I guess, is just feeding more money to those countries to support them. Like, in my eyes, at least.
Okay, who wants to feed more money to Israel? Donald Trump in a rally in New Brunswick, New Jersey. He said, "We have to continue funding Israel. We have to give them more money to genocide more." And Kamala Harris is like, well, maybe a ceasefire agreement would be good.
Israel makes a little bit sense because of the chips that come from there. Like, the you know what I mean? It's like a pretty important country, especially.
Oh my God. Okay, so yeah. So funding other countries is good when it's Trump, bad when it's Biden.
No, okay, well, let's talk more about Ukraine, though. Like, why Ukraine? Like, I understand you don't want Russia invading and taking over Ukraine, but then it's like, we don't need to force Ukraine to become a part of NATO. You know what I mean?
Wait, we're not forcing Ukraine to be a part of NATO. The reason that we're giving them funding and weapons is because of the Budapest Memorandum that we signed with them in the 90s, right? And then also, I think it's great to fund Ukraine. I think that we need to fight against Russian expansion. That was the point of NATO as a whole. And I don't know. I think that, like, all the Republicans that argue, well, maybe, like, we shouldn't be funding Ukraine and they shouldn't win the war, therefore they should give some of their land to Russia. Like, you're probably paid, like, by the Kremlin, like Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. But would you ever vote for someone that wanted to ban all new Christians from entering into our country with a total and complete shutdown?
No.
So
honestly,
Donald,
I'll be honest. Like, I see your For You page. Like, you come up on my For You page like almost every day, and like you're like slowly starting to like sway me towards Harris. I'm not gonna lie.
damn straight, bro. That's what's supposed to happen. Hell yeah. Sonny, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. You're awesome, Sonny. Let's get some W's for Sonny down below in the chat with the $10. And Niha with a baby dragon. I appreciate you for the love, Niha. Let's get some W's for Niha in the chat. Thank you so much for the baby dragon. W's for Sonny and Niha literally right now. But anyways, you said that you never vote for someone that wanted to totally and completely shut down all new Christians from entering into the country. So Donald Trump did call for a Muslim ban to totally and completely shut down all new Muslims from coming into the country. So would you vote for him in this scenario?
No, I guess I'm voting for Kamala. I'm
There we
kidding.
go, dude.
Anyways, it was nice talking. I
Yeah,
appreciate
bro. Keep watching the live, and you'll feel more confident in your vote. Just watch the live. I'm sure I'll bring up like a multiplicity of other great points that will probably convince you even more, make you pretty confident in that fact. I appreciate you for coming up and being genuine. W's for the guest in the chat. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
It's likely.
Oh, it's likely. Okay. So why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
Well, he's never been found liable for that.
Really?
Yeah,
Are you positive?
1000%.
So would you agree with me that any part of a man's body going into a woman's body without consent is grape?
Yes, in essence.
Okay, so here's actually the jury verdict form that literally held him liable in a civil court of law. The second question here is, did Donald Trump sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll? Right, the jury selected yes, and if you read the jury instructions, this is operating on preponderance of evidence that proof that Donald Trump had penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vajayjay with his fingers without consent. So, Dean bunked, quite frankly.
Okay, but sexual abuse and grape aren't the same thing, right? That's why they're two
Well,
different.
I mean, according to you, they are. Because I asked you if any part of a man's body going into a woman's body without consent is grape. You said yes, that's what they held him liable for doing to her.
I will agree to disagree on that point. However,
What? What do you mean? These are words that came out of your own mouth.
yes, but in essence, it would say grape, right? It wouldn't say sexual abuse.
No, the reason
That's why
they
they're
didn't
two
hold him-
different terms.
The reason that they didn't held him liable for grape is because under New York state law at the time, they defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent. They have since updated their law, and then Donald Trump even tried to countersue E. Jean Carroll for calling him a rapist on live TV. The suit was thrown out because her statement was substantially true as ruled on by the judge. But Gabby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. But I kind of like strongmanned your argument. You're a steel man because you agreed what the jury held him liable for explicitly doing to her was grape. He inserted his fingers into her vajayjay without consent. You, sir, defined that as grape. And John, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, John. Let's get some massive W's for JON down below in the chat right now. Thank you for the $15, John. You're phenomenal. Thank you for the love.
All right, well, then I'll admit that I was perhaps misinformed on that topic and that definition.
W. So you would never vote for someone held civilly liable for grape. Donald Trump has. So this means you won't be voting for Trump unless you want to contradict yourself and play some mental gymnastics with me.
Well, see, the thing that's what gets
You already know that you're going to
weird.
contradict yourself. Yes.
I'm gonna contradict myself on this point.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm going to, and I'm gonna
Yeah,
admit that right
yeah.
now. I'm going to backpedal a little bit on that statement and
Of course you are.
switch gears and say that does that really hold to one's ability to perform a job correctly? What someone does in their private life and whatever, does that affect their ability? Now, we're not talking Trump as president. We're not talking Kamala as president. This is a general statement. If somebody
Yeah.
does something,
Yeah. Grape in a
their
woman
private
is
life-
indicative of of moral decay and a lack of good character. Yes, like not having these good virtues instilled upon yourself is absolutely indicative of not being able to perform certain jobs, especially the job of running our country. Because running our country is about public service, not self-service. And I only think people who are only interested in self-service could ever be capable of graping a woman.
Okay, so let's run a hypothetical here, right? Let's say you own or I own a restaurant, right? And it does great. Employees are happy. Now there's 10 of them in different locations, right? But behind closed doors, the owner's seen at a club of sorts that is for gentlemen in the name and does some stupid things that maybe he regrets the next day. And
Savannah,
then-
thank you for the $6.50 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Savannah. Thank you for the love.
and does some other morally questionable things. Now, nobody is saying that action isn't deplorable, right? That's not what's being said. Anybody who does something like that without consent, it's disgusting and is extremely deplorable and that's neither here nor there. But does that defectively or effectively correlate with their ability to perform and be a successful business owner?
So first of all, I'd say that running a restaurant is a lot different from being president of the US. But second of all, if like a CEO or a business owner of a restaurant was held liable for grape, yeah, I would expect them to step down or be fired. Absolutely. I would even in that scenario, I would say they shouldn't be running the restaurant. Gee, thank you for the boxing gloves. Like I just think it's bad when you enable a grapist with like power and control over other people. Right? Because a grapist is a grapist because he exerted power and control to forcefully violate, like the sanctity of consent and impede upon, someone's body in one of the most morally atrocious ways known to mankind. So when you enable them with more power and more control over more people, right? That's just a concoction for a mess, quite frankly. And then like a second point that we can make here is, would you still vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl compared to raping an adult?
Absolutely not.
So
that's
what's the relevant
unforgivable.
difference? So why is raping a little girl unforgivable, but raping an adult woman isn't? Are you saying that raping
Neither
an
of
adult
them.
woman?
So neither of them are forgivable. Neither of them. I'm not saying that, but it's a different level of disgusting and whatever when it's a little child because they can't defend themselves. So like that's a complete far left, like not left as in like.
Oh, okay. So raping an adult woman's not bad
completely-
enough because she could have defended
I didn't
herself.
say it
if she
wasn't.
didn't.
Didn't say it wasn't bad enough. I didn't say that. What
You
I
did.
said is you're taking one to a different level.
You
They're
know,
both equally horrible, but the other one is far worse.
wait. So they're both equally horrible, but they're not equally horrible. In fact, raping an adult woman isn't bad enough.
I didn't.
That is what you're saying. That is what you're saying.
well, that's-
you're telling me that raping an adult woman would never impact Donald Trump's ability to serve our country as a president, but raping a
didn't say
little
that.
girl would. That was the
Didn't say
argument
that.
that you're making. The apologetics are
argument
falling
that
to bits
was-
and pieces. The apologetics
the
are falling to bits
argument-
and pieces.
Okay, and I'll admit that maybe I'm not explaining this correctly. All right, I'll whatever. But what I'm trying to get at is, does one thing correlate with another? Right? I'm not saying that Trump's awesome. I'm not saying that he's a great person. But if you look at the two options that we have in front of us,
Riley, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo. Let's get at least 1,000 W's for Riley down below in that chat. Riley says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. These people are insufferable. I hope that you're turning some of them over to vote for our future. The last guest got turned over. I appreciate you for the love, Riley. W's for Riley down below, literally right now. And Maze, thank you for the $5. Prefer a rapist, not influence policies involving my uterus. Thanks. Absolutely, Maze. Hope you're doing well, too. W's for Riley. Seriously, some W's for Riley in the chat. But yeah, go ahead. Nana, thank you for the subscription. And Alana, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying such clear examples of why women choose the bear. Literally. W's for Alana with the $20 and the absolutely truthful statement. Thank you, Riley and Alana. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you guys so much. Listen, here's my point. Typically this is where like the Trump supporters start like lying and gaslighting and like trying to mental gymnastic their way out of this position. Is you said you would vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping an adult, but you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl. There's like the only one thing that you can say that you have kind of implied here is that raping a little girl is bad enough for you not to vote for him, but raping an adult woman isn't bad enough for you not to vote for him. So I just want to see, do you agree with that statement at all?
I cannot think of a sophisticated answer out of this trap that I put myself in. I'm going to be honest with you.
Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love, Dark.
Because yes, they're both bad, right? In essence, they're both horrible actions, and they shouldn't be. But to pivot a little bit off of this topic, right?
We don't
Is
do
that-
here?
A lot of people.
We don't do that here.
Yeah,
You
but
can
we're,
get away with that, buddy.
we can circle back to it. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people act like Trump hasn't been in office before, right? Like we don't know what he's going to do when he's in there. He's a danger. He's this. He's that. But we've already had 4 years of him in there, right?
Okay,
we know
so-
what he's done. We know.
Yeah,
what
but
he's
yeah,
gonna
you
do.
still wouldn't vote for him if he raped a little girl. Okay, so it's 4 years. It doesn't matter. Megan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. As a woman, I personally would rather not have a rapist in the Oval Office. As a man, I'd personally rather not have a rapist in the Oval Office. And Plight, thank you for the subscription. W's for Megan and Plight down below in that chat. Literally right now, I do appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you guys so much. Not to mention, last time he was in office, he overturned Roe v. Wade. That resulted in 65,000 women that were victims of rape that got pregnant to not have access to healthcare, and 1 out of every 3 women in our country having restricted or no access to healthcare when in the context of abortion. He also tried to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election. Both of his personal lawyers lost their law license with helping him in his attempted coup. He tried to pressure the DOJ into buying into his conspiracy theory to say that there had been there had been widespread voter fraud without any evidence. He did terrible during his first 4 years. But just engage with a point in good faith. I understand that the point of my live is to have these discussions, to have these debates. But I just want you to be good faith here. So you wouldn't vote for Trump if he's raped a little girl, but you would vote for Trump if he's raped an adult woman. Either just be honest and tell us all that you think raping an adult woman isn't sufficiently bad for you not to vote for him, or tell us that you just don't have a red line when it comes to Trump, and if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl, you'd probably still vote for him. Those are the only two answers here. Either give me an answer, I'm going to move on. And Muffin, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
No, I don't think. But I didn't vote for him.
So what's the alternative?
Either.
What's the alternative option here?
There isn't one.
The alternative option is to
That's
not
the problem
vote for
we
him.
face. Yeah, but is the other option any better?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is definitely better than Donald Trump. She is not a 34-count felon. She hasn't sexualized a little girl saying that she dated him in 10 years. She hasn't called for a total complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into our country. She wants to benefit the average American by cutting taxes for 100 million American workers that need it the most. She wants to protect and preserve our democracy. She wants to codify through congressional legislation a woman's right to choose. Right? She wants to fight against corporate America buying single-family houses. She wants to fight for more individualistic rights, freedoms, and liberties. Right? Of course, she's going to be a better option here. Right? So either tell us that you don't think that raping an adult woman is bad enough, tell us that you are totally contradicting yourself and you'd probably still vote for Trump if he's held liable for raping a child, or tell us that maybe Donald Trump isn't the best choice in this election.
Neither of them are the best choice in the election, and I've already admitted that I wouldn't vote for him under those circumstances.
But one's better than the other, right?
So you enjoy somebody who disregarded the border for the entire time they were in office, and now only recently went down there just to make a political point to win an election?
So she didn't disregard the border. In fact, she helped push bipartisan legislation on the border through Congress, with Langford starting the draft of his bill in late 2021. So they had bipartisan border measures in Congress. Donald Trump called the Republicans and told them to vote against it, right? Which caused the crisis to continue before Biden finally implemented his executive order that caused crossings to decrease by 60%. And I guess the reason why we've had the crisis continuing is because of Donald Trump telling the Republicans to vote against the bipartisan border bill.
Okay, and what about the Heritage Fund endorsing Kamala Harris, which is the authors of Project 2025?
The Heritage Foundation did not endorse Kamala Harris. The fuck? Where did you get that one from?
Nah, to be honest, it's probably not true. Whatever. I don't believe
it's definitely not true.
All right. Well, then whatever. I was wrong on that point. I can admit that. All right. Well, what about her denying to go to that fundraiser thing, the Al, whatever the heck it's called?
What's worse, denying to go to a fundraiser or raping an adult woman?
Okay. Well,
thank you for the subscription.
Yeah. If you bring up that point, you win. All right.
Sounds good. See ya.
We're
going to move on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. If you guys are in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, guys. If you are voting for Trump, let me know down below. We may try a restart out here. I don't know what's going on. I think that we have a little bit of a shadow ban, but a restart may be worth it for the 6.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Welcome into the live. If you guys do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms compared to about 30% here on TikTok. And by the way, we are coming up on a 1 million followers. We're about 90,000 followers away. So guys, make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. Super duper great, super duper phenomenal. And Jakari, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying it's so fucking nice to see you. It's nice to see you too, Jakari. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
20 years old. Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Donald Trump, right, is a sexist.
Okay, so I actually have a question for you. So you like to bring up about the
Hannah,
whole
thank you for the $10
grape
on Venmo.
thing.
W's for Hannah down below.
And
Thank you for the $10,
so-
Hannah.
My thing is, let's bring up the fact how many men and women Kamala has put in jail over marijuana charges.
you got it,
And
you got it.
also,
You caught a stray. Her name's Kamala, first of all, and second of all, you can't say the name of the M drug on the live, or I got to do that to you. My apologies, you caught a stray. Usually, I'm able to call that out before they catch the stray, right? But I just, like they usually like preface it by saying she did all these bad things while she was AG and DA. But just to clarify, that wasn't true. There's 45 people sentenced to jail for the use of the M drug. It was
look,
also
can you
for
hear me?
dealing it. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Just because he's proved himself before.
Okay, what time is it?
What do you mean? What time is it?
You heard me. I asked you a very clear question, I think.
2:24 p.m.
Big J, I appreciate you for the subscription. Thank you so much for the love. 2:24 p.m.
Yeah.
So why did you just make a time up? There's nowhere in the world where it's 2:24
No, but-
p.m.
I'll be honest though. So
there's
I'm not
there's
from
no
America, but
there's
I wanted to
nowhere
debate
in the
you on
world.
this. I'm not-
Wait,
I'm not from
wait,
America.
okay, yeah. I kick people
Yeah,
that
but
come
it's
up here
very
that aren't from.
simple why-
Wait,
it's very
wait, one
simple why
second,
Trump
one
is the better
moment.
option.
One moment. I
Yeah.
kick people that come up here that aren't from America, but I'm just
Why?
curious.
Why?
Where the fuck is it 2:24 in the world?
I was just trying to guess where you're at. But
Why? Do you understand how time zones work? Time zones change given the hour, not the minute.
yes.
So what time is it where you are right now?
3:58 a.m.
3:58. So maybe you could have just said
But why
3:58
don't we debate
p.m.
though?
Maybe you're 12
know-
hours away from me. Yeah, Jesus Christ. We're going to move on to our next guest. You can't make this shit up, chat. We're going to go to see what our next guest has to say. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Guys, spam Maggie down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. And also, go the fuck to bed. It is like 4 a.m. Go to bed. What is going on, user? How old are you?
30.
30. Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
You're voting for Trump. Why?
Because the left is racist.
The left is... Okay. Who is the KKK endorsed? Who
don't
flies
know.
the Confederate flag?
Who's the KKK? Who's the KKK? Because for all I know, you're part of the KKK.
What?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. Are you part of the KKK?
No.
I've never announced racism.
Wait, why would you say that I'm a part of the KKK?
I don't know. Why is Trump a rapist?
Because you sound civilly liable for it.
It's he said, she said. I could say she raped me.
Okay, can you name one piece of evidence that the victim submitted to the court to prove to the jury he raped her?
No, can you?
Yeah, I certainly can. How about medical records from the 1990s? Okay.
Actually, talk
Now,
about-
my second point is you don't know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court to prove to the jury that Trump raped her. Would it be fair for me to say that all the food in your fridge is out of date, is expired, is rotten?
Yes, it is.
Okay, would it be fair for me to say that?
Yes.
Okay, so you're being intentionally dense, okay? Right, the correct answer there would have been, no, it isn't fair for me to say all the food in your fridge is rotten because I don't know you, I don't know where you live, I don't know what your house looks like, I've never been in your house, and I've certainly never opened your fridge, okay? I lack the necessary information to know, right, that the food in your fridge is expired. The same way you don't know E. Jean Carroll, you don't know the court that held Trump liable for raping her, you don't know one piece of evidence she submitted to the courtroom, and you've never opened up the court documents to read why the jury held Trump liable for raping her. You lack the necessary information to come to that conclusion, right? Then also for you to say that the left is racist when Donald Trump called all black people lazy, denied housing applications, denied housing to black people in the 70s because of the color of their skin, said that Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because he was born in Kenya because he's black, even though he's a birth certificate out of Hawaii, and is currently being endorsed by the KKK is fucking insane.
Okay, time out. First of all, let's have a real debate. Let's get over the grape talk period because that's the only point you ever make. You always.
I appreciate you for the superpower. I just made points apart from grape. You're being intentionally dishonest.
Well, I'm
and
just-
also the fact is it's a really damn good point.
That's beside the fact. It's he said, she said.
No, it's not.
The left is the only one for segregation at this point. It's 2024. Why does race even matter?
I'm so fucking confused.
Right?
The left is how is the left for segregation?
You guys are pushing for segregated graduations. You guys are pushing for
So how's the left
Black Lives
pushing
Matter,
for
not-
segregation?
what's that?
How's the left pushing for segregation?
You guys are the ones pushing for segregated graduations. You guys are the ones pushing for Black Lives Matter, not All Lives Matter.
What do you mean by
Why
a
does-
segregated graduation?
Huh?
What do you mean by a segregated graduation?
Harvard, Cal Berkeley, all those places had segregated graduations just for black students.
Okay, so I think that you need to learn something. So there's something called slavery and its aftermath that has caused systemic issues that has harmed the African American community, right? Because of the aftermath and fallout from from slavery, okay, right, and it's not like racist or unfair for us to say that we need to have like a specific and very special benefits for members of the African American community insofar as addressing these systemic issues that only affect them. Like if we were all playing a game of Monopoly and everyone started with $60, but then I started with 15, and the dealer gives me like the $45 so I could be at 60 like an hour into the game, was that unfair?
What can someone of color or any race?
Okay. Well, I mean, you're not answering that. Answer the question.
What's your question?
Okay, you didn't listen to my question, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. For the 7.3 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, I appreciate y'all for being here. Everyone, do just give us a minute. We got our next guest loading in right now. And Vanessa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the $10 donation on Venmo, Vanessa. W's for Vanessa down below. And Isaac with his $16 on Venmo, asking to see a card trick. Maybe I will do that in a bit. Thank you, Vanessa and Isaac. W's for Vanessa and Isaac down below. What's going on, Sander? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Sanders not here. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. And then also, like, it's like weird, like seeing the people down below, like, oh, why did you kick him? Maybe because he didn't want to answer my questions. Like, maybe if you want to come up here and debate, you have to do so in a good faith manner. And if you don't, you're gone. It's very simple. Elizabeth, thank you for the cap. We're going to move on to our next guest here, everyone. Let's just give us a minute, guys. Everyone, do be patient while we get our next guest up in the live, everyone. Do be patient. And thank you so much for the marvelous Leah. For the 7.1 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, make sure to hit that follow button, guys. We're getting close to 1 million. Hello, Anthony. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? You just spam MAGA down below in the chat. Okay, Anthony is not here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello, yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, you have a bit of background noise. Is there any way that you can fix that?
Nah, it's like my, let me just in the mirror.
Okay, all right, so why are you voting for Trump?
I think it's important to look at the facts in this upcoming election.
Okay, all right, so why do you think Trump is a better candidate than Harris?
Let's look at the economy. When we look at inflation was way down. Inflation is up now.
Okay, so how did Biden and Harris cause inflation?
They implanted COVID.
Okay, how did Biden and Harris cause COVID?
They made it in a lab.
You're trolling. We're going to move on to our next guest here, everyone. Just do be patient. We're going to go and see what our next guest has to say. He's trolling. We got our next guest, Cheyenne, loading in literally right now. We got Mario Kart. We got everybody tuning in to the live. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, I'm not actually voting for Trump.
Take your top off. Take your top off.
Oh my god, you. Oh my fucking god. Moving on to our next guest, Hannah. Everyone, dude, just give us a minute. Dude, I was trying to be so chill today, and these guests, dude, bro, Caper, thank you for the corgi. Okay, guys, we gotta calm the fuck down. We gotta calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. I just want to have a chill day. I just want to sit here and have a good chill day. You guys are fucking it up. We just want to have a chill stream where we are very normal, having good faith intellectual discussions. You guys are making it hard, okay? Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes I am.
Ugh, dear God, why?
Whoa. Sorry, I did not mean to offend you there.
No, it's okay. I'm just working on really giving very adverse responses to people that tell me that they're voting for Trump. I think that we should socially scrutinize it. So I'm kind of starting this movement where we just respond to people that are voting for Trump. Oh, you know what I mean? But Edith, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Edith down below. Anyways, why are you voting for Trump?
Can I say something first, just about the debate in general?
Okay.
Like just between us. So can I just say, like, I believe a debate is all about, like, presenting and defending arguments while listening to the opposing side with an open mind to possibly be swayed in their stance. Do you agree? Are you open to being possibly swayed?
Yeah, no. If someone gives me a good argument why Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris, of course I would be open to it, but it's never going to happen.
Okay. So you're telling me that you're open to vote for someone you so truly believe has raped a woman? Because that's what you just agreed to. Now
you'd have to convince me that he's not a rapist.
Now let me tell you why you're still in the clear.
I just want to clarify that's not the dunk you think it is. You'd have to convince me that he's not a rapist.
Okay. So, sorry. While it's true that Donald Trump was found liable in a civil case, I think it's crucial to understand the difference between civil and criminal liability. So you probably already know this, but in a civil case, the burden of proof is lower, meaning that the standard of establishing liability is not as stringent as in a criminal trial. So I believe this distinction is very important because it does not equate to a criminal conviction where proof beyond a reasonable doubt is required in criminal. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah, so here's what I'd say about this. I have my notes open right now, too. Jackie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Jackie. W's for Jackie down below. Let me just go to
magic trick. I love magic tricks. What are you doing while you're talking?
Yeah, tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Okay, it's a 3 of diamonds. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So particularly speaking, although civil courts do hold a lower standard of evidence in comparison to a criminal court, I would say that the specific evidence that was submitted to the civil court that held Trump liable for rape, right, was sufficient in showing that Donald Trump is guilty beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if you disagree with me here, I just ask you to name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted to the court to prove that Trump had raped her, right? That specifically, that you'd contest, right? Alternatively, right, if you're just contesting the standard of evidence held by civil courts, I could ask you a question: would you still vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl?
Wait. Can we continue on this real quick before we change subjects?
We're not changing the subject. This is a conceptually relevant analogy, because what you're positing here is that the threshold of evidence in a civil court is not sufficient for you to believe that an event has occurred. Okay, right? That's the claim that you're making, right? And if that claim is true, what would follow is you would still vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl. So I just want to see if you're going to hold your logic to be the case. Would you still vote for Donald Trump if he was held civilly liable for raping a little girl? And Gracie, thank you for the subscription.
You're saying, well, the problem with what you're claiming is I don't actually believe he raped the woman to begin with. So absolutely not. If he raped a little girl and there was proof, I would definitely not vote for him.
So then you aren't contesting the standard of evidence upheld by civil courts. If you wouldn't vote for him given he was held liable for raping a little girl, you're contesting, right, the severity of the action. Because a civil court that would held him liable for raping a little girl is the same standard of evidence that was used to prove that he'd raped an adult woman. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the love. You and Halls, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love.
You originally asked me about the evidence that Carroll Carroll presented. There was actually no physical or medical evidence that she presented. It was just testimony and information that she herself said that she went through.
So when you mean medical evidence, what are you referencing? Because therapist notes are state medical records, and that's what she had indicated and shown to the jury, which was a part of the evidence that they used to hold Trump liable.
Can you tell me where you found that? Because I wasn't able to find any evidence, like medical proof or anything.
Yeah, just look up E. Jean Carroll therapist notes, Donald Trump rape case.
See, I tried finding that, and I was just not able to find it, so that's why I'm heavily, against people believing that he actually did.
Yeah, if you literally look up E. Jean Carroll therapist notes, the first thing that will pop up, right, is a fine law case law, Trump v. Carroll 2023, where you could read the evidence submitted, right, and you can particularly find under Politico all the evidence submitted as well. You could also just read the court documents. Honestly, just stop being intellectually lazy and read the court documents.
It's funny.
So I just want to clarify, would you still vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl?
Well, obviously not.
Okay, so then you're not contesting the standard of evidence that the court used to determine that he had raped an adult woman. You just don't think it's bad enough.
Is there evidence he raped a little girl?
Though there be the same threshold of evidence in a civil court that held him liable for raping a little girl that was met in the case that held him liable for raping an adult
If it
woman.
was the same exact case and you flip-flopped it, then I would still say yes, I'd vote for him because I don't believe there's enough evidence to actually prove that he voted that he raped anyone.
So name one piece of evidence that they used to hold him liable. Apart from the therapist notes that I just
They
named.
used her testimony. They used her friends, 2 friends of hers that she asked to testify for her, saying that after it happened, she had told them, which we don't really
You're
know.
already off. There was 11 witnesses that testified in the court case, not 2. So you're already off. You don't know that. You don't know your shit about the court case. This is my fucking problem. Trump supporters just make shit up. Why do you make shit up?
I'm not done. I wasn't done talking. There are 7 other
You have more to
witnesses
say.
who say that he did misconduct against them, so they're trying to prove a pattern. But they were still not able to find any of those true either.
Okay, did they pursue civil litigation against Trump?
I'm actually not sure about that, but they were.
Oh, well, maybe the civil court only held him liable for raping Eugene Carroll and not the other 7 eyewitnesses because those 7 witnesses weren't pursuing the civil litigation against him. Holy fuck! Then also, I just think it's crazy. Listen, I think it's insane, right, that you as a woman are voting for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a vehemently sexist POS, and that's a fact. Okay? He's incessantly disregarded the thoughts, wants, needs, feelings, and opinions of women historically. How can we expect him to account for them when legislating in the Oval Office if he was reelected? He has sexualized little girls. He's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first. He boasted to Howard Stern on Sirius XM about how he liked to walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. He said that the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy. He sexualized his own daughter, saying he'd date her if he wasn't his daughter. He said that he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He was held civilly liable for rape. He buried his ex-wife that hated him in the back of his in the back of Mar-a-Lago. He's a mess. He also elected justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. That's resulted in 1 out of every 3 women of reproductive age here in America no longer have access to health care, and 65,000 victims of rape that got pregnant as a result of their rape not being able to get an abortion in the state of Texas in the last 3 years. Like, how can you ever vote for someone that doesn't stand for you or your interests?
Oh my goodness. A lot of those points, I feel like, are just like he said, she said points and about like your
You
emotions.
can't use that everywhere.
But that was most of the things you said were just things like, oh, he doesn't like women. How can you vote for him? He doesn't stand for you.
I
Like, that
gave you specific examples, and we could even relate this to Donald Trump's own word of mouth. He was recorded on the Access Hollywood tape saying that he likes to grab women by the P word without asking. He was recorded on a CBS interview in 1992 saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He went on Sirius XM with Howard Stern and told him that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of like teenage girls. He did those things. He said those things. And Gary, thank you for the $40 on Venmo for doing the Lord's work. I appreciate you for the love, Gary. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Gary literally right now, y'all. Everyone show some love to Gary. I do really appreciate you, man. Massive W's for Gary. And I'm actually going to go and let you talk to Parker here for about 30 seconds while I go pee. Parker, thank you so much for covering me. Oh, shit.
Yeah, so would you vote for someone who said to a 10-year-old girl that he'd be dating her in 10 years?
well, he didn't say he dated a 10-year-old. He was saying he was going to date a 20-year-old.
No, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, which, yeah, they'd be 20 then, but you understand that that's to a 10-year-old? That's sexualizing a 10-year-old?
I
Like,
mean,
what qualities did he identify within the 10-year-old that says that he's going to be dating her in 10 years?
well, did he talk to her and find out, like, is she
Yeah, he said, are you going up the escalator? She said, yeah. He said, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Do you think that's okay?
Well, not necessarily, no. But I also believe that was just kind of a joke because he knew he was on camera and video recorder and just wanted to make people probably laugh. And it probably was a little too far. It was a little too far. Yes.
If that was your daughter, would you still vote for him?
That's a good point. I don't. If it was my daughter, Probably not.
No? Okay, so why would you vote for him if it was someone else's daughter?
Is that like, should that be the only reason why you don't vote for someone though?
Oh, no, there are plenty of other reasons. I just think that's a sufficient reason to not vote for him. Like, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized a 5th grader.
Well, if you want to bring it to that far, how old were girls when they were getting married back in the 1900s?
That does not make it okay. Oh my God. Jakari, think of the $5. Girl, are you really going to justify pedophilia?
No, I'm not justifying it at all. But he didn't actually do anything that was that involved pedophilia.
Making a joke about sexualizing a 5th grader, that's not a pedophilic joke?
Okay. So if you want to bring it that far, we should probably, every comedian that ever exists should probably have the same exact,
Any comedian that's made a joke sexualizing little girls is a piece of shit.
Okay.
All right, I'll go. I'll see y'all later.
Hey,
Love
man,
y'all.
I appreciate you for popping up and covering me while I peed. Let's get some W's for Parker in the chat for covering me while I use the loo. Quite frankly, W's for Parker in the chat. Thank you. And W's for Anastasia as well with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Anastasia. W's for Anastasia down below in that chat literally right now. Thank you for the love. And Leah, thank you for the gym gun. You are phenomenal. W's for Anastasia and Leah and Barker. Massive W's for Parker for covering me while I use the loo. Anyway, so yeah, do you think it's okay, right, to sexualize little girls?
No, but I don't actually think he was sexualizing her. There's really no truth.
Okay, so what relevant quality was he evaluating in the 10-year-old girl that led him to the conclusion that he wanted to date her when she was an adult?
I think he was just saying, I really don't think he made anything by it besides just a perverted joke that he should not have made.
Okay, so what was the punchline of the joke?
What was the punchline? I think that he just wanted... I don't even think there was a true punchline. I think he was just making a statement, hoping that someone would laugh about it.
Oh, okay. And what is there to laugh at?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So would you still vote for Trump if he made a joke out of beating his wife?
Beating his wife. I mean, I hear people make jokes like that all the time.
Jesus
and it's not
Christ.
true. And it's not true.
Oh my
You can't
God.
joke
Dude,
about it.
you're so... Okay, so you can't joke about beating your wife, but you can joke about sexualizing a little girl?
I mean, those aren't the same thing.
I'd say that they're both fucking bad, and you shouldn't joke about either of those two things.
I think it depends on your relationship.
No! Dude, hey, honestly, you're pretty fucking gross. Name one good reason to vote for Trump.
Let's see. Let me think about... I believe that I should vote for him because inflation will be better under him again, like it was before. And I understand. Wait, I understand.
Okay. Hey, for the 6.3 thousand people in here, we're going to go ahead and restart the live. I think that we have a little bit of a following glitch, and that guess is just annoying as all fuck. So for everyone in here, y'all, make sure to come right back into the live. We're just going to go ahead and restart. Amy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Amy down below literally right now. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo, Amy. So everyone, go hit that follow button. Everyone hit that follow button right now. I'm going to be right back on. We're just restarting so we could get more push on the live. And I actually have something that I'd like for y'all to do while we are restarting. Before I started today, I posted a little bit of a tickety-tack about how Bryce Hall is running from me. So go like that. It's pretty funny. It's already at 26,000 likes in an hour. That's just great. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 30 seconds. See you all in 30 seconds.
Into the whole MAGA thing, there are a lot of people that are genuinely concerned about what she will do to the economy and getting us involved in more conflicts. So, I just think.
When have we heard Kamala Harris speak about like flattening Moscow with a nuke or destroying and sending Iran to smithereens? You understand that in the last 2 weeks, Donald Trump has become an active warmonger, calling for Iran to be flattened, saying that if he was president, he would have bombed Moscow, and also saying that we need to give Israel more money to keep up the fight. Like, the only warmonger in this election is Donald J. Trump, and that's a fact.
Yeah, I honestly, I did not hear those clips. That's that's definitely a big concern for me, no matter who gets elected. I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that, because I know you mentioned a lot of the morality stuff, but the presidential election isn't a morality contest. I know it's definitely important, but it's like, what are they going to do for the country?
Wait, absolutely. We need to consider an individual's virtues and characters, because we want to see virtues instilled in our leaders that we would like to see instilled in us. Not to mention that being the president of our country is about public service, not self-service. So of course we're going to be looking for someone with a good, morally virtuous character that has the ability to serve the others around them, because that's what the point of the presidency is. Ryan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ryan literally right now with the $10. I do really appreciate you, Ryan. And like, another point that I could make here, right, is that you have no evidence to justify your claim that Kamala Harris is going to start World War III. And I think the only reason you have to say that Donald Trump would be a better leader is literally misogyny. Knack, thank you for the fireworks. Like, I feel like if this election came down to two men, one man was a 34 count felon, the other wasn't. One man had been held liable for rape, the other hasn't. One man defrauded young adults at Trump University, the other hadn't. One man had tried to overthrow our government and stage a coup to, steal the outcome of a federal election, the other hadn't. Like, the end conclusion of who's a better leader would be very clear to most minds. But just because Kamala Harris is a woman, all of a sudden now so many people get it confused.
Yeah, I understand your point, but no, I mean, there's so many other things to take into consideration. But anyway, I appreciate what you do. I wanted to ask you too. So if Bryce Hall responds, you are going to box him?
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been trying to box him and debate him. I appreciate you for coming up. Sarah, I appreciate you for the first time sub. Let's get some W's for Sarah in the chat for the first time sub. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest right now, guys. If you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know in that chat literally right now. We got young Republicans loading up and they ran away. Knack, dude, you've been going off today with the love. Thank you so much. W's for Knack down below. Our next guest, Frank, is loading up. For the 4,000 people in the live here today, make sure that we're double tapping. Make sure that we're sharing. Let's get this live sent out there. What's going on, Frank? Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
You look at the first term.
You look at the first term.
Look at the first term. We had no foreign wars. We were bringing guys home. We had a great economy. I'm a business owner. My business was thriving during his first term. Not just because of tax benefits or anything, just because people had more money to spend.
Okay, yeah, so about your first point about there being no foreign wars, that was not true. We had a Turkish-Kurdish...
Not wars that he started.
Okay, what wars did Biden and Harris start?
Biden and Harris continued on.
Thank you for the marvelous.
What was
I
happening
appreciate
with
you,
Obama.
Leah. So what wars did they start?
Iraq, Afghanistan. Biden was there.
Wait, Biden and Harris started the... Wait, one second.
Harris.
Biden and Harris started
Biden.
the war on terror in Afghanistan?
No, that would be Bush.
Yeah, exactly. So why would you say that they started the war in Afghanistan?
It carried on.
No, actually, they're the ones
we're funding Ukraine with billions of dollars that aren't going to Americans. So how do you justify that? And you talked about the border bill. The border bill was stuffed with so much bullshit that's why it wasn't approved.
Yeah, so sure, about continuing the war in Afghanistan. So they actually were the one that pulled Americans out of Afghanistan.
Oh, the horrible Afghanistan withdrawal that Trump had already laid groundwork for.
Hey, do you mind if you don't interrupt me, Frank?
Circumstances that they were supposed to follow. And the Biden administration did not follow their end of the bargain.
Because they didn't give it to him. Because Trump's administration said, he even boasted about not having a plan for pullout, and then he actually failed to provide their plans to Biden and Harris's administration, and he even joked about how what he set in motion couldn't be stopped. Sarah, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you so much for the love.
I'd like to see your receipts on that.
Okay, Frank, you're overwhelming me with points right now. You've referenced Ukraine, you've referenced Afghanistan, you've referenced the economy, you've referenced our funding to Ukraine, you've referenced the pullout of Afghanistan, Afghanistan. I want to respond to all of your points. I can provide you sources for my particular claims next, but the Gish Gallop won't work
CNN or
on me because I'm
MSNBC?
too smart. Okay, so I'm going to go to respond to all of your points now. So A, you referenced our funding to Ukraine. How do we justify that? We justify that through the Budapest Memorandum. And Leah, thank you for the gym gun. We signed a denuclearization agreement with Ukraine in 1994 stating if they give up the nukes, we'll protect them if they're invaded. Okay, second of all, you referenced the bad border bill that had funding for Ukraine, Israel, Gaza embedded in it. Yeah, guess what? That's not why the Republicans made it tank. In fact, they passed those provisions. Reference Public Law 118-50 passed on April 24th, 2024. The Republicans revised the border bill to not include the border provisions and just pass the funding for the other countries, right? And if you don't think that giving money to other countries to continue wars is a good thing, why are you voting for Trump, the candidate that wants to give Israel more money? Oh, it's an issue when it's about Ukraine, but it's not an issue when it's about genocide. Okay, right? So get your fucking facts straight, buddy. Like, what do you want to talk about? I could do this all day. I'm not a clown. I just happen to be more intelligent than you, and I think it pisses you off because you probably have grandkids my age, Frank. It's right. That's right. You heard me, Frank. Go ahead and unmute that mic. Can you figure it out? Put the reading glasses on, click on your profile picture, click the icon of the mic. You're muted right now. Sherry, I appreciate you for the superpower. You are phenomenal. You are phenomenal. Frank, I don't know if he's going to be able to figure out how to unmute his mic. I'm guessing this is where he leaves. So we'll get another guest up in here just in case he does leave, because this is where they typically run away. Okay,
oh my
Frank,
God, Dean, I love you so much. You're so perfect, and I love you.
Well, I'm not running away. You clown.
Thank you for the love, Royal. Okay, welcome back, Frank. So go ahead.
I lost my place now. Where were you?
Yeah, no shit, you lost your place, Frank, because I destroyed your place. You were standing on
no,
a platform.
not really.
It's gone now.
You didn't destroy anything.
Okay, you got a bit of an echo. Okay. Yeah, so I destroyed the fact about the bad border bill. You said that they didn't let it pass because of the extra funding for Israel, Ukraine, and Gaza. So they actually passed all those provisions, right? Public Law 118-50. They took Lankfordsville, revised everything about the border out, and then just passed the additional funding for the other countries.
So you think it's fine to fund...
Roman, thank you for the VR goggles. I appreciate you for the love.
To fund a foreign war when we've got veterans living homeless on the streets. We got...
Mandy, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. I appreciate you for the love, Mandy. Thank you for the love.
Coming across the border by the thousands every day, unvetted. We're put... You know, we're the ones that are telling us we had to get a vaccine, had to do all this other stuff when people are coming right across the border and have with no vetting whatsoever. You think that's fine too?
So you understand that Republicans quite literally think that's fine? Like Lankford's border bill would have ended the crisis. One moment, let me just finish. He's Trump endorsed. He's not a rhino. Lankford's border bill would have literally ended the crisis at the southern border, but instead the Republicans decided to let the crisis continue and send funding to Ukraine, Gaza, Israel.
People a day could come through.
Okay, and on what page of the bill does it limit it to 8,000 individuals a day?
It wasn't mitigating anything at the border.
Thank you for the boxing gloves. What page of the bill limits it to 8,000 individuals crossing per day?
Well, I would have to go back and look. I would have to go back and look at the specific page. Why don't you tell me?
Oh yeah, so page 165, right? They reference a 5,000 encounters per day rolling average before the president has special powers to shut the border down completely. The main reason why
the president has special powers to shut the border down with an executive order, the same as Trump.
Thank you for the money gun, and Addy, thank you for the subscription, and Diane, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. W's for Diane in that chat. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Do you mind if I continue without you interrupting me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Right, so the main point of the border bill was to fund courts on the border with more money so we could expedite the asylum seeking process to make the legal process quicker, safer, and faster, right, with the main purpose of further disincentivizing people from coming into the country through undocumented means, right? The main issue with the southern border today isn't the amount of people coming in, right, because it's actually good for our economy and we can support that. The main issue is people coming in through undocumented processes.
How is that good for the economy when they're overtaxing all the social programs that are in New York City and other cities?
Because migrants here through asylum-seeking processes actually put more into the economy than they take out. It's estimated that in the next 10 years they'll add nearly $2 trillion to the economy.
And then how do you explain was it 30,000 they're saying, or was it 13,000 or 30,000 criminals that have come through that have gotten through? That was the most recent, the recent number. I forget, was it 13 or 30?
Well, I mean, you can't say that there's only been 13,000 criminals that have came through, then lie about there being 15 million migrants in the last 4 years. I think 15,000 out of 15 million shows that they're
it's more like 20 million migrants in the last.
So 15,000 out of 20 million people are criminals. Tell me what you think the proportional basis is for every 20 million U.S. citizens. Maybe we need to completely replace U.S. citizens with migrants because they're much less likely to be criminals.
Communist platform to run on.
Define communism.
So you don't care about U.S. people at all, about American citizens at all?
Well, they're seemingly much less violent. They're much more violent. Sorry.
Who's more violent?
U.S. citizens, because you just said out of 20 million people, 15,000 were criminals. Out of every 20 million U.S. citizens, how much do you think are criminals?
Well, which crime do you want to talk about?
Violent crimes.
Violent crimes, and then should we narrow it down to race? Why don't we go a step farther?
Oh, okay. Well, where are you going with this, Frank?
Where are you going with it?
Oh, are you talking about violent crime and race? So is this where you start like preaching racist rhetoric, saying that black people are much more likely to engage and black people are much more likely to engage in violent crimes? Well, black people also account for 55% of exonerations. So the 1350 statistic, where like 13% of the population is committing 50% of violent crimes, that's actually false. They account for 50% of arrests, and this isn't an issue with too much crime being committed by members of the African American community. This is specifically an issue with African Americans being over-policed and over-arrested. How about 13% of our population accounts for 45% of exonerations? When you factor in exonerations, they're actually less likely to commit violent crimes, even in consideration to their lower socioeconomic standard on average, which we would expect to yield a higher violent crime rate on average. Boom! Holy shit. So we have successfully narrowed your worldview down to white men being the most predisposed towards crimes. White men, U.S. citizens. Terrible, Frank, I tell you. Go ahead and unmute that mic.
Such amazing talking points you have. Right off of CNN and MSNBC.
I don't watch CNN. I don't watch MSNBC. I care about facts, sir. And this is all you have to say. As soon as you get dunked on, you're like, CNN, MSNBC. Earlier, you said that we are devolving into communism. That was a legitimate talking point, and I'll prove it. Yeah. Define communism.
See
what I mean? Yeah, nice talking point, Frank. Destroyed.
If you'd shut your fat mouth, I'd finish.
Go for it.
You're a clown.
Oh, is this where you run?
I'm not running anywhere, pal.
Okay, I'll shut my fat mouth to define communism. I'll even mute.
I think Kamala said it best when you have people that have a bunch of stuff, and then you have people that don't have a lot of stuff, and then we need to even that all out so everybody ends up in the same category.
Okay,
I think that was for a grade school level.
So you're saying that communism has to do with equality and redistribution?
No, I think that's communism is where that administration would take us if she gets elected.
So I just asked you to define communism, and you defined it as equality and the redistribution of wealth. That's false. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. You'll own nothing and be happy.
Oh, okay. So Kamala Harris, who's running for the head of a state, wants a stateless society?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to keep the border wide open.
Yeah.
There isn't going to be a country because the border will be wide open. We'll be funded with migrants.
Oh, okay.
And you won't be able to tell Americans from anybody else.
Oh, wait. What do you mean you won't be able to tell Americans from anyone else?
Because you're going to have people. You have people here that are going to hate the country.
Wait, how do you tell who hates the country more, undocumented migrants or Donald Trump? Have you ever heard an undocumented migrant call for the complete shutdown?
Why would they hate anything? They're getting everything for free.
One second. I'm going to go ahead and finish. Who hates the country more, undocumented migrants or Donald Trump? Have you ever had an undocumented migrant try to stage a coup and overthrow an election? Onya, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. Have we ever had an undocumented migrant
Number one, Trump didn't.
I'm going to put you on mute.
Didn't start a coup. That was a failure of Nancy Pelosi.
Okay, so we could talk about that, but what I wanted to say before you interrupted me is who hates the country more? Undocumented migrants or Donald Trump? Have you ever heard an undocumented migrant try to stage a coup to rig a federal election? Have you ever had an undocumented migrant call for a postponement of the U.S. Constitution? Have you ever had an undocumented migrant call for the media and the press to be jailed? Have you had an undocumented migrant try to push for expansions to libel laws so they could specifically imprison people in the press that write badly about them? Have you ever had an undocumented migrant be held legally accountable for raping a woman then run for public office? No.
Well, an undocumented migrant that comes here.
Yo, thank you for the golden party. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for the golden party.
To get a donation as soon as I start talking.
You saw the donation on your phone screen. Quit your yapping. And Ellen, thank you for the $6 on Venmo for being a communist.
You're too much.
I am too much for you and every other Trump supporter.
No, I don't think so, pal. So let me tell you, where do you do all those donations when you get them?
Yeah, I mean, I spend them on bills. I save them.
So this is your source of income.
Yeah, it's called a job, buddy. You have one?
Yeah, I own my own business. I actually
I do too.
I do work for a living.
Wait, do you think that this isn't a real job?
No, it's not a real job.
Okay, why? Define real job.
So basically what you're doing is you're shilling for the Democrats so that they'll turn around.
Leah, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Leah. W's for Leah down below in the chat. Thank you for the love. And Janine, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
I can't believe people are so gullible as to turn around and give you money for doing this.
Oh, wow. I think that you're jealous. Can you tell me what a real job is?
I'm not jealous at all. I operate $1 million business. I don't need to worry about anything.
If you weren't jealous, you probably wouldn't be talking about it.
It's just what I do.
Well, I mean, tell me, what's a real job? And Timey, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. Are you going to tell me what a real job is, Frank?
If you consider it a real job, I guess in your mind it is a real job.
Devin, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the real job. Thank you for the love. I mean, can you define it?
A real job, I guess, is whatever you perceive it to be.
Taymay, thank you for the galaxy, and Kiddo with the $2 on Venmo for the job. Yo, Hannah with the $10 on Venmo for the real job. I appreciate you for the love, Hannah. And Dana with the ICU. Wait, do you think that Hannah's gullible for the $10 donation? Or like Dulcie right now with a $5 donation for the real job? Is she also gullible?
Absolutely.
Okay, why?
Because you provide no value.
Ryan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the real job. Well, what I do is I come on here every day. I provide value in the context of entertainment and education. Morgan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the real job. So would you say that Leonardo DiCaprio and school teachers don't have a real job because I do both of those things at once? And Taymay with the boxing gloves. W's for Taymay in the chat with the boxing gloves. And Vanessa with the $20 on Venmo for the real job. And Mr. Ike with the meteor shower. And Vanessa with the $50. And Gregory with the $50. Holy shit. W's for Vanessa and Gregory, and Domino with the $30 on Venmo for the great job. Y'all are going off. W's for Vanessa, Gregory, and Domino down below right now. And Hannah with the $10 on Venmo. And Anastasia with the $25 on PayPal. And Megan with a $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. What is going on? W's for Megan. W's for Hannah, Gregory, Vanessa, Anastasia. What the fuck is going on? W's for Megan with a $100. That is insane. Are you joking? Michael with a $20 on Venmo for the MAGA spite. And Jimmy with the $25 on Venmo for the concept of a job. Holy shit. Y'all are going off. Oh my god. Grace with the $10 on Venmo for educating the people. Not Nick with the galaxy. Charlotte with the $10 on PayPal to keep up the good fight. Mia with a $5 on PayPal. Claudia with a $5 on Venmo. Do I still not have a real job break?
No, you just have a lot of gullible people following you that feel like that you deserve some kind of money for what you're doing.
Brandon with the $20 on Venmo for the DNC stipend. I appreciate you for the love, Brandon, with the $20 W's in the chat. And Dennis with the $5 on PayPal. And Anna with a $50 on Venmo. Carrie with the $25 on PayPal. What the fuck is going on? W's for Anna and Carrie in the chat. And Crystal with the $10.
I just think it's kind of funny that you people are that gullible.
Holy shit. Wait, why are they gullible? I come on here for 6 hours every day. I entertain and I educate. I do a great service to my country.
I don't find you entertaining.
Ryan with a $10 on PayPal for the real job. Then why was
you
I?
You may have a little bit of knowledge, but you're not entertaining, I don't think.
Leslie with a $10 on Venmo for being a MAGA educator. I appreciate you.
Hey, what'd you think about Harris going to the border for 20 minutes for a photo op?
Oh, yeah, I feel that she probably did just go to the border for 20 minutes for a photo op, but I think that's necessary to do. And the other side of the aisle is incessantly lying on your name, saying that you're going to take guns away and you're anti-fracking when you've clarified that both of those points are wrong, and not actually attacking her policy, but just calling her a communist. You got to fight fire with fire, and that's a fact. Andrew with the $50 on PayPal. Holy shit. W's for Andrew down below in the chat with the $50 on PayPal, and Tame with a $50 on Venmo for the real fucking job. W's for Andrew and Tame. Leamy with the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate y'all for the love. Megan with the $18, and Keely with the $10 on Venmo. Mia with the $2 on PayPal for being entertaining. Molly with the $10 on Venmo. What the fuck is going on right now? Holy shit, Frank, you are mad, dude. Megan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying keep doing what you're doing. And Elizabeth with the $60 on Venmo for the real job. Holy shit, Elizabeth, what the fuck is going on? Thank you for the $60, Elizabeth. That is mad. Oh my god. And Reagan, thank you for the $5. Y'all are absolutely going the fuck off right now. Claire, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Frank left. We're gonna go to get our next guest up in here. But Lisa with a $20 on PayPal to piss Frank off. Oh my god. Thank you for the love, Lisa. And Jocelyn with a $10 on Venmo for the entertainment and the education. Thank you guys so much. I seriously don't really know what's going on right now. Y'all are going off at the moment. Spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We got our next guest loading in right now. Thank you for the travel. Leanne with a $10 on Venmo for being gullible, and Kendra with a $10 on Venmo for dealing with a racist. Thank you guys for the love. All right, go back to spamming me in the chat if you are in the queue and you do want to come up and debate. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here right now. Carly, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, fake money for my fake job. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Spam me down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We got our next guest loading in right now. Liliana, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you for the hands as well. What's going on? Are you guys voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I actually have one more question about Kamala's platform.
Her name's Kamala. But yeah, go ahead, you guys. Why are y'all voting for Trump?
How do you think she could put the price controls at the right level to not cause a shortage of like groceries or whatever she's putting the price control on?
Yeah, so first of all, it's not a price control. It's just limiting the amount of profit that a company could generate per month. I'm not an economist, so I don't know how they do this without causing a shortage, but I do know that they do this without causing a shortage. What I want you to look up is natural monopolies and government regulation. In a lot of smaller towns, what we'll see is the governments will actually regulate how much profit like local energy producers can make, and that doesn't cause a shortage. So I'd probably like reference an economist's opinion on that. But I mean, great question. But anyways, Annie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Annie. And Malika with the $50 on PayPal. W's for Annie and Malika down below in that chat literally right now. Thank you so much, Annie and Malika. Thank you guys for the love.
Dean, let me ask you something real quick. Why is do you correct people when they call Trump Cheeto Man or Orange Man?
Nope, because he's a rapist.
There's no proof he raped anybody.
Yeah, there is. Want to see it?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yes. A civil case is not. It doesn't need undeniable proof.
Okay, right. So what we'd say here is that the evidence submitted to the civil case proved that Donald Trump had graped E. Jean Carroll.
What evidence was submitted to the civil case?
Sure, I can tell you. So I know the evidence submitted to the court case. Everyone in chat that watches my streams frequently knows that I do as well. So I'm not like just being ignorant and pivoting around here.
So what evidence was
$5
submitted?
on Venmo. We'll get there. Do you know any evidence submitted?
Let's see. There was two people that testified that worked at the place before that, but they couldn't put them in the building. There was her two friends that she supposedly cooperated with, and there's no proof that they didn't cooperate with her before the case.
Cameron, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the concepts of a job. W's for Cameron down below in that chat, y'all.
I mean, there's literally zero proof that he was even in the building with her. Other than E. Jean Carroll herself saying that it happened.
Yeah, so we used a preponderance of evidence. We had medical records from the 1990s that told a consistent story alongside her own testimony and the testimony of 11 other witnesses. And Liz, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the real job, and Faith with the $10 on Venmo as well. Thank you, Liz and Faith. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for the love. Y'all are awesome. And then something else I would say.
One of those witnesses could put Trump with E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, but what they told was a consistent dialogue that fit alongside the medical records from the 90s, not to mention the dress that E. Jean Carroll said had Trump's sperm on it that she tried to submit to the court, with Trump then refusing to provide his DNA to be tested against that. What I would say here...
You do know that the judge even said that there was no sperm cells on that dress, right?
So she made the claim that it had DNA on it, not sperm. I apologize. It was not sperm, it was DNA.
But the judge
and
said...
Timberly, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Kimberly. Let's get some W's in the chat for Timberly in the chat literally right now. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Timberly down below literally right now. Thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. I do really appreciate you for the love.
The judge even came out and said even if Trump gave his DNA, it wouldn't have mattered much because even if it didn't match, it still wouldn't have meant he didn't grape her. So he was basically saying, no matter what, we're going after him.
No, so what was done was he refused to provide his DNA to the court, and then Trump said, well, now that he's failed to provide his DNA to the court, the dress doesn't matter that much because we cannot verify that the DNA on it belongs to Trump. Right. What I find to be relevant here is that any innocent man would provide his DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA on E. Jean Carroll's dress because that would have proved his innocent. Any guilty man wouldn't. Right. He had no good reason.
That's absolutely false because even lawyers, when they know that the people are innocent, even lawyers suggest against them doing it.
Actually,
because anything can be tampered with. Anything can.
So
it's an absolute fact that even lawyers tell even their clients that they know they're 100% innocent not to do it.
Yeah, so that's also not true. So Law of the Wild.
Yes, it is.
Okay, one moment. Law of the Wild is going to be a lawyer, right, that has a license from a bar in a state I don't want to tell you. It comes up in my life frequently that would disagree with your very professional legal opinion there. And then secondarily, well, if it is the case that he didn't submit it because he had like an idea that it could have been tampered with, first of all, that's illegal. And then second of all, how come he tried to submit his DNA after the discovery period had ended? That fact alone debunks your entire claim here because Donald Trump refused to provide his DNA while he could submit new evidence. Then as soon as the judge no longer allowed him to submit new evidence, he tried to submit his DNA.
And the judge said it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The judge literally came out and said that. Even after the judge said, no, it's too late, what he shouldn't have done in the first place is said, even if he did submit his DNA, it wouldn't have mattered.
Okay, right. So what we'd say is it would matter.
So again, where is the evidence that he was even in the building with her? Because the employees that worked there...
You're pivoting here. Let me talk. Right. Okay. We would say that it would matter. It was only further play into the preponderance of the evidence. Right. Yes. Having Trump's DNA on E. Jean Carroll's dress when Trump testified that he had never met E. Jean Carroll before, that would matter. All right. Absolutely. In preponderance with the other evidence submitted to the court case. 110%.
There was literally zero people that could even put him in the building.
Why are you pivoting? Why are you pivoting?
What am I pivoting off of?
Yeah, you're saying that the dress and the DNA wouldn't have mattered, right? My claim would be, right, the fact that he didn't submit his DNA to the court gives us more reason to believe that he's guilty on top of the preponderance of the evidence submitted to the jury. And then when I bring up this fact, you just pivot away.
No, because the judge said his DNA wouldn't have mattered.
Wait, that was after he didn't submit it.
It doesn't change the fact that the judge said that. Number one. Number two.
Yeah, if the judge said that his DNA wouldn't have mattered if it was submitted alongside the dress, well, the judge was wrong. Because he said that he specifically had never met E. Jean Carroll. We can come to the rational conclusion that his DNA would have mattered. If E. Jean Carroll had medical records from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump, had a photo of them together, and then had his DNA on the dress that she was raped in, of course that would have mattered when Donald Trump says that he had never met him before.
First of all, they didn't have medical records of her being raped by Donald Trump. Okay,
they sure
that's
did.
number one.
They sure did.
Didn't.
They had state-licensed therapist notes that are considered medical records.
You do know those therapist notes?
Thank you for the blue. I appreciate you for the love.
The therapist, quote unquote, notes was a therapist she talked to before the trial. It wasn't a therapist that she had in the 90s.
It was a therapist that she had in the 90s. Yep.
No, it wasn't. It was a therapist that she had talked to before the trial.
Yeah,
Read
can you
it again.
indicate to me what page in the court documents would say it was a therapist that she had before the trial?
Go ahead and look it up. You can find it easily.
Oh, no, I want you to provide me with a source.
That would have to make me go to Coffee Cup.
Oh, okay. So you're actually not going to provide me with a source, or your source?
Yeah, I have to go to Coffee Cup to provide you the source.
What is Coffee Cup?
meaning I have to go on to Google to show you that the witness, the therapist, was an actual witness that she talked, or a therapist she talked to before the trial.
Okay,
it's a literal fact.
Do it.
That it
Find me that
wasn't her
source.
personal therapist.
So find me that source.
Okay, so hold on.
All right, well, he's going on Google to find that source. We're going to go to get someone else up here in the meantime, y'all. We got Jess loading into the live, except it's not a fact. Quite frankly, it is no fact. Jess is loading in while he's looking for a source. Hi, Jess. Are you voting for
Oh
Trump?
my god, am I actually on this right now?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Oh my gosh, absolutely not. No, I wanted to show you my bracelet that I have. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say
Poor Jess. I appreciate you for coming up. You sound really sweet. We are just looking for debates right now. You sound you sound really sweet though. Missy, I appreciate you for the little crown. We got our next guest loading in right now. What's going on, Grace? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh fuck no.
Hey, W for Grace. Hey guys, if you're in the guest request and you're not voting for Trump, please leave. I love y'all so very much. Do not get me wrong, you guys are phenomenal, but we are just looking for debates right now. And also, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Just putting that out there, guys. Just putting that out there. We got our next guest loading in right now. Continue to spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. Brenda, I would love for you to join us up here. Also, everyone, hit the follow button. We are so close to 1 million. I think that we could hit it in the next handful of days. Okay, we got Ike Alexander loading up in. Everyone, just give us a minute to get our next guest up in here. Welcome back, Italian.
All right, so
I
Dean,
appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal.
This is from the Dean. This is from the witness list. This is who she talked to. It was before the trial. If you want to put it in the big box, that was the psychologist that talked to Carol.
No, what I'm asking you for is a screenshot or a source from the court documents that goes over the evidence submitted. Because in court documents, the evidence submitted by the prosecutor is logged, okay? And one of those pieces of evidence will be therapist notes from the 1990s, right? A bibliography of a therapist. Right?
No,
from
it's
an
not.
interview
That wasn't a
she took
bibliography.
before the court
That was literally
is going to
from
be
the
different
witness.
than the evidence submitted.
That
right?
wasn't a bibliography. That was one of the witnesses on the case.
Because she was examined by a psychologist. That wasn't the evidence of the therapist notes.
I wish I knew how to scroll through pages.
Connor,
while
thank
I
you
was
for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Connor. W's for Connor down below. Thank you so much. And Irina with the $2 on PayPal as well. She was examined by a psychologist inside of the court. You're confusing the psychological examination, right, specifically with the therapist notes from the 90s. Those are two different things. One is a witness, one was a piece of submitted evidence, right? And the reason why I know that these two things are clear and distinct was because the therapist notes were never opened for public records. We don't know what the therapist notes say. So if you're bringing up, right, the interview of the psychologist and E. Jean Carroll, well, then they're completely separate from that. Hi, Dave. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Well, let me throw this out there first. I got a way to make us some more money.
Oh, so you're voting for Trump so you can make more money?
Yeah, for you to make more money and me too.
Well, I don't really care. I'm here to debate, not to make money. So.
Well, I just want to throw this in there, and then I'll talk about Trump. What I can do is I'll get a bunch of people, okay, and this will help your live too. So I'll get a bunch of people, right, to once a day. Well, we'll get about 20 people once a day to come in and say that you don't have a real job, and then all your minions can start throwing all their money at it.
I've been waiting
you
for
can
this.
Start talking over the guest. I know the scam. You're
Dave,
like,
I've been waiting so long for this conspiracy theory.
I can't believe y'all are going off. Where you talk over this fucking person, and then you get more and more money. The more and more excited they get, the more money you make. I mean, I think you're an arrogant little fuck. But
hey, Dave, can I talk real quick?
Your job.
Dave, I'm not gonna lie.
You're good at your
I'm
job,
proud.
man. But you're an arrogant little fuck.
You see the smile on my face right now? Do you want to know why I'll tell you why I'm smiling. It's because I've been waiting for someone to come up with this conspiracy theory for months. I've been waiting for months. Thank you for the money, guy. I've been fucking waiting for someone to come up on my live and tell me that
every single time. Every single time somebody says you don't have a real job, they inundate you. Your minions inundate you, man, and it gets you louder and louder, and your guests can't fucking talk.
Hey, Virgil, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the scheduled job grift. I appreciate you for the $5 for the scheduled job grift. Yeah, for those curious, so I actually paid Dave, right, to come up here and scream about the fake job stuff, but the paycheck bounced, so now he has an issue. I'm so sorry that this employer-employee like relationship conversation had to be handled in public, though. Connor, thank you for the $10 for the fake job, just for the hell of it. And Corey and Jakari, thank you both for the $5. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Dave, you understand that what is happening right now disputes and disproves your own theory? You are one of the motherfuckers that come up here, get angry, say you don't have a real job, that causes people to donate to me. You are one of them. Onya, thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate you for the love. Like, you disprove your own theory. You understand that, right? Like, this proves that it is completely random fucking angry old men that come up in here and incentivize people to donate to me, because you're one of them right now. Thank you for the hand arts. And Carly with the $10 on Venmo for the fake job. Wool starts with a $5 from the minions. And Nikki with a dinosaur. I appreciate y'all for the love. So Dave, I have a question. Erica, thank you for the gym gun. And Megan with a $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Sarah with the team bracelets. Tyler with the boxing gloves. Did I pay you to come up here, Dave?
Here they go.
Alana, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the fake job. Did I pay you to come up here, Dave?
Here they go. No, but
Dave?
we can do that.
Okay, so your own conspiracy
Now,
theory.
wait a minute.
Jeremy, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for scamming you and taking your money. Thank you.
You said I didn't have a real job. How do you know what type of job I have? I know what type of job you have. You don't know.
Thank you for the money gun. And Giselle, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I actually didn't say that. Are you delusional? Are you okay, Dave? Caitlin, thank you for the boxing gloves.
Job I have. So
Melissa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, here you go. Thank you for the love, Megan and Melissa. And Lisa, thank you for the fireworks. You're literally delusional. I never said that. Marisol with the $10 on Venmo for the old white man donation. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the golden medal as well. And Naomi with a $15 on Venmo saying, take my money, Dean. Richard with a $5 on Venmo saying, stop scamming me, Dean. You guys are funny. I love y'all. And Natalia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Well, you said that I was an arrogant little boy?
You said I don't have a job.
I didn't say that. You're delusional.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, if you're asking for a 19-year-old on TikTok for a job, maybe you don't, but I never said that.
What'd you say? You don't think
Gregory, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Saying maybe you're scamming me out of my $50. Stop it. W's for Gregory in the chat right now with a $50. And Gabby with a $10 as well for the fake job. W's for Gregory and Gabby down below. And Leslie with a $10 on Venmo from Dave. I appreciate you for the love.
You didn't have a real job.
I know, you just came up here and you got angry. Why are you so mad, bro?
Your minions start flogging you with money like they have since this has come up.
And I'm very appreciative and thankful for them for that. They don't need to. I'm not like stealing from their bank. Like, I don't control when people donate to me, Dave. Lindsay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Dennis, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. For the love. Thank you guys so much. And Neha with a $50 on PayPal from the minion. Neha, my favorite minion. W's for Neha in the chat. Thank you for the love. And Tony with the $25 on Venmo. And Leah with the boxing gloves from my minions. Thank you, Tony, Leah, Hannah, and Neha for the best minions in the world. Thank you for the love. I appreciate all of my minions very much so. I have hacked into all of your bank accounts and stolen your money. Giselle with a $5 on Venmo. I'm taking your minion money. Thank you for the love. Am I taking all their money?
How much cash I've made you since I made that comment?
Okay, so Dave, I'm here to debate. You didn't make me any of that. In fact, you came up here with the intention of trying to turn the chat against me because you wanted to convince people that I'm working in cahoots with the old rich white men, or the old white men that come up in here and make the claim that I don't have a job, and it backfired. Jeremy with the $3. I appreciate you for the love. Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Lesser of two evils.
So why is a rapist, fraudster, dictator, and day one wannabe fascist that literally wants to implement a purge to end violent crime the lesser of two evils?
He's not a rapist, first of all.
Sure is.
No, he's not.
Okay, so he's held civilly liable for violently sexually abusing or raping E. Jean Carroll. He definitely is a rapist. For what reason do you contest the findings of the civil court?
Well, first of all, New York, it was not grape, and you know that.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it wasn't grape because at the time it wasn't legally defined as such. You're right. Okay. What he did to her wasn't legally defined as grape when it occurred. I don't
Right.
think that matters though. Like, I'll just ask you
does.
when, okay. So back 250 years ago during this times of slavery, if a plantation owner, right, forcefully penetrated an enslaved person, was that legally defined as grape, Dave?
I'm not talking about 1800s. I'm talking about currently what he was actually held liable for.
So we can't use analogies to debunk what you say?
No, you have to use facts.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a fact that it wasn't legally.
Now, what is the fact, Dean?
Yeah. So
What's the
so
fact?
here's
What-
a fact.
what is the
Jamie, thank you for the
fact?
$5 on Venmo.
What was the fact? The fact he was held liable for. The fact.
Yeah. So here's the facts, right? He inserted his fingers or his pee-pee into her vajayjay without consent. I would say anything going into a woman's vajayjay without consent can constitute or does constitute grape, right? At the same time, I wouldn't say that we should base our definition of what grape is off of the legality at the time. For instance, this would lead us to the conclusion that no slave was graped in America and no Jewish person was graped during the Holocaust because grape was not defined to pertain to slaves or Jewish people during the times of American slavery or the Holocaust. But of course, those are absurd like statements.
You're you one big thing you said you would not define. This isn't up to Dean. This is up to the court.
So how do you define grape, Dave?
Huh?
How do you define grape?
How do I define it? I don't.
So you don't think that grape? So you don't define grape. So you don't think that grape exists?
I'll let the courts define that, Dean. I don't.
Okay, so if you let the courts define it, how did the courts define grape during the Holocaust, and did it apply to Jewish people?
I don't know, man. We're talking about current what Trump was. You're trying to do all these analogies from the Holocaust.
I am.
It does. You're never going to change the fact that he was not convicted of grape. You're not.
Haley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Sending this to Dave, he may need it. And Sarah, thank you for the boxing gloves. W's for Haley and Sarah down below in the chat right now. Well, I mean, actually, we could say this. So Donald Trump tried to countersue E. Jean Carroll for calling him a rapist on live TV, and the judge threw out the suit and ruled that her claims were substantially true. So technically, a court did rule that her claim that Donald Trump had raped her was substantially true. So if you let the courts define grape, Donald Trump's a rapist. Just saying.
No, that's not what he was charged with. That's
So
not
he wasn't held liable for grape. He was held liable for sexual abuse. But then
Right.
Donald Trump tried to countersue her for calling him a rapist on live TV for the same reason that you're giving me right now. And the judge threw it out, called it grape. But we shouldn't rely on the courts to tell us what grape is. The court should rely on us to define what grape is. Okay, right? Because morality is not determined based upon legality. Like if tomorrow, right, Jeffrey Dahmer were brought back alive and became president and made it legal to grape other people, grape doesn't cease to exist, okay? It just ceases to be legally defined, and that is bad legislation. And that's what I'd say about New York state legislation, right, prior to 2023, when they only defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent. Would you say before 2023 that no grape could ever occur in a woman's prison? Felix, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
Do what?
So before 2023, would you say that no grape could ever occur in a women's prison between two cis women for the reason being that grape was defined as the male member entering into the female member?
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, I'll slow down even more. Before 2023 in the state of New York, grape was defined as the male member entering into the female member without consent. So before that point, two cis women could never grape one another because it's impossible for two cis women to have a male and a female member. So would you say that before 2023, when they updated this law, that no grape ever occurred between two cis women in women's prisons?
I still don't have a clue what you're talking about with cis women and members and
Yeah, this is a
all
user
the
error.
shit you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking
This is
about.
such a user error. Okay, so we're just gonna say women. We're gonna clarify it. Okay, we're just gonna clarify it. We're gonna use Dave's terms here. It's just for the purposes of making this point. Women. Okay, women. Okay, we have two women, both with functioning uteruses, ovaries, and vajayjays. Okay, right? They couldn't grape each other before 2023 because before then, under New York state law, it needed to be a PP and a vajayjay. Okay? So do you think when that was New York state law that two women couldn't grape each other?
Well, I think if Trump did insert, he graped her, but I'm saying that's not what he was found guilty and liable of. And
Okay, so we're actually not even talking about Trump right now. We're just talking about their law. Because under the law, two women couldn't grape. Can two women grape each other, Dave? TikToker, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
Well, if it was to each other, then that wouldn't be happening. Only one person can do it to the other. I guess you can have like a co-rape.
Yeah, I'll specify further. That's a good clarification. Dave. Good job. So
I
can
gotta
one
go.
woman ever grape another
I gotta
woman?
go.
No, answer my question. Can one woman grape
I have
another
to
woman?
go.
You're running away,
Hey.
Dave.
Good day. I have to go.
Running away. Runner emojis in the chat for runner Dave. Running emojis in the chat for Dave. Running away. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. The little baby is running away. Why do the little babies run? Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Oh my gosh, I'm here. Yes, I am. Little backstory. I was gonna be an RFK voter. The first assassination attempt is what changed my mind, and also RFK dropping out, obviously. I do have a few points that I brought up.
Yeah, sure.
or
One
I
second.
wanted to talk about.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying that this is a tremendous scam. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. Let's get at least 1,000 W's for Elizabeth down below with the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Elizabeth right now down below. Thank you so much for the love. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, solid gym physique. I gotta say, respect that from one gym goer to another. Some things about Harris that you talked about. You said she's anti-gun, anti-fracking. She said multiple times, including after the debate, that she's anti-assault weapons, which usually when courts try to ban weapons, they usually go for they end up taking it down to very like. Assault weapon bans in general seem like a really good idea, but when it actually comes into putting it into effect, they usually end up overstepping their boundaries, limiting magazines. I think under 15, they usually say 15 or over is banned, and that's a lot of handguns too. She said multiple times she's anti-assault weapons. With anti-fracking, she used to be pro anti-fracking. Now she's saying she is pro-fracking. However, she also supports the Green New Deal, which is anti-fracking, and I want to have your opinion on those two things because I'm a little confused on what she means by that.
Okay, yeah. Give me an instance of Kamala Harris supporting the Green New Deal since she's been serving under Biden.
Actually, I don't have an exact instance. I just heard that she supports the Green New Deal. If she doesn't, that's my bad. I don't have a specific source.
So because what she supports, right, is like in long term, right, decreasing our reliance on non-renewable energy resources, and then increasing our reliance on renewable energy resources, and that is a goal of hers. And how does not wanting to ban fracking play into that goal? Okay, well, they actually work together quite well because when we allow for fracking here at home in America, when we allow for as much energy independence possible right now with fossil fuels, that will give us a greater ability in the long term to limit and regulate the world's usage of fossil fuels. If we become the most predominant producer of oil in the world, which we are right now under Biden and Harris, by the way, and we take up more of that global oil supply, we have a broader control and reach over the global oil supply. And in the long term, that could be used for a greater shift to renewable energy resources. I am so pro-American oil, it is ridiculous because we have better regulations in other countries that are producing it, or that produce it. So we produce it cleaner, and we'll have greater control over the global supply chain of oil in the long term to switch to renewable energy resources. Energy independence is good, and that's what she stands behind. That's why she clarified at the debate that she's not anti-fracking, and that's why her and Biden, right, actually produce the most oil in America out of any presidency ever.
Okay. Yeah, I was just a little confused on that because I didn't know her position with the Green New Deal exactly. And what was your thing with the anti-gun with assault weapons?
Yeah, so she clarified at the debate that she's not going to take your guns away. She likes the idea of entertaining like an AR gun ban that could be constitutionally protected against. At the end of the day, I don't really care too much, right? I'm fine with like ARs, which are like an incredible, which are guns that are typically used for like mass shootings, school shootings, etc., to be limited against. Makes it harder for them to be put in the hands of bad people. We know that stricter gun control leads to less gun deaths per capita. This has been proven time and time again. We have centuries of empirics to substantiate this point to be true. I don't really mind it. It's kind of like, to me, the idea of banning like a fucking like race car from being able to drive on public roads. Okay.
Yeah,
right? It's
absolutely.
Just, it just puts people at a greater risk of harm, and it's not necessary to get from point A to point B. That's kind of how I view ARs.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say she has supported many times. I don't know if she's changed her mind. She's talked a lot about mandatory gun buybacks. That's the main thing that I think that all in all, there should be more strict screenings for purchasing guns. I don't think that there should be mandatory buybacks because that turns into people refusing to give up their guns. That turns into a lot of civil unrest. I think that more restrictions on being able to acquire guns, all in all, should be in place. However, the mandatory buybacks in particular is what I don't.
So we know that she doesn't support mandatory gun buybacks because that's what she clarified at the debate. She said, we will not be taking your guns away. There will be no mandatory gun buybacks. Absolutely.
Okay. She
Do you mind if I ask you a
did
question about
clarify
Trump?
if we're not taking her guns. I would like to know why she changed her mind from that, because she has said in numerous interviews that she does support mandatory gun buybacks.
Yeah, in
and
2019, for sure. Yeah. I think that serving as our VP really moderated her views. When you serve in the executive branch of our government, you have control and influence over the House and the Senate. That's like what, like over 500 people, if not a little under 500. I think it's a little under 500 people, right? And you either sink or swim, right? And you swim by being able to get Congress together to pass good, effective legislation. And that's what her and Biden did. But in turn of swimming, right, you have to moderate your own views and stand in the middle of the aisle to get shit done. Okay? Because if you don't moderate your views, if you're unwilling to work with the other side of the aisle, Purdy, thank you so much for the Happy Fridays and the Happy Party. You were phenomenal. Well, then you drown. Okay? And that's kind of what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump drowned during his first term, and that's why he had little to no effective congressional policy apart from his tax cuts. But Biden and Harris, thank you for the Happy Party, Purdy, have the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, have the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the PACT Act, and all these good pieces of legislation. Purdy's absolutely fucking going off. W's for Purdy in the chat literally right now. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. And that is indicative of her moderating her own views, and that's probably why she doesn't support the same thing she does now that she did in 2019. But I would also like to make it known, in 2019, J.D. Vance called Trump's America's Hitler. And if you're concerned about taking guns away, Donald Trump said in an interview with Mike Pence that we should take the guns away first, right, and then give due process second.
Okay. I would like to say people can absolutely change their opinions, in particular with J.D. Vance. The election for 2020, there was a lot of Trump hate specifically, and I think that might be why he's changed his mind. I think that politicians should absolutely be able to change their minds. They should also go very in depth on why they changed their minds on issues, which is kind of why I've really not liked the idea of voting for Harris so much, is because of her lack of live interviews, questions being answered, stuff like that. I think that this clears up a lot for me on her stances on things. I wish that she was able to answer these things on more live interviews.
I agree.
Of course.
I agree. That's a critique that I hold of Kamala Harris as well. But that's inconsequential in comparison to what Donald Trump's done.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it leads a lot of misconceptions, and that's why a lot of people might vote against her. I do actually have to get to classes soon. I appreciate having me on here.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for coming up, man, and being respectful.
Yep.
You're awesome. We're going to move on to our next guest. For the 9,000 people hanging out with us in here in the live today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. I can appreciate the Purdy! I gotta be quiet today. My brother just got home from a camping trip. He asked me to be extra quiet today. But holy shit! Purdy with a $200 donation on Venmo. Oh my god, I want to see some massive fucking W's for Purdy in the chat right fucking now. Holy shit, thank you for the love. I want to see W Purdy's down below for the next 10 minutes. Purdy, you are an icon, an absolute fucking icon. W's for Purdy in the chat right now. For 10 minutes, guys. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. You've been supporting me for over a year now. I'm so incredibly grateful for you. I don't think that my words can express how grateful I am for you. Truly, W's for Purdy down below. Thank you so much. Daniela, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, Dean. Absolutely, I am. I'm a former liberal. I voted for Obama twice, and I've seen the light.
Okay, no, you've seen the dark. Or the lights were turned off. Yeah, so why are you voting for Trump?
Many reasons.
Or maybe the lights are on, but no one's on.
Mainly because, by the way, Charlie Kirk kicked your ass, so you don't have to be rude.
Charlie Kirk said that I gave him the best point that he's ever heard on the subject. He did not kick my ass. Charlie Kirk would disagree with you.
Okay. So anyway, one of the main reasons is under Trump, we had no new wars. We had no wars with Ukraine and Russia. We had no disasters in the Middle East, and strong leadership is the root of that.
Wait,
The Middle East does not.
service
Can I
members
just finish
dead
my
in
point?
Afghanistan was not a disaster in the Middle East?
No, Afghanistan was not a new war that started under Trump. He was in the process of withdrawing, and the pathetic withdrawal of under the Harris administration, when Harris was the last one in the room, leaving 13 Marine officers murdered. Not to mention, we've completely, all of the people in Afghanistan, including the women and children, have regressed to barbaric times. And, for all the outcries of children's rights, women's rights, there's just zero accountability for that.
Okay, are you done? Sweet. So first of all, you said that we had no new wars, right? Using our logic, we could say that we've had no new wars under Biden and Harris.
That's not true. What are you talking about? What about Ukraine and Russia? What about what happened with the Biden lifting sanctions on Iran and then them having funds for Hamas and Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel, our ally? Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, so first of all, right, the sanctions placed on Iran were for their own money, right, kept in a bank account in South Korea. Second of all, if you want to say that there was no new wars under Trump, well, we could just say the same thing.
Wait, hold on, can I just address that? Because
one moment, I'm going to go ahead and put you on mute now, right? Like, for instance, under Trump, we had the Turkish-Kurdish war caused by our pullout of Kurdistan, right? It's also the case that we had a Yemen genocide under Trump's administration, and we had a proxy war with Russia in Syria with U.S. boots on the ground fighting Russian troops. And then you also said that we had no disasters in the Middle East. Okay, so the 65 service members that died in Afghanistan under Trump, apparently that wasn't a disaster in the Middle East. The 438% in drone strikes in the Middle East under Trump compared to Obama, apparently that wasn't a disaster in the Middle East. That's crazy. And if you don't support Joe Biden, right, releasing a sanction on Iran that led them to further funding Hezbollah and Hamas, well, then why do you want to turn around and support Donald Trump, who wants to fund Israel more when there's like 40 to 75,000 Palestinians dead?
Okay, so that was a lot of stupidity in 3 minutes.
You're crying.
So Israel is an ally, and there is no genocide. And it's amazing to me how you blame Trump for everything, but not the countries at hand. I'll repeat myself again, since I don't think you heard me clearly. Under the Trump administration, there were no new wars. Now, that doesn't mean wars were not happening. Hold on, Dean, hold on. That doesn't mean wars were not already happening, but that is not because of Trump. Whereas a weak leadership under Biden, wars have actually started under his watch.
How did Biden and Harris cause Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
NATO. And not knowing how to negotiate.
How did NATO cause Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
Because we went back on our word with what their terms were, with NATO not expanding.
Okay, so we actually had NATO expansion on Russia's border with Latvia, Lithuania,
So listen, I'm not an expert with Russia and Ukraine.
I'd like to clarify here.
No, but you know what I do know? Hold on.
So we actually had Russian...
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
What I've heard Trump say multiple times, and I love RFK too, and he echoes this, is that his objective is to end the war in a day, so everyone stops dying. At the end of the day, sending blank checks to Ukraine is not going to make us closer to settling. It's just going to tax the American dollar, and we still have to come to the table to negotiate. Trump understood this, and that's why under Trump, Putin did not step foot in Ukraine, because Trump he believes in deterrence, peace through strength, war through weakness. We've had the weakest leadership, and the world is on the brink of World War III under Biden's watch. Okay.
So here's the issue with your worldview is that you just assume things to be true without evidence. This is what a lot of Trump supporters do. Like when you make the claim that Donald Trump, or that the reason that Putin didn't invade Ukraine under Donald Trump was because of super duper strong leadership, you have no evidence to substantiate that as being
no
true.
wars are evidence.
I could just like, no, it's not evidence at all. We had the Turkish-Kurdish war caused by our pull out of Kurdistan. All right, we specifically had the Yemen genocide, a proxy war in Syria with Russia, and a near 500% drone strike in the Middle East. Where it's also the case, if you want to say that those were no new wars and they are continuing, we could say the same thing about Russia's invasion of Ukraine as they indexed Crimea in 2014. We could say the same thing about Israel's war crimes as committed on the Palestinian people, because specifically, let's talk about the displacement of 750,000 Palestinians in the 1940s and the 1960s.
You don't want to go there.
Oh my God!
You
no, I do want to go there. Of course I do. Samantha, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. W's for Samantha down below in the chat. I do really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Samantha. And we also know that Putin is not afraid of Donald Trump, and this is why I know you know nothing, because we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin straight up says that he thinks that Trump is easy to manipulate. That's why he's endorsing Harris. We have evidence for that claim, because at Helsinki, Donald Trump believed Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence from the CIA and the DOD. And if you want to reference Putin's endorsement of Kamala Harris, I think he's a big fat liar. And the only reason he said that is because he knew how it would blow over in the West as they hate him. Putin has interfered with the 2016 election, the 2020 election, and now the 2024 election, pushing pro-Trump, pro-Republican, pro-Kremlin propaganda.
Democrat talking points lying.
That's not a lie. Who's Tim Pool?
There was no
Who's Vinny
interference.
Johnson? What's the Mueller report?
There was no interference with Russia and the elections. That was debunked many times.
What's the Mueller report?
The Mueller report was debunked.
Oh, by who?
Go look it up. I mean, this is it's amazing how you guys just don't get
No. Who's it debunked by? Who's it debunked by?
It's like a million different people.
Okay, name one person.
I'm not going to waste my time on something that's bullshit.
It's false because it's false. You're lying.
Means nothing. It's same way how you laugh.
But the
liar because he endorses Harris, because he has no respect for Harris. No one does. We've become the laughing stock in America.
Wait,
no
don't
one's
pivot.
going to take care.
Danielle, don't fucking pivot. The Mueller report hasn't been debunked. You're just you're confusing your claims.
Yes, it has. Why don't you Google it?
Give me a source.
The same reason. Just go.
Just
go
Google
You
it.
have the computer. Go ahead and Google it.
No source.
No, it's not no source. I'm on the phone with you. I can't move my screen to go get you a link. You can.
No source.
You're capable.
Also, you said that world leaders don't have respect for Kamala Harris. I want you to give me a clip of them laughing at Joe Biden or Kamala Harris like they did at Donald Trump at the UN Rights Council in 20.
So again, everything with you is words. I look at actions. Again, weak leadership. There's no fear with Kamala Harris. She can't even do a sit-down interview without Tim Wallis being by her side. The 60-minute interview that she did with CNN was so soft-pedaled, and it was still edited down to 18
How did she fare against Donald Trump at the debate without Tim Walz at her side? She destroyed Donald Trump so hard at the debate that Donald Trump won't even come out and fucking debate her again. And there we go. The conspiracy theories.
According to the ABC...
You know that these conspiracy theories that she had all the questions beforehand, or that she was wearing an earpiece, wouldn't exist if she didn't shit on Donald Trump as hard as she did. This is actual cope. Oh, dear God. No, Daniela, don't leave. Unmute. I won't mute you.
Okay, no, I don't want to leave. No, again, she did have the questions beforehand. There was a whistleblower to say that, and then they didn't. That you have to admit, Dean. Just be fair. The moderators did not fact check her on many things that she lied about. They were completely biased, and you got to be honest with that. Look, I can be critical of Trump, but there was definitely lies that Kamala said that she was able to get away with, and that every American should be upset about that.
Daniela.
And I can give you a bunch.
So you're referencing the signed affidavit of a whistleblower from ABC saying that she had similar questions beforehand. I just want to ask you one question. Do you think that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll?
Oh my God! This is a deflection. You see what I mean? This is what you guys do. No, I absolutely do not. It was literally the laws in New York were changed.
This is not a deflection, and the reason this isn't a deflection is because how come you will believe the word of mouth of an anonymous whistleblower from ABC, but then you reject not only the word of mouth from Eugene Carroll, but the 2 years of deliberation in a courtroom. So
I can respond to that.
That's stringently high standard of evidence when it relates to claims made against Trump, but you hold no standard of evidence when it relates to claims for Trump.
I can
We're
respond
literally
to that.
sitting over here saying that the anonymous word of mouth of one person is sufficient evidence to justify that Kamala Harris had the questions beforehand,
when
but
you
then the
have
findings of a civil court of law are
again,
enough to sufficiently justify the claim that Donald
I'm
Trump's a
happy-
rapist.
happy
This
to
is not a
respond to that.
pivot. You are interrupting me because you know I'm calling you out on your bullshit. You don't like it when you look bad, so you're willing to stop you looking bad by literally making it so the 11,000 people listening can't hear me make you look bad by interrupting, and you have been destroyed.
you like to
I wanna
hear
go to give you a
yourself
response.
talk. I would love to
And
respond.
Andrew, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. W's for Andrew down below in that chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Go ahead and respond. Why do you hold these different standards of evidence?
Okay. So again, if you look and did some research with the Eugene Carroll, you would realize that this was a case that came like decades after. The laws were changed just to have it. It was a weaponized judge and jury against Trump. If I recall, Bill Clinton, also, in terms of who he paid off with Jennifer Flowers, and he's done far, far worse. But the standards don't apply to anything the Democrats do. It's just the weaponizing of the DOJ and New York, which is full of
The weaponization. The ABC whistleblower, that was the weaponization of a massive media
Either way,
organization by the right.
Dean, again, the bottom line is
bottom line is the conspiracy
debate
theories.
wasn't fair. Oh, so are you saying the moderators were fair? You're
No,
saying
they
they
were-
were only fact checking?
They were unfair to Kamala Harris because they gave Trump more time to speak. They let him
Really?
speak more at the end of the prompts.
So now I
He had
can't
8
take
minutes
you
more as
seriously,
a
because if
whole.
you could
And then also
objectively
about
say-
hey, one second, please, about the Eugene Carroll case, right? You said that she specifically had the laws changed for her. No, so the statute of limitations for bringing grape to civil courts was changed because of individuals that have been raped by church fathers under the it was adult survivors of church rapists, and then like secondarily speaking, no, this was not a court that was weaponized against him. You could only give me your emotions to substantiate that. You can't give me the facts because you're a conspiracy theorist that likes to cope. But if you could just say that it was weaponized against him and you're just driving that statement with your emotions, well, I'll say that the whistleblower from ABC was weaponized against Kamala Harris. That was a political attack on a candidate. We need to protect and preserve our democracy by voting for Harris because she's being destroyed by mainstream media sources. They're weaponizing the media. They're creating these fake affidavits and accusations with fake whistleblowers. This is why we need to vote for Kamala Harris.
So Trump was never charged for rape. You want to look up what he was charged with?
Okay. I just have one question and I'll allow you to continue. Would you agree with me that any part of a man's body going into a woman's vajayjay without consent is rape?
Sorry, I got a phone call. Yeah, but that's not what happened.
Okay, go ahead and continue. I just want the record to be known that she says any part of a man's body entering into a woman's vajayjay without consent is rape. Go ahead and embarrass yourself. Explain to me how he's not a rapist, or more so, how he wasn't charged with rape.
Okay, that's not. I mean, did you not see that interview? I think it was with someone on CNN of a woman who was saying.
Let's talk about how he wasn't charged with rape. Let's talk
I
about
don't
how
think
he
he was
wasn't
charged.
with
I don't
rape.
think that's what he was charged with. I think she was alluding to
Okay,
it.
so I'm gonna go ahead and clarify that he was held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse, but specifically what he did to her was he inserted his fingers into her member without consent. The reason that he wasn't held liable for grape explicitly was because in New York at the time they legally defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent. They have since updated their laws to reflect what he did to her as grape alongside 35 other states.
Well, again,
and when Donald Trump tried to countersue her for calling him a rapist on national TV, the court threw it out, ruling that her claims were substantially true. But given your concession that any part of a man entering into a woman's member without consent consent is grape, you would agree that he was held liable for grape. Let's face the facts, Daniela. You've been debunked.
How interesting that right before an election year that he decides to run again, she decides that now she's so traumatized and she's going to, and to use her words, I'm going to use this money and go shopping. Oh yeah, she seems so traumatized. She got a book deal. She's on MSNBC regularly. Oh, she's really
Rachel, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Saying
Anyway,
keep destroying this
we're
conspiracy
going
theorist
away from the
interruption from
issue.
me. I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. And Kate, thank you for the $10. Kirsten with the $5 and Andrew with the $25. Samantha with the $20 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. You're fucking gross. So I've been graped before. You know that? I have. I am a victim of grape. But when I talk about it, like I am too right now, is it necessary that I have to put on this front?
I love how you just changed the subject completely.
One moment. No, we're not changing the subject. I've been graped before. But when I talk about it, is it necessary that I have to put on this front of like tears and I have to fit your criteria for this trivial level of visible and obvious trauma in order for my experience to be valid? No, not at all. What you're doing is you're actively demeaning, belittling, and excusing a victim's experiences because you're setting a trivial standard of what they have to meet for you to qualify them as a true victim. Okay? Different victims process what has happened to them differently. And if anything, I'd say the fact that she waited 23 years doesn't dismiss what happened to her in the slightest at all, right? What I would say is the reason she waited 20 years is because people like you exist. Social pressures tangential of grape culture cause women to wait longer about coming out about these things because I bet she knew that there'd be tens of millions of American citizens just like you that turn around, blame her, that turn around and shame her, dehumanize her, turn her into a monolith of the left. Of course she's going to wait 23 years. If you want to reduce the amount of time that women wait to report these things, we have to reduce the impact of grape culture, and we do that by not voting a grapist into the Oval Office. We do that by not actively shaming E. Jean Carroll, who's been shamed by tens of millions of American citizens. Okay?
Okay. Can I respond? Wow.
Catherine, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W's for Catherine in the chat. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it, Catherine.
I didn't interrupt you. I let you spew your nonsense for a few minutes. I hope you let me respond without interrupting.
Spew my nonsense? You're so delusional.
So again, I'm not a delusional. I'm actually a psychotherapist. So I think I take this way more seriously than you realize. And it's because of people like you. I'm not diminishing your experiences personally. I'm talking about you. It's because of women like E. Jean Carroll who use this as a money ticket that do take away the voices of true victims and trivialize it for the sake of fame. Now, you care so much about victims. Can we talk about the 350,000 children that have been unaccounted for since the open border policy, where sex trafficking and fentanyl has reached an all-time high?
Okay, you caught such a stray there, Daniela. I'm going to go ahead and respond to your point, but you can't say the names of any drugs on the live. But the 350 figure, you're already wrong. Like watch my recent Jubilee video of me debating 20 conservatives, where SAN fact checked, a right-leaning fact check debunks that claim. So what happened was there's 350,000 kids with scheduled court appearances on the border to get their asylum seeking claims processed. 30,000 of them didn't show up. That's the figure that you're referencing for kids that specifically were unaccounted for. I'd also like to clarify here on this point explicitly that a lot of these children don't get the date of their court appearance, so we'd expect to see some of them not show up. You also referenced open border policy. Biden and Harris push no open border policy. However, Trump did torpedo a bipartisan border bill, so if anything, we could attribute some blame to Trump because he values polling better because of an ongoing crisis than actually resolving the crisis. Unfortunately, you kind of stray because you said the name of the F drug. I get shadow banned when people say that if I allow them to continue to stay up, and I apologize for kicking you. Feel free to come back on another account. I appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo. W's for like down below. Thank you so much for the $20. Like, it means the world to me. Thank you so much. What's up, Jacob? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why so? And Joseph, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Probably just because Kamala is is it Kamala or Kamala? What is it? Kamala.
There you go.
Because she's a communist, so.
Communist?
Communist.
Okay, so can you define communism for me, buddy?
A stateless, classless, moneyless society.
Okay, and which one of her you've watched?
Jason, thank you for the $20 dono. Jason, thank you for the 2-cent dono.
Okay, you're crashing out on live after I ask you one question. Wow. Tara, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Tara. And Hannah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying that Bryce responded. I appreciate you for the love, Tara and Hannah. And Veronica with the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Veronica in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Veronica down below, literally right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. You are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you, Veronica. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
How you doing, Dean? Not necessarily, but I am a debater and I'm willing to play devil's advocate.
Appreciate you for coming up. I am just looking to talk to people that actually are voting for Trump. Let me know in that chat right now if you are voting for Trump. We're going to move on to our next guest here literally right now, guys. We got Cameron Gale loading up into the queue. Everyone, do give us a second. Also, if you haven't already, hit that follow button. I go live and I do these debates on TikTok every single day, and we're nearing in on 1 million followers. So make sure if you haven't already, hit that follow button. It'd be awesome if we could hit 1 million in the next week. So hit that follow button so you could be a part of history. What's going on, Daniel? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that, Daniel?
Where is former President Trump today?
I have no clue where Trump is today.
He is in Valdosta, working with the victims of Hurricane Helene.
Okay, so he's doing a photo shoot with people that just lost their houses. Great.
No, he is going down there with the people, giving comfort, giving support to people that have been affected by national tragedy.
Wait, didn't Kim Jong-un literally do this? Wait, do you remember when Kim Jong-un did this in North Korea after the hurricane that hit them? Would you vote for Kim Jong-un?
Spent his entire weekend up at his beach house up in Delaware. Once again, optics matter. All right, the fact of the matter is, President Trump is a person that has connected more with the average American than any president previously.
Oh my God, really? Name one bill that he influenced to get passed that benefited and focused the average American more so than rich people.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
TCJ, 83% of the cuts in the bill went to the top 1%, spent $1.6 trillion on tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, $300 billion on tax cuts for the average, low, and middle class. So your claim has been debunked. He did not pass any policy that centered the average American. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris passed 4. Inflation Reduction Act, Chips and Science Act, Infrastructure Bill. Let's see, the PACT Act, the American Rescue Plan. There's 5. We could do this all day, buddy. Callie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
There's also the First Step Act.
Criminal justice reform is influenced under every single presidency. We saw 2 pushed under Bush, 3 passed under Obama. And the First Step Act that passed in 2018 was actually drafted in Congress under Obama.
And again,
if optics matter, why don't the optics of being a rapist matter? Why don't the optics of sexualizing little girls matter? Why don't the optics of being a 34-count felon matter? Why don't the optics of telling Howard Stern that he likes to walk into the changing room with half-naked teenage girls matter? Why don't the optics of trying to overthrow the results of the election in 2020 matter? Why don't the optics of calling all black people lazy in 1991 matter? Why don't the optics of denying housing opportunity to black people because of the color of their skin in 1973 matter? Why don't any of those optics matter, sir?
I agree. That's why we should look into Tara Reid and the accusations that she's made against President Biden.
I already have. Tara Reid, she lied, perjured herself in court. Her lawyer dropped her as a client and they dropped the case against Biden. Then she moved from the U.S., fled to Russia, and joined a misinformation campaign.
Okay, so we should believe E. Jean Carroll, but we should not believe Tara Reid.
Yeah, because we should believe E. Jean Carroll because she kept a consistent dialogue, proved it in a civil court. Tara Reid contradicted herself. Her lawyer dropped her. She fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign. Yeah, big differences there, buddy.
And if we're going to talk about character, we could also talk about Vice President Harris.
Don't say the names of any drugs, please.
No, Vice President Harris and Willie Brown.
Oh, okay. So, like, sleeping with a divorced man is sufficient not to vote for her, but him cheating on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, is not.
He wasn't divorced. He wasn't
him.
divorced.
He was. He was legally divorced for 10 years.
And again, it's a fact of the matter is you have to be consistent with these things. If you're going to
wait, why is the optics of having a boyfriend bad?
I'm sorry?
Okay, you're saying that it's bad that she had a boyfriend?
I'm saying it's bad that she had a boyfriend that was significantly older than she was, and
doesn't that make her a victim?
Married.
Wait, if the age gap is an issue, that makes her like the victim of the issue, not the perpetuator, because she's the younger one.
And again, the fact of the matter is, he was still married.
Okay, he wasn't.
He was.
Okay, dude, you don't give a shit about it. Even if he was married and she slept with him while he was married, you don't care. Donald Trump has cheated on all 3 of his wives, one with a corn star. He might even be actively cheating on his wife today with Laura Loomer. You don't give a
And my
shit.
point is-
How badly would you look at Kamala Harris if she had 5 kids with 3 baby daddies? Would you care?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. And you know the only reason you wouldn't care is because Donald Trump has 5 kids with 3 baby mamas, right?
And once again, President Trump is down there in Valdosta actually helping the people of Hurricane Helene. Who knows where VP Harris is right now?
Okay. What did Kim Jong-un when North Korea had been hit by a hurricane?
Just because Kim Jong Un does things doesn't mean that President Trump is some isolationist crazy person.
Oh my god, dude, that was terrible. Yeah, he was down there throwing paper towels, anything for the photo op. If he actually cared about people that were losing their houses, maybe he would support a $25,000 subsidy to buy a house like Kamala Harris does. Maybe he would support making life easier on the low and the middle class, but no, he wants to make it easier for rich people at the expense of the low and the middle class.
I heard Kim Jong Un likes wearing Chucks. Does that mean that Kamala Harris is Kim Jong Un too?
No, it doesn't. My relation there with Kim Jong-un is really shitty people doing something optically good so people will support them. Like, we know that Donald Trump doesn't actually care about the low and the middle class, or else his tax policy wouldn't hurt them.
You're ridiculous.
No, I'm not. No, seriously, I'm not ridiculous. Respond to the claim. When you say that I'm ridiculous, it's just you conceding because you don't have a response.
No, but wouldn't you agree that President Biden and VP Harris should be down there right now in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Tennessee?
Unsay, I appreciate you for the $1 on PayPal. I care more about effective policy, like declaring a national emergency, sending FEMA and the National Guard in, as the Biden-Harris administration has done. I think that matters more than a photo op, not going to lie.
Again, I disagree.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, you're voting for the 34-count felon, Grapus, wannabe dictator and day one fascist that called for the purge literally because he had a photo op with people that just lost their houses.
I'm voting for the man that has a consistent record of caring about Americans.
Okay, what is he going to do for the low and the middle class while he's president? Because as far as I'm concerned, his tax cuts disproportionately favor rich people, and he intends to pay for them through tariffs that disproportionately and regressively harm the low and the middle class. If he cared about the people that lost their houses, how come he wants to harm them with a second presidency?
He's going to reduce the cost of energy, reduce the cost of groceries as a result of that, reducing the cost of energy. That's one of the biggest costs of companies is gas, is transporting goods and services.
Okay, how's he going to reduce the cost of energy exactly?
Working with OPEC, working with
subscription.
Working with countries to try to reduce the cost of gas.
I know, but how's he going to do? You just say working with OPEC. Last time he worked with OPEC, he actually increased the price of gas by telling them to decrease their output by 10%. So what specifically is he going to do?
I'm not sure. I'm not in that room.
Also, OPEC, that's global. I thought that he was all about U.S. energy independence here at home with domestic production. Who is better for domestic production of oil, Daniel? Biden and Harris or Trump?
Again, if we're producing so much oil, then how is gas so much more expensive now than it was under the Trump administration?
Yeah, we'll talk about that next. Who's better for the U.S. production of crude oil, Biden and Harris or Donald Trump?
I'll concede that we're producing more gas right now.
Oh, great. So Biden and Harris are better for domestic production of oil?
Yes.
Ah, great. So when we're talking about energy independence and reducing the price of energy, does producing more oil, is that inflationary for the price of energy, or is that disinflationary for the price of energy? When we reduce supply with the same demand, equilibrium price goes what? Goes down.
Yeah. Not to mention, Trump's policies about the slaw bunnies.
What is that?
Slaw bunnies nuts.
Ah, okay. So is this what you do when you lose a debate?
Yep.
Oh, so you just admitted to losing a debate. You just said that you make a kind of funny and good joke when you lose a debate. Dude, he just admitted to losing the debate. Okay. All right, dude. Well, we're going to move on to our next guest, common Trump supporter. Alyssa, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. That was actually pretty funny. Yeah, that was pretty good. I'll give it to him. But hey, he conceded to losing. You know what? We'll appreciate him because he literally conceded to losing. Great. By the way, I heard that Bryce Hall responded. Bryce Hall responded, chat. How about that? How about that, guys? We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Bryce Hall responded. Hell yes. All right. Yeah. What did Bryce Hall say? Y'all got to tell me in the chat while we move on to our next guest. Also, do spam MAGA down below if you want to come up and debate. Yeah. So here's my plan with Bryce Hall. I'm gonna box him. He's gonna beat me in the boxing match, and I'm gonna debate him, and I'm gonna destroy him in the debate. That's essentially how it's gonna go, Chad. It's gonna be beautiful. He said yes. Great. Phoenix, thank you for the whale dive. I appreciate you for the love. You are great, Phoenix. Yeah, like, oh, dude, it's gonna be like the average Trump supporter's wet dream when I box him, because I'm gonna go in there knowing I'm gonna lose. Yeah, I'm a realist, guys. I don't stand a chance. But I just really want to debate him, and that's gonna be beautiful. That's gonna be so great. It's gonna move on to our next guest, Bree. Everyone, Parker is on. Beautiful. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, do just give us a minute. Dean, I'm so excited. Me too. Guys, spam MAGA down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. Everybody, just give us 1 minute. We love Dean for that. Hell yeah. We're going to go and get our next guest, Caitlin, up in the live literally right now, everybody. Caitlin, do accept that invitation. Continue to spam MAGA. If you do want to support me, y'all, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, everybody. We got our next guest, Nate, loading into the live literally right now, y'all. Everyone, just do give us a minute. Do give us a minute while we're getting our next guest up in here. What's going on, Nate? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm not. I just wanted to say how awesome you are, and I love you so much.
I appreciate you for the love, Nate. Thank you for that hat and mustache. I appreciate you for the love. Continue to spam Trump in the chat right now. Continue to spam MAGA in the chat right now while we get our next guest, Rager, up in here, y'all. What's going on, Rager? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why so?
Because he's just a better choice all around.
Okay,
you see him at that Bama game?
Yeah, I did see him watching.
You can't get any better than that.
Okay.
Like he's an Alabama fan. Come on now.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm a fan of Alabama's football team. Does that make me a good presidential candidate?
I'd vote for you, yeah, if you were an Alabama fan.
Oh, dude, Rager, you've lost the fucking plot.
I'm just playing, dude. I'm just listen. Yeah, I am voting for Trump though.
Are you driving?
No, I'm riding passenger.
I don't believe you. Caitlin, you're voting for Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay, why?
So I just kind of have a question. I'm Republican, and I've seen your video with who was it? Charlie Kirk. I've listened to your live for about an hour now. I'm just curious. I see like your disgust and like hatred for Trump. It comes across as like very alarming. Like, I guess I just want to know like why you're obsessed with like hating him.
Oh my God. Have you ever hated anyone in your life?
Yeah.
Name one person you've hated in your life and tell me why you've hated them.
That's irrelevant. You're completely avoiding the question I just asked you. I'm
not
asking
avoiding
you why you hate him so much.
I'm not avoiding it. Trust me, I will use your answer to conceptually demonstrate why hate can be valid. So
okay,
name
why
one
can't
person
you
that
just
hate and why you
answer
hate
it
them.
straight out?
Because you'll understand this. Just trust. I do this as a living. Trust. I'm really good at using conceptual analogies to prove points.
No,
Okay?
and I've listened. I've heard you, but I don't understand why you cannot just outright answer the question.
Because your answer will be relevant and you understand.
It shouldn't matter, though. I'm not. I just want you to answer.
Okay, you're being like incredibly dense. I guess I'll give you an example from my personal life. I've hated people too. We've all hated people. One person that I've like really hated was maybe like this guy that I went to high school with that bullied special ed kids. Okay, all right. I forget his name now. It's not relevant. I wouldn't share it with you if I did remember it. But he would bully kids that were within like the special ed classes. Okay, and I think it was very valid for me to hate him because he perpetuated a lot of harm onto them. Would you agree with me here? That's like a valid person that I can hate.
Sure. I don't know this person, but
yeah, okay. So that's seemingly I have good reason to hate him. But imagine that there's like another bully that went to my high school that bullied a special ed kid, like mocked a disabled reporter maybe, and then also had like raped another girl in my class, and then had also like called all the black people.
On that.
One moment. I'm proving my point. Had also called all like the black people in the school lazy. Right, had like said that if you're black, right, you shouldn't be allowed to rent housing from me or like maybe enter into a classroom, right? I guess the point here is that I hate Trump just like I hate any other bully. He's done a lot of bad things that have hurt a lot of people, and I think that is completely valid for me to hate a rapist, completely valid for me to hate a racist, completely valid for me to hate a misogynist.
I just think that this type of hatred and like dedication to pure hatred is what is like causing such an uprise in violence, and especially when pertaining to politics. I mean, Trump's already had several assassinations. It's just a dangerous rhetoric that I don't understand. Like, you're very like gung-ho on hating him, that it doesn't matter. I don't think there's anything that could change your perception. And I think that's basically what the Democrats, have pushed, and what they're trying to do is to
you're in high school. There's a really bad bully. You hate them. What are you going to do? Be complicit with that shit so they can continue to hurt people, or try to advocate for other people not
I'm not
to support
saying,
them?
listen, though, there's a complete difference in advocating for what you believe in and then provoking, violence and obsessing about
Have I called for political violence
and spreading misinformation?
Have I called for political violence?
I don't know.
Can you name one piece of misinformation that I've spread on my live? No, you can't.
Yeah, I could name several just in the last hour.
Do it.
Honey, I don't have time for that. I'm not 19 in my pajamas sitting on a live manipulating people.
How am I manipulating people?
Well, and also, like, you just want to sit here and talk.
Tell me how I'm manipulating
people.
Actively
out there, day to day. Like, you're just
Hannah, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the Trump 8. I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo from Hannah. Also, I think it's funny that you said you don't have the time to be sitting on a live. You are currently sitting on a live. So tell me how I'm manipulating people. Oh. And then also about me not going out in the real world and doing anything. I just flew out to LA to film a debate against 20 Republicans. I drove out to Las Vegas to literally go to a Trump rally. I have plans to go back to Vegas again to debate Bryce Hall. I want to go out to the East Coast for more. I might be flying out to somewhere on the East Coast to debate Tim Pool. I do both at once. I'm an incredibly busy man. But of course she ran away. Maureen, thank you for the $3 on Venmo saying holy gaslighting guest. So real. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you do want to come up and debate. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now. We got Pastor Micah loading up in. I think I have a good idea of how this conversation is going to go. We got a runner. Quite frankly, they are running away. Dean, you destroyed her. As we always do, we eat. All right, let's go and get Gavin up in here, y'all. Everyone do just give us a minute for next guest Gavin to load in. Also, for the 11.5 thousand people watching, guys, hit the follow button. We're on our way to 1 million followers. Be a part of history. Hit that follow button right now. And if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're all in the bio. I get 100% of those proceeds. You should definitely drop a follow. It is phenomenal. Gavin, hello. Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. So I have very much swung between voting for him and not, just due to sorry, I'm getting out of bed.
I just want to clarify. Do you think that you're going to be voting for him in November?
Part of me says yes. Part of me says no. Here's
what I'm going to do for you. Would you ever vote for someone held liable for grape?
No.
Phenomenal. Trump's been held liable for grape. Gavin, I appreciate you for coming up. If there's one other thing that I could recommend to you, it'd be to hang out, tune in, and continue to watch these debates as they unfold. We got our next guest loading in here right now. Hello, Isabella. Are you voting for Trump?
I was planning on it.
Hi, Kat. Are you voting for Trump?
I haven't had a lobotomy, so no, I'm not. I just wanted to say that I absolutely love your content, and I want you to continue.
That's yeah, good one. We got our next guest loading up in. Continue to spam ag down below in that chat while we get our next guest up in here. That's a pretty good one. Jesus Christ. I love you guys. I swear to God, my supporters, right? Y'all are the best. I fuck with my fan base heavy. Let me get that straight. I fuck with my fan base so heavy. Roman, thank you for that on the mustache. I fuck with y'all heavy. Hey, what's going on? You voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for neither because they're Zionist puppets. And you are a shill for Zionism.
Oh,
you're a shill.
Do you mind
Kamala Harris is married to a Zionist.
Okay.
Trump. They're all Zionists and you shill for Zionism.
Do you mind if I offer you something? Okay.
No.
If Donald Trump is elected, more harm will be caused to innocent Palestinians. If Kamala Harris
right
is elected,
now, you're witnessing right now.
We are.
Over 20,000 Palestinians, and
are.
Israel is going into Lebanon. Do you not?
We are.
Do you not agree?
we are.
Do you not agree?
Do you mind if I finish without an interruption though?
Go.
Phenomenal. Yeah, I don't support the Democrat platform's support for Israel. Okay, we're completely in tandem there. But this is a very simple and easy decision. If you are truly a morally virtuous human that cares about the innocent Palestinians losing their lives and not just a shill for virtue signaling to get more people to like you because you act like you care, in November you will vote for Kamala Harris.
No, there's no way.
Remember what I said.
It.
Remember what I said. If you truly care and you're not just virtue signaling, why don't you want to hear me out?
Because I'm not virtue signaling. I'm literally telling you right now, you're witnessing Zionism. You're witnessing
He actually doesn't care. Guys, if this guy cared about the innocent Palestinians dying, don't you think he'd be like, well, there's a very slim potentiality that Dean might be onto something, therefore I should listen to see, if I would agree with it?
Okay, so you agree,
innocent lives are on the line. Innocent lives are literally on the line here, right? Just entertain the possibility of what I'm about to say being meaningful, and shut up and listen for 30 seconds. Is that something you can do
listening.
for me?
You have not spoke with that Israeli girl, that little Zionist that was up here. You didn't mention Israel because you know why.
I literally did. Will you shut up and listen to me for 30 seconds? This is the issue. A lot of the leftists don't actually care, including you, sir. And the way that I know that you care was because if you were actually interested in reducing the amount of impact and harm caused on the innocent lives in Palestine, you'd say, Dean might have a point here. I'm listening to all these other things he says. He sounds educated. He sounds smart. But maybe he might have a point here too, so I'm going to listen. If you really care, that's what you do. So just allow me to say something. Okay.
I'm still waiting.
I don't support the Democrats. I do not support the Democrats' support for Israel. I think it's bad. I don't think that we should be supporting Israel. 110% I agree with you there. But here's my point. Donald Trump is worse for the innocent Palestinians losing their lives. He says he wants to give more money to Israel. He says he's the most pro-Israel president we've ever had. And he even said that Kamala Harris won't do enough and she's going to put pro-Hamas terrorists, that's his own word of mouth, right, to manage our foreign affairs. If you want to save more innocent Palestinians from dying, vote for Harris, right? You are not voting for Harris in this respect because she is going to be good for the innocent Palestinian people. You should vote for Harris in this respect because she'll be better than the alternative for the innocent Palestinian people. Does that make sense? Lily, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the $25, Lily.
Not how it works, though. Our popular vote does not.
Thank you so much for the 25.
Okay, he got an echo, so we're just gonna move on. Thank you so much for the $25. I do appreciate you. I'm really convinced that there's a lot of leftists that don't actually care. Just saying. There's so many leftists that don't actually care. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
They're trained.
Nope, they're not here. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute while we get our next guest, Francisco, up in the box. All right, guys, do go back to spamming MAGA down below if you do want to come up and debate. And then once again, more W's for Lily down below. Bro, you didn't even let him finish? Yeah, he had an echo, so I had to kick him. Moving on to our next guest, guys. Spam MAGA down below in that queue if you're already in the queue and you are voting for Trump. What's up, Ryan? It's been a while, man. Just saw you tune in here. Good old Ryan McLean. It's been ages, bro. All right, what's going on, Drizzy? Are you voting for Trump?
Nah, I'm a fetus. I just want to say I love you, bro.
Appreciate you for the love, Dizzy. Sophia, I appreciate you for the $5. W's for Sophia down below. All right, everybody, just give us a minute. Law of the Wild, I appreciate you. Here we go, guys. Everyone, we get our next guest loading in literally right now. What is up, Top G? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Okay, why are you as a 24-year-old man idolizing a sex trafficker?
Well, this is actually just a troll picture, I don't really like Top G at all, but it's pretty funny to go around just commenting with his name, But I also want to say one thing to you too.
Why are you voting for Trump?
I really hope Bryce Hall knocks you out, and I hope Sneeko crushes you in that red pill discussion.
You may have. Wait, don't leave yet. You may have your hope of Bryce Hall knocking me out come true. I'm willing to give that to you so I could have a debate with him. So maybe we may both leave happy. Anyways, so why are you voting for Trump?
Personally, I feel like his tax laws are actually way better.
Okay.
His policies, sorry.
Okay, so his tax cuts disproportionately benefit rich people at the expense of the low and the middle class? Do you think that we should decrease income inequities?
Look, I think you just say that because you see that it benefits rich people more, but little do you know it still benefits middle class as well, Dean. And I think you know that.
Yeah, but what we'd say here is that we should have policy that's centered around the middle class, right? So, I just really want to clarify here. Do you think that we should decrease income inequities? Is that a good thing to do?
Repeat that again. Say or just reword it another way.
Is reducing income inequalities a good thing?
No.
Okay, it's not a good thing to reduce income inequalities. Okay, so you're trolling, right?
I'm just messing with you, but I'll tell you this. Let me tell you this, Dean.
You're selling. You can't come out. You can't come up here and say that you hope I get knocked out and then sell with one question.
Let me just say this. Look. The thing with the tax cuts and all that, you want these companies to get taxed higher, right? But then you're wondering why.
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am. How are you doing today?
Doing all right. So why are you voting for Trump?
So I'm a small cap business owner, man. And I want to say something to you personal. Really thank you for standing up for democracy. Like, I highly respect you for that. You know what I mean? I vote Republican policies because of my company, but I highly respect you for upholding what America is all about. So you're going to hear one of the first Republicans probably ever say that to you, because without people like you, we don't land in the middle on common ground policies that are best for everyone.
Motherfucker, why are you not a part of the Lincoln Project?
I try to stay to my own world. I have a pretty good sized company, and the reason I vote Republican is I wanted to tell you this because, and I don't want you to bash me for it because I know there's so many faults in everything that we say and do, but because of corporate tax rates, I've been able to trickle down so much to my employees, higher benefits, better retirement benefits, paid vacations. So it's not every business owner out there that has a small cap company that totally abuses their employees. I get it. Some people are just on the greed wagon, but it's like, what do you say when, you're watching the people that around you do the same thing, but that's not how you think or feel. So I have to do what's best for my family and what's best for my family and my employees because they work under me.
Listen. I have a solution for you, okay? First of all, you said you have a family. Do you have any little girls? Do you have any daughters?
Oh yeah, I've got a daughter.
You got a daughter. Okay. So I'm going to give you a couple considerations here. So you said that you actually took the tax cuts from Donald Trump and trickled them down to your employees. First of all, like you probably already know this, that wasn't true on the large scale. That's like a needle in a haystack. I do appreciate you for doing that. But here's the alternative. Instead of voting for Trump, so you will have lower corporate taxes, so you could trickle more down to your employees, vote for Kamala Harris, take that hit on the corporate taxes, the money that you would have trickled down, and instead let them benefit directly from Kamala Harris' proposed tax policy through the child tax credit, the business rebate, the cap on out-of-pocket prices for pharmaceuticals, the $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers, and ensure your daughter's right to choose down the line, because Kamala Harris intends on codifying Roe v. Wade into congressional law, and ensure your future generations of your daughter and her daughters and the daughters after that by protecting the American democracy away from the dictator on day one wannabe fascists. How does that sound?
So I hear what you're saying, but these things still have to take place. There has to be votes that take place, and that would have to take a whole Democratic House and Senate. I know voting is rolling the dice on a whole bunch of what ifs, and that's business in itself. I mean, you roll the dice every day when you open up a store or do any of these things that have to create an economy.
What's the difference between saying, like, what if Donald Trump implements his tax policy so you continue to have lower taxes and your employees continue to get those trickle-down effects, and saying, what if Kamala Harris implements her tax policy of the codification of Roe v. Wade? Right? You're relying on what ifs, right? No matter how you vote.
I don't disagree with you. I don't want to pivot, but there's some things that I want to say to you about some of the things that you've said, and I definitely take everything you say, dude. I listen to you every day, so I think you're a brilliant mind, and again, I'm not trying to fluff you up. I just really think you are spot on everything that you say, and I definitely appreciate your stance. I get upset at the system more than what most people do. Shame on New York State for taking a violent crime and putting a statute of limitation on it. So if he did this, which he did, I don't like the fact that it wasn't in front of 12 jurors without a reasonable doubt, that it's in a civil trial, which pisses me off. Shame on New York State. Rape is a violent crime. There should be no statute of limitation ever. There's no even, I heard what you said earlier about something that happened to you. If that's true, regardless of any person out there, there should be no statute of limitation. That's the first thing that just absolutely pisses me off on a violent crime. You take a violent crime, that's it. It don't matter if it's 40 years ago. He should be locked up for it. Then we wouldn't even be having this debate. But unfortunately, a democratic system like New York State put a statute of limitation on a violent crime. How does that make any damn sense?
Well, I mean, it doesn't, but that's an issue with the state legislator, not the victim of rape.
Right. So he gets to fall under he might have done it, but we're not 1,000% sure without a reasonable doubt.
Well, actually, I'd say that the evidence that the victim submitted into the civil court, right, proved that Donald Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Right. Also, I find that the threshold of a preponderance of evidence is probably sufficient reason, or sufficiently probable for us not to vote for Trump out of like a caution. Like, for instance, would you still vote for Trump if he was held liable for raping a little girl?
Oh, absolutely not. If he was liable, 1,000%. Who? No one in their right mind would. There's always the correct answer to that. I mean, humanity has to step in somewhere, and you say no without a doubt.
So you're saying that humanity steps in when it's being held liable for rape of a girl, but not when it's held liable for rape of an adult.
No, I'm saying it should be. It should be a violent crime. There should be no damn statute of limitation on this. It pisses me off. I want to know all of the facts. I want to know without a reasonable doubt. I mean, I understand civil court. It's just, go back to O.J. Simpson. Oh, he didn't kill her, but the civil court, oh, well, he might have done it. Yeah, that sucks. Do you know what I mean? You got to admit, that sucks.
I believe in this particular civil court that the evidence proved that it happened beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Also, I don't think that you interpreted my last question as it was intended to be.
Okay,
I asked you
sorry.
if you'd still vote for Trump if he was held liable in a civil court for raping a little girl.
The answer is, yeah. I'm laughing because the answer is absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Right? So why is it different for an adult? I get it. I totally get what you're saying. I think that the difference maybe, and I'm just like splitting a hair here. The difference for me as a person is because a child doesn't have an agenda, where an adult can have an agenda.
Okay. I hear you. So you're saying a child can't have an agenda. Right? If a child makes an accusation such as that, you have sufficient confidence in the accusation that they're not lying. Okay, there's a couple responses here. First of all, there's no evidence that Eugene Carroll had an agenda. There's some of the evidence submitted to the jury to prove that it occurred was from the 90s before he ever ran from a public office. Now, secondly, if children can't have an agenda, well, Katie Johnson, a 13-year-old, accused Donald Trump of raping her.
Then I think that a whole bunch of state prosecutors need to put their pants back on and go after him the correct way in a violent crime and put him in front of a jury of 12 people.
Well, given that children can't have an agenda, you should just believe Katie Johnson, right? Even though that there hasn't been held, any court proceedings haven't been held, if children can't have an agenda, believe Katie Johnson.
Let me define what I mean by agenda. I'm talking about the honesty of a child.
Yeah, Katie Johnson is honest, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. Children are honest about things usually, and then put under pressure, they 1,000% tell the truth. I'm saying that an older person we don't know her financial situation. We don't know.
Katie Johnson was a child that accused Donald Trump of raping her. Was Katie Johnson being honest?
I'm agreeing with you. Why is it? Did he go to court for that?
Yeah, the proceedings were dropped because she felt scared for her life. But the proceedings don't matter if you think a child is honest when they accuse someone of something. You don't even really care about the criminal or civil proceedings. Why don't you just believe Katie Johnson based upon her accusation?
I think that's where you have to go into. And again, you're a professional debater, bro. This is where the problem goes in. It's like, I still want due process and due law. I believe the child. But why would anybody allow her to be in fear for her life? Like, why not get all the biggest, toughest, meanest bikers in the world like they do here in North Carolina and line up and take this child to court and like protect her? You know what I mean?
If you believe in due process, then you'd believe that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll because due process was granted. Donald Trump was held guilty.
In a civil court.
Yeah, which
That's
is what?
not
A part of
without-
our criminal justice system, right? And which would determine, right, the financial responsibility of given defendants.
But sometimes isn't civil court based upon like there's a possibility it didn't happen because it's without a reasonable doubt?
It's what is more likely than not to have occurred. But then once again, I will reiterate the idea that the evidence specifically submitted to the civil court that held Trump liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, right, I believe proved that it had occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and then the other thing, and I'm not getting away from it, we're totally aligned here. Like, there's a lot of anger towards me and a lot of this. Okay. The other thing that the Department of Energy, or, the production of oil in the country, I keep seeing reports that the oil is being sold to China instead of refined and purchased in the United States. Why is that?
Yes, we're actually less reliant on imports, and we export less under Biden and Harris compared to Trump. I don't know what reports that you're seeing, but what I think that could be indicated here is that although some oil may be sold to other countries such as China, there was more oil sold under Trump's admin. I'd say that a goal specifically of Biden and Harris's has been energy independence. I think that they've achieved that goal. But yeah, man, do you have anything else you want to go over?
No, man. I just want to say you keep fighting for democracy. I appreciate you a lot, and I'll continue to listen. And you have a blessed day.
Yeah, man. I hope that you end up coming to the right side of history come November, bro. We're gonna move on to our next guest, Wyatt, here for the 10,000 people hanging out with us in the room here today. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, and make sure that we're hitting that follow button as well. I want to try to get to 1915. Why can't I talk? 915,000 followers. What's going on, Wyatt? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Wyatt automatically left. Moving on to our next guest here. Once again, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. Holy shit, why did it take me so long to say 915,000? Moving on to our next guest. Everyone continue to spam Trump. We got everybody loading up in. Poor Dean, Trump 2024. I wish that you'd come up and debate. Sage, I sent you an invite. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here literally right now. Everyone is dodging, pivoting, weaving, right? Not coming up to have any discourse with me because you are terrified. We got Owens loading in right now. Continue to spam MAGA down below. What's up, Owens? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you specifically voting for Trump?
Okay, so I would like to know, like, the things about the taxes.
Yeah, so Donald Trump's tax plan will increase income inequities by making rich people better off and making poor people worse off. Kamala Harris's tax plan will decrease income inequities by only serving to benefit members of the low and the middle class.
Okay, thank you. Because I was wondering about, like, the whole taxes things, because I've been hearing many different things about, like, because everyone's thing about them voting for Trump is them saying they're going to get more money. And then
How old are you?
I hear that's 19. I have COVID right now. That sounds stupid.
No worries. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for him because I feel like I haven't heard a lot of stuff about Kamala, of her being like anything consequential to America.
Okay. So yeah, let's just go over her policy real quick. So she wants to increase the child tax credits, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 for 1 to 5, $3,000 for a child from anywhere from the age of 5 to 17. She wants to codify a woman's right to choose, right, which has led to 65,000 women since Roe v. Wade was overturned that have been raped not being able to get an abortion when they got pregnant as a result of their rape. She wants to reinstitute those federal protections because today, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, 1 out of every 3 women of reproductive age no longer have access to abortion here at home in America. Right, it's also the case that she wants to make the low and middle class better off through $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties, $50,000 tax rebate for first-time business owners. She wants to restrict corporations from buying single-family homes. She wants to cap the amount of any prescription drug prices out of pocket to $2,000 per year. I have a question, or more so a idea for you. Would you be able to specifically do this for me? Would you go to Kamala Harris's website and just read her policy yourself?
100%.
Cool. Yeah. How about you just do that and then come back? Because I mean, if you just kind of want to know what she's going to do for the American people, the best way to do that is just to read her policy and then come back. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Lanka loading up in right now, y'all. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Bryce Hall is going to clap your cheeks.
Yeah, probably. But then I'll beat him in a debate. So why are you voting for Trump? You didn't expect that
Do you
answer.
know that he's gonna beat your ass?
Dude,
He's gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, probably. But I'm literally so dedicated towards wanting to debate like dumb TikTok dancers that happen to be good at boxing that I'm willing to let him do that. Damn. Okay. I don't think that the Republicans understand my angle of like knowing that the professional boxer will probably beat me up just so I could show the world how stupid he is. Like, I'm totally fine with that. He's like 50 pounds out of my weight class. I'm pretty sure he has a couple inches on me too. Like, of course he'll win. But what's more consequential? Like winning a fight with someone that weighs 50 pounds less than you? Or like looking fucking stupid and being exposed to millions of people that you don't know your right from your left, even though you're just at one of Trump's rallies saying that we need him back. John, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying money for a real man. Respect, John. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $10. You are absolutely great. Thank you for the $10, John. I do really appreciate you for the love. But no, like the only reason why I'm okay with boxing him, I grew up boxing. I don't think that like we'll be able to compete with like him in his professional training. But it will like sufficiently be able to compete so I don't like die. Hannah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. We're gonna move on to our next guest. We got all of your face loading up in here, y'all. I'm also just like not really scared of being hit. I think that's really it. We're gonna get my tickets for real. We're gonna start selling them right now. Everybody, guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Who's Bryce Hall? So real. Who's Bryce Hall? You physically fighting him? Yeah, I'm pretty excited. The goal is to lose the fight, win the debate. And like the reason that I'm doing this is because like he called Harry out. Harry called him out to debate because Bryce Hall was making fun of Harry, and then Bryce Hall was like a little fucking bitch, and it was like, I'll debate you, but you gotta box me first. You know, like caveman mentality. But I'll engage in the degeneracy, right? I'll take a right hook to the face, and then I'll destroy him in a debate. How about that? We're gonna go to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, everybody. Chris, I invited you up. All right, we get our next guest letting in literally right now. What's going on, Chris? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, hello.
Zachary, thank you for the $20 on PayPal saying keep fighting for democracy. I appreciate you for the love, Zachary. Let's get some W's for Zachary in the chat literally right now. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you for the love.
So I will start off by saying I'm not in America, I'm in Europe, but I have a question about it.
Okay, I do appreciate you for coming up. We're just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. Moving on to our next guest, guys. Please, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Hey, what's going on, Sidestep? You voting for Trump?
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Hey, are you voting for Trump, man?
We're gonna get knocked the fuck out, nigga. Bryce Hall's gonna give you brain damage.
Okay. I mean, seemingly like the only people that want to talk about me getting knocked out are also people that are slurring. I apologize for his use of the slurs. Yeah, like the degenerates will run super wild with this chat. I doubt I'll get knocked out. Like, I really doubt I'll get knocked out. Linda, I appreciate you for the subscription. All right. Everybody, just give us a minute. I bet there's like some more intelligent Trump supporters in here that think Bryce Hall make them look bad. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
What's up?
Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, what time is it right now?
I'm telling you, you're a dog of Jews, bro.
Okay. I don't know what he said. I hope it wasn't anti-Semitic. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. But like, I feel like it was anti-Semitic. I don't know. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, Dean, but I have really something important to tell you. Like, you really, really need to stop. Like, I enjoy watching you. I'm voting for Trump, but you need to stop with the grape theory. Like, it's so bad. Like, you keep on with the grape theory of Donald Trump. Like, you cannot talk about that the entire life. You need to talk about policies if you really want to convince people to vote for him.
Non-subscription. I appreciate you for the subscription. Name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed through Congress when he served as our president.
The wall?
The wall, no, he actually didn't achieve the wall through congressional policy.
Well, he couldn't finish it because Kamala didn't finish it.
No, hey, excuse me. So he achieved the wall through an executive order because Congress rejected him. So name a policy.
You know what? Bryce is gonna knock you out.
Can I tell you my issue with you?
Bryce is gonna just knock you out.
How many continents are there?
7, bitch.
Name 5 of them.
Africa, Asia.
That's what I thought.
Keep on going.
Like this is my issue.
Bryce is knocking you out. It doesn't really matter. Bryce is knocking you the fuck out.
So first they come up here, they say, don't talk about the fact that my guy's a rapist.
And Bryce would knock you out. Like,
Mason, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. First they say, don't talk about the fact that my guy's a rapist. Talk about policy. And then when they talk about policy, all of a sudden they don't know any policy. And then when they don't know any policy, Bryce Hall's gonna knock you out. Jay, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's go. I really appreciate you for the $20, Jay. You are absolutely phenomenal.
If you're trying to fight for your side, all I'm trying to say.
And Lily, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Lily in the chat with a $50 donation on Venmo. Massive W's for Lily down below. And Jade, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate
I'm not gonna act like this spokesman, okay? But like, at least discuss policies, my man. Like,
I literally tried to discuss policies.
I've been watching for 2 hours. I'm at work, Dean. I watch you for entertainment, and you're literally sitting here talking about grape for the past 2 hours.
Are you okay?
I'm at work. I'm bored.
Charles, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for putting up with people like this. I appreciate you for the $25, Charles. W's for Charles in the chat. Thank you for the $25.
Putting up with people who are telling you to talk about policies, like, come on, Dean. I'm voting for Trump, and I watch you for entertainment, but you're not doing anything. You're just not doing it for me.
Okay, hey, name one policy that Kamala Harris has proposed that you think is bad.
Let's just be honest, right? Like, if she's gonna keep on raising taxes on these corporate companies, why do you think inflation's gonna continue?
Thank you for the subscription. Name a policy that she has that you don't like.
Dean.
Dear God, you can't just say that you want me to talk about policy and then not know any of Donald Trump or Kamala Harris's policy.
I do know her policies, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Name one.
Why would I watch you if I didn't know her policies? Like,
name one of her proposed policies.
Okay, you want me to name a Kamala policy?
I do, quite frankly, I do.
Well, I know look, man. I know she's trying to give $25K, but how is she going to do that for house owners? How is she going to do that?
Purdy, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs on TikTok. Let's go. Let's get some massive W's for Purdy in the chat with the 20 gifted subs. I absolutely appreciate you for the love. You are absolutely great. Massive W's for Purdy down below. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Massive W's for Purdy down below in the chat. So you're already off. It's not $25,000 for homeowners. It's $25,000 for first-time home buyers.
I already know, dude.
Mario with the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Are you asking where that money is going to come from? Because it's going to come from a 7% increase in our corporate tax rate.
Let's say even
and
if it came
introduction
from
of
that.
unrealized capital. Okay, dear God. Virgil, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You're freaking me out.
Let's say it even came from that, right? Like, that's why inflation keeps on continuing.
Inflammation? You're
inflation.
No, you're joking.
You're like,
did you just say inflammation?
Man, what are we in middle school? Like, come on, Dean. Middle school, like.
Oh my God. You're joking, right?
No, I'm being dead ass serious. Like, why do you act like you try to belittle people because like they don't know your verbiage? They don't understand. Like, half of your
Didn't Trump make fun of a disabled reporter?
I've never seen that in my life.
Oh my God. Also, Tana Mojo. Do you know that Tana Mojo is a fan of mine, right? She was talking on one of her podcasts about
That's great. That's great, team.
Freya, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Saying love from Scotland. W's for Freya down below in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate
Bryce Hall
you.
isn't a fan of you, though. Bryce Hall isn't a fan of you. How about that?
Who the fuck is Bryce Hall?
You know who Bryce Hall is. You grew up to him watching his thrillers.
That's the kid that I'm sorry, I forgot who he was. Kristen, I appreciate you so much for this.
You grew up watching his thrillers, Dean, so the fact that you're even trying to ego him is crazy.
I forgot who he was. I'm so sorry. I forgot who I was.
You took inspiration from him. That's why you're so femboy now.
Who the fuck is Bryce Hall? Did you just
You took inspiration from him. That's why you're so femboy now.
You just called me a femboy?
Yeah, kind of.
I kind of take it as a compliment. Women take
It's okay. Like, it really doesn't matter. Like, I'm more submissive, but like, you're just like. You're more dominant.
Women take care of themselves better than men. So if you're saying that I have like physical attributes that would be conducive of looking more like a woman, it's a compliment. You're saying that I look.
You're probably gonna look like Trump by the time you're like 80 years old, so it doesn't really matter.
You'll probably be. Okay. I was about to say something mean. I'm not gonna say it. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a second. I about said something mean. I'm not even gonna say it. We're just gonna move on. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Look at Trump.
What's up, Dean?
Hello. What's up, JD Woody? Wait, DJ
Let's
Woody?
talk about Carol.
Are you voting for Trump?
I absolutely am.
You disgust me.
Why?
Because you're voting for Trump.
Well, your facts about
I'm
Carol.
really trying this like new like thing where we like socially I've talked about it a couple times where like we like stigmatize against Trump voters. We're like, you know what I mean? Like I want to have like the same reaction to someone voting for Trump that I wouldn't like have any reaction to anyone else supporting something so like atrocious. Like for the 10,000 people in here, we need to start doing that. Like wait, let's do it again. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Dear God, why?
Well, I want to talk about your stance on Carol. You seem to be thinking that it's just because he was found liable in the court that he did this.
Yeah, I'd say because he's held liable and the evidence submitted to the jury that it's definitely beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt clear that Donald Trump is a rapist. Yep.
I would say the evidence clearly makes her non-credible.
Truly, name one piece of evidence she submitted.
Her book.
Her book was not submitted as evidence.
Her book and her court testimony contradict each other, Dean. And if you would read her book, you would know she's either lying in her book or she's lying in court.
Let's hear it. What's the contradiction, buddy?
His fingers never went inside of her.
Is that what it said in the book?
Yep.
So what's the quote from the book?
That his fingers went around her area, not in.
Okay. So what
Dean,
page of
her
book
story's
is this?
not credible.
Can you show me where in her book this is?
Yeah, that's the verbiage. His fingers went around, but his penis went inside.
Oh, okay. Oh, David with a $200 on Venmo. That was the guy that was just up here, chat. The Republican that said he was voting for Trump, but he respects me for fighting for democracy. He says, although we may disagree, I could respect that you're fighting for democracy. David, bro, please listen, vote for Harris, man. I really appreciate you for the $200 donation. Please show some love to David in the chat. But David, man, please vote for Harris. We can make sure that your employees are made better off by her tax policy, so you don't even need to trickle down, the burden placed on you. Or sorry, the incentives that you're given from Trump's tax code. Ensure that your daughter has a right to choose. Ensure that your wife has a right to choose. But W's for David in the chat. Seriously, thank you so much for the $200. And Morgan, thank you so much for the boxing gloves. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Morgan
So, Dean, I just implore you to get your facts straight before you spew this rhetoric.
And Dana, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, so here's the facts. You're still yet to show me, like, where in her book she says that it wasn't the fingers. What I have heard is that...
Well, you haven't read her book then. That just shows how educated you are in this subject.
Here's what she testified to, right, in court. Right, if you read the court documents, you know that she testified that she didn't know if it was the male member or the fingers.
Well, then she's lying.
Inside of her.
Yeah, and then she's lying because in her book she was very specific.
Yeah, I've still wait for you to demonstrate where in her book it says that, and then second of all,
it's in her book.
I don't think there's anything wrong with like
Dean. The fact that you don't know it's in her book tells me you're not educated on this case.
What's the name?
And I
of
would
her
also
book?
ask you again, Dean.
No, DJ. What's the name of her book?
What court case?
What's the name of her book?
Has Trump been found guilty or liable of that has actually stuck?
What's the name?
None of them.
Oh, wait. So you're saying that the civil court case that held him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll has been appealed?
It's on appeal. Yeah.
Okay. On what grounds do they have appeal?
Just to teach you how uneducated you
are. On what grounds do they have to appeal it?
2 weeks ago,
on what
they were
grounds
at
do
the
they have to
appellate
appeal
court.
it?
Dean, let me finish. 2 weeks ago, that case went into appeal at the appellate court.
Oh yeah,
in New York.
I saw it. I saw that. I watched that on TV.
You did not watch it because it was not televised.
Oh, it was. Yeah, they did a press conference after.
Yeah, he did a press conference after, but the court case, the appeal court was not
Oh
televised.
shit, you're dunked on. Oh my
The
god.
appeal grounds is
you're
for
so
the-
silly.
Are you gonna let me finish?
You didn't know that they did a court case. You didn't know that they did a press conference after. Oh my god, you're not educated. Oh, so you've been acting the whole time, motherfucker.
You're not educated because the appeal was not televised.
Name what grounds they have to.
The
appeal the
grounds
findings of
are for the evidence they used in the E. Jean Carroll case.
So what's the name of her book?
What Men Do.
What Men Do, and on what page of this book does she dictate that he had his fingers around her vajayjay?
Page 78.
Page 78. Could you pull that up
Yeah.
and tell me where I could find that online in a PDF?
Well, you'd have to get her book. It was also introduced in the court.
All right.
It was actually quoted in the court testimony.
Janess, I appreciate you so much for the $4. First of all, she has not written a book called What Men Do. No, you're already off.
What do we need men for? Sorry.
Okay. So now let's find a PDF of this. What do we need men for?
And while you're looking up the PDF to verify that what I'm saying is true, what
Wait.
other court case?
Wait. Oh God, you know what? I love being smart. So you're saying a contradiction in her story would be indicative of her claims being less likely to be true. Would you agree the more contradictions you have in a story, the less likely they are to be true? You would. So Donald Trump said that he had never met her, and there's a picture of them presented to the court. And Donald Trump had said that she's not her type, and then confused a picture of her with his ex-wife. So not only do we have more explicit and clear contradictions given Trump's narrative, but also regarding what E. Jean Carroll said in her book compared to what she testified to, I wouldn't say that we have a contradiction there. In her book, she says that she is definitely sure, right? Or she says that the fingers had grazed the outside. I would say that when you're inside of a courtroom, when you're being prepped by your lawyers, right, you have to operate in a manner in which is going to be most likely to prove your claims as being true to the jury. And I think that her lawyers actually recommended to her that she didn't make it explicitly clear what part of his body had entered into her vajayjay, because she couldn't prove if it was the PP or the fingers specifically. And under New York state law at the time, they had to hold a standard of it being a PP to be considered grape. So instead, they just proved that it was either one of those two things. And the reason why they took that angle was because regardless if it was the PP or the finger, it was still grape. But if contradictions make one's narrative less likely to be true, you are arguing that there's one contradiction in her narrative. I can show you that there's two contradictions within Trump's.
Oh no, there's many more contradictions in her testimony and her story.
Okay, give them.
Well, one, there's no way Trump's going to be trying on lingerie over his suit and tie. That was the whole preface for them going into the dressing room.
So
two, Bergdorf employees are not going to be just disappeared for 30 minutes. No customers are not going to be around for 30 minutes. And no one's going to do this in the middle of the day in a dressing room in the middle of a department store, Dean.
Okay, so
the story is just
so I just want to make it clear.
At all.
So you're saying that the contradiction in her narrative is that you don't believe the things that she said would have happened.
No, her book
That's
first.
not a contradiction in a fucking narrative, silly. Now you're cooked, right? Because
her book already makes
if
her
we're looking for inadequacies in her story, you're going to have to point out where it's internally contradictory. You just saying that what she said, my common sense tells me that couldn't have happened. That's not an internal contradiction in the story that she told.
I just told you, her book does not match her court testimony. She's not credible. And it's just idiotic to believe that that story is even true at all.
Okay, so you
There's
think
no
a contradiction?
dressing evidence.
You think that the contradiction of the story is? Oh, you think it's idiotic to believe it? Once again,
It is.
that's not what an internal contradiction
You're idiotic
is.
if you believe that story. I'm just going to tell you that.
Once again, so I'll go ahead and clarify this once again, right? You pointing out that in the book she said that the fingers grazed her vajayjay, then her testifying in court. One moment. One moment. You saying that in their book she talks about how the fingers went around the vajayjay, then her testifying in court that she didn't know if it was the fingers of the PP that went inside her vajayjay. I'm not going to fault a victim for not remembering exactly what happened to him and exactly what part of his body entered into her vajayjay 23 years later. Okay? Right? But regardless of what part went into her body, that is still grape, and that is what the jury held a preponderance of evidence to suggest as being true. What did you eat for lunch 4 days ago?
The appeals court's going to throw this out.
Hey, DJ, what did you eat for lunch 5 days ago?
McDonald's. I had a Big Mac meal.
Okay, what about dinner that same night?
5 days ago, I had a bowl of chili.
Hey, thank you
Now-
for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. What about a week ago? And Dan,
Let's
thank you
talk
for the,
about-
No. I'm proving my point. Dan, I thank you for the $5 on Venmo. What did you have
You're
for
not
dinner
proving
1 week ago?
anything.
You
Eating
are.
dinner is
You
not
have
a
to let me.
horrific
You
story.
have to let me. What did you eat for dinner 7 days ago?
Dinner is not a horrific event. in my
Miles,
life.
thank you for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Miles
Your
down below in the
logic-
chat. Thank you
your
for the
logic
$20 on
is
PayPal. Answer my question. What did you eat for dinner a week ago?
Eating dinner and having a traumatic event are two different things, Dean.
That's kind of the fucking point. If you can't
No,
remember,
it's not the point.
That is the point, because if you can't remember what you ate for dinner a
You
week
make
ago,
no sense.
DJ, it's maybe because you're interrupting me. Sit back and listen. I'm putting you on mute because you're interrupting me. You gotta listen.
Dinner is not traumatic, Dean.
I know, and that only further proves my point.
A traumatic event you remember.
Okay, so DJ, have you been graped?
Yes, I have, and you remember it.
Okay, so you've been graped and you remember it. So do you think that?
And
that's
I
gonna
can
be true
remember
for all
every
victims?
detail of it.
So do you think that that's going to be true for all victims?
It may not be true for all victims, but if she writes a book, then she was.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and talk now.
Her story in the court
could I talk?
is bad.
Yeah. So first of all, you're saying that you've been graped. I'm not gonna say that you haven't. But I guess as a victim of grape, why are you so willing to discount another victim of grape?
Well, I went to court with mine.
Bro, could you please?
I was in court with
Can
mine.
you stop interrupting me? Jesus Christ, right? And then what I'd say here is that if you make the claim that you don't even remember what you ate for dinner a week ago, right? How can you expect a traumatic experience from 23 years ago to be crystal clear in Eugene Carroll's mind? Trauma can block memories, and that's a fact.
Don't make
And as a
excuses
victim,
for her, Dean.
If you interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you. Miles, thank you for the $8 on PayPal. Are you done interrupting me, little boy?
You're making excuses for her.
Okay, you're not here to have a constructive dialogue, are you?
Yes, I am.
If you're here
And I
to have
also
a
want to
constructive
talk
dialogue,
about.
then you have to be able to let me speak.
I also want to talk about what other court cases
Claire,
that
thank you
he's
for
been
the
found
$2
liable
I
or
appreciate
guilty
you for the
of
love.
that has actually stuck.
Hey, DJ, I'm telling you that I want to speak. If you take yourself off mute and you interrupt me, I'm going to make an executive decision to either kick you or just continue to spam the mute button. I just want to be able to talk, right? So you're making the claim that an internal contradiction in her story was that in her book, she said that the fingers had not entered into her vajayjay. The reason that this is not contradictory to what she testified in the court of law was because in the court of law, she testified to not knowing if it was the fingers or the pee-pee that entered into her vajayjay. Okay? If she had testified that it was explicitly the fingers, you'd have some grounds to state that there's a contradictory story, 110%. But for the reason being that she testified that she didn't know if it was the fingers or the pee-pee, you have no grounds. So that's one issue. Then secondly, you said that the more internally contradictory a narrative is, the less likely it is to be true. Well, we could point out more internal contradictions that are explicit and as clear as day in Trump's dialogue that are also more consequential. I would say that this supposed contradiction of saying that, oh, the fingers didn't go inside to say, oh, I don't know if the fingers went inside or if it was the pee-pee, is less consequential than Donald Trump testifying to have never have meeting her, with that then being debunked by a picture of the two together. That's less consequential than Donald Trump saying that she's not her type and he doesn't find her attractive, and then confusing a picture of her with a picture of his ex-wife. Okay? Milo, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
Okay.
Can you recognize and point out that there's more internal inconsistencies and contradictions given Donald Trump's
Yeah.
narrative
So
to
in the
Eugene
court,
Carroll?
she says that his fingers went inside of her. He curved them and caused her the most excruciating pain in her life, Dean.
Wait, do you think that being raped by pee-pee and or fingers could cause?
Well, if she can remember that his fingers went in and curved and caused her this pain.
No, she testified in court
And in
that
her book, she was like, "Well, it went around me."
No, in court she
She's-
testified.
It's not credible.
In court, she testified to not knowing if it was the pee-pee.
No, she did
or
not,
the
Dean. You need to read the court transcripts and also
you
her.
don't, you,
her
you
interview
haven't
with
read the court
Cooper.
transcripts. In the court transcripts, she testified to not knowing if it was the pee-pee or the fingers.
She did not, Dean. That's
Yes,
why the
she
jury
did.
said no.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't, Dean.
Yes, they did.
No.
Show me where in the court documents she says that it was explicitly the fingers.
It was in her testimony.
Show me.
I can't show you. You just have to pull up the court case and read it for yourself.
No, you have to give me a source.
That's
you have
why
to give me
the
a source for
jury
your
cited
claims.
that it was the fingers and not the wee-wee.
So the jury determined that it was a lesser account of rape, that being sexual abuse, for the reason that they held him liable for either inserting his fingers
Just
or
based
his
on her
PP into a
testimony.
vajayjay, based upon her testimony that it was either the PP or the vajayjay that went inside her.
It was just based on her testimony.
They had sufficient evidence to indicate that at the bare minimum, his fingers had entered inside of her vagina, accounting for the minimal litigation on sexual abuse. You're not going to pivot around my question. Provide me with a source that would indicate that she testified that it was explicitly the fingers. Right? You are getting fucking cooked right now because you are sitting on my life making false claims.
Right. I've read the court documents. I know
Then
the
show
truth.
me
Dean. You
your
don't.
sources. Let's get some.
You didn't
let's
even
get some
read her
trust me
book,
bros in the
Dean.
chat. Let's get some
Dean,
trust
you
me
didn't
bros
even
in the
read her
chat.
book.
You didn't even know the name of her book. Let's get some trust me bros in the chat. That's what I thought.
Like I said, Dean,
That's what I thought.
name
You're real
one
quiet
court
now.
case.
You're
Dean,
real.
like I said, name one court case where Trump has been found guilty or liable that the appeals court has not thrown out. Name one.
Wait, name one
Name
where the
one.
appeals have been successful.
Every single one.
Name one.
Colorado,
Colorado on what count?
when they took his name off the state ballot.
Okay,
The Supreme Court
so
came
I-
back and said 9-0.
Yeah, I was referencing either his fraud case. I was referencing the
Okay,
felonies.
yeah.
I was referencing
Yeah.
the civil court specifically for
I'm talking-
like sexual abuse. The fraud
Okay.
case that was not appealed. A judge had just
The
ruled that
Supreme-
presidential immunity would apply. For
Wrong.
the felony case, once again, they have no grounds for appeal. And then when we're referencing specifically the civil court that held him liable for rape, you were just shooting out of your ass. But once again, you are pivoting. I still want you to
I'm
provide
not
me with a source that specifically speaking, she testified to her fingers entering into her vagina. Give me a source.
I'm going to pull it up. But in the meantime,
You can't do
Colorado-
shit. You can't do shit. Look at this, guys. This is the results. This is the
you're
result.
losing and you know it.
Wait, if I'm losing, how come you can't give me a source for your claims? Are
You're
we just
losing.
allowed to say
In
things without them
Colorado,
being
the
true?
Supreme Court
Guys,
overturned Colorado.
guys, remember when you're losing a debate because you can't justify your claims,
Florida,
just accuse the other person. of
Cannon
losing.
dismissed the case on appeal.
Wait, why was
He's
it dismissed?
won every single one.
Why was it dismissed?
Because Jack Smith can't bring the prosecution to the court.
No, that's false. It was dismissed because
No,
the judge had
that's
ruled that
true.
presidential immunity applies.
No, presidential immunity does not apply in that case.
Wait, that was the argument that Donald Trump had
No,
made on
Jack
appeal.
Smith can't prosecute Trump. Dean, you are
Wait,
so
Jack
uneducated.
Smith was prosecuting for the January 6th indictments. Do me?
The most clueless TikToker, Dean.
No, you're getting dunked on
Judge
right now.
Cannon-
You're just saying that, I'm so clueless because you're getting dunked on. Jack Smith had to do the January 6th indictments. Jack Smith had indicted Donald Trump on January 6th, and then the appeal from Donald Trump and his legal team in the January 6th indictment from Jack Smith and to the Supreme Court was that he did what they accused of him, but then they specifically think that presidential immunity should apply. How do you feel about that, by the way? How do you feel about Donald Trump having an indictment specifically against, specifically
Okay, I've got
from
her
Jack
testimony.
Smith?
You want me to read her testimony?
Oh my God, yeah, please.
I got it now. While you're spewing rhetoric, Judge Cannon dismissed the case because Jack Smith doesn't have standing to prosecute the former president. Those are the facts, Dean. I will educate you on everything when it comes to Trump because you have no clue.
Wait, they did have the standing. That's why it went through in the first place. The
Jack
standing,
Smith has no standing.
Wait, did Jack? Okay, yes, he did. Once again, would you please give me a source that indicate? You know what? Give me a source. I want to see your source. You have your source open, right? You should be able to give it to me. No, give it so I
The
can
source
look it
for
up.
what? The source for what? Jack Smith?
For the fraud cases with the documents hidden in Mar-a-Lago.
Okay. So the fraud case in New York went on appeal a couple of days ago, and the judges are going to throw that case
No,
out.
for
You
the-
can just tell by the way they
For
grilled the
For
state.
the documents case.
Yes, that was dismissed
Yes. Why was it dismissed?
because Jack Smith can't bring it. He doesn't have authority
Yes.
to prosecute Trump.
Okay. So wait, he doesn't have the authority to prosecute Trump? Or the
Right. He
evidence
does
to
not have the
prosecute
authority to prosecute President Trump. That's why Judge Cannon
Trump? Oh, wait.
dismissed the
Why
documents
doesn't he have the authority? Why doesn't he have the authority?
Because he was not appointed by Congress.
No. He doesn't have the authority to prosecute Donald J. Trump because of presidential immunity, dumbass. Holy shit.
Answer.
You just
He
proved my
was not
point.
appointed by Congress.
Okay, you know what? Let's just say that you're right. I'm willing
I
to,
am right.
I don't really care about the documents case. This is the first time that I've ever talked about the
I am
documents
right, but
case
here's
on
her
my-
testimony.
I'm still waiting for the testimony from E. Jean Carroll.
It's
where
right
she
here.
Specifically.
It's right here, Dean. I got it on my screen.
Okay, so could you read it off to us?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. But before that, it's your sworn testimony that you felt his fingers. What you said was rummaging around your vagina. It's an unforgettable feeling, she says. Now, when you say rummaging around your vagina, that's different than inserting a finger in your vagina. At first, he rummaged around and then he put his finger inside of me. In your book, you wrote that he was forcing his fingers around my private area and then thrust his penis halfway inside. I'm not certain inside me. Is that accurate? Yes, she says.
Yeah, so she testified to not knowing exactly if it was the fingers or the pee-pee that entered into the vajayjay, right? Specifically speaking, what we'd say here is that either of these two things entering into her vajayjay, right, would constitute grape. In fact, the quote that you just read off proved this to have occurred, right? And then with further clarification, with further testimony from herself, she even went on to clarify the fact that she wasn't sure if it was the pee-pee or the vajayjay. I think it's absolutely hilarious that you just read that off. I think it's absolutely hilarious that you read that off and debunked your own fact. But once again, you still haven't responded to the claim that if internal inconsistencies with a narrative make it less likely to be true, how do you feel about the internal consistencies in Trump's narrative that he had never met her? And how do you feel about the internal inconsistencies within Trump's narrative that he said that he wasn't her type and that she was unattractive, and then confused a picture of her with a picture of his ex-wife?
Just because they show a picture of him meeting her at a social gathering does not mean he knows her or remembers her.
Okay, so you're saying it's not an internal inconsistency because he didn't remember meeting her. Can I say that it's not an internal inconsistency because E. Jean Carroll didn't remember what part of him went inside her?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So if that still is an internal inconsistency on behalf of E. Jean Carroll because you're placing this arbitrary standard that she's supposed to remember what part went into her body, why can't I say it is an internal inconsistency on behalf of Donald Trump because he's supposed to remember meeting E. Jean Carroll?
No.
Oh!
Traumatic event.
Oh, shit. No, you don't know what to say now, do you?
Are you serious?
Oh my God, yeah, you look fucking dumb right now.
You look like you are dumb, Dean.
No, you just got
I'm not here to call you names. I'm here to present the facts of the case.
No, you absolutely just got cooked.
You don't like the facts, Dean.
Wait, no, I just gave you the facts. You don't like the facts. You're saying it is not an internal contradiction within Donald Trump's narrative to say that he had never met E. Jean Carroll, even though he had met E. Jean Carroll, as he could have forgotten meeting E. Jean Carroll. I have a question. Could E. Jean Carroll have forgotten what part of Donald Trump's body went inside her vajayjay?
Nope.
Okay, so you're saying
she could have, but she didn't. She could have, but she didn't.
Wait, I have a question. If it is the case that you know for a fact that she didn't forget what part of her body went inside her and instead she was lying, can't I just say that Donald Trump knew for a fact that he remembered meeting E. Jean Carroll, but he was just lying?
If you meet somebody one time, you're not going to remember them, Dean. You're not going to remember every guest that comes up on your panel.
I think it's incredibly valid for
You're
one to say...
not going to remember every guest that comes up here on this...
And I think that it's incredibly valid for one person to say that they don't remember what part of an individual's body they got graped with when he had both the pee-pee and the fingers out. I think that's incredibly clear, and I think that's incredibly fine. Right? Any psychotherapist will tell you that trauma can suppress memory. And it is the case that I'm not going to place an expectation on E. Jean Carroll, a victim of grape, to have a crystal clear memory of what part of his body went inside her from a traumatic experience of grape 23 years ago. And that is the arbitrary standard that you're placing on E. Jean Carroll. And this is why the impacts of grape culture are so bad. Instead of specifically holding Donald Trump accountable and granting social repercussions for rapists, you'll instead attack the victim. And the fact that I'm literally debating ChatGPT, no, I'm cooking. And the fact that I'm literally debating ChatGPT right now makes it so much better for me. No, you're saying that I'm not cooking? Respond to my claim.
You're not cooking.
Respond to the fact that trauma can suppress memory. Respond to the fact that a victim of grape isn't necessarily going to remember exactly what part of a man's body she had been graped with 23 years later after testifying that he had both the fingers and the pee-pee out. Respond to any of those facts. If you don't respond to those facts and you instead pivot away to something else, well, I'm just going to assume that you accept the loss. So which one is it going to be, DJ?
If the appeals court throws this out, Dean...
you're pivoting. Stop pivoting. There's your first pivot.
Not pivoting.
Yes, you are. Respond to the
her book and her testimony don't match.
Facts. There's another pivot. Respond to the subsequent facts that I just gave you. The picture of Trump and E. Jean Carroll and his testimony didn't match. But that's not an internal contradiction. Do I need to go through the slew of facts in which I'd like you to respond to?
Those aren't traumatic events, Dean.
And trauma can lead to suppression of memory.
Then why'd she write a book?
Why'd she write a book? What does her writing a book have to do with trauma leading to suppression of memory?
Because she was very specific on a lot of details.
So once again, respond to my point. Wasn't Trump specific on the detail that he was sure he had never met E. Jean Carroll?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So seemingly you can be specific on details, although still not being able to recount a story.
Yeah, but
given
see,
the long
Trump
term.
didn't have a traumatic event to
And
remember.
and trauma can
That's
lead
the
to
difference.
what? And trauma can lead to what?
Well, trauma can lead to suppression of memory, but not
Great.
in her case.
Thank you.
She claims it didn't.
Thank you. Thank you. So it is the case that once again she claimed that she didn't know if it was the finger or the pee-pee, and there's back and forth in the court and in the book, or and specifically what part of his body had went inside of her. Of course, she's going to clearly testify to what she believes to be the most probable. However, after 2 years of cross-examination given Trump's lawyers, that's going to be reduced down to, well, I don't know if it was a pee-pee or the fingers, but I know that it was one, both meeting the sufficient threshold.
So why would the jury not believe his pee-pee went inside of her?
Because there was evidence to demonstrate that something had went inside of her, and there's a higher standard of evidence.
There was
for
no
specifically
evidence,
the
Dean.
PP given
There was
the
no
legislation.
evidence.
Okay, so now you're moving to a completely other topic, and you're still interrupting me as I speak. There was evidence. We had medical records from the 1990s indicating that this had occurred. Consistency between said medical records, her own testimony, and the testimony of 7 witnesses, alongside the dress that had male sperm on it. Male DNA, not sperm, male DNA on it, in which she submitted to the court, claiming that it had Trump's DNA on it, with Trump then refusing to provide his DNA back to the court. Not only did Trump have internal inconsistencies within his dialogue, not only did E. Jean Carroll have sufficient evidence to prove that Trump had raped her, but then Trump also, enacted by not submitting his DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA on the dress, which is something only a guilty man would do. Like, let me ask you a question, DJ Woody, right? I just want to clarify. Let me ask you a question. If you were pulled over by a cop for drunk driving and you were sober and they asked you to take a breathalyzer to prove yourself innocent, would you take the breathalyzer?
Absolutely.
Okay, right. So seemingly, right, if you're an innocent man, right, and you could be easily let off the hook by providing some type of sample to prove your innocence, any rational person would do it. And this is what I'd agree with you on this. And this gives us reason to believe that Trump is guilty, because he could have, right, got rid of all the accusations and all of the court proceedings, right, to hold him liable for rape by submitting his evidence to be tested against the DNA of the dress. If he was innocent, he would have saved $87 million. He would have saved 2 years of sitting inside of a courtroom, and he would have saved the negative PR and backlash associated from being labeled a rapist. But instead, he decided not to submit his DNA to the court, giving us more reason to believe that he's guilty than innocent, because there's more reason to refuse your DNA given that you're guilty compared to
her own friends who said that she told him the story the day of the attack.
Pivot. Respond to the point about the DNA on the dress. Steph, I appreciate you for the hearts. Respond to the point about the DNA on the dress.
There is no Trump DNA on the dress.
Okay, so that doesn't respond to anything that I just said.
He didn't submit the dress for evidence in the court.
But yeah, because he failed to refuse his DNA.
He agreed to provide his DNA. The judge didn't allow him.
After what? That's how I know that you're being disingenuous.
Because the judge says his DNA didn't matter.
No, what happened after? What happened?
The judge said even if you submitted your DNA.
After what did Trump try to submit his DNA to the court? That's what I'm asking you. Answer my question.
What do you mean after what?
After discovery period had ended. They had 2 years to submit new evidence.
Hey, Dan, here's what
Yes, you fucking liar. So they had 2 years to submit new evidence to the court case. E. Jean Carroll tried to commit Donald Trump to submit his DNA to the court so she could also submit the dress. After 2 years of deliberation inside of the courtroom, he failed and refused to provide his DNA to the court. And then only after discovery period had ended did Donald Trump then try to convince the judge to take his DNA. The reason why the judge said that his DNA wouldn't matter at that point is because he had already refused E. Jean Carroll's dress, and the jury already had a preponderance of evidence to suggest that the claims were substantially true. Of course,
that's not true.
Right, reopening wait, it is true because that's what determined the verdict. Yes, we know that there existed a preponderance of evidence, or we wouldn't have a jury verdict holding him liable.
This was before the trial started, Dean.
Wait, they could submit evidence to a trial before the trial started?
Before the trial started, Trump said, I will submit my DNA if she submits the full DNA report from the dress, and she refused.
No, that's a fat fucking lie. What happened was she tried to submit the dress. He refused to provide his DNA to the court.
You want me to show you the facts?
Then he tried to submit it after discovery had ended. This happened after discovery had ended.
You're wrong, Dean. I got it right here. I'll pull it up right here.
Nope.
Judge rejects late offer by Trump legal team to provide DNA sample to
You just proved yourself wrong.
To rebut E. Jean.
You just proved yourself wrong. You said he tried to submit it before the court started. Late offer. You just proved
this was
yourself
before
wrong.
the trial started.
Late offer.
Judge rejects it.
Read it off. Read off the title once again. You just actually debunked yourself. You just cleared yourself.
Dean,
read the title again.
Do you not hear what you're saying?
Read the title again. Read the title again. Read the title again.
Judge rejects late offer by Trump legal team to provide DNA sample. This was before the trial
Why was it
to
a late
begin.
offer? Why was it a late offer? It was a late offer because discovery period had ended. And it was
Kaplan?
before the trial began because the trial happens after discovery ends. Donald Trump tried to submit his DNA to the court after discovery had ended and before the trial had begun. Read that all to us. You will prove me right.
You want me to read you the whole thing, Dean, just to prove you wrong?
Oh my God, you are so insufferable. So did he try to submit his DNA after or before discovery?
It was during.
Okay, if it was during discovery, why would it be a late offer?
Because they requested the DNA evidence be submitted to the court
Piper,
before
thank
he
you for the
submitted his
boxing gloves.
DNA, Dean.
Wait, no, the question
Dean, you
I'm
need to
asking
get
is-
your facts straight. She
You need
wouldn't
to get your
submit it.
fact traits. Why would
She
it be
wouldn't
a
submit
late
the
offer?
evidence.
Why would it be a late offer if discovery period was still open?
I don't know
your
why
mic's
you have a
muted.
moderator muting me.
Why would it be a late offer if a discovery period was
Because she wouldn't provide the evidence.
open? Wait, that doesn't make it a late
Yes,
offer.
yes, it does. They said, provide the evidence, we'll provide a DNA sample. She refused. She refused, and she refused.
Okay, could
So
you
then
read
Trump
off in the
said,
article
screw
where
it,
says
I'll
that?
go ahead and submit a DNA sample. And then
Could
the
you
judge
show-
says no.
Could you show me where in the article it talks about her refusing to provide her address?
Sure. Right here.
Let's see. Let's get it on the big screen.
Yeah, put it on the big screen so we can see it.
Okay, you're gonna have to.
After refusing to provide Trump's DNA sample, his lawyers recently switched tactics, saying that they would provide his DNA if Carol's lawyer turned over the full DNA report of the dress. Kaplan wrote in an order that Trump had provided no pervasive reason to relieve him of the consequences of his failure to seek the full DNA report in a timely fashion. And the judge noted that the report did not find evidence of sperm cells and that reopening the dispute would raise a complicated new subject into the case that both sides elected. Where are you going? He said that a positive match of Trump's DNA to that on the dress would prove only that there had been an encounter between Trump and Carol on the day when she wore the dress, but that it would not prove or disprove that any grape occurred.
Guys, okay. Can we rate DJ's reading comprehension skills on a scale of 0 to 10?
And that's from CBS News.
Yeah, good source. Can we rate DJ's comprehension reading skills on a scale of 0
I don't even
to
know
10?
why that's going like that. That's weird.
So DJ, you understand that you just read us off that Trump refused to provide his DNA to the court, and then Trump's lawyers tried to argue that they would submit his DNA if she supported a DNA profile, and then the judge ruled that those claims were baseless.
No, the
Literally-
judge ruled that even if he submitted a DNA sample and even if it matched, it wouldn't.
You literally just debunked yourself. Guys, this is MAGA.
That's what the judge said, Dean.
This is the easiest fucking debate I've ever had. You literally just read off on your
Oh,
screen,
Dean.
and I quote, after Trump refused to provide his DNA to the court, his lawyer has argued that she had to do something else first, and then Judge Kaplan said that their claims that she had to do this thing first were unnecessary, and then the judge went on to say, fuck the dress, fuck the DNA, we're starting the trial because E. Jean Carroll has sufficient evidence to find him guilty. That's essentially what happened.
She didn't have any evidence to prove him guilty. That's why no one believes her.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I just want to clarify. Can you name one piece of evidence submitted to the court?
It's just testimony.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, you obviously aren't acquainted with the therapist notes from the 1990s, right?
Well, yeah, and what were the dates on those
Sarah,
notes,
I appreciate
Dean?
you so much for the $5.
What were the dates on the notes? Since
So
no
I
one
just-
knows when this happened, what were the dates?
Wait, we don't know the date because the notes were sealed. We just know that they're from the 1990s. That's what was made public, right? The else was sealed within the courtroom. And then secondly, right, you just said that the only evidence submitted was testimony. Are therapist notes from the 1990s testimony?
No one knows the dates, but these things were sealed in the courtroom, right, Dean?
Yeah, because they have to under like privacy laws, right?
So even Carol getting this evidence for her lawyers could not remember when this.
You're not answering my question. Our therapist notes testimony.
That just refutes her even more.
No, HIPAA laws exist, man. They're medical records. Our therapist notes. Our therapist notes testimony.
After she gets the evidence. And
Hey, DJ. Our therapist notes testimony.
So when she gets the evidence.
No, you're pivoting. You're pivoting, DJ. I'm going to kick you. I'm literally going to kick you if you don't answer my question. Our therapist notes testimony.
Dean, I'm sorry.
Why won't you answer my question? Chat. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. Let's get some runner emojis in the chat. So if she saw her
therapist notes and saw the date on there, then she still couldn't remember.
Let's get some runner emojis in the chat because he's about to run. Okay. Like
you just lost.
No, our therapist notes testimony.
No, but if there was a date on there.
Oh shit! Well, you just said that therapist notes aren't testimony. So earlier I asked you if you could name any evidence submitted to the court. You said the only evidence submitted was testimony. I bring up another piece of evidence submitted to the court that you're now saying isn't testimony. So which one is it? Was all the evidence submitted testimony, or was some of the evidence submitted not testimony? And Camille, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, and Mike,
there was no $5. There was no
Camille, thank you so much for the $15,
submitted as
and I appreciate
testimony.
you for the love.
Dean, there was no evidence submitted as testimony from a therapist. I'm sorry, Dean.
Okay, so you're saying that evidence notes were not submitted as evidence in the
they were not submitted
as evidence in the court case?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's another lie.
Okay, well, you show me then.
Yeah, if you read the jury verdict sheet and the jury
I did, and you show me where these notes were.
Yeah, the therapist notes were like indicated as evidence in the court. Do you want a particular?
So now that case is on appeal. So if they throw this out, Dean,
okay, why are you pivoting?
going to do when they
stay
throw
on
this
one
out?
topic on a time, Madison? Thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
Okay, well, let's go to the appeals.
Okay, so now you want to pivot?
No, I want to go to the appeal. So if they throw this out,
okay, so you do want to pivot.
I don't want to. I want to go to the appeals.
I thought you were asking me to show you that like therapist notes from the 90s were indicated as evidence in the court case.
Go ahead and dig it up.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm going to go on mute.
You're all over the place. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen, folks. In the meantime, guys, everybody, make sure that we're also sharing out this live with a handful of friends, y'all. All right, we're going to go and pull this up. Let's go ahead and see. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. All right, everyone, just give me a second. I mean, this is going to take a while because we got to look through the entirety of the court documents. Trump v. Carroll, everyone give us a second. I wish that we had a co-host up here that could continue the conversation while I'm looking through the court documents, because this guy's
while
literally
you're looking through there, I would like to say that Trump, his fraud trial up in New York, the $500 billion verdict, that's on appeal. And based on the appellate court just a few days ago, the judges really went off on the state because they don't believe that the executive law 6312 applies in this case. So Trump's going to win that on appeal. He didn't fraud anybody in New York. We all know that. Common sense prevails once again for Trump.
Yeah, I'm looking for the court documents on my computer right now. I literally have to
keep looking
through them. I have to read through them all. Or wait, so are you denying that that therapist notes were submitted as evidence?
I am denying that therapist notes were submitted as evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know where in the court documents I could find like a list of all the evidence submitted?
Let me go back to what I just had up.
Because that could like really help me expedite this process.
Yep, let me look. Because all I know, it was witness testimony. I didn't see anything about therapist notes. Therapist notes would be great if we could find a date, because Trump said if he knew what date it was or when about it happened, he could really defend it. Because he could prove if he was even in New York.
What's that? Sorry, I'm still looking for this. What did you say? I'm still looking for the evidence.
I didn't see it. I didn't see any therapist notes submitted as evidence. And that's
yeah. I'm trying to listen. The therapist notes are in there. I mean, as you know, like.
I will tell you what. I will do some more research because maybe I missed it in the transcripts of the court case. But like I said,
yeah. Well, like what I tried to do for you is I reached out to my lawyer friend that like is probably more acquainted with the specific court documents than I am. Like actually scrolling through the literal court documents is like something that I can't do in like.
I'm just going to do therapist.
Can you at least say that is like that is reasonable?
Yeah, I typed in the word therapist in the court and it says no results found.
Okay, so where are you finding the exact court documents?
The transcripts of the court case itself. The entire court case transcribed.
Is that case law?
Let's see. Let me just type in evidence and see what pops up. Weight of the evidence. Evidence is mentioned 68 times. Let me see here. Therapist. What was her therapist's name? Does anybody know?
I don't know her therapist's name.
Notes. I'll type in the word notes because that would be a key thing they would. Okay, notes. Notes is in here twice, and it says something about the definition of grape. And it appears a second time under footnotes.
We need to find the particular part of the court case that would indicate where the evidence is.
Yep, submitted. Both parties submitted proposed convicted. Submit to the jury. Submitted the issue. Submitted. Nope, I don't see anything about any notes from a psychiatrist.
Yeah, I'll continue to look through this. While I'm looking through this, do you want to tell me why you are voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because of all the political persecution he's been going through through the judicial process over the last year or so.
Okay, so if he wasn't politically persecuted, you want to vote for him?
Oh, I would still be voting for him.
Okay, so obviously the reason you're voting for Trump then has nothing to do with political persecution. So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, it does. It's because they're clearly trying to force us to vote for just one particular candidate, and that's the Democratic Party.
Okay, so you want to be a sheep?
And that's anti-democratic.
Piper, I appreciate you for the galaxy. So you want to be a sheep?
Let me tell you something, Dean.
Well, no, I want to tell you something. So I just want to clarify. You want to be a sheep, right? Because, for instance, you are a sheep, but you just don't know it, right? Because, when you say you're saying that we have this governing body that wants to force you to vote for Kamala Harris, therefore you're going to do the exact opposite of them. Instead of going right, you're going to go left, and you're going to vote for Donald Trump.
Joe Biden was running for president.
One moment, but this also makes you a sheep, and I'd like to clarify why. Because if you always do the exact opposite of what they want you to do, right? You're just a sheep, but for the different side, right? I think that we should come to the conclusions of how we want to vote, how we want to act in society, right? Using rational thought alongside critical reason, not just because you want to do whatever the government tells you not to do. So the reason why I'd say that we should vote for Kamala Harris in comparison to Donald Trump has to do with how much better of a character Kamala Harris has than Donald Trump, but also it has to do with how much better her policy is than Donald Trump's. You know what I mean? She
doesn't have any policy better than Donald Trump's.
That is absolutely true. She definitely does. Your tax plan. Your tax plan fights for the low and the middle class. Tax cuts for 100 million American workers. It fights to reduce income inequities. It's not as expensive, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it.
So she wants to raise taxes for those that make over 400,000.
Yeah. So what we see is a 7% increase in corporate tax rate. I'm not aware of any increases on marginal tax rates for personal income, but then also an increase in realized capital gains and an introduction of unrealized capital gains tax for centimillionaires.
So would you like your taxes to be raised, Dean?
If I made over $400,000 per year, I would if it would fund social safety nets to better off the low and the middle class.
Okay, is that why Oprah Winfrey's stumping for her? Because she's a billionaire and she wants to pay more taxes?
Yeah, probably because she wants the country as a whole to be doing better off.
That's why all these rich Hollywood elites are stumping for her, because they want to pay more taxes, Dean?
Probably because they want the country as a whole to be better off.
Oh, okay. Got it. Makes no sense at all, Dean.
Okay, well, seemingly it wouldn't make sense to you. I have a question. Should we increase or decrease income inequities?
Should we, what? What?
Income inequities, like income gaps. Pio, thank you for the 2-month sub. Would it be good to increase or decrease income inequities?
I have no idea.
Okay, so should the low and the middle class do better off or worse off?
They should do as best as they can.
Okay, and what's going to enable them to do better? Tax cuts for 100 million American working citizens, or tariffs that will regressively impact them more?
I don't think that would matter or help them. What kind of tax cuts are going to help anybody right now? What tax cuts are going to help you?
I don't know, increasing the child tax credit by $3,600 for anyone with an
doesn't affect me. I don't have any kids.
Alongside, one moment, $3,600 from anyone from the age of 1 to 5, $3,000 for anyone from the age of 5 to 17. Right, also the $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy, $50,000 tax rebates for a business's first year. All right, we could also talk about capping the prescription drug prices to $200 out of pocket, which is a massive expense.
None of that affects me, Dean.
Camille, I appreciate you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
I'm not a first-time home buyer. I'm not starting a small business.
But it affects those around you.
None of these things that you just mentioned solves any problems in America right now.
It absolutely does.
It absolutely does not.
The reason why it solves income inequities the reason it solves massive problems is because Donald Trump's tax plan will make the low and the middle class worse off. It will serve to detriment to him. And then also specifically speaking, Kamala Harris's will make them better off. Of course, making the average American better off will serve America to be better. Answer my
Agenda
question.
47 will make America better, Dean.
Okay, like name one.
The policy proposals, the solutions that Donald Trump is bringing in Agenda 47 will make America, not just for me, but for all Americans better.
Such as
these little $25,000 for the first time, that doesn't affect anybody.
Okay, it's going to affect 3 million Americans. And then also
3 million Americans out of 380 million people in this country.
Yeah, and that's just one facet of our
But
tax
Donald
policy.
Trump's Agenda 47 affects everybody.
Okay, so name one thing from Agenda 47 that you believe would be beneficial to the average American.
One thing, we could talk about no tax on Social Security.
Great.
We could talk about protecting the border. Great. We could talk about free college for all Americans. Mm-hmm. We could talk about his plan to lower the energy cost.
Lower the energy cost. So let's talk about your first one.
He wants to reduce all the inflation. He wants to grow our economy.
Okay, I hear you. So your first point was no tax.
He
on
wants to
Social
protect
Security?
seniors.
So you said that so you specifically said that there's going to be like no tax on Social Security, tips, overtime, etc. So what I'd say is like I don't think that Donald Trump's actually going to implement this because he has no clue how he's going to pay for it. So the CBO estimated a year ago that his tax policy would cost about $4 trillion. Since all of these add-ons that he's announced, it's closer to $5 trillion. How the fuck is he going to pay for it? Because honestly, if you can't tell me where that money's going to come from, I'm just going to say that this was another baseless promise from Donald Trump, a little bit like the infrastructure bill.
I could say the same thing for Harris.
Okay, so I could tell you exactly how she's going to pay for hers. Her tax plan is estimated to cost $2.4 trillion. $1.3 trillion of that is going to come from a 7% increase in the corporate tax rate. The Treasury estimates that over 10 years that will generate $1.3 trillion. For the remainder of the $1.1 trillion, $300 to $400 billion of that is going to come from saving government spending by allowing Medicare greater renegotiating ability with private pharmaceutical companies. And then for the remainder of the $600 to $700 billion, that's going to come from an introduction of the unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires and an increase in the realized capital gains tax for those same people. So her tax plan is self-sufficient. It will not increase the deficit by a dime if implemented as promised. Can you say about Donald Trump's? Where's that money going to come from?
Well, you just said a lot, but she can't even. How do you know she can even do it?
Well, the question, how do I know she can do it, is different from what she wants to do. Right now, we're talking about what she wants to do.
Exactly, Dean.
Like,
I'm
I know
telling
that
you what Trump wants to do.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what Kamala Harris wants to do. Exactly.
And I'm telling you what she wants to do has no impact on me.
But I'm telling you that Donald Trump isn't going to implement things such as no tax on tips, Social Security, or overtime because he has no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it. Tell me how Donald Trump is going to pay for the $4 to $5 trillion associated with another 10 years of his tax cuts.
Well, no tax on Social Security has nothing to do with how he's going to pay for it.
God bless.
He doesn't have to pay for shit.
Boxing gloves. Yes, because cutting taxes makes debt-related spending given the same government expenditure. So you either have to decrease government expenditure or you have to increase revenue.
Dean, when we vote for a candidate for the next 4 years, we're voting for someone that's going to go in there with energetic and vigorous leadership.
Tell me where that money's going to come from. Why can't you answer my question?
What's your question?
Where's the $4 to $5 trillion going to come from that another 10 years of his tax plan will add to our debt?
No one said he needs $5 to $10 trillion.
Yeah, the CEO and the Treasury did.
No.
$4 to $5 trillion.
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, how about
what I would recommend, Dean, get familiar with Agenda 47.
Okay, well, you gave me Agenda 47.
You might change your vote.
You gave me Agenda 47. You gave me his tax cuts. And all that I'm doing is asking you where this money's going to come from. And you have no fucking clue. You're literally shutting down on the live. And this is why we need to vote for Harris. Is because Donald Trump is a man of false promises. Donald Trump is a man of words. And Donald Trump is not a man of action. He will say anything to the American people just to get their damn vote. Daniel, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I do really appreciate you for that. And this is just another one of those examples. He's like, cut taxes on Social Security. Cut taxes on overtime. Cut taxes on tip, reduce taxes for the corporations, reduce taxes for the ultra wealthy. This will add $4 to $5 trillion in debt related spending, and no one has a fucking clue.
The reason why I trust Donald Trump is he did it in 2017 when he reformed the tax code, and he can do it again.
Okay, would you say that an investment of $1.6 trillion into giving all homeless people in America a UBI or free healthcare or free housing would be a
You
good
know what?
investment?
His fact that he wants to end homelessness is rock solid.
Oh, yeah, for end homelessness. He's going to say that, and he's going to continue to say it. Then he's going to advocate for no policy that benefits the average American more so than the top 1%.
No, he's going to
Answer
end
my question.
homelessness,
Would
Dean.
you support $1.6 trillion going for a universal basic income, housing, and food for all homeless people in America?
I would support Donald Trump's proposal on how he plans on ending homelessness.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah, solving
you're
the
pivoting.
underlying issues of why they're homeless in the first place, Dean.
You're absolutely
He's a
pivoting.
person
Can you
that
answer my
cares
question?
about our homeless. He loves our
We'll talk
veterans,
about-
he loves women, and he loves the African American communities.
Okay, if he cares about the low and the middle class, name one policy that benefited them more than rich people that he signed into law during his first presidency.
Say his tax plan of 2017, where he doubled the standard deduction in our income taxes.
83% of the tax cuts in the TCGA of 2017 went to the top 1%. People making over $500,000 per year benefited the most. Meanwhile, people making under $50,000 per year benefited the least.
I would also say that under his new proposal, he wants to lower the corporate tax rate down to 15% for those corporations that work within the United States borders.
So with all due respect, you are pivoting. You said that he cares about the homeless. I asked you to name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people.
Okay, I will say in 2020, he wanted to add $3 billion to the HUD budget, but then he lost the election in 2020, and Biden in 2021 did away with a lot of his policies and proposals.
So you can't name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people?
I just told his tax cut of 2017 is one of them.
And what did I respond to that?
I have no idea what you're responding to that.
Okay, so actually listen to my responses. The tax cuts of 2017 did not benefit the low and the middle class more than rich people. The tax cuts of 17 disproportionately benefited rich people.
It doesn't have to benefit one over the other more. It helps the middle class.
But the question I asked
you get more money back. You're paying less taxes, Dean.
But the question I asked you was if you can name a policy that benefits the low and the middle class more than rich people, because it shows what they care about. It shows
More.
what they're
I
focused
can't
on.
name one off the top of my head that benefits more than rich people.
Yeah, that's an issue because that shows that the middle class isn't his focus.
Well, Kamala can't.
Oh,
and if she can, she's had 3.5 years to come up with something.
Yeah, I could name you a couple policies.
Yeah, Kamala Harris hasn't done shit,
Kamala.
Dean.
Oh, okay. So she's actually passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP that we've ever had, including the tie-breaking vote on policies that she influenced to get passed alongside Biden, such as the PACT Act. That was a policy that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people. It invested $812 million into expansions of via healthcare benefits, right? She influenced that. She also influenced the Chips and Science Act and invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers, insofar as the idea that we'll be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. We could also reference a bipartisan infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, or the Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, is deficit reducing over the 10-year lifespan of the bill and was the biggest investment into renewable energy resources ever. When you say that she hasn't done shit, I could literally tell you more things that she and Biden did or during the last 4 years compared to things that Trump did during his first 4. So you're fucking wrong. Wrong and silent, I guess.
You said a lot, but does it make Trump any worse?
I mean, you haven't been able to tell me what Trump's
Just
gonna do.
because she's breaking ties doesn't mean just saying yes or no doesn't mean shit.
She also influenced the policy alongside Biden. I just want to clarify. You haven't been able to tell me how Trump's going to pay for his tax plan. You haven't been able to tell me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more so than rich people. You haven't been able to tell me how he's going to end homelessness. Then also another point that you mentioned about free college for all. I'll give you one chance to admit to the 10,000 people watching that you're being intentionally dishonest.
Okay, so we'll talk about ending homelessness. He's going to bring in doctors, lawyers, social services workers. He's going to find out what their underlying conditions are and help reintegrate them back into society. He's going to pay for it because we're not going to spend billions of dollars to Ukraine, and and he's going to secure the border, and he's going to redirect the money that we're spending on the illegal immigration towards bettering the people that live within these borders. And for free college,
Can you name one?
He's going to free college. He's going to provide it for all people.
Name one federal program that benefits undocumented migrants. What money is our federal government spending on undocumented migrants?
I don't know what money is being spent on documents.
So then how do you know that federal money is being spent on undocumented migrants?
I didn't say federal money is being spent on them.
What money does he have control over?
I don't know. I don't run the budget.
Oh, yeah. No, he can't go tell us. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Also, do you know that
I don't run the budget. I don't get into the weeds of all that, Dean. You don't have to get into the weeds of what happens behind the scenes.
Did you know that Donald Trump is pro open borders?
No, he's not pro open borders, but he does want people here legally.
Then why did he torpedo Langford's border bill?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Dean.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Langford's border bill, a Trump-endorsed Republican senator that drafted a bipartisan border bill starting in 2021, with Trump then calling the Republicans and telling them to vote against it so the Democrats look bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What else was in that bill, Dean?
Oh, let's see. $97 billion for Israel, Ukraine, and Gaza.
Uh-huh.
Right? And you know what happened?
$97 billion, right?
And you know what happened? After they had torpedoed the border bill, they revised it to just be the funding for Israel, Ukraine, and Gaza, and then they signed it into law. Public Law 118-50, April 24th, 2024.
And under Biden and Harris's weak leadership, Putin decided to invade Ukraine, and that's cost us nearly $300 billion, Dean, for a war Russia
Why did Donald Trump torpedo Langford's border bill?
No,
It shows that he's
no.
borders.
The border bill has more shit in it than just securing the border.
And all the externalities pass.
No, there's more shit in there, Dean, than you want to tell your little 10,000 viewers.
No, they had a bunch of externalities. $100 billion.
Donald Trump doesn't need the bill.
Funding.
He's going to end the war in Ukraine. He's going to seal our border.
It had $100 billion in foreign funding. It all fucking passed.
Donald Trump doesn't want to spend $100 billion.
The Republicans only revised out the border revisions and then still passed the $100 billion for other countries.
We don't need to add that. Just
God
secure
bless.
the border.
Thank you for the money again. You understand that after Trump called them, they only took out the revisions for the border and then passed the funding for the other countries.
I have not heard of this, Dean.
Public Law 118-50, April 24th, 2024 is when it was signed into law. And then guess what? Chris Murphy, right, tried to revitalize Langford's border provisions because he thought that you might be onto something. He thought maybe the Republicans shot it down because of the funding for other countries. He got a committee together and he had a single issue border bill, right? And he attempted to get it passed, but then the Republicans still fucking shot it down after word had got around that Trump wanted them to.
Well, I will educate myself on the Langford border bill. But that's not why I came up here. I came up here to talk to you about the Trump court cases. For you to sit up here and spew that Trump is guilty for all this stuff when the appeals process hasn't played out is disingenuous.
Wait, I have a question. Can some people appeal their criminal convictions 20 years after they've been in prison?
You can appeal if it's legal to appeal.
Okay, so then why are we putting people in jail when their appeal processes haven't rung out yet?
I don't know. Just following the law, I guess.
Oh my God, but isn't that tyranny? Right? If we can't say someone's guilty until after the appeal process is finalized, why are we putting people in jail before the appeal process is finalized?
Appeals don't take 20 years. What appeal are you talking about? It takes 20 years.
Some people can and do appeal their cases like 20 years later. Like they'll reopen it for appeal
but that's their decision. But when you appeal your case in a timely fashion and the appeals court throws it out, did you commit the crime or not?
If an appeals court throws it out, then what we'd say here is that they don't have sufficient evidence to demonstrate. Oh, wait, actually, an appeals court actually doesn't overrule the decision by a jury.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Well, we're about to find out in the Carroll appeal that just happened 2 weeks ago.
No, appeals courts, they operate on like technicalities, right? If the law is applicable alongside other facets, they don't say that the jury was incorrect.
So do you know why Trump appealed the Carroll case?
Dude, I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because of the evidence. Because
you're absolutely pivoting from what we're talking about.
I'm not pivoting. I'm just going to let you know.
You are pivoting because I was asking you about why Donald Trump is pro-open borders. I was asking you how Donald Trump was going to pay for his tax policy. I was asking you about how Donald Trump was going to end homelessness. I was asking you about how Donald Trump is going to make our country more energy independent. I was asking you about every single reason that you brought up insofar as why Donald Trump is a better candidate than Kamala Harris, and you didn't respond to any of those points.
I told you how he was going to end homelessness. Are you not listening to me, Dean?
You said that he was going to bring in social workers, lawyers, doctors, etc.
Yes.
Okay. How?
Yes. What do you mean how?
Is he just going to spend money?
Yes, he's going to spend money. It's going to take money to fix this.
Okay, where's the money going to come from?
Like I said, it's going to come from the money that we're sending over to Ukraine. He can reallocate it to other divisions inside of his administration. They can move money around, Dean.
Okay, so you understand that the money that we're sending from Ukraine is coming from our DoD budget.
I don't care where it's coming from. They can move money around, Dean.
I do. The reason why we should care where it's coming from is he says that he's actually going to increase the DoD budget. But if you hold to the claim that he's going to reallocate it to solve homelessness, you're arguing that he's lying and he's actually going to decrease the DoD
I don't care how it's funded, Dean. It doesn't matter.
Pauline, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo, Pauline. Oh, is someone getting jealous?
No, no one's jealous.
Oh, seemingly, because you just contradicted Trump. Trump has said that he wants to make our military budget greater, and now you're saying that he's going to reallocate money from the
He
DoD fund
does.
to fix homelessness.
And he created the Space Force under his administration.
How could
Dean.
you say that he's going to increase our military budget, but also say he's going to take money away from our military budget?
He's not. He can always add more money, Dean.
Wait, but you said the money that he was going to use to end homelessness was going to come from the DoD budget.
The money that he wants to end homelessness is he was illustrating that we're spending.
Pauline, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo.
When we
I
could,
appreciate
we could
you
use
for the
that
love.
money better
Thank you so
resources
much
to
for the
help
love.
Americans, Dean.
Thank you so much for the love, Pauline. So, I mean,
Dean.
first of all, the reason that we're sending money to Ukraine was because of the Budapest Memorandum that we signed with them in 1994, stating that if they give up their nukes, we'll protect them if they're invaded. Second of all, that it's not new money being spent. That's a reallocation of the DoD budget. So when you make the claim that he's going to pay to end homelessness by taking the money that we're sending to Ukraine and send it to homeless people in America, you're essentially saying that we're going to take money from the DoD budget and we're going to send it back to the American people.
So
Which
let's
would
talk
mean-
about the Budapest Memorandum.
you listen to me, buddy, which would specifically mean that he would be decreasing the DoD budget. Okay? The conclusion of your argument that the money sent to Ukraine will now be sent to homeless people in America is making an argument that the DoD budget will be decreased. Okay? Right? But no, this is something that Donald Trump has said that he's against. Donald Trump has not said that he's going to decrease the military budget. Donald Trump has said that he's going to increase the military budget. So where is he going to get the money from to solve homelessness?
He's going to get the money, Dean.
From where?
And as far as the Budapest Memorandum,
no, from where?
Russia
Tell me where.
signed the agreement not to invade. We signed the agreement. The UK signed the agreement, but Russia is in violation of the Budapest. That's why Trump will end this war day one.
So tell me where the money is going to come from to solve homelessness.
I just told you he's going to take money from. I don't know exactly where, but he said he would redirect the $250 billion that we're sending outside of our country and put it back into Americans.
But that's a contradiction.
Invest in America.
That's a contradiction because that's
It's
from
not
our
a
DoD
contradiction,
budget.
Dean.
It is. You're saying that he's going to decrease the DoD budget.
Well, let's play it from his own words' mouth.
Yes, his own words are contradictory here because the contradiction is Donald Trump will increase the military budget while also saying Donald Trump will take the money we're sending to Ukraine, which is a part of our military budget, and send it to homeless people instead, taking it out of the military budget. What's the contradiction there, DJ? Increase or decrease? Which one?
He can put a lot of money into the Defense Department budget.
Okay, so he's actually not going to redirect it from the DoD budget because he's just going to put more money towards the DoD budget. So there's going to be more government spending with no plan how he's going to pay for it, just like the $4 to $5 trillion that he's no plan to pay for another 10 years of his tax cuts. This is why Donald Trump is bad for reckless government spending, which is a massive reason why we shouldn't vote for him, because currently the biggest government expenditure that we have is interest on debt.
All right, let's listen to it.
Off our streets. We want to take care of them, but they have to be off our streets. There is nothing compassionate about letting these individuals live in filth and squalor rather than getting them the help that they need. We need professionals to help them. For a small fraction of what we spend upon Ukraine, we could take care of every homeless veteran in America. Our veterans are being treated horribly. Likewise, with all of the money we will save by ending mass unskilled migration, we will have a huge dividend to address this crisis in our own country. Under my strategy, working with states, we will ban urban camping wherever possible. Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment and services if they're willing to be rehabilitated. Many of them don't want that. We'll give them the option. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers, and drug rehab specialists, and create 10 cities where the homeless can be relocated and their problems identified. But we'll open up our cities again, make them livable and make them beautiful. For those who are just temporarily down on their luck, we will work to help them quickly reintegrate into a normal life. For those who have addictions, substance abuse, and common mental health problems, we will get them into treatment. And for those who are severely mentally ill and deeply disturbed, we will bring them back to mental institutions where they belong, with the goal of reintegrating them back into society once they are well enough to manage. It's a tough task, a very tough task. What's taken place on the streets, what's taken place with their taking so much drugs. But the fact is, we're going to try. This strategy will be far better and also far less expensive than spending vast sums of taxpayer money to house the homeless in luxury hotels without addressing their underlying issues. And they have so many of these underlying issues and needs. This is how I will end the scourge of homelessness and make our cities clean and safe and beautiful once again. We will do it. We will bring back America. Thank you.
There you go. That's leadership, Dean.
It's
That's
not
leadership
when it's
101.
lies. Yeah, the issue that I have with Trump here is that he's not actually going to do any of this because he doesn't have any plan for how he's going to pay for it.
He just told you how he'll pay for it.
Yeah, but he's
for
also
a
said
small
that
fraction.
Okay, I'm going to make this contradiction clear one last time. If you don't understand this contradiction, I'm going to kick you and I'm going to move on. Okay? So he's saying that he's going to pay for it by taking the money sent to Ukraine and sending it to homeless. That's taking money from the DoD budget and sending it to homeless because the money for Ukraine is coming from the DoD budget. Okay? But then he's also saying that he wants to spend more on the military, not spend less.
Yes, and he
That's
can do
a
both.
contradiction.
He can do both.
Okay, so you
He can add a lot more money to the budget.
So the reason why we can't, let's imagine that we had a basket with 10 apples in it. Okay? Every single day, I'm taking one of those apples and I'm giving it to my friend. Let's just say his name is Gary. And then what have I said? That I'm going to take that one apple that I'm giving to
I want to
Gary.
take care of them, but they
Okay.
have to be off our streets.
So I'm going to, hey, DJ.
Well, you know what? He really didn't say he was going to take money that we send to Ukraine.
Do you mind if I finish? If you
Yeah, go ahead and finish, but I'm going to clarify what he actually said.
Okay, so if I'm taking one of his apples and I'm giving it to my friend Gary, and then I turn around and I say, I'm going to take that apple that I'm giving to Gary and I'm going to instead give it to, the homeless people, okay, that makes sense. But guess what? At the end of the day, I'm still left with 9 apples in my basket every day because instead of that apple going to Gary, it's going to homeless people. But now what Donald Trump is saying, that I don't want to have just 9 apples in my basket at the end of the day. I want to have more than 9 apples. So what that means is that we'll have more spending, all things considered. Right? So where is Donald Trump going to get this more spending, all things considered from?
Dean.
Also, guys, I'm not muting him. He's muting himself.
Okay, Dean, let's listen one more time, real quick, 5 seconds.
Of what we spend upon Ukraine, we could take care of.
So he said for a small fraction of what we spend upon Ukraine. That doesn't mean he's going to take money that we send to Ukraine and use it. He's just saying for a small fraction, he's illustrating the point that we could better utilize the resources we have within our borders and help solve the problems inside our country versus sending a bunch of money outside our country.
But once
that's
again,
what he's saying.
That's still more spending, all things considered. Okay, you would be right if he didn't also want to increase the military budget.
He can do both.
But where is that all?
Where
things
he gets
considered-
the money from
where's
is
that
not
money
my
gonna come from?
concern.
It should be your concern because this gives us reason that he's not going to implement the policy.
I trust Donald Trump will use the resources and the tools available to him effectively.
But that's the thing. He didn't do this during his first term, and I don't think he's going to do it during his second term. He's already announced $5 trillion in additional spending to do with his tax cuts that he has implemented or has given us no plan for how he's going to pay for it. And he's just saying shit. He's like, we're going to pay for this, we're going to pay for that, we're going to pay for this and that and that and that. You could convince me that Donald Trump may implement these things if you could tell me how he's going to pay for them. But if he doesn't know how he's going to pay for it, well, then guess what? We have no reason that he's going to implement it.
It's not that I need to know how he's going to pay for it,
dollars?
Dean. I trust that he will use the tools and resources at his disposal as president of the United States to get it done.
But that's
the difference, Dean.
But he doesn't have those tools at his disposals. That's debt.
He absolutely has
Sale,
those
thank you for
tools
the
at his
unicorn
disposal.
fantasy. I appreciate you for the love. So you're saying that he's just going to sign in more debt? Thank you so much for the
Whatever
unicorn
it
sale.
takes.
W's for sale down
I
below
don't
in the
care
chat.
if he is signing
Thank
in
you so
more
much
debt.
for the love.
Getting the homeless off the street should be priority number 1.
Oh, okay. Oh, so if getting homeless people off the street should be priority number 1. Cam, thank you so much for the $22 and the
under
22
your
cents on
logic, you're
PayPal.
like, oh, we
I appreciate
shouldn't
you for the love. Thank you so much, Cam. Massive W's down below in the chat. Thank you so much. Okay, so if
Way to
getting homeless
pivot,
people
Dean.
off the street is priority number 1, I'm not pivoting. I'm responding
No one,
exactly to what you said.
no one cares about debt. We care about getting the people off the street. That's
our
priority
biggest-
number 1, Dean.
What is our biggest government expenditure?
I have no idea. Our defense budget, probably.
No, bigger than the defense budget is interest on debt.
No one cares, Dean.
Also, I just want to say it's funny how
How much is our debt, Dean? 35 trillion?
No one fucking cares about debt. Wait, dude, I think it's fucking great how
Nobody cares.
I think it's so great how good I am at debating that I could get a conservative to say that nobody cares about debt. I think it's so, dude, I'm literally
Well, how
such
much
a
is
good
it,
debater.
Dean?
I am such a good fucking debater that I can get a conservative to say that no one cares about debt. I'm so fucking good at this.
Tell me why we should care.
Why we should care about debt?
Yes.
Oh my God, because every single time you pay taxes, the biggest substantial portion of every single dollar you pay in taxes is going towards paying interest on debt.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And
if you
what
actually
and
want
how
our
much is
tax
it,
dollars
Dean?
to go far, if you
How much is our national deficit right now?
last time I checked, it was $28 trillion.
What if it was 100 gazillion trillion dollars?
Well, then all of a sudden, more of every single dollar you are paying in taxes to our federal government is going to pay off the interest on the debt. That's the issue, right? If we want to be able to have a managed and responsible federal budget where our tax dollars are actually being put towards effective uses, we have to reduce the debt so we're no longer paying like $1 out of every $3
Dean,
on interest.
the last
for
time I
debt.
checked, we've
And
had
the-
a national
and the
deficit
fact-
since the 1800s.
And the fact that I'm specifically arguing to a conservative that reducing the debt is good is insane. I just
What I'm
want to
telling you is
clarify, do any conservatives in the chat also not care about debt? This is just for conservatives. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a conservative and you think it's good to reduce debt, and put a 2 in the chat if you're a conservative. And nah, run wild, run it all, increase the debt. Let's see what we get.
Dean, it doesn't matter if the debt's 28 trillion, 40 trillion, 100 gazillion trillion. It doesn't change the way we run our lives.
No, it absolutely does. It absolutely
does not.
It absolutely
We've been
does.
in debt
Am
since
I
the
fucking-
1800s.
Am I fucking debating a Republicans don't care about debt? Is that really the argument? Wait. So would you have an issue with Kamala Harris advocating to like end all homelessness, giving everyone a free home, free food, free water, and universal basic income? Because
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Would you have an issue with that though? Catherine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I
I
appreciate
think
you
a
doing
lot of people would have an issue with it. It's called welfare.
Wait, why would you have an issue with it?
Because what did they do to earn it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now you're making the argument that we shouldn't have social programs, not because we care about debt, but because they didn't do anything to earn it. Well, why aren't you asking the same thing about homeless individuals that are specifically going to be granted all these great benefits by Donald Trump? I would make the argument that social safety nets are necessary and we need to be benefiting homeless individuals, that we need to be benefiting the low and the middle class. But how can you sit here and say that some social welfare programs are good for homeless people, but others are bad because what have they done to earn it? Wait, why don't you say that Donald Trump's support for homeless people is bad because what have they done to earn it?
It's not that it's bad. It's just giving them an opportunity to have a fresh restart on life, Dean. Some people actually need.
What have they done to earn it?
It's not a matter of what they've done to
Karen,
earn
thank
it.
you
It's
so much
about
for the
giving
love.
them the chance.
Dude, you
The
sound like a
opportunity.
liberal. You sound like such a liberal. You are libbed out. You are so totally libbed out. You are so totally libbed out, telling me that we need to be giving opportunity and chances to those that are more needy, and we don't care about the debt. You literally sound like a fucking. You sound like a liberal.
You know why, Dean?
You sound
You know
like
why
a
it's-
liberal. Holy shit! I'm literally getting him to be a
You know
liberal
why it's
on the
important?
live. Yo,
You know
all
why
right.
it's important?
Yeah, I'm here to debate conservatives. I'm not here to debate liberals.
Because it helps clean up our cities, Dean.
Oh, okay. So you actually don't care about the lives of the homeless people. You just don't want to see them. Therefore, we need to give them.
It's not about just seeing them. It's about making our cities great.
Wait, what if
cleaning
you
it up,
wait? What if
helping
you,
people.
What if
It's a win-win situation, Dean.
Okay, do you think that a universal basic income would help people?
It wouldn't solve any problems. It just caused more inflation.
Oh, okay. What causes inflation?
Adding money to the economy.
Okay, and if we add $4 to $5 trillion to the economy with no plan how to pay for it, what does that do?
Not much.
Oh, but that's a contradiction. Now I got you
No,
tripped
it's
up.
not.
Now I
No,
got
it's
you
not.
tripped up. Now I got you tripped
Not
up.
just because you add money to the deficit
Now I-
doesn't
now
mean
I-
it causes inflation, Dean.
Now I got you tripped up. If it's debt-related spending.
That's not debt-related spending, Dean.
Okay, well, if it's not debt-related spending, then it's going to be paid for by a reduction in government spending or an increase in revenue. So which one is it going to be?
It could be. It could be just paid from the taxes that we already pay.
Okay, so saying that we're going to pay for debt-related spending occurred through reducing taxes by taxes is like me saying I want a meal, so I'm going to fast for a week. That's like me saying that I want a wife, so I'm going to break up with my girlfriend. That's like me saying, McNubbin, thank you for the gym gun, that I want a car, so I'm going to sell my Camry.
But you can do whatever you want, Dean.
It's a direct contradiction to say that you're going to pay for debt related by decreasing taxes with taxes.
No. Dean, no
You're
one
so
in
irrational.
America.
Okay,
No
I'm
one in
kicking you.
America.
I'm done with you. Did you really just say that it is not a contradiction to say that we're going to pay through debt created by taxes with... Oh my God. Thank you for the gym gun. Is this real life, chat? Are we living real life? Is this chat? Is this fucking real life? Holy shit. We're gonna get our next guest up in here right now. This will probably be the last guest of the night before we do go ahead and raid Parker, y'all. Dude, this is real life. This is real life. Hey, everyone make fun of like the... Hey, everyone make fun of like the 12-year-olds in the chat that think that that guy won. Thank you. Honestly, I need to go get like a MAGA hat, right? So, like, when the Trump supporters on my live are being so ridiculous, I could just make their argument better for them and then still debunk it. McNubbin, thank you so much for the gym gun. Like, if y'all have ever watched Hassan before, then you probably know what I'm talking about. He'll be reacting to, like, Republicans' debate.
God, I've been
and
waiting for this
when
my
they
whole
sound, like, so stupid, he'll put on a hat himself and then make a better argument. Yo, Scott, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Scott. Massive W's for Scott down below. And John with a $50 on Venmo as well. Thank you for the love, John, with a $50. Massive W's for John down below. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. That is absolutely fucking insane. Thank you for the love. Massive W's down below, ladies and gentlemen. Massive W's. What's going on, man?
All right, man. I've been waiting for this my whole life, bro. Like, honestly, can we just kiss on the lips, please? Like, I'm begging you, bro. Like, please, can we kiss on the lips? I'm not voting for Trump. Fuck Trump. But, like, can we kiss on the lips, please? Please?
Y'all crack me the fuck up. Y'all crack me the fuck up. Let me tell you. You guys crack me the fuck up. I love you guys. You guys are hilarious. You guys, you know what? You guys are great. You guys are great. Jesus Christ, we've been on for a while. I could see you coasting with Parker for a little bit. Em, I appreciate you for that paper crane. All right, honestly, let's just go ahead and raid Parker. Would y'all start spamming at Parker get a job down below in that chat? We're gonna go raid Parker. We're gonna coast with him for a little bit. We're gonna have fun. I'm honestly, dude, I've had a great day. I've had a really great day of debates. We've been on for a little bit under 5 hours. That is pretty good. Hey, so for the 9,000 people in here, everyone head over to Parker's stream. At Parker Get a Job, spam Dean Raid in the chat. We're going to coast with him for a little bit. I will see you all over there like very, very, very shortly. I'm going to hop up in the queue. We're going to coast with him for like maybe 30 minutes, and then I'm going to get off myself after I hit over 5 hours. Thank you for the You're Amazing. I will see you all over there. Go spam Dean Raid in his chat at Parker Get a Job. See you all over there very, 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 very shortly, y'all. All 9,000 of y'all head over. Peace.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you voting Trump?
Sorry, I will leave immediately. I just want to say thank you for promoting.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just looking for people who are voting for Trump, but I really appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, all right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do you tap that screen? Let's get up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, Holly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Do you need a hug? No, I'm chilling. I'm good, don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. Hi, I'm 30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
Voting for Trump. Well, I'm voting for Trump because I'm really proud of him today. He's been in Georgia and North Carolina. He's visiting with the people from the hurricane. So I'm really proud of him for doing that. You know, stepping up, showing that he's a leader. So I like that. I like someone who steps up. You know, to those poor people, it's so sad. Like they lost their homes, the pets.
Sarah, I have a question. Who's more likely to help people in need? Democrats or Republicans?
Well, to be honest, you're going to be like, are you kidding me? I'm actually a registered Democrat. So I am a Democrat. I don't really vote for like a party. I vote for who I think will protect our country. But off topic, I just want to say that I really do admire you and Dean, because I think you are two young kids. You're doing what you believe in. So I just want to say that, you know, I admire you. You get on every day, and I always wanted to speak to you, but you always had so many people. So there's only love there for you and Dean. I think you're good kids.
Okay. So if it is the case that Democrats are more likely to help people in need, why would we think that Donald Trump in this scenario is more likely to help people with a disaster?
Walker, that was the old Democrats. The new Democrats, they're all for communism, taking over.
So can you define communism?
Freedoms. Say it again.
Can you define communism?
I think communism is when they take away people's rights. It's when the federal government gets too powerful. The federal government is supposed to work for us. And when the government gets too large, that's communism. President Reagan won when the government...
So much here, can I explain? So, no, that's not what communism is. Communism is actually stateless, which means it has no government to enforce the taking away of your rights. Also, it's classless and moneyless. But what you're thinking about is like authoritarianism, and actually you can see that within the context of Trump. Trump calls for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He says that people who burn the American flag should be put in prison for a year. Mal, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That's what he does. So he's actively advocating to undermine women's rights to abortion. 1/3 of women in this country have restricted access to abortion because of Trump's putting multiple people in the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade.
See, I have to talk to you about the abortion issue. I don't know how it got reversed because those judges allowed it. I think that every woman should have the right over her body. And I'm really sorry that happened. I don't agree with that. See, like, I'm willing to say, like, I don't agree with that. But I feel like you and Dean, you could never say one thing that Trump did well. Like, it's always... Wait, let me just finish. But I could admit, I don't agree with that. To be honest, I don't agree how Trump handled COVID. Like, there are things, but I know he has America's back. I think Kamala just wants to line her pockets, and Biden and Kamala should be in North Carolina now. They should be in Georgia. And that's what matters to me. My vote's going with Trump, but I still like you and Dean.
Sarah, did you know that Tim Walz has no money in the stock market?
Oh,
he has no money in investments.
I don't want to talk about him. I don't like him at all.
Wait, but you said they're lining their pockets. Okay.
Well,
I just gave you a clear example.
They are getting rich. Look how rich Obama.
Can I please finish?
Sure. I'm sorry, Parker.
I just gave you a clear example of a scenario where Walz isn't taking any money, and you still just didn't want to talk about that. And secondly, as it relates to this, Beanie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. It is the case that Donald Trump, he went to the big fossil fuel companies, and he said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $100 billion in tax cuts. Appreciate the subscriptions, everyone. So that's quite literally, that's corruption. Okay, so why don't we call it the corruption with Donald Trump?
Because I don't see it that way. Parker, you're going to out-debate me. You're so good. You're so smart. I really didn't even expect to talk to you. Like, let me tell you, I am not smart enough to debate you. But I just like Trump. I just.
But I think
go
he's a
with
really
Trump.
bad guy. Like, I think he's a really bad guy, and I don't think that you like the things that he's done. I think that you probably just don't know the things that he's done. Like, for example, he's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. Right? E. Jean Carroll was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump. Right? That's one thing. Two, he said his daughter is voluptuous, which means sexually attractive. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said you'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. And he says he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. He bragged about it in front of Howard Stern. This guy has a history of misogyny, a history of sexual violence against women, a history of restricting women's rights. Right? This is the history of Donald Trump. Right? We can't ignore that.
Good point. Good point. Well, Parker, you made great points, and I feel like everyone could change, and I think God will take them up on those points. Yeah, I think he did some really questionable things, but I just look at him today. I guess I made mistakes in my life, and I learned from those mistakes. And yeah, I don't know, I guess I just give someone a second chance. I think he's a better person today than.
But there are certain
was.
things I would say we don't give people second chances on. If someone sexually assaults someone, I don't give them a second chance, right? But if someone, say for example, forgets to turn on their light when they're moving in their car, they're going to a different lane, they forgot to turn on their light. Okay, well that's something that you can understand. You can be like, oh, they can recover from that, but I don't think someone can recover from sexually assaulting someone. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Chanel. I think that's crazy.
I know you care about women's rights, but with the invasion at the border, so many women have been raped, have disappeared. Like, there's
Wait, you understand Donald Trump undermined the border bill, right? And we actually have less border crossings right now than we did under Trump's administration at the end.
Know a little bit about that. As president, they could have put that through. There were a lot of things that were in that bill, and that's why he said no. But Parker, I'm gonna go now because you make great points, and I truly do like you and Dean. I think you're great kids, and I know there's like even before Trump had the assassination attempt, my sister and I were talking, well, like, if Trump runs, it's just the whole country is going to be divided. But after
before you go, Sarah, I just want to let you know, the border bill that you're referencing, it got separated from the appropriations. The things that he said that were bad, the Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza funding, all of that, right, was separated from the border bill. And the border bill didn't get passed, yet the appropriations bill did get passed. So if he actually cared about undermining the appropriations rather than the border aspect of the bill, well, then he would have undermined the appropriations rather than the solo border bill. But he undermined the border bill.
That's true. I don't really have a response because I think you're super smart.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Sarah.
I really admire you and keep on doing what you believe in. I respect that. I respect that so much. So you have a good day. Stay safe.
Appreciate you coming up, Sarah.
Oh, I like you so much. Okay, you have a good one, Parker.
Have a good one as well. All right, everyone, let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, I appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, Amy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Holly, think of the $5. Zid, think of the $1.11. And Chloe, thank you so much for the $1. Hello? Appreciate all the gifts, everyone. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you for the goose. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
The goose. How old are you?
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Tracy, the description. Okay.
Not old enough.
Okay. All right, let's get to this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so? Appreciate the little crowd. Thank you.
Well, here's the thing about Kamala. I think it would set like a wrong precedent if she were to be elected president, because it would kind of just.
You cut out. Hello, you're muted. Hello?
Precedent for democracy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate the coffee. Yeah, what were you saying?
I was saying it would set a bad precedent for democracy, because like it would set a precedent that's like, okay, Biden was in there, he was doing a good job, he was doing his thing, and then he just drops out and is like, yo, I'm gonna have my running mate.
Isaiah, I'm sorry to break it to you. Jennifer, the subscription. I don't believe you care about that. Let's be totally honest here. You're voting for a guy that tried to coup the country. Okay? He literally sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. If you cared about like what it's going to represent in terms of the reputation of our democracy, it's totally worse if you vote for Donald Trump. So don't act like you care about our democracy.
Okay, I guess, sure. Question for you though, Mr. Parker, sir. Has there ever been a candidate that has dropped out of the race and let their running mate kind of take over the ticket for them?
So no one else ran against them. I don't know if there was a circumstance in the past, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be allowed. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. Biden endorsed her. Basically, the entire Democratic parties endorsed her, and no one ran against her. Right? So everyone wants Kamala. So you can sit there and you can act like it's such a big deal, but it's not. And you don't care about our democracy. So I don't know what point you're making.
Well, I definitely do care about democracy. You don't really have an argument.
Was the 2020 election stolen?
No.
So Trump sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes to legally steal the election. You don't think that's a problem? You don't think that sets a bad precedent for our democracy?
Potentially. It could.
Andre, I appreciate the 2-month subscription. No, it does. Not it could, it does.
But I guess, how many primary elections did Kamala win?
For what? For running for presidency?
To win the candidacy, correct.
You mean for presidency? She didn't win. She had the delegates. The primary, she didn't have to win the primary.
Well, why did she get to skip that process?
It was later. Isaiah, I don't know. I already explained this to you.
Well, no, I'm asking because I genuinely don't
I don't think you're asking questions to understand more. I think you're asking questions because you think you're running an argument, but we already went over this, so there's no point to do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's my argument.
Are those not convincing reasons at all?
I guess
or do you
didn't
just
really
not care?
have much of an answer towards that argument, other than.
What do you mean I had nothing? I didn't have any answer. I answered it directly. I told you it's the delegates that vote, right?
Well, no, I
the
told you
delegates vote on behalf of the party.
It would set a bad precedent for democracy, and then you said I don't care about. Your argument to that was I don't care about democracy.
Yeah, you don't. I gave you 2 points.
But
You
how
don't
does that
care about
answer my
democracy.
argument?
JCP prescription. I gave you 2 points, so you didn't listen to the other one. Taylor, thank you for the subscription. I give you 1 point. You don't care about our democracy, and the other point that it's the delegates that are voting for the candidate. The delegates vote on behalf of what we want. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with her being the nominee. No one ran against her.
Who makes up the delegates?
Janelle, I appreciate the subscription.
And who are the delegates made up of?
They're made up representatives of particular areas.
Right.
What's your point?
I was just asking.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to make a point. I was just asking.
Okay. Do you think you made a point or something? I'm confused. Like, I was waiting for your response to that. I gave you a direct response, and you're acting like I didn't.
Well, I understand the delegates choose the candidate, but in this case, they chose Joe Biden.
No, they didn't. They chose Kamala Harris. You have no clue what you're talking about. The delegates all chose Kamala Harris.
Then
no one even went out to no one even went out to get signatures for other candidates. Not a single one.
So why was Joe Biden on the ticket?
Joe Biden wasn't on the ticket at the point in which they were accepting her through the DNC. GG, I appreciate
So then why was he debating against the other candidate on the ticket?
Because he was the presumptive nominee at that point.
So he was.
You're being incompetent at this point. Prior to the DNC, yes.
You're just running in circles.
Prior. Appreciate the VR goggles. If you think I'm running in circles, I'm sorry. Your IQ's like 40. Like, to be totally honest with you. I'm sorry to break it to you.
I'm not gonna stoop to personal.
I'm not even trying to be. I'm not even personally insulting. I'm just describing reality. Appreciate the hand. I'm actually totally serious. I'm not even trying to say that to be rude or anything. I'm just telling you, like, legitimately, if you literally believe that, like, you're walking circles around me, you just have no clue what's going on. You're lost.
So I didn't say that I'm walking circles around you. I said that your argument is going in circles.
Yeah, either or.
Okay.
No, it's not going in circles. How is it going in a circle? Please tell me. Follow me through that.
So yeah, I mean, back to my original point.
What was the circle? What was the circle? Tell me. Go ahead. Illustrate to me what the circle is.
It would set a bad precedent for democracy.
Oh no! Illustrate to me the circle. Illustrate to me the circle. What is it, Isaiah? Can you tell me the circle? What's the circle that my argument goes in? I can't hear you, Isaiah. You're currently paused out of the app.
Hello, can you hear me now?
What's the circle?
A circle is a spherical object.
I'm asking what the circle is of my argument, because you said my argument goes in a circle. Can you tell me what that means?
A circle is also a show on Netflix.
Okay, have a good day, man. All right. I think we do have a following glitch chat. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what it is. I think it is. You, it's a how old are you?
Soy boy. Soy
How old are you?
Soy boy.
How old are you?
13.
Okay. You know you're just gonna get kicked for that, but yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, mate.
All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Land a bridge description. I was too young. We don't have a yard out here.
Oh, okay. All I'm trying to say as a younger...
It's not even manual. Like, you would sit on the fucking thing and go.
No. There's like weed whackers, shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like 12 when I lived in Iowa, so.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm just trying to see where your point comes across as...
Does that invalidate anything I'm saying?
No, I'm just...
Do you have a degree in economics?
Nope.
No? Okay, I do have a degree in economics. So when we're talking about economic policy, who's going to be more informed for that conversation? Is it the person that's done random shit by mowing a lawn in the backyard? Or is it going to be the person that had a degree in economics? Please tell me. So you have all this experience with all these other things that are physical labor. Sure. Well, I have experience here with economics. I have experience with debating. So engage with the argumentation. Engage what's relevant to the conversation. Don't obfuscate and talk about something irrelevant like manual labor when we're using our brains here.
I love how mad you get.
Appreciate the hand art. I'm not mad at all. I was just giving you an argument. You got mad because I spoke fast.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
well, I don't
You think
understand how
speaking
you-
fast equals mad? Like what?
No. So, like I said before, I've been working since I was 16, and nothing has benefited from the Democratic Party. And
I gave you multiple things. Did you want to respond to any of the things I brought up? Can you say me? Tell me one thing I brought up.
For me.
Okay,
Nothing
so
has benefited me.
okay,
I
it's
wanna know how
okay.
you-
Only if it benefits you.
No,
okay?
I'm just.
Do you care about your children?
I don't have children.
Do you care about your future children if you're going to have them?
Yeah, I have little brothers
Okay.
and sisters. I care about them too.
Okay, so like you want a society in the future where they're not negatively impacted to a greater extent due to things like climate change, right?
Climate change. Climate
You don't
change.
believe in that? 97% of climate scientists agree climate change is caused by humans. Donald Trump denies science. He says that that science doesn't know it yet, that the Earth's going to start cooling. He's like
You drive
actually
an
fucking
electric vehicle?
delusional. What's up?
You drive an electric vehicle,
I drive a hybrid.
so it's gas and
Jayleen,
electric.
think of the $10. Thank you so much. Yes.
So why aren't you contributing to the climate change?
It's a systemic thing. It's not something you can fix by just like not using a gas car. It's something we have to do on an overall basis. Also, when I'm saying this, it is the case that I'm talking about a systemic change. Okay? Do you understand that?
Yep. So I have all right. One more question before I get out of here. I'm busy. I got shit. to
Also,
do.
by the way, I'm just letting you know, I'm not saying that we can't use oil right now. I'm just saying that we like are going to phase it out in the future. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and do you agree that oil is good for a lot of things?
I mean, what do you mean when you mean good is like useful?
Yeah.
Do you mean that? Yeah, it's useful. We
So
use it all the
why do
time.
we want to, why do we want to get rid of it?
Because it harms the human habitability on this planet.
Okay. Do you use chapstick?
Every once in a while, yeah.
You know what chapstick comes from?
Not really.
Paraffin. You know what paraffin is?
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You understand that there are different chapsticks, right?
No, I'm just
There's the
asking.
hearts.
I'm just asking you questions.
Do you
I
think
know
all
it's-
chapstick comes from the same things?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so then what's your
Just
point?
asking you simple questions.
Wait, so what about Burt's Bees, right? Or like
I don't know
amphetamines out of
exa-
beeswax?
I don't know exactly what brands are made from paraffin or not.
Okay, well,
I'm just trying to get your aspect on the oil.
Jets, think of the subscription. Okay, well, I mean,
You don't think
again,
pumping oil is
Mr.
good?
Confetti, you understand that I'm not saying that there are no uses to oil. What I'm saying is that over time, it's more effective for us to weed those things out, preach the confetti, and go on to other forms of electricity and energy.
And you do realize that we're never going to go all electric. It's never going to work.
Cassie, think of the $2. You can say it's never going to happen, but it
Never
absolutely
going to.
will.
There's no way.
What do you mean, no way? You're just saying that.
Okay, your electric car. Where's the tires come from?
You mean in terms of rubber?
Yeah, how do you make rubber?
I don't know how to make, dude, just because I don't know how to make everything or produce everything doesn't mean that I have an inability of demonstrating the fact that we can change to other types of electricity. You don't have to know the specifics of how oil is used in all contexts. How do you get oil out of the ground in all contexts?
And there's a lot to it. You frack, you drill, you pump. What else? I mean,
Okay, so how do you drill? Push that mustache. Like what type of machine do you use? Prescription, thank you.
like with the truck. What do you mean? Like a pulling truck?
Just a truck? You do it with a truck? You think oil rigs get it from a truck? Do you see how ridiculous this is? You don't have to know the exact how every single process of how oil is used.
Yes, I can tell you exactly how it's done, Parker.
No, you can't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't have them in my backyard. What?
Okay, dude, but that was the point you were making. You were making that because like I didn't know the exact way in which we get rubber or something like that. I know it's
But
hard to treat, but I'm talking in terms of the
to say is
manufacturing
that
process.
It all comes from some aspect of oil, Parker.
Well, no, I appreciate the $5. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You don't have to
Okay.
use oil.
Okay, so they shut down oil. Okay.
I'm not saying we shut it down right now. I'm saying over time. Are you really this fucking dense, dude? Are you this dumb? Right? You don't know that we have to go on to other types of energy to be able to like save the habitability for humans on this
I'm
planet?
just telling you, it's never going to happen. It's never going to go all electric.
So what do you think is going to happen? You just think we're fucked?
I mean, yeah.
What are we going to do? Tell me what is it? Wait, do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
To some extent, yeah.
What do you mean to some extent?
I'm sure we have something to do with it.
Do you think most of it's caused by us?
I'd say a good percentage. I couldn't give you a...
You can't say most. This guy's fucking ingenious, dude. He's ingenious. Most of the change was since 1850. Can you explain to me why since 1850 that's happened?
No, I can't explain to you why this has happened.
Industrial Revolution, easy.
Since 1850.
Do you understand the Industrial Revolution?
Okay, so in 1850...
That's when we started using oil more?
So in 1850, were we better off than we are now?
No, absolutely not. What I'm saying is that it is the case that we are way better off now than we were then. Okay, but the point I'm making is that since then, we have seen a massive increase in the average temperature of the Earth in a short period of time. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, so
the cause is likely that.
If it's not from humans, what's it from?
No, it is from humans, genius.
I'm saying if it's not 100% from humans, what is it?
There are natural changes that exist, right? It's predominantly humans. Okay, there are deviations throughout history. There are points in history even where it's been warmer. We're talking about survivability for us.
Right.
And it's also, I do want to bring this up as well. Like animal agriculture is a huge portion of that as well. Like arguably that might be more.
You think what? As in farming?
Yeah, like types of animal agriculture, like the level of like animal agriculture we have.
So are you saying
factory
like
farming?
You're okay. So what about like a smaller farm?
Dude, I'm just telling you that those add like over time. If you have enough small farms,
like
it would
huge farms.
I don't think. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm talking factory farming.
Gotcha. All right, one more thing before I go.
Do I think the average farmer is like the worst possible? No, I'm not saying that. I'm arguing that it is the case that like the overall systemic use of animal agriculture leads to a huge portion of our overall emissions, and especially things like methane that are more potent than carbon dioxide in the short term, especially.
No, I understand that. So what's your solution to that?
Solution to like animal agriculture?
Yeah.
Over time, Vanessa, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, son. I appreciate the subscription. We're going to be developing plant-based proteins that taste the same as meat. It's like meat alternatives, and so it's not going to be anything to do with like the same factory farming process we do right now.
Gotcha. All right. I guess name me one thing from Trump that you like.
I'm not eating bugs, bro. I'm not eating bugs. What's up?
Can you name me like one big thing from Trump that you like? One policy that you like?
Operation Warp Speed.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not like 100%. I don't agree with all he does, but.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
See, and here you do this shit with everybody you bring up. I'm not. Is Kamala perfect? Has she ever committed a crime?
Is Kamala perfect? No, she's not perfect. I never said she's perfect, but not sexually assaulting someone is not being perfect. Have you sexually assaulted someone?
No, absolutely.
Are you perfect?
No.
Okay, so you don't have to be perfect in order to not sexually assault someone.
Right.
Like, dude, why are you using that as an argument?
Has she ever committed a crime?
Lori, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Not to my knowledge.
Okay. But like I said, the only reason I'm going that way is because 100%.
Okay, so now can you answer my question? Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Civilly liable?
Yes.
Was he charged in a criminal court for it?
Okay, when I say civilly liable, you know that it's not in a criminal court. You know it's in a civil court. Are you really that dense? Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman be a gym teacher?
It's not a criminal. I don't understand. It's not a criminal.
You know what? I'm
court.
convinced you know you're wrong. I'm convinced because you won't answer the damn questions. I'm convinced you fucking know you're wrong, and yet you still want to hold to the position. You're a joke. You're an actual fucking joke. You really expect me to continue to have a conversation with you when you're not even going to engage with any of it? You don't care.
I just told you.
You're going to vote for him no matter what. You know it's sick. You know it's disgusting, and yet you still want to fucking follow this guy? Jesus Christ, where's your damn humanity? Like, this is what I want to do to everyone. This is what I think on the inside. You are fucking ridiculous. You're insane, right? The fact that you want to support this man, it's utterly ridiculous, right? Get your head out of your ass and fucking vote for the right person. Jesus Christ, dude.
Kamala Harris
Don't
is not
vote for
the
someone
right
who
person.
sexually abused women. Don't vote for someone who sexualized little 10-year-old girls. Don't vote for a guy who tried to coup the country. Don't vote for a guy who called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims to enter the country. Jesus Christ, where's your damn humanity?
Parker, you don't even know what it's like to work a real job in this economy.
Is that even a response? What is a real job? What is a real job? Define it for me, please.
I'm telling you right now, sitting on a computer or a phone doing TikTok debates when you're 23 years old is not a fucking job.
22. Can you tell me can you define to me what a real job is?
22.
Define me. What's a real job?
You've never done hard physical labor.
So has Trump ever done hard physical labor?
Did he start his own business?
Have I started my own business? Taylor, I started my own business.
Yeah, what is it?
Are you mad? This is the business.
Yeah, this isn't a business.
It's legally defined as a business, genius.
All this is
a legally defined as a business, Taylor.
Money to somebody that's begging for money on TikTok debates.
Yeah, I'm not begging anyone for money. You're just
My
jealous
Cash
and you're
App
mad.
is in my bio. My
Yeah,
Cash App's
me
in my
saying my
bio.
Cash App in my Venmo or in my bio is not begging for money. It's telling
that's
people
not
it's in the
fucking
bio.
job. You have a W-2?
Barry, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, it's 1099, buddy. Hey, it's called a 1099, buddy.
Yeah,
It's a 1099.
I get those too. Don't worry.
Okay, so then what are you talking about? You know that it's not even going to be a W-2. Why'd you ask that?
Parker,
if you know I run a business, well, you know it's not going to be a W-2.
I bet you couldn't even change a tire on your vehicle.
Is that a response? I think I'm saying define a real job. Can you define that?
I just told you.
Anthony, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Can you define to me a real job? Dak, thank you for the
I just
description.
told you.
Just no, tell me, define to me what it is.
I just told you 8 times.
No, define it. Don't give me an example, define. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 since you begged. Thank you so much.
That is defining it.
That's not defining it. Appreciate that mustache.
Working a job?
This is a job.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. By definition. What's a job?
In 2024, this is a job.
What's a
Yes.
job?
100%. It's a job in 20.
Oh, it is a job? Get cooked then, bud. You just conceded. You just conceded.
Get cooked.
Tyler, thank you for the subscription. You literally just conceded, buddy.
Parker, that was me being sarcastic.
Okay, so what is a job?
I already told you what a job is. It's
Define it. Why do you just keep saying the same thing?
It's either physical or hardworking labor for money.
Okay, so Trump's never had a job.
Parker, his one business is probably.
Wait, now we're talking about how much it's worth?
No, I'm saying he does more in one business than what.
Tessa, thank you so much for the $25 for I love your real job. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, Tessa.
For yourself, for your TikTok debates. That's
It's
not
called self-employment, buddy. Narnia, thank you for the $20 for a drop. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You live by yourself?
Yes, I do.
Do you can
Chris, you think
afford
the $5?
Can afford to live by yourself with the TikTok money?
Yeah.
And you don't think that that's kind of fucked up coming from like my aspect where I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Oh,
and work 12
wait,
hours?
so you're jealous. That's what it is. You're just
No, I'm
jealous.
not jealous. I still get up and go to work every day.
Yeah, I go to work every day. Literally, I don't take breaks.
Okay, so
The one day
biggest
I'm
thing-
taking off is for me and my girlfriend's 1-year anniversary. That's it.
Oh, congrats! I thought you were a little bit different than that, but
Yes, saying congrats for being straight is a ridiculous thing. You're such a weirdo.
No, on your
You're a
one
homophobe
year,
too.
stupid.
Oh, so he's a homophobe. He's a misogynist, right? He's voting
said on
for a
your 1
racist.
year.
This guy wants to get the Infinity Stones of bigotry.
Here we go. I said on
You
your
literally have
1
the Infinity Stones of bigotry, dude.
on your 1 year, you stupid fuck.
What? What about my 1 year?
I said congrats.
No, you said I thought you were a little bit different. You understand that you're saying congrats to say that like I'm straight? You're like, oh, I'm glad to hear you're straight. That's like such a weird thing to do, dude.
Oh, that's weird how you knew exactly what I meant.
Yeah, because I talk to homophobes all the time on this platform because I debate them. Rachel, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for paying you the same job as Fox News reporters. Thank you so much. Jordan, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Shonda, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Neens, thank you for the money gone. Thank you so much. For I love your job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You have these people so fucking brainwashed, it's unreal.
Maybe you're the one that's brainwashed for following a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Vanessa, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're actually
Did I
fighting
not
for
say
something.
I
No,
don't-
we're fighting against bigotry in our society. You're fighting to uphold bigotry.
Did I not
Giovanni,
say
thank you for the
I
$10.
don't
Thank you so
do
much. So
everything
yeah, be so happy to send money for Donald Trump for his defense funds. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much for all the crimes he's committed.
Send him any money.
Macy, thank you for the $5.
Did I not say I don't agree with everything he does?
Jenna, thank you for the $1. And yet you're still voting for all these things. So it's not a red line.
You know what a 401k is?
Yes, I do.
You have one?
Push the hand out. Yes.
Okay. So,
dude, you're so mad. You're so mad that like I have typical adult things, bro. It's so crazy. Travis, thank you for the $5.
I'm so mad. I'm saying.
Amy, thank you for the $20 for self-employment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Aladdin, thank you so much for the $4. Giselle, thank you for the $5 for washing my brain. Thank you.
I'm so mad. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I know. You're pissed.
I know.
You're like, I have to get up at 5 o'clock, dude. You chose to do that, bro. Michelle, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you. Giselle, thank you for the $5.
I chose to go to work and make money.
Brooke, thank you for the $5 for the rule job.
Yeah.
What's up? Alan, thank you for the $4.
I chose to go to work instead of sitting
Sydney,
on
thank you for the
TikTok.
$1. This is work. This is
not
work.
work.
Yes, it is. What's the work? Can you define to me what work is?
Okay,
Pink, thank you for the $1.
I'm completely convinced. Actually,
Grace,
you
thank
know
you for
what?
the $1.
I'll do you one better. If you can make a TikTok of you going, even if it's volunteering, to go do someone else's job for 8 hours, I will vote for Kamala for you.
Can you tell me why you have young girls in your reposts?
I don't even know what that means.
You go to your reposts. It's literally public. Lori,
How
thank
do
you for
I do
the $5.
that?
Thank you so much. It's literally really young. How young are they? Jesus Christ.
How do I
Dawn,
do
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. These are like literally 15-year-old girls.
I said I don't know. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I doubt it's your sister. You just said that. Yeah, this is not your sister. This is not your sister. You just totally lied.
I'm not lying.
He said it's his sister because he's lying.
You're a fucking idiot. I said I don't know. I don't even know how to repost a video.
Yeah, you do. You're just totally lying.
Do I have a lot of reposted videos?
You're totally lying.
Do I have a lot?
Grayson, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. You know whose job's about to pull up to you? You know, like those videos of the people who like catch the people trying to meet the young
I'm a pedophile.
kids. Yeah, like that's probably what's gonna happen, buddy.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that's gonna be the job, right? That someone's gonna have, and it's gonna be taking care of you.
Oh yeah, it's a job.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
their job is to like call out those people.
Do I have a lot
Bro's
of
on
reposted
EDP
videos?
watch, bro. What's up?
Do I have a lot of reposted videos?
You have one reposted video. Tina, thank you for the $10.99 to help with the taxes. Thank you so much.
And how do you even repost a video?
Grayson, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You literally have to. Wait, how do you repost a video? You know how to repost a video. You reposted it. You don't just like accidentally repost videos. You know that, right? Like you have to go through to click it.
Like I said, how do you do it? I don't even know how to do it.
What do you do for work, by the way?
What do you want me to like tell you exactly what I do?
Yeah. What do you do?
What I do or where?
Yeah. No. What do you do?
Well, I guess that's going to kind of give a lot away. But
Tell me, what do you do?
Like military contract and shit.
Military contract for what? What type of military contracting?
We make parts for the military.
What type of parts?
Parts that go in tanks, stuff.
You're a defense contractor?
No, we're contracted through the government.
For defense?
Well, partially. We do a lot of other stuff, like trains.
Okay, what do you do? What do you do specifically, like out of all of them? What do you do?
It's called heat treat.
What is that?
Called heat treat.
What is that?
Like heat treating metal.
Okay. So you don't have a job because you don't use your brain? You just do the same thing over and over again? Does that make sense?
I don't use my brain to do it?
Yeah.
No, I do. Why?
No, you don't use your brain.
Okay. Do you think you could come to my job and program a furnace?
Program a furnace? Yeah. Yes, I would do it with telepathy, dude.
Oh, you would be able to do it?
Yeah, with telepathy, man. I can do it from here.
Okay, so you would be using it for that or not?
Taylor, did you not realize that I was joking? Because like you just saying like one aspect of it, you're just like, you don't do this. That doesn't make it not a real job. Danny, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you
The
so much.
government contracted part, you're not supposed to disclose any of that shit.
What'd you say?
The government part of the job, you're not supposed to disclose any information from that. Like I gave you a vague response of what it is.
Classified information. Oh, really can't show that, man.
I mean, you can look it up.
I mean, you can look it up.
Windmills. We make windmills.
Ignacio, I appreciate the $3.
Does that benefit the economy or no?
Wait, does this benefit the economy?
No.
Yes.
No, not that. Windmills.
What's your point? Anything that you do in the economy benefits the economy. Like you going out to get food benefits the economy.
So yes.
When I went out to get food earlier with my girlfriend, Trista, I appreciate the subscription. I benefit the economy.
Did you?
Yep.
Okay.
Those waffles benefit the economy, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay. So we got absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Grumpy, I appreciate the $2 because you said I don't have a real job. You didn't engage with any of the content material of what I brought up.
I just don't think it's a real job.
Gabrielle, I appreciate the $10. Yet you still haven't defined it. Neens, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Ignacio, thank you for the $10 for the Infinity Stones of Bigotry commission.
Would you consider being a TikTok live debater a hard job? Is it physically-
Wait. Whether it's a job or not, it doesn't mean it has to be hard. Appreciate the hand art.
Okay. Like I said, a hard-working physical job is what I consider a job.
So I don't know if I consider my job hard now because I've done it so much that like I know what to do, and it's also like my hobby. So it's something I really love to do. So like there are specific aspects of my job that could be hard, like pressure, stress, things like that, or even getting into the position in the first place. But I love what I do that I don't even think about it like being that way.
It's stressful?
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the hand art.
Why is it stressful?
There's huge levels of pressure to like perform and to like always do things, keep going all the time.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, like people that do Twitch and shit, I don't think that's a job either.
I appreciate the $3. And Susan, thank you for that's $50 for the real job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Susan. Can we get some W's for Susan in the chat? Thank you so much, Susan.
Right?
Yeah, you can say you don't think that they have a job. You just still haven't defined job. Tessa, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. They said job, noun, a paid position of regular employment. Yeah, no, he doesn't want to define it that way. That's why. Matthew, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
No, I already told you. In my eyes, it would be a hardworking or a physically demanding job, but that's how I grew up.
Which is something that Trump's never done.
But you're different too. I wouldn't vote for you either.
Okay. Wait, that's not an answer. I'm not saying vote, right? What?
Technically, Kamala is the same way. I think.
Wait. So do you think that he has a job? Ever?
Well,
Does Trump ever have a job?
When he was our president, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. So, what physical labor?
I don't know. Maybe golf. Maybe golf in 9 holes before he went to
this
the
guy's
office.
trolling. He's trolling. Sydney, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sydney. Yeah, are you actually just trolling at this point?
Well, I already told you from the start.
Is an attorney a job? Does an attorney have a job? Him going, I don't know.
I guess it depends.
What do you mean? What does it depend on?
I would say being an attorney is a hard
Sully, thank you so much for the 2-month subscription.
Debater.
Sure, say what you want, but the point I'm saying is it's not physical.
But they still get up and go to work.
I get up and go to work?
You get up and like walk a room over and go to work?
No, I get up and go to work.
You don't even have to leave
Colin,
your
think
house.
of the 2-month subscription. No, I do.
Oh, you have to leave your house to go do TikTok?
Yeah, I have an office.
Oh, next to your house or in your house?
Not in my house.
Oh. Do you have to get up at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. for it?
No.
All right, man. Well,
wait, is that the only way you have a job? Is if you wake up at 5 a.m.?
Well, no, you could wake up at 6 p.m. Whenever, I guess. Third shift, second shift.
Or you could wake up at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Giovanni, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
That's kind of just wasting your day, though.
What's wasting my day?
Waking up at 9?
Nope. My day's not wasted. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
All right, so we still got nowhere. Like I
Kendra,
said,
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I don't approve
For a
of everything
jealous
he does.
middle-aged man. Because you have a job. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I'm super, super jealous.
Because I have a job I love. Yeah, you're just mad that I have a job I love.
I absolutely love my job. I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it.
Okay, well then, do you consider your job hard?
Yeah.
What makes your job hard?
Do you think you could stand in 1,200 degrees all the time?
No, well, you can, clearly. So is it hard for you?
Well, it's definitely not easy.
Okay, so, but it's not hard?
I mean, yeah, it's hard.
So it is hard. So what makes it hard?
Standing in high heat all day.
Okay, so how is that? What makes it hard? What makes that hard?
It's physically hard.
What makes it physically hard?
Because it's so hot.
It's hot.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what also is really hard? It's hard to sit in front of an O-ring all day. Right?
I know. Does it hurt your eyes eventually?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Maybe you
That's
should
why
get some
getting-
sunglasses.
Yeah, I'm getting the blue light glasses. Like, I'm just going to get it. But, like, the
The
point I'm
yellow
saying
ones?
is that, like, no, not the yellow ones. They're going to be clear lens ones. But, so, like, it's really hard to sit in, like, the O-rings light for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. So, like, I have a job, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, he conceded, chat. We love it.
Yeah, I just gave in.
Yep. All right. Get out of my live. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Just due to his policies regarding the economy. I mean, when it comes to Kamala Harris, all I can think about is her execution or want to tax capital gains or tax unrealized gains, which I'm a homeowner. So explain to me how that's fruitful for the middle class.
Because it doesn't affect the middle class.
How doesn't it affect the middle class?
Because it's only on wealth over 100 million.
But if you give someone
Nick,
25,000,
do you have 100 million?
No.
Then why the fuck do you care?
Because I have a home, Parker, and how capital
Your
gains
home
works.
isn't going to get affected.
Yes, it will if you go from a $100,000 home and you
No,
go
it
up to a
doesn't.
$150,000 home.
No, she's not doing
Yes, you will. See,
Nick, can I explain it to you? Again, if you look at her policy proposal website, it says only for wealth over 100 million for the unrealized gains. Also, right now, property tax does make you pay tax for something that's not realized. And you guys are okay with that. So it's really weird that you guys are okay with doing unrealized tax on the middle class, but not for people who are 100 millionaires. Really
what
interesting.
unrealized tax are you talking about?
Property tax.
That's capital gains, though.
That's not an unrealized capital gains, but it's an unrealized tax because you haven't realized the property value yet. You're still paying the property tax.
Yeah, but explain this to me. So if I have a $100,000 home and it goes up to $150,000, you have to pay $50,000 or 45% of capital gains on $50,000. Then the next year, say it goes up.
Wait, no, not on unrealized. You're not paying unrealized if you have less than 100 million in wealth. It's not going to affect you.
Doesn't our policy say 45% capital gains tax?
No, it's 28% long-term capital gains tax for income over 1 million a year.
Didn't know that.
28% for income 1 million over a year.
All I'm worried about, man, is having a home and having to pay extreme taxes on capital gains.
You're not
And
going to pay
when-
anything. You don't have $100 million. You're not going to pay shit.
All right, just
Your
wanted to
taxes
come
will
on.
not go up if you make less than $400,000 a year. Not only that, but if you have a family, if you have kids, your taxes will go down. Not only that, but we'll be able to pay down the deficit more. Right?
Yeah, but
Because we're
don't you
increasing
think
taxes on rich
giving people free
Like these
money
things
is only going to cause inflation?
Yeah, Trump is advocating for giving people a bunch of different tax cuts. That's free money. Free
Yeah, I
money
mean,
for
I
rich
guess-
people. You don't have an issue with free money for rich people, but you have an issue with giving money to people in need. Let's rethink that. Bazook, appreciate the travel. Thank you so much.
I just don't understand why you and Dean have to come on here and just get smart with people. It's like we're just asking you a question, trying to get more insight. And
What was I
understand
doing
why I have
that
to
was
be
bad?
nothing, man. Just keep doing your thing.
No, like what was bad? Like I feel like any way I respond, right, because I tell you something that you don't want to hear, you're just gonna be mad at me.
But I didn't respond in the same way that everyone else does. I accepted what you said. All I'm saying is treat me with the same tone that I'm treating you with.
What do you mean? What tone?
Not the demeaning tone, the know-it-all tone that you and Dean both portray on a daily basis. It's like, come on,
Jesus
we're
Christ,
talking.
dude. I tell you something you don't like to hear, and it's like I have a know-it-all tone.
Here he goes with his logic. Just keep going back to that, Parker.
Yeah, because I don't know I don't know what that means. I actually have no fucking clue what that means. Key, I appreciate the hand. It looks like you're just trying to find some reason to not accept what I'm saying.
I was just trying to ask you through a debate how we could talk about this policy. But I appreciate
Yeah.
your time.
Yeah, and I did that. I gave you a response.
All right. Thanks, man.
Okay, man. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Yo, thank you for the play for you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 43.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because better economy, better he's taking the illegal immigration out. And everything's better under Trump. You know that.
Okay.
Can I ask you, did you have a job when Trump was in office?
No.
You didn't? Okay, so it's probably hard for you to understand why Trump voters vote for Trump, because most us older people, we had jobs when Trump was in office.
Yeah, does that change anything?
Yes, because he had a much better economy. I had a lot more money in my account.
No. What based upon what measurable like characteristic of the economy?
Because we weren't in such bad inflation.
Okay, real median wages were lower in Q4 of 2019 than they are now. That means accounting for inflation, median wages are higher now.
Okay, but I'm telling you that the economy, whatever statistic you're reading, that's fine. But I promise you the economy was just better under Trump.
Based upon what characteristic?
I just told you.
No, that's not true then. At month over month, we're 0.2% right now, and at 2.5% annually. In 2018, we were 2.45% inflation.
We were 1.7 under Trump. What was the highest under Biden?
For what? For inflation? You're
Yeah.
9.1% for a month
No,
over
it
month.
was something like 19 or 20 at its highest.
Faith, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
No, I promise. Look it up.
Faith, I have.
There's a chart
Faith,
that
I have a
says-
degree in economics. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, but I'm promising you, yes, they always bring it down
I've looked
before
at
an
the Bureau
election.
of Labor Statistics. I've looked at the inflation data.
Yeah, well, I can pull it up and I could show it to you if you want.
I would put $1 million. It wasn't 19 for the consumer price index
It
for
did-
month over month.
It stayed that way for a little bit, but it came
You
back
want to put
down
$1 million
to
on
8.
that?
No, I don't have $1 million. I wish I did.
I don't either, but I'll be able to take it. Because I know I'm right. I'm
Anyways.
100% right.
Parker, you need to switch sides. You need to be a Trump supporter. And
Faith,
you,
I'm a genuine person. I couldn't be genuine and support Trump.
you need to switch sides. You need to be
I would
a
have
Trump
to
supporter.
completely throw away my entire morality to do that. You understand
would,
that, right?
You would be so loved over here. We would love you, and you would be so supported. There's more Trump supporters than there is Kamala.
I don't care how many people are on what side. I care about what side is right. And Donald
don't
Trump
think
is a
Trump's
horrible
right?
human.
No. Okay, so I heard you talking about that.
I'm not a grifter. I'm not a grifter. Like people like Charlie Kirk, you might be able to get him to do that, but I'm not a grifter.
Oh, I absolutely love Charlie Kirk. I think
Of
he's a great
course.
guy. Have you ever debated him?
Yeah, he is terrible.
Actually, I saw your debate with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
I thought you did okay. You were really fast with him. You were kind of freaking him out. See, I remember he said something about slow down, Parker.
Andrew, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Andrew. Yeah, they also cut out a bunch of things. Like he like
I could
personally
tell.
attacks people, and they cut it out.
I could tell they edited it. That was definitely edited.
No, like the content of what we said wasn't edited, but other than like they cut out like personal attacks from his side. Like he attacked me. He's like, you have like low testosterone or something. That's why I can't hear you. It was like some dumb shit like that, right?
I was just curious. How old are you?
22.
Because you're a smart kid, and I don't think you truly are. I don't think you're truly on the Democratic side.
I absolutely am.
Are your parents Democrats?
Well, my mom is, but my dad is. My dad's still Republican.
Do you have a good relationship with your dad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys debate?
Mm-hmm.
You should record it and put it on your TikTok.
I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
Because I think that like Trump positions are delusional and like it's all predicated off of conspiracy and like faith.
I think that's awesome.
Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think you're a smart kid. I just think your heart is in the wrong place.
How is my heart in the wrong place?
Sorry, I've got a dog barking in the back. Well,
I agree with the dog.
Why do you think Trump's a bad person? Let me just ask you that.
Do I really have to tell you? Held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Said he dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says he walks into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls without their consent. Says he grabs a woman by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. Says his daughter's voluptuous, which means sexually attractive. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said perhaps he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. A million things. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't rent to black people in 1973. Called for the execution of the Central Park five young black and Latino boys that were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama, because he was black, was born in Kenya instead of the United States when we have a birth certificate of him born in the United States. I can go forever. Lost a seething subscription. He said that Kamala Harris turned black. Joy, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. And called Biden a bad Palestinian.
Do you know what lawfare is?
No, what are you saying?
Lawfare?
Like are you saying using the law against someone to be able to like prevent them from doing things in political office?
Yes.
Push the box up. So I know what that is. That's not what's happening though.
I think so. I think it is. And
Can you give me any reason to believe that?
A lot of Trump supporters do believe that. A lot of Trump supporters believe it's lawfare because we've been following this for a very long time. We've been in politics.
The animal ban. Thank you so much. Wait, I have a question. Do you think that God saved Trump on his the attempted assassination? You think that was God? You do?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
I think it was divine intervention because I think God had him turn his head at the right time.
Really? So did God make the bullet go into the person that died? Why didn't he deflect the bullet into the ground?
I think God does make sacrifices. That's why Jesus sacrificed.
Why didn't he deflect the bullet into the ground? If he wanted to do that.
I think God makes some of us. I think he sacrifices some of us to teach us others lessons. I do.
So he sacrificed that firefighter?
My stepson died. And
I'm really sorry to hear that. But like the point I'm saying is that if he engaged in divine intervention, why didn't he intervene and block the bullet so that it hit the ground instead of hitting the person?
I understand your reasoning and your side on that. I just think that
GG, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. No, it just makes no sense to say that.
When evil's at play, we can't always win against evil, but in the end, we will win against the evil.
You be religious, right? This isn't like a question trying to say your religion is false, right? I'll have that conversation with you after the election, right? We can talk about your religion being false after the election. The point I'm making is that if you believe it's divine intervention, well, then your God literally intervened, yet didn't stop it from killing that person, which is pretty insane.
Yeah.
And I don't even think from a religious perspective you want to say that. Like, I think other Christians would look at that and be like, that's pretty insane.
Well, I mean, kids die of cancer all the time. I mean,
wow, you're just critiquing your own view now. Okay,
no,
so why
is
Jesus Christ? Yeah. Why did God create cancer?
And people get murdered, and people die.
There's genetic forms of cancer. Why did God create that?
Because he's teaching us medicine, so we could save.
Faith, I just want to let you know you have to say all things considered, cancer is good. That's what you have to say. I'm just letting you know.
No.
Yeah, under the Christian worldview, you have to say everything that happens in the world, every fact is all things considered good. You actually, I'm not trolling. Under the Christian worldview, you have to say that. It's all things considered good.
No, I don't have to say that.
yeah, you do.
I've got a point. There's actually been a cure. There's actually been a cure for cancer, but they've actually blocked it in government. It's actually been blocked.
Yeah. Also, when you die, you're gonna go into like a Pokemon world, right? I'm gonna be the very best, and I'm gonna catch them all. To catch them is my real test, and to train them is my cause.
Okay, so how do you think? So you're voting for Kamala, right?
I'm voting for Kamala. Yeah.
Kamala, is that how you say it? Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think that she's a black woman?
Yeah.
Do you know that
Do
it's
you not?
No, it's recently been discovered that her she lied about her grandmother being black, and her grandmother isn't black. She's actually blonde hair.
On her mom or dad's side?
On her dad's side. Her mother is Indian, and her dad
So
is white.
I have a
Irish
question.
Hindu.
I have a question. So is her dad black?
No, her dad is white and Hindu, and her grandmother is
Really?
white. on
Hindu's
paternal
not a
side.
race. Hindu's not a race. It's
Okay,
a religion.
Indian. That's what it says.
So he's not.
Hindu.
He's not Indian. No, his mom's side is Indian.
The mother's side is Indian. The father's side is white Irish, and her father's side.
Jay, thank you for
is
the dollar. Thank you so
Indian.
much. Do you white
And they were
Irish? Do you want to
actually
see a picture
slave
of?
owners.
Do you want to? No, listen.
Slave owners. Yes.
Can you listen? Can you listen?
Yes.
If you look up Kamala Harris' dad, right, it is the case that you will see, right, see what he looks like. You're saying that he's not black is crazy, right? Let me show you a picture of him. I have a question. Is this a black man?
Well, have you ever heard of editing?
This is not edited. Oh my god, you think it's edited?
Well, I don't even know if that's
Faith.
the real father.
Faith, okay,
do you
here,
know
let
who
me say this then.
you know
If you,
who Candace
okay,
Owens is, right?
so then why do you accept Trump's birth certificate?
Because he has no reason to lie about it, and he's such
Okay,
a
what
liar.
reason does Kamala Harris have to lie?
Because
I actually
he
think that
pushes the
Trump, he
black
was
agenda.
born on Mars, and that's why he's orange. So he's
Oh, yeah,
not
I
he's
agree. I
not
think he's orange,
suited.
too.
He is not suited to run for president because he was born on Mars, and that's why he's orange.
I agree. I think he's orange too, and I think he's taking some bad advice, makeup advice from somebody. Obviously, I agree.
Okay. So like, what's your point here? Amy, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Jay, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Because you
just
understand
like
what I
you,
just said
Parker.
there is just as valid as what you just said. I'm not trolling.
I know, Parker. I like you. Come over to the right side.
Faith, please, it's the other way around. Okay. Faith, it's more
Dad's
important.
to the right.
I actually genuinely believe that you guys are going to be looked at as so crazy in history. In the history books, you guys are going to be
But
seen
isn't
as
it
like a
good?
cult.
Isn't it good that Trump
Like there will be
ruined a
books written about
politician?
American fascism, right? And you guys are going to be the main story. My history teacher is going to have a whole unit on American fascism, right, in supporting Trump.
Why do you think Why do you think that? Why do you think he's a fascist?
He
Explain
meets
that.
all of the criteria. Do you want to go through the 14 points of fascism?
No, I know what fascism is, but I want to know why you think Trump is a fascist.
He meets all of the criteria except for like one of the 14 points of fascism.
I don't see. I think that of Kamala.
For example, religious persecution, identifying the media as an enemy of the people. Donald Trump has done that.
Okay,
Undermining our
can I say
democracy and fraudulent elections. Trump has
Yes.
done that. Finding a scapegoat, identifying a scapegoat for a unifying cause. Undocumented immigrants.
Do you believe all propaganda?
Do I believe all No, I don't believe all. You do. You're believing Trump's
No.
propaganda.
No.
Athena, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much.
Do you know what Kamala's done? You know that
Kamala?
Kamala, do you know that she's put a black woman in prison because her daughter was fighting cancer, was counted truant from school?
So, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So you're saying truancy, right? You understand that they would only get a charge for truancy if there wasn't good reason. So if they were fighting cancer, that would be identified as good reason. So what you just did was lie.
No, it's an actual interview you can find on.
I'd like to see that. Tell me the title.
Black woman put in jail for Kamala Harris as I think she was the DA at the time in California, and
So she was put in jail because of her.
Yes. And child with cancer. And then she's also put black men in prison for longer than their sentences to have cheap labor.
Yeah. So in terms of longer sentences, this is not true, right? She didn't create longer sentences. What you're arguing is that they didn't have the ability to cut out people within their current prison structure of like the prisons to the degrees that were necessary. So what they were essentially saying is that there wasn't enough space to build new prisons and stuff like that. So what they had to do was to reduce the amount of people in the prisons, which would have meant that they had to cut people who were like violent offenders. So would you rather cutting people from prisons who are violent offenders?
No, these people were just on charges like marijuana charges.
Okay, I have to kick you because you can't say that, but no, that's actually like not true. That she cut people who are non-violent drug offenses. And there's only 45 people under her watch that were sent to jail off of non-violent drug offenses. Here's the hand art. You can't say that on live though. It's you have to say M drug. Bazook, thank you so much for the work harder. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Zeron, thank you so much. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah, you seem old enough. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Are you driving?
No.
Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the good afternoon, Neens. Thank you so much. Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
I was a lifelong Democrat for years, and I voted for Obama, and I voted for Hillary, and I was a big Bernie head, and I just see the Democratic Party turning into something that it didn't used to be. Like it used to be a different type of party.
Can you tell me like the reason why you like Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
So I'm not a Trump head. I didn't vote for him in the first 4 years. In fact, I remember waking up and crying that he won.
I'm sorry. What is the reason why you like Donald Trump more than Kamala Harris?
Because he did a good job for the 4 years that he was president.
Can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
One policy? I don't know. I guess he freed a bunch of people. One of my friends was in jail for 17 and a half years. And
What policy?
I'm not sure what it's called. The First Step or First, I don't know. First Act?
First Step, when did he influence to get past the First Step Act?
I'm not sure what year, man. Like
all he did was sign that into law. There was no point he fought for that to be the case.
Yeah, but he still had to sign it, though. He still agreed to it.
It was fought for under the Obama administration, and Republicans undermined it.
Yeah, but as a Republican, he signed it.
Trump also.
But you got to admit he signed it. You got to admit he signed it.
Where's the paper grant? I never disputed that.
So he did do something. Good. I mean, you asked me for
influence. I said influence to get passed. Okay.
Influence to get passed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't really think anything else that he's done except for not done.
Kind of like the issue is that
what do you mean?
You don't know what he's done yet. You say he did so great.
I lived it with the 4 years that he was president, and everything was pretty good.
It has nothing to do with him being president. It was a trend from Obama's economy.
So it was a trend from Obama, and then
Erica, appreciate
this. Are you saying this that the trend now of these last 4 years being terrible are a trend from Trump? Is that what you're getting at? Because I just want to know.
I'm saying it's related to the pandemic.
Okay, which one is it? You said it was a trend from Obama because Obama had nothing to do with the pandemic.
Trump's economy was a trend from Obama's economy. What Trump's economy was from that. But I'm saying the negative impacts caused in terms of inflation are a trend from COVID.
Okay, I've heard you say before that you thought he did a good job with COVID.
No, I don't think he did a good job with COVID. I think Operation Warp Speed was good, but that does not mean he did a good job with COVID. He undermined the usage of masks, which led to tens of thousands of people, right, dying or being hospitalized.
Sure, I'm a victim of COVID, so I'm currently on disability, so I understand that totally.
Sorry to hear that.
But no, that's okay. I just, I've seen you before. I think you're a bright guy, and I've seen you on your I guess you debated with Charlie Kirk, and you did a great job with that. You know what I mean? And I just think that Trump would be better as far as foreign policy right now with everything going on. I think the number one thing is World War III possibly looming and going on.
How is he
now.
going to reduce the likelihood of World War III?
I don't know if he's going to reduce the possibility of it at this point. I think it may happen within the next month or so. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a forecaster, but
I'm just gonna let you know. In 2020, there was lots of talk about World War III. I can remember posting tweets back then. Push the massage. Thank you.
I mean, people have been talking about
possibly
this.
going to World War III. That was in 2020. So this happens all the time. This isn't like a new phenomena for people to be claiming, "Oh, World War III is imminent. Oh, World War III is imminent." It's fear mongering.
I'm not fear mongering. I'm just letting you know.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you've been fear mongered into believing this.
So I don't know what's going on in Ukraine exactly. I don't know how these things happen. I don't know what's going on with China. I don't know what's going on with Israel. I just am scared for my children growing up in this world. And that's really the main thing. I don't think that Kamala Harris, I'm saying think, I don't know. I don't think that she is been on a world stage in that type of capacity to where she could command the respect of other world leaders. I'm just saying think.
Why not? Why not? She has. Donald Trump didn't have commanded respect amongst world leaders.
I'm sure he did. Sure he did. He did some things with the UN. He spoke up in the UN and spoke up against them.
Yeah, you know, understand that Emmanuel Macron, Justin Trudeau, and Boris Johnson were all laughing at him insofar as that Trump saw that, baby raged and left the event. Paris Climate Accords, that we want to stay in that. We want international like fight against climate change. That's a terrible thing to do.
Well, we can't worry about climate change until we worry about our own country first, you know?
We have to do we can do both at the same time.
Okay, I agree. You know, I mean, I can't control a volcano going off though, you know? Like it's not possible.
You understand that we are influencing bad events to happen in terms of the weather to a greater extent by not addressing climate change?
Hey, climate change, I didn't say it was, I'm not trying to say it's not a factor. I'm just saying the number one factor would be World War III. That's what I was
like World War III isn't more likely to happen with a Kamala Harris presidency.
You know, I'm not a guy on the corner with a cardboard box saying, hey, the end is near. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying due to recent events throughout the world, I think it's closer than ever. I mean, it's not fear mongering. It's really closer than it was 4 years ago. Do you feel that, or do you agree with? I mean, just with the climate of as far as him dealing with other political officials.
Okay, I don't think World War III is imminent. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
I mean,
Katie, appreciate the manifesting.
I mean, I've heard you talk about all his stuff. He's a rapist and all that. And I agree with you on all those things. You know what I mean? Like,
so then why are you
the guy's not a good guy. The guy's not a good guy. Could he be a better president than Kamala? I don't know. You know, but I know that for the past 4 years almost that everything has gone down. And if you're saying it's trends, then it's a trend from Trump. Is that what you're trying to get at? Because you said
I told you it was a trend from COVID, dude.
So COVID was how many years ago, though?
Yeah, that doesn't mean it didn't affect supply chains. There was global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere in the world, and we fixed the rate of increasing pricing.
Okay.
It's 0.2% month over month.
Okay, let's move forward. So I'm on the East Coast, right? So my buddy works for the he's a longshoreman. So they're going on strike tomorrow, and it's going to affect the whole economy. So Biden has a chance to go in there and say, hey, why don't we help negotiate this? How come he's not doing that? You know, and that's where the Democrats, that's where I don't get. Like, what's better for the country?
I'm not talking to this person, dude. If you just like know that he sexually assaulted someone, you care more about shit like that. I just like I don't care to talk to you. You're fucking lost. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but like it's just actually like ridiculous. Like, it really is. Like it kind of annoys me. What's up, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
just because, I mean, I'm young, so I haven't ever voted before, but just because of the 4 years that we did see, and I know you said that was from Obama, but how does that come from Obama when it's Trump's policies that he's putting into place?
Like what policy did you put into place to make it better? Tracy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Well, like I said, I'm young and I never voted, but like in my mind, I'm just saying like, so if you have a business and you were to lower or raise prices, you're not going to see that effect 4 years later. You're going to see it when you do it. So the things Trump did would be, he would see the effects when he's in office.
Can you tell me what policy? And you know
No,
that's
it's
not
not
true. Inflationary effects can happen over time. They can take years to compound, but go for it. What policy caused inflation?
I don't know the policies.
Okay, so then how were you saying it was his policies?
I'm
That, like,
saying
benefit
that
us?
I know that he does policies because every president has their own policies. What I'm saying is whatever his policies were would have caused the economy. And then yes, when COVID happened.
No, not
that's
at all.
when the
It was the same trend that existed prior to Obama, like under Obama's administration. Same trend. Actually, it went up less.
What went up less?
In terms of
Inflation?
2017 to 2021, there was less of an increase in real GDP than there was between 2012 through, or 2013 through 2017.
Okay. What else was I going to say, Abby? So you say, well, this is not just you, but so one of Trump's policies is how he lowered taxes for rich people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if he lowers taxes for rich people, who pays everybody else? Rich people. So if you raise taxes for them, they're just going to raise everything else. So wouldn't you want it to be lower for them so that the prices overall can be lower?
Wait, say that one more time.
If you're taxing rich people who own all the businesses, if you're taxing them more, they are going to raise their prices so that they can make the same profit.
So why, when there were higher corporate taxes under Obama's administration, was there not deflation going into Trump's administration because he lowered the corporate tax rate? Why wasn't there deflation?
Well, and when Obama was president, I was probably like 12 years old.
Okay, no, I'm asking why wasn't there deflation? If it is the case that lowering taxes will decrease pricing, how come there wasn't decrease in prices after corporate tax rates went down?
I don't know what that means, but
How come prices were lower under Obama's administration when corporate taxes were higher?
then I'm not sure. That's a good point. Yeah. That would be under Obama, not Trump, but
Yeah, so okay, so are you gonna give me like a reason why you're voting for Trump?
I already did. But thank you for your time.
Okay, for sure. All right, let me get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump? Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
For foreign policy.
Okay.
I think.
What about
that-
foreign policy? Yo, Candy with the $45 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's my 45th B-Day. Oh my God. Yo, can we get some happy birthdays for Candy with a K in the comment section? With a K and an I at the end. Can we get some W's for Candy and some happy birthdays? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. Incredibly kind. And Ashley, thank you for the $5 as well. But yeah, go for it.
I think he was more respected with world leaders. I know with that guy, you're saying that Boris Johnson and Justin Trudeau
we're laughing at him. We're like, I don't think you can use them as an example, you know, because Boris Johnson obviously had to resign.
But these are our allies. So like, who are you talking about? Has a better view of him?
I'm on the phone with Gretchen. What were you
With
saying?
who?
Yeah, sorry.
You said you're on the phone with Patrick?
No, I was sorry. What were you saying?
How old are you?
20.
Are you voting? What's your birth year?
2001.
What month?
March.
Oh, you got it wrong, bro. Busted, bro. The invite to unmute. You want to click the button, buddy? Or you can click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. There you go.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Aren't we supposed to vote in the primaries? Who gets to get the ticket so we can vote for them?
Can you repeat to me anything I just said?
Now I'm talking. You muted me. I'm talking, right? All right. So you can shut up now. I'm speaking. Does that sound familiar? I'm speaking.
Did you even hear anything I said?
I'm speaking.
You clearly weren't speaking.
No, I'm speaking now. So you told me to shut up. You can shut the fuck up now. I'm speaking.
Oh, you're mad. Do you need a baby bottle,
No,
buddy?
I'm not mad. You just yelled at me.
You want a baby bottle?
Bro, you're doing what you're just.
Because you didn't listen to anything I said. You didn't listen to a
Because we're
single thing I said.
supposed to pick who we want to vote for. She got.
What did I
put
say,
in.
dude?
You're cutting me off. You're doing.
I don't
you
care.
told me
What did
not
I
to do.
say?
You're doing what you just told me not to do.
Because you didn't listen to what I said.
No, you're
Because you
doing
didn't listen to
you
what I
told me
said.
Not to do, bro.
Yeah, because you didn't listen to what I said. So it's not going to be productive
No,
if you
listen
didn't
to what I'm
I said.
saying. You just want to push your narrative, dickhead.
Go
Listen
ahead,
to
buddy.
what I'm saying.
You're insufferable.
I'm not insufferable. Biden
you are.
dropped out. He got forced out, and they put her in because he can't do a debate. Right? Or am I right? She only wants the people that can mediate the debates to be the people that she trusts, not just anybody. You can literally watch the debates. They were all attacking him and not attacking her. They were giving her layups, not him.
Yeah, so
right or am I not?
no. So they were not doing that. Just Donald Trump is an idiot
No,
and was
they're
saying
not.
that they were eating
He's an
dogs and
idiot.
cats,
He's just an
right?
idiot.
Which is a bullshit claim, and that like JD Vance
Okay.
even admitted that they created the story. Appreciate the hand heart. So they were too busy fact checking him on things that were clearly wrong. That it is the case that it seemingly saw that from your side because again, he was just saying factually incorrect things. If you want to reference like the debate though, you guys are just saying that he was getting 3v1'd because he lost so bad. So you guys are coping really bad. And then also,
No,
I want
he
you to
gets-
repeat to me what I said because you clearly did not listen.
You
Clearly
said,
did not listen.
you said 8 out of 10 Democrats got pushed for her ticket because 8 out of 10 voted for her, and we voted for Biden and her campaign. So when Biden drops out, we trust in them to put Kamala in. That's what you were saying. I
No, you
understand.
didn't. Let me restate because you clearly didn't listen. Okay, so if it is the case that 8 out of 10 Democrats want Kamala Harris, they're satisfied with her being the nominee. Joe Biden endorses her after stepping down himself. It is the case that he is going to lead to her being the presumptive nominee because she was the vice president. She steps up when he steps down. She is satisfying the entire Democratic base.
Bro.
Right, and it is the case that the delegates have voted for her. First the boxing, thank you so much. So she was nominated.
Understood. I get it. Understood. But I'm saying, why am I going to trust Biden to put her in if he can't even run the fucking country? That's what I'm asking.
It wasn't just Biden. It was like the entirety of the Democratic Party.
But the entirety of the Democratic Party endorsed Biden. Look where he got.
The entirety. Wait, I appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. We also called for him to step down. Right? You guys
Nobody
didn't call
called
for him to step
down. No.
Yeah, I did. I did.
I don't really follow. Like I said, I came across
I
the
explicitly was on my live while he was still the
I
presumptive nominee,
understand.
calling for him to
don't-
step down.
Big bro, I don't follow you. It just came across my live, but I'm
Okay,
asking.
well, I just
you-
told you, so then you can change your position now that I told you.
I'm
Right?
not changing my position. A week before.
I just told you.
Okay, well, I'm speaking. Oh, right, I'm speaking. A week before he dropped out, he was saying he wasn't going to drop out until he got forced to get thrown out, and then Kamala came in.
So there's no evidence he got forced to get thrown out. What he was
Okay.
doing, Can I please finish? What he
Hold
was
on, I was still speaking, dog. That's what I'm
No,
trying to
you
say.
weren't. You stopped talking.
I keep talking. Just because I stopped talking.
You fucking whiny baby, shut up. Like you're gonna stop talking. I'm gonna respond. All right? What the hell are you talking about, dude? You stop talking and you're like, I'm still talking. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Jesus Christ, I'll let you speak, but geez, dude, like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What Kamala does, bro.
Kamala, can you say her name correctly?
No,
Or you
I'm
just
not
make
saying
yourself look dumb. You just make yourself look so dumb when you do that.
Kamala,
Why do you do that?
Camel, Kamala, I don't fucking care, bro. You know what? You get what I'm saying.
Okay, so do you want me to do the same thing with you?
No, I don't. I just,
Okay, so then stop doing the same thing to her.
no, brother, I just feel bad for you again. I really do feel bad for you.
Are you done?
You want to jump on it?
I'm waiting for you to actually give me a response.
I don't even know what I'm responding to.
Okay. Here, I'll ask you this. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
You asked the last 13-year-old that no matter what I say, you're going to just shut it down and turn it your way you want.
That's called a debate, Eddie.
No, I'm not on here to debate. I'm just trying to talk to you.
Okay, well then get off my live. Why are you wasting my time? If you don't want to debate, why are you wasting my time, bro? Why do you go onto a debate I never got that. Why do people go onto a debate platform not wanting to debate? I'm sorry, bro. What? What the fuck does that mean? Yo, it's a to you? Like, everyone knows we're debating. If you don't know we're debating, I'm sorry, bro, but like, I'm actually not trolling. Like, literally elephants have higher levels of IQ than you. Like, totally. Yo, it's a to you? And like, that's like actually a truthful statement. Like, I'm not even trolling, dude. Elephants are pretty fucking smart, dude. Yo, it's a to you? Are you voting Trump?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't. Sorry about that. I'm James from California. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, well, I appreciate you, James. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you a lot. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump, but I appreciate you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
You voting Trump?
Fuck no. Harris 2024.
Based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I like his no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Also, 22.
Yeah, so how's he going to pay for his no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, reducing income tax for rich people, you know, all those things?
Well, I'm probably going to tax in other ways or different funding will go to that.
So how is he going to tax you?
Sorry, excuse me. Had a cough. Not really sure, but I do like the no tax on tips. I also like his foreign policy.
Okay, do you want to respond? I said, how is he going to pay for it? What taxes is he going to increase?
Probably. My God, I'm dying. Hold on. The military budget. I can see him probably.
Why are people
that.
spamming? Are you 16?
No.
Why
I was
are people
born May
spamming
17th, 2002.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, what was your question again?
Yeah, like, what's the reason? Chat, there's nothing in his bio. I'm looking at his bio right now. There's nothing.
Bro, I'm not 16. What are they talking about?
Yeah, no, sometimes they just do that because...
Yeah, I don't really know. But yeah, I was originally going to vote for RFK, but then he dropped out. I liked what he was saying about his policies on health and
really. So what's Trump's healthcare policy?
You got me there.
Mm-hmm. What's his childcare policy? What's his housing policy? What's his policy to fight climate change?
Oh, he's very against. He dropped out of the Paris Accords.
Oh, that doesn't fight climate change. That makes it worse. What's his policy to help small businesses with income under $50,000?
All right, bro. You never mind. You got it.
Appreciate this one. Thank you so much, Carrie.
Got it. Appreciate this one. Thank you so much, Carrie.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
What's Trump's healthcare plan?
All right. Can I just preface by saying, like, I'm a full-time college student not studying politics, so I know, like, you do this for a living and you look up all these policies. When you debate people, like, it'd be best practice maybe not, like, I'll just tell you straight up, I'm not going to be able to name, list off bills he passed. Not everyone has full access to that, but I can give you an overall, like, opinion on why I'm pro-Trump in general.
Go for it.
Number one would be immigration, for sure. Like, I think maybe at least you can agree that a lot less people crossed over under Trump than Biden. Can you agree with that?
Yeah, so cumulatively less people under the past administration came into the country. But if you want to talk about daily crossings right now, there are less daily crossings right now than there were at the end of Trump's administration. So if you think there's some crisis right now, then there was a crisis at the end of Trump.
Yeah, but I'm thinking cumulatively a lot more have passed in under the Biden-Harris administration, and I think that won't be debated by a lot of people.
Mod, stop unblocking Astrid. That person's just a troll and is so annoying. Please keep them blocked. I don't want them unblocked. Sorry, keep going.
And I know, like, a lot of Democrats will say, well, Biden tried to pass this immigration bill, right, that Trump called on Republicans to not support. Is that correct?
Yeah, he called people in Congress to not vote for the border bill.
And my response to that would be, if you actually look into the fine print of the bill, which I'm not going to say I haven't, so I won't be able to, like, list specific line items, but I mean, that was a horrible bill. It wasn't just to block immigration. If, like, in the bill, didn't it also call to, like, send billions
Yeah, so you're talking about the appropriations. So there were appropriations in the bill, of course, but that does not mean that that he wanted the bill he didn't want the bill because of the appropriations, because he specifically didn't undermine the appropriations bill when it was split from the policy. Like, it was split from the border bill. The border bill was split from it. There was a solo border bill and there was the solo appropriations bill.
If that bill gets passed,
I would like for you to listen to me. So there was a solo border bill and there was a solo appropriations bill. The appropriations bill got passed, but the border bill didn't. So can you tell me why that happened, if it was specifically because of that?
So you're saying, and help me understand, you're saying, like, within this overarching bill, my understanding was that it also called to send billions more to Ukraine as well as Israel.
Yeah. You understand that's the appropriations. That's away from it.
So if that entire bill would have been passed, you're saying they could have been passed separately, like pure immigration, and then on the other hand, pure, like, sending money to Israel and Ukraine.
Yeah. So wait, say that again.
Because it was my understanding that, like, the extra money into Israel and Ukraine was also part of that overarching bill. Like, part of this immigration bill that you guys always bring up, it had a bunch of other crap in it. Part of it being sending billions more to foreign wars that Americans shouldn't even.
This is gonna make me throw my head through the wall. Okay, this is the third time I'm gonna say it. Okay, they split the bill from the solo appropriations bill to a solo border bill. The appropriations bill passed. The border bill did not.
Okay, and I also think that border bill, how many crossings did it say that it would allow per day?
Wait, this is a completely different question. Do you accept what I just said?
Yeah, I didn't.
Amy, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate that.
My argument is that the actual immigration part that you just said was also bad.
Okay, so that's a separate thing. You were arguing appropriations again. You just talked about appropriations.
And I said that's what that was my original understanding of the bill, that it also had the appropriations aspect incorporated in it. You're saying it didn't, so I'm saying, okay, that's fair. but I also am going to argue that the actual bill itself on the immigration policy
That's not
was
what Trump
also
said.
bad.
Okay, so what about it?
How many crossings
Tell
a
me,
day
no,
did it
wait,
allow
no. Tell me,
before it would
tell me
take
how what
action?
you, tell me how many you think it was.
And like I said, like I told you before, I'm not spending my free time reading these bills, but I thought I saw something like maybe 5,000 a day before it would take action or something, which in my mind was way more than would actually realistically happen in a day. So it basically wouldn't actually do much.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Okay, so go to the bill, the Border Act of 2024, and tell me where it says 5,000.
What number does it say?
No, I want you to tell me where it says 5,000.
Well, like I'm not in front of a computer right now. That's just what I thought. So like, is there a specific number there?
Yeah, so if you don't know the specific number, what tells you specifically that it was...
Did it limit...
Can I please finish my point here? If you don't know the specific number, if you don't know where it is, if you've never looked at it, then how do you know specifically that you disagree with the contents of it that are related to immigration?
I thought I saw a video where it gave the number, and I thought, like, if I'm remembering correctly, that it was around 5,000 a day before it would actually take action. But I'm asking you, like, is there a number? Because I'm assuming you're looking at it right now.
Yeah, so again, here's the point I'm making, and I'll explain, and I'll tell you what it is. But the point I'm making is that until you have any identification of what you're specifically relating to in terms of the border bill, then how are you going to say that you disagree with the contents of the border bill?
Because I thought that originally it wouldn't take action until a certain amount had crossed, and that certain amount was so high to the point where it would have been ineffective and unrealistic.
What is too high? Can I ask you that?
How much are coming across each day? If I could ask you that
right now,
I could probably answer. Yeah, roughly.
I want to get through these things, but I want you to like tell me what your threshold is before I tell you
saying that it says 5,000.
Listen. I understand, but I want you to fucking understand what I'm getting to here, okay? I'm trying to get you to tell me what you think is too much before I tell you the numbers, because you might change the way that you view the numbers predicated off of... I'm about to kick you, bro.
Personally, I think any number is too...
I don't want to talk to him. I would. I actually genuinely want to go through it, but I don't want to talk to him. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump.
Let's go.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hey, Luke, you got me on here. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
I thought the economy was a lot better. I mean, I wasn't super old when it happened, but I feel like I've seen some statistics and stuff that point towards the economy, like cost of living and everything. I know cost of living is gone up a lot, and part of that's COVID, but I think there's a lot of situations that Biden probably didn't handle that well. I also not a huge fan of like abortion. I know Kamala is very pro of that, and I don't know. I don't like how Kamala only wants to debate Trump on very liberal news platforms. Seems like the debates are like really almost like a 3v1. You know what I'm saying?
Then why didn't Trump agree to it? Agree to another one? Or not agree to another one. Why did Trump make up the idea that she had like an earring that told her all the answers? If it's already 3v1, why would she need an earring to beat him?
Did he? I'd never heard anything
he said
about
that.
When did he
said
say
it at
that?
a rally in Las Vegas.
That kind of sounds like bullshit, bro. When did he say that?
Rally Las Vegas right after the debates.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Look up Trump feeds into conspiracy that Kamala Harris was using earring to get answers about debate.
Okay, can I ask you a question real quick?
Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Are you like hardcore like Democrat, like you're voting whatever Democrat nominee comes in, or is it like you're voting Kamala because you like her policies? Or would you just, if there was another Democratic representative, like you voted Joe if you were old enough?
It depends on the
voted
individual.
Obama.
It depends on the individual.
Depends on the individual?
Yeah, and Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump.
So why do you think that?
She's not been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't forcibly penetrate a woman against her will. She didn't say that she dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. She didn't say she has sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say yeah to Howard Stern calling her daughter a piece of
Okay,
ass.
but how does any of that make her a better president? I don't think she's going to run the country
Wait, so
better.
you don't think engaging in sexual violence against women means you're going to construct policy that's negative towards women? Like how
I
he
don't
wants to
think-
restrict women's rights
Was
to
he
relate to
convicted on
abortion?
that?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Triple thing to subscription.
I kind of feel like he wasn't convicted on that. So
Okay, I'm about to like throw my head to the wall. What did I just tell you?
You said that he was held something liable by a jury of
Civilly
9.
liable by a jury of 9 people. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a jury verdict.
I think Trump will run this country better if he's elected. I think we'd be less likely to go to war. I think people are scared of him. I think he has.
Why are you pivoting?
Pivoting from what? The
We
last
just
point?
talked about. Yes, you would vote for someone who forcefully penetrated a woman against her will. That's not like a reason to not vote for someone under your view. T, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I think Kamala's done some shady stuff too that nobody wants to bring up as much or look into. I think
Really?
Trump's getting
Did she
hammered pretty
sexually
hard.
assault someone?
I don't know, man. I think
No.
if you really took a microscope under Kamala's life, as much as everyone's doing to Trump right now, I think you'd find some stuff along. She's not going to penetrate.
So here's the difference. You know that Trump's been held civilly liable. You have no clue anything about Kamala Harris. You're just assuming it's true so that you feel okay with voting for Trump. Okay? Like, do you not see it to be disgusting that he violently sexually assaulted a woman?
I
You don't
think
see
that's
that as
horrible.
disgusting? Then don't
I
vote
think
for
that
him.
is awful, and I hate anyone who does
If you
that,
actually
but
think
I'm
it's
saying-
awful, don't vote for him. If you hate everyone that does that, don't vote for him.
I'm just saying, in regards to running a country, I've seen Trump run a country well, and I've seen Biden run
Can
a
you name one
country
policy he passed?
not well to my standards.
Name one
while
policy he passed.
Kamala's been in office under him.
Tucker, can you name one policy he's passed?
Man, I just turned 18. I'm just
you don't know a
giving all
single
this
policy,
stuff-
so why would you shill out to a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman if you don't know a single policy he passed? You weren't even old enough to even experience his
told you,
presidency.
bro. I just told you. I thought America was being ran well. I thought stuff was. I'm from a
When
middle
you-
class
wh-
family. My
how old
family
were
has
you?
5 kids. Both my parents are teachers. I think it'd be better for my family.
Were you 8 when he was president? Push the boxing glove. Thank you.
America gained 7 million.
Yeah, America gained 7 million new jobs when Trump
You
was
were
president.
like 9 or 10 years old.
Yeah, and I know my family was doing better back then, man.
Dude, my mom didn't even let me play Call of Duty at that point yet.
Dude, my mom didn't let me play Call of Duty either. I still don't play Call of Duty.
Do you understand my point?
You're saying I don't have any knowledge of back then because I wasn't old enough to understand what was going on.
Daniel, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So you have no reason to say he's a better candidate.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you that my family was doing better wealth. My dad was able to provide for our family better. My mom was making more at her job. Groceries weren't as expensive.
Okay, you want to know that Trump's going to make groceries more expensive?
Oh my god. No,
You know what
groceries
tariffs are?
were
You know
less
what universal
expensive. My bad,
tariffs
bro.
are?
I misspoke there.
You know what universal tariffs are? It's a
I know
tax on
tariffs are
imported
like a
goods.
tax on imported items.
Imported goods, yeah, which
Yeah.
would affect grocery items, your clothing. It would affect gas. It would affect housing development, make housing more expensive. Everything would be more expensive that's imported into the country, which would make consumers have to pay more.
When Trump in office? Can you say that one more time?
Yeah. So tariffs cause increase in prices. Trump wants universal 10 to 20% tariff, which will cause prices to go up.
Haven't the tariffs gone up a lot while Biden's been in office?
No. So like he's kept some of the same tariffs, but we're talking universal tariffs.
So he's saying that
Okay.
Trump goes in office.
Does Buddy in the
All
back
right.
want to speak up?
Oh yeah, Luke, go ahead.
Oh my god. Yo,
we're really happy to be on here, man. Thanks for picking me. Luke, go ahead.
Hold on. So you're telling me right now that if Trump gets elected, prices will go up. That's what you're saying, huh?
Yes, if he gets his tariffs passed through Congress.
Oh my
Okay, then why did they not go up when he was in office? Why did they just skyrocket
Because he
whenever
didn't do universal
Biden was in
tariffs.
office?
And actually, they did go up under his administration. Actually, in 2018, it was 2.45%, the same level of annual inflation rate as it is right now. Actually, if you look at the month-over-month inflation rate, we're at 0.2%. Did you know
So
real
inflation's
wages have
slowing
gone
down.
up? Yeah, inflation is slowing down. Yes, we're at 0.2% month over month. Did you know that wages have gone up, accounting for inflation since 2019 quarter four? Wages are higher now, accounting for inflation for the median worker than they were under Trump.
Really?
Yeah, in 2019
That's
quarter
just,
four.
that's not.
What about like cost of living, like being able to afford a house and stuff? 'Cause
Cost
I
of
know
living
that's
has gone up
way
very
past
very
over
much.
inflation.
Yeah, I agree. Cost of housing has gone up a lot. What's Trump's housing plan?
Hey, buddy.
Not sure, man. Do you know? Does he have one?
Nope.
Hold on, bro. Hey, buddy.
What's up?
That's just not true. That's just not true. That prices will go up when Trump's in office.
Okay, do you know what a tariff is?
Stats don't lie. Stats don't lie.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
You just explained it.
Yeah, so tell me what it is.
I'm not telling you what it is.
You don't remember, do you? So you didn't
I
listen.
told you what a
So-
tariff
so
was.
I-
A tariff is tax.
Yeah. So
on
you
imported
know,
goods
but your
from other
friend has
countries.
no clue. Your friend has no clue. And also, I have an econ degree, like an economics degree.
You know what it is. Why are you asking?
Yeah, because I know that it's inflationary.
Say what?
I know it's inflationary, and you just said it wasn't inflationary. So I asked you what a tariff is because I know that you don't know what it is because you said that it's not inflationary. That's why I asked you.
Get alive.
Oh, you're mad. How about you run to your little safe space, you MAGA snowflake? Run to your little safe space, buddy, because you have no arguments, just feelings. Do you need a baby bottle?
Jake, you want to talk to him?
Hey, ask him about.
Hey,
ask him about who is that? The immigrants in the border.
Oh yeah, border huge there.
Yeah. So how do you feel about Trump undermining the border
Kamala
bill?
left the border. Border's been wide open, man.
Wait.
Bunch of illegals been coming in.
So
and
is
doing
there
really
a
bad
border
stuff.
crisis right now?
You want to talk about forceful penetration and
Tucker,
sex trafficking
is
and all that
is
kind
there
of stuff?
is there a border crisis right now?
Yeah.
No, not at the moment.
No.
There
Wait, your
was a
friend in the
border
back said there
crisis.
is a border crisis. So is there or is there not?
No, there's not a border
I'm
crisis
talking
right
to my
now.
buddy. I said, yeah, to my buddy. I'm playing 2K.
He's playing 2K right now.
Okay, sure. What team?
Bro, he's playing Park right now.
Oh, okay. What's his build?
You don't play. Luke, what's your build?
2-way, 3-level scoring, 73 overall.
bro,
Two-way,
you're
three-level
You're cooked, bro.
scoring threat.
That is
He's
terrible,
73
dude.
overall.
Bro, you gotta,
Luka
bro, you got, you
Duke on
gotta, you
Xbox
got,
if
you
you
got,
wanna
you gotta look up some, builds, bro. That's terrible.
You gotta look up some builds, Luke.
That's horrendous.
Do you play 2K?
Yeah. So what do you what were you saying? Go back to what you were saying. Thank you for all the raid from Dean's Live,
Oh,
everyone. I
we were
appreciate it.
talking
Daniel,
about-
thank you for the $10. Vivian, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Vivian.
So we were talking about. I wanted to bring up how you clearly we have the same stance on how sexual abuse and rape are horrible, and I really like that you disagree with that kind of stuff. Now, how about all of these like illegal immigrants that are coming into our country, and some of these people are stealing little children and trafficking them or raping these children.
Did you know that
And-
the likelihood of violent assault is less likely to happen with undocumented immigrants than natural born U.S. citizens? Multiple times it's likely to happen. Tessa, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Did you actually know that increased levels of undocumented immigration is associated with lower violent crime rates? I'm not even trolling. It is literally associated with lower violent crime rates.
More illegal people causes less violent crime.
Yes, actually,
That just
unironically,
goes
more
against everything
undocumented
that I've
immigrants
seen
causes
and
less
everything that I
violent
feel
crimes.
is right. That just doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah, because you've been taught that undocumented immigrants are terrible people because he's scapegoating
No.
immigrants to unify you
I think
and
there are
specifically
immigrants
voting
that
for
are
him.
very hard workers, and I think our country runs better from some of these immigrants who freaking work their butts off, and like a lot of people get construction jobs
Thanks,
and
Animal
do
Van. Thank you so much, Sale.
some great things, man. I think there's also a lot of people that come in here and have some really bad stuff to do along the lines of like sex trafficking and stealing kids and like violent crime.
Okay, I understand, but like I'm totally down with deporting people who are doing that. Brian, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. But we need
Yeah,
the
I
system
agree.
to go faster so that we incentivize more people who are coming here for a better life to go through the legal processes, so that we can make it easier for Border Patrol to deal with people who are trying to come to this country to do bad things. Because when we have more people trying to go through the context of the undocumented process, because our legal process takes 5 to 7 years on average, or our asylum process takes 8 to 10 years to go through, you understand that that specifically incentivizes people to come here through undocumented mechanisms, which not only makes it more likely for them to be exploited as an individual, but it also makes it more likely for Border Patrol not to be able to identify people coming here for nefarious reasons. Appreciate the meerkat. You let a violent sexual abuser into the country.
Absolutely not.
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. So if you wouldn't let them into the country, why would you let them into the Oval Office?
Bro, I just told you, man. Trump's never been actually convicted on that. You say he's been held
liable.
Civilly liable. Yeah. If he was convicted on all that, then he'd be in jail right now. I think a lot of people. I think you go up to anyone in the government right now, and or a lot of people high up in the government right now, they've done a lot of crap like that, and I don't like any of it. And I know Tim Tebow had a foundation that was trying to get a bill passed to put together a team to stop a bunch of sex trafficking, and I know that bill didn't pass. And I'm fairly confident it didn't pass because a lot of the people higher up in the courts and in government have a lot of ties to that.
Yeah, okay. So how is this indicative of you wanting to vote for Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump actively undermined it.
I was just saying everyone up at that level has dirt. Like I said earlier, if you put a microscope under Kamala as much as you did under Trump, or if a number of people in the House of Representatives and all that crap, you would find stuff like this. And I think that Trump, having allegedly done this stuff you talk about, never been convicted on any of this stuff, runs the country better than I think Kamala would. I think the country would have been running. I don't think inflation would have been as bad. I don't think housing would be as bad as it is right now if Kamala was as good of a president as everyone as you think she would be, because she was vice president. She could have done some work. Okay?
Okay, so yeah, so can you name me one thing a vice president has done in history?
One thing a vice president has done in history.
It's our silent. Hey, ask him about Russian Ukraine show with live.
Wait, no response? Oh, Dean, he does.
Yeah, man, I'm not super knowledgeable on past vice presidents. You got me there.
Okay, so then, like, how are you gonna... Yeah. So she actually did the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. For example, a vice president will certify the election results, right? Whereas Donald Trump advocated for his vice president to not certify the election results and actually to certify false certificates, specifically so that he could steal the election. Okay, that's one thing.
Steal the election.
Kamala Harris had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever. Appreciate the confetti, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much.
Hey, bro, you persuaded me. I'm voting for Kamala.
well, you can't even say her name correctly, so I don't think you're informed enough to say that you would actually like support a rational position.
You can't even say her name.
Yeah. You don't even. I guarantee you can't support a rational position.
Huh?
If you have time, we got one more question for you.
Go ahead.
If you're not wanting to move on to somebody else, you want to talk about like the Russia-Ukraine situation? What's Kamala going to do about that if she gets in office?
Kamala, right? She's going to continue to support Ukraine in their defense against Russia.
I'm so used to hearing her name wrong.
She's going to continue to support Ukraine in their defense against Russia.
So she's going to spend a buttload of more money over there, and you don't think that's going to raise inflation?
Okay, wait, say that one more time?
She's going to send a buttload of more money, over billions of more dollars over there, and you think the tariffs are going to raise inflation more than that?
Yes, absolutely. Every economist agrees with me.
I disagree with you there.
Okay, Tucker, that's because you don't understand economics. If we were to send money to Ukraine, please tell me how that's going to cause inflation to a mass degree. Code, I appreciate the 40-month subscription. Do you realize how small of a portion of the federal budget that is? Do you realize that
Dude,
70 billion of that 107 billion? Do you realize that?
I realize
actually we do have this money.
Really? We have this money, bro?
Want me to tell you why?
How many,
Because
how many
70 billion
trillions
of the
are there?
100,
Let me look that up
70
for me.
billion of the 107 billion, Percy the Corgi, thank you so much. 70 billion of the 107 billion is weapons and equipment. That was stuff we reallocated from weapons equipment we already had. It was old weapons and equipment. Okay, so we already have this money. The proportion that we sent to Ukraine that is cash based is very, very small in terms of the proportion of our overall budget. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Our overall budget for the military, $850 billion a year. The $40 billion that we sent them in cash, the 40 billion. Are you telling me that's bringing down the budget? Appreciate the carry. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hang lights. Are you trolling me? Appreciate the beating heart.
I'm not trolling you.
The 40 billion. You think $40 billion to Ukraine in cash increases inflation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, well then how about the $1.9 trillion in debt spending that we had specifically from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Miko,
Say that
appreciate the
again?
fireworks. Thank you so much.
We have
What about the
debt from
$1.9 trillion in debt-related spending from the... Appreciate the Miko. Thank you for the fireworks. And debt-related spending from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
You spent more money than you had because of a tax cut?
Carrie, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I added $1.9 trillion to the debt over 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's probably just bad spending on the part. Well, what this happened while Biden was in office?
So, yeah. So, in terms of what happened?
You said there was 1.something trillion.
Well, so there were some parts that were added. HDC prescription. Yes, because the Trump tax policy is still in effect. So there's still debt being added to our current debt from Trump's policies that he signed into law.
Hey, I'm gonna be right back in like 5 minutes. I need to go respond to Bryce Hall.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna film a response video.
Go for it. Dude.
What?
Push the rose. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's gonna fight. He's actually fighting Bryce Hall. I'm not trolling.
Dang, that's crazy.
Bro, he's gonna get his ass beat.
Well, he's going to be able to debate him after. So he might lose the fight, but he's going to win the debate. Because Bryce Hall is not intelligent. He cares more about the debate, about the intellectual basis of it, not the physical caveman fight stuff.
Would you say that I've been more intelligible than your average guest on here?
The last few I had, sure, yeah.
But the average.
Hell no.
Appreciate it. You've been around it.
Okay.
Around it for
I'll
like the
take that.
Trump lives. Yeah, like other topics, it depends. By intelligible, I just mean that like you can kind of understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so why is Kamala only going to HBCU colleges right now to raise her campaign? Is that because she's a black female and she thinks going to HBCU colleges is going to get her more votes because mostly predominant black people go there? And why will she not go to other colleges?
If people who are black are already voting for Kamala Harris, why would she have to go to historically black colleges and universities to increase the level of vote she's getting? Please make that make sense. If she already has 70 to 80% of the vote of people who are black in this country, why would she have to go to HBCUs to get more votes?
Well, that's exactly what she's doing.
Weird
She's on a
description.
campaign right now.
No, she'd be wanting to go to the swing states, right? Like people in the Rust
She's
Belt.
actually going to HBCU colleges right now. Thank you. So why is she doing that? That seems like a waste of money.
It's because she actually cares.
Because she cares? Because she wants other black people to vote for her because she's also black?
Wait, Tucker, you already know that's going to happen, right? Like black people particularly are predominantly voting for Kamala Harris. Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't even me. That was one of the boys.
She
He
also
wanted to hop on.
attended a historically black college university, Howard University. So she went there herself. So was she getting votes then?
Was she getting votes when she was in college when she wasn't running for anything?
Exactly. No, she wasn't. So what's your point? Why are you saying that she could only go to a historically black college or university for votes? Did Donald Trump wait, I have a question. Did Donald Trump go and do a photo op at Arlington for votes?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he did.
Oh, okay. Well, that's against federal law. So he violated federal law to get a photo op.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he violated federal law.
to get a photo op?
Yeah, he violated federal law for a photo op, right, at Arlington.
Wait, what law did he violate here?
There's a law that does not allow for you to use the particular death of individuals in Arlington, right, for political gain, which he did, because he was on sacred ground at a military cemetery.
Ask him if he should be a politician.
I feel like that's kind of like a. That's not like a cut and dry thing that he did there. I feel like that's more of a perspective thing. You see it that way. Some people probably
No,
see it
dude,
that way.
it's not that I just see it that way. It's literally he violated federal law. Like I'm not making it up. That's what he did.
You already did. Yeah, you already did. You already debated Charlie Kirk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's gonna say, ask me who.
Sorry, my
Who
friend
won
was
the
just asking.
debate? Oh, Charlie got cooked.
Charlie Kirk got cooked.
Yep.
think he would say the same?
Samaya, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, he says that I was smart but annoying. So I think he concedes to that when he didn't post any of my responses on any of his social media, and him saying that, and him not wanting to debate me until after the election. Zima, thank you for the 10-month subscription. So that's what I take as W.
My ass.
Can you tell me wait, if he beat me, why didn't he post any of the responses?
Zero.
No, I don't. I was just asking. I'm not saying he beat you. I didn't see.
He didn't even know if you had debated him. Or
No,
not.
yeah, I was just asking.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Hey, bro. He's a chill ass dude, but like, he's cool.
Okay, all right. Well, is there anything else you guys want to say or talk about before I go on to the next person?
I think that's it, man.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Sven, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well if you're going to help get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Roni, thank you so much for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Really good news about the future, everyone. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you so much, Stacy. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. We're going to add MAGA from the comment section. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Heather, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for the Dean and Parker super duo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the hand heart. All right, let's get this next person up. It's not adding them. Let's add some MAGA from the chat. If you're typing MAGA in the chat, just letting y'all know, please be in the guest box. Please be in the guest box if you are typing MAGA in the chat. Thank you for the rock star. Thank you so much, Mala. I appreciate it. Oh, Sven, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I'm happy I did get it correct. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Yeah. Because I believe that he's a very sane person compared to Democrats.
Appreciate Little Crown. Thank you so much. A sane person? Appreciate Paper Green.
Yeah. I don't
gotta be-
believe
you're
that
trolling, right?
No, I don't believe that Democrats are sane. Like at least 30% of them, I believe that they have mental illness. So that's why.
Okay, how do I have a mental illness?
I said at least 30% of them have mental
Okay,
illness.
how about
and,
okay? So 30% of Republicans have mental illness.
yeah, for example, if you believe that, let's say that transgender man is real man, then you have mental illness.
Well, I have a question.
That's
What time is it?
What?
What time is it?
What's the problem?
What time is it?
What time is it? Why are you asking that?
Can you just tell me what time it is?
Oh yeah, it's 5 p.m.
It's 5 p.m.
Yeah.
What state do you live in?
Why are you asking me? Do you want to know where I live? Or
Yeah, what
what's the
state?
problem? No, I'm not gonna give you that answer.
Do you live on the East Coast?
I'm not gonna give you that answer. What's the problem? Like, can you answer my question?
Okay, do you live on the East Coast?
Can you answer my question?
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the
Really?
next person. Okay. Like saying East Coast is not like giving up your location. All right, let's get this next individual up here because yeah, it's Central. Central is 5 o'clock. Ashley, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Yo, it's a Palladia? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, Parker, oh, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What are some good news sources? AP News, Reuters, NPR, and PBS. I like looking for independent news. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
33.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump, buddy.
Laura, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Why so?
Trump's the best.
Why is he the best?
I don't know. I like the way he handled the COVID-19. I like the tax.
Emma, are you voting Trump?
Well, I know my father is.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Is your father there?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry then, Emma. I do appreciate you coming up though. So yeah, sorry. You said what? You like how he responded to COVID? You like him undermining masks?
Yes, I like that. I like the
So
tax.
did you like Operation Warp Speed?
Cuts. I like his like general like.
Do you like Operation Warp Speed?
What was that?
He gave like expediting for funding for like developing the vaccines.
I think that he had his heart in the right place.
So do you like that though?
No, I don't. I don't think the outcome of the. I don't think the outcome of the vaccine was
$2.86. Okay, so you don't like his response then?
I didn't say that. I said I thought his heart was in the right place.
Okay, but you don't like what he did. Okay. So you
It's
said you
not
like
that
his
I don't like
taxes.
what he did.
So what do you
I
like
think
about his
that-
tax policy? Do you like the fact that it majority gave the money to rich people, and then he's advocating for universal tariffs that will shift the burden from rich people to people who are poor?
Yeah, I definitely
You do?
like the way he handled the foreign policies as far as like China goes. I think that was
How so? Like the 60 to 100% tariffs on China?
tariffs.
Those are terrible.
Yeah. No, I think it needed to happen.
Carrie, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, those are horrible. He didn't put those in effect yet, by the way. He's advocating for those now.
Well, then, I mean, as soon as he gets in, man, he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
It's gonna
So
be
can you tell me one policy you like that he influenced to get passed? Thank you for the
Well,
the
I
Tom's like.
like,
Thank you so much, by the way.
You know what I really like? I like how when he got into office, the first time he got into office, how he sat at his desk and he had a bunch of executive orders he was going to sign. He just sat there and signed all the executive orders. and
Omen,
then-
thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Omen. You didn't really give me like a response. That's not like a name me one executive order you like that he signed.
Maybe the pipeline.
He's not a.
That's the one. That's
say
the
that
one I
again?
remember. The one, the pipeline.
Okay, so
I
you
know
like
there was,
Trump's
like,
pipe?
some-
Trump didn't do a policy on the pipeline.
Well, he signed an executive order
What executive order?
to allow the pipeline to be operational.
Was it operational under his administration?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
No, it was only 8% built. It was a Canadian-owned pipeline as well, and it was shut
Oh.
down by a Supreme Court order that Biden followed through with. Okay, bro. Jeez, man.
Yeah,
That's
Biden's an
cooked.
ass. Biden's an ass, man. But you know what? I kind of feel bad for Biden at the same time, bro.
Why? I feel worse for the people who are so convinced by the misinformation and propaganda from Donald Trump.
Well, no, it's not even from Donald Trump. This is like all my own observations and like shit like that, you know. But
like what ones?
I kind of feel a little bit of like sympathy, maybe a little bit of pride for Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Because man, they did him dirty, but they did him dirty in a lot of different ways.
You guys wanted him to step down, and then whenever he steps down, you're like, "No way! I didn't actually want you to leave. Please come back, Biden. Biden, I didn't want you to leave. Please come back."
It's because they were also using him as a puppet.
I miss you, Biden. Please
what I'm
come
saying?
back.
So it was like elderly abuse.
Okay, so then why are you mad that he stepped down?
It's not that it's just that. They
So
don't
honestly,
give-
why are you voting for Trump? Because I think you guys are engaging in elder abuse. Like he's cognitively declined. Like this
Oh,
guy's
come
losing it. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, come
He's
on.
fucking losing it. Do you
Yeah,
want to hear
I
it?
want to hear it. I want to hear it, please.
I got you. I got you. He is absolutely losing it, dude. It's really brutal. Can you tell me what this means?
All right.
Yeah, let me turn up the.
Where there's so much water, you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they closed it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water.
What does that mean? Summer, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Summer. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, there's definitely some context to that.
So Harris healthcare policy will help prescription drug owners or people that need it because they'll cap a $2,000 out-of-pocket costs. Sorry, I was just responding to some random Venmo. Amy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Amy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What about this one?
But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty.
Thank you so much, Sven. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. What about this one?
What would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there? By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards. Or here, do I get electrocuted? If the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking. Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
I feel like that's an
And again,
opinion.
I said to Vladimir Putin, I say, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the cup. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
And then I just want you to hear this real quick because this is gonna.
I heard that last one.
Yeah. And then I want you to hear this because this is like a really important point to make here with this. And I got you. Where is it?
Talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do. I've been trying.
If he has to create stories, so they created that story. Amber, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Amber. How do you feel about that? Any of these? It sounds totally incoherent.
I feel like there's context to it that's being purposely left out.
Tell me what context.
Well, what is he even talking about?
With what? Exactly. What the fuck is he talking about?
Like, what is he even talking about? Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell is he talking about?
You can't
Seriously, dude.
You can't assume one way or another what he's saying unless
because you can't figure it out by what he's saying, right?
Right, because you're taking a clip from like the middle of what he's saying.
Exactly. The middle of what he's saying, and it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, but it's not always going to make sense.
Play me one clip of Kamala Harris where I can't, and I'll make sense of any of them.
Dude, I mean, half of the shit that Kamala Harris says, bro.
Kamala.
Yep,
there you go, bud. Or you can say VP Harris.
I can say just Harry.
What'd you say?
I can say she's just Harry.
What? Why?
I don't know, she looks Harry.
What the hell is wrong with you? Are you a child?
What's wrong with you? Man, you're pulling clips out.
Nothing.
You're pulling clips out of nowhere and like, hey, look at this. Look at this. How come I can't make sense of that? How come I can't make sense of that? And I explain it to you, and it doesn't even matter.
You didn't explain it to me. What'd you explain?
And now you're continuing to say what I was just saying, playing this game.
What
right? Of pretending you don't know what I'm talking about.
With what?
With everything that I'm saying.
Women grow hair? I didn't know that. I didn't know women had hair.
Yeah, dude. They do.
So, you're hairy, bro.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the point?
There's something fishy about Kamala.
Kamala, what's fishy about her?
Well, it's like, how does she even think she's going to be the president?
How is she going to be president?
Yeah.
She's going to beat Donald Trump?
How does she think she's going to beat Donald Trump? Nobody likes him.
She'll get more votes. Then why is she winning nationally in the polls? Why does Alan Lichtman say that she's going to win?
I don't know who Alan Lichtman is.
Yeah, he based upon the keys has gotten every presidency right since I think it's Gore, right? Like the Bush-Gore situation.
That's kind of fishy.
Since '82, I think.
Kind of weird, don't you think? Makes me think that maybe, perhaps, all of it is just some sort of fucking staged play or something.
Oh, it's staged play? Okay, so how about this? Trump isn't actually Trump. That's a fake Trump. The real Trump is in some like mountain base in Wyoming or Idaho. No one actually knows.
That's something I thought about. That's actually something I thought about.
Yeah, I bet.
He might
KL,
be.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
He might be a clone.
He's in Mount Vernon or whatever the hell its name is, and yeah, he's coming to save this country from the reptiles. He's a Pleiadian, dude. He's not even a human.
Oh, this is Billy Bob.
Connor, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Hey, I have a question. Can you tell me what Trump's healthcare policy is?
Trump's healthcare policy is, well, he has concepts of an idea.
He has concepts of a plan. What's his child care plan?
Well, his child care plan was to, give people extra money in their taxes.
What's his plan to help with housing affordability?
Housing affordability
and childcare. He's not helping with the taxes for that.
I think America First. America First is
that's not housing affordability policy. What's his plan to help small businesses with income under 50K?
It's the same thing as saying I have concepts of an idea, which is actually better in a lot of ways because plans, like actual plans, sometimes they go in a direction you don't want them to go. So to have a concept of a plan is like, oh, this is the general direction I want to go, but we're going to figure out how to get there.
Okay, so he doesn't really have. So 9 years into running for president, he's got nothing.
No, I think what he has done was build upon, the healthcare system that we have.
$10. So build onto the ACA.
Build onto it, make it better. I think that
makes it better. He wants to keep the ACA.
Well, I think that there's a few things about it that some people don't like.
Wait, so so he wants to keep the ACA?
The ACA. I'm talking about Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act, right? That's what you're saying, right? The Affordable Care Act.
Elise, I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Yeah, the ACA is Obamacare.
All right.
Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Jay, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Sven, thank you so much for the $1.
To try to trip you up. Yeah, he's talking.
Yeah. So again, can you tell me? So do you like the ACA?
I don't have an issue with it. Not personally.
No. So he has no health care plan to repeal. So he has no health care plan to repeal and replace the ACA. What's his plan to help small businesses with income under 50,000?
Well, I think to cut taxes.
Oh, did you know that actually under his administration he increased taxes on corporations' income under $50,000 a year? It went from 15,000 under Obama to 21, or not 15,000, 15% under Obama to 21% under Trump, because he had a 21% flat rate on corporations rather than a progressive tax system.
No. Yeah. Come on.
Nothing. You're running away to your little safe space, bud.
What'd you say?
You got nothing?
No, can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What up, man? I'm 20.
You voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Well, same reason why same reason why majority of America is.
What's the reason?
During his presidency, he did way better than the Biden administration did.
Okay, like what? Can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
No, I just know that people could actually afford gas, could afford groceries, people were working. People weren't collecting unemployment checks.
Actually, under his administration, people were collecting
also,
can I get
I forgot. Hang on.
Under his administration, people were collecting unemployment checks in 2020. One. Two, inflation happened all around the world, in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So why do you blame the economic effects of the pandemic on the Biden-Harris administration, but you don't blame the 14.8% unemployment that happened because of the pandemic under Trump, on Trump? Tessa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
That's during COVID. I'm not talking about during COVID. I'm talking about during the 2 years that he could actually do things.
What about it? Angela, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much to fix the hole in the wall of banging your head against. Thank you.
What about what? The 2 years that everybody was actually able to buy groceries and pay for their own gas and not collect unemployment and actually go out to work?
Ginger, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Did you know that real wages accounting for inflation are higher now, median wages higher now than they were in Q4 of 2019?
I don't really care about all the stats. I mean, I'm your average.
You don't care about the economic data?
No. I'm the average American that doesn't read all these stats and policies. I know 4 years ago, people were better off, and the world was better off. That's my next point. World peace and no new war was under Trump.
So there wasn't world peace and there was no new war. You understand there was the Turkish-Kurdish war. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was the illegal annexation of the Golan Heights that he gave to Israel. Cassandra, I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. There was also the blocking of the vetoing of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen, killed 85,000 Yemeni children by starving or bombing them to death.
Okay, so you can say all that. Okay, now let's compare.
Jellyfish, thank you so much.
Let's compare the world peace under Trump. Everything that you just said. Okay.
World peace.
Now compare that to Russia invading Ukraine and the whole Hamas ordeal.
Wait, can I ask you this question?
Let's compare.
No. This is directly related to this. It's directly related to your point.
Okay, but then can you compare the two?
Yeah. This is a comparison of the two.
Okay, I'll make sure to ask. Ask you again.
This is a comparison of the two. Listen.
Okay.
Why, if there was world peace under Trump's administration, were there 65 service members that died in conflict comparative to the 16 under the Biden-Harris administration?
No, I said the world was at. I meant to say world was at more peace under Trump rather than under the Biden administration.
So you said that
that leads me again before you.
So when you say more peace,
let's compare the two.
That's not what you said. You said there was world peace.
Okay, well I changed. The world was at more peace while Trump was in office compared to.
So how was there more peace if more service members died in conflict under Trump's administration?
Well, yeah, because the Biden administration taking everybody out of Afghanistan was terrible, horrible. That's why they're.
You understand that agreement was set up by Trump, right?
Oh yeah, everything's always Trump's fault.
No, I'm serious. He actually did. I'm not trying to blame everything on Trump. He literally did that.
Okay, well, hang on. But let's compare. Like I said, we're still you're veering away from it already. Let's compare.
I've been thinking this is.
Let's compare the world's the world peace under Trump compared to Biden's world peace now. So Russia invading Ukraine and Hamas, I'd say those two outdo everything that you spit off by a lot. Can you agree with that, or are you just delusional?
Sheena, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So yes, those conflicts got worse under this administration. That does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. One.
Okay, exactly.
Two. Can I address this?
And
Two.
it wasn't helped
That doesn't
at all.
mean
At all.
that there weren't previous conflicts that happened under Trump that didn't happen under the Biden-Harris administration.
It was never to this extent. It was never to this
So wait,
extent at all.
what about the 85,000 Yemeni children that were starved or bombed to death in Yemen because of Biden?
So,
I mean, not
are
because
we
of Biden,
talking
because
numbers?
of
Okay.
let me fucking finish. Because of Trump vetoing the blocking of an arms deal.
Okay, like I said, we can bring up numbers. Now tell us how much the numbers in Hamas and Ukraine.
Okay, so yes, so in terms of Palestine, there have been over 40,000 Palestinians that have died. Okay, that would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden. Actually, if it is the case that Trump was
Okay,
president,
dude, come
he
on.
would have allowed for them to do more because it is the case that he thinks that Israel should finish the job. He allowed for Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights.
Okay,
Right? He's in support of them
okay,
annexing
so-
the West Bank. He's in support of them literally invading the rest of the Middle East. You understand that, right?
No, that's you think that if Trump was in
Thank you for
office,
$3. Thank you so much.
you think if Trump was in office, this would be worse?
Yes, absolutely.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah, and then what is he going to do with Russia, Ukraine? Please tell me. Is he going to give Ukraine to Russia?
Let's see what has Biden and Kamala said.
You like how he doesn't respond to us. Is he going to give Ukraine to Russia?
Has Biden and
Live breath, thank you
Kamala
so much.
even
Is he
met
going
with
to give
Zelensky?
Ukraine to Russia?
Putin is going to pull out. Putin will pull out as soon as Trump gets in office.
That makes no fucking sense. Why?
Well, Putin said it. I mean,
no, he didn't. Putin never said that.
He said he'll take. He takes what, or he respects Trump, and he takes what he says very seriously. And he
And you want to know what happened after that? He didn't accept Trump's
Trump gets in-
proposal. You want to know what happened after he said that? He didn't accept Trump's proposal.
Yeah,
So nice,
Trump
nice little
isn't in
reworking of what
office right
happened.
now, bro. Trump isn't in office. He said that while Trump is out. Trump is out of office, making
Blake,
more
push the
peace than
$3.
Trump is
No,
out of.
he didn't do shit.
No, hang on,
Push the
hang
$8.
on.
Wait, the only way that you stop them is literally by giving them Ukrainian land. Push the paper grid, which Ukraine doesn't want to do. Nick, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And also, right, that means that they're going to reload and reinvade. They did that with Crimea. They did that with Georgia. They're going to keep doing it. Cassandra, appreciate the $5.
Okay, so has Biden or Kamala met with Zelensky within the past year during this crisis?
Yes, they just met with him recently. He came to the United States. He literally said that
and Trump met with him. I know that.
Yeah, and you want to know what he said about Trump?
Come on, dude.
What did he say about Trump? Tell me. What did he say? Ayana, appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5.
What did he say about Trump?
What did Zelensky say about Trump?
What did he say about Trump? The only videos I've seen is them two shaking hands and having great things to say about each other.
Yeah, so he literally says that he doesn't like him. He thinks that Trump will give Putin Ukraine.
No, he never explicitly said that. Come on, dude.
Wait, do you want me to? I'll literally look up Zelensky comments.
Yeah, we'll look it up too. Look up Zelensky
Trump.
says explicitly says.
Explicitly says.
Yeah, not any of this context bullshit.
Any of this context bullshit?
Yeah, you said Zelensky said Trump said.
What?
Trump will give Russia Ukraine. Trump did not say that.
You understand that Trump literally actually I'll give you this explicitly.
Wait, no, but that's
JD
what he
Vance,
said, though.
listen. JD Vance came out with a proposal that literally gives Russia parts of Ukraine. Like huge parts of Ukraine.
JD Vance did?
Yes, look up
Okay, well,
JD Vance. Look up JD Vance. This is Trump's VP. JD Vance. Russia Ukraine proposal.
Okay, well, hang on.
More than what Biden.
Hang on. Yeah, first of all, he's doing a lot more. He's doing and saying a lot more than Kamala and Biden are doing. Actively, while we're not even in office, they're actively trying to resolve a crisis that's not even any of their business at this moment. And until they're in office, then it's immediately their business. If things don't change, then yeah, I'll be
Spending the $7.50
at the Trump administration.
Okay, so
And-
you
and
understand
hang
that?
on, another thing about the VP, you and all these other guys that are up here on TikTok debating, y'all are the first quick to say, "Oh, Kamala's VP. She doesn't have much power at all to do anything."
No,
So then I'm
wait.
gonna use that rebuttal against you, JD Vance. He's gonna be the VP.
Go ahead.
He doesn't
Go ahead.
have any power.
That's fine.
So-
That's totally fine, and that
Yeah.
still doesn't mean that they don't have similar proposals. You understand that JD Vance is bringing up proposals that are relevant to the election time. And then also the source that I'm referencing, Washington Post, Zelensky's increasingly blunt comments about Trump.
Okay, yeah, he never said, Trump never said that he's not going to give Ukraine Russia. He never said that, and that's what you said.
So I just gave it to you, right? He said,
yeah, increasingly blunt comments. That's not him saying
that's just
Russia
where you
is
can.
gonna get Ukraine.
That's where you can, dude. Jesus fucking Christ! That's where you can find the information. I'm just telling you the title, genius.
Oh, okay. Well, another thing
Joshua,
that
think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Here, I need another thing that I wanted to ask you about. So you're talking about, you kept on playing all these clips to one of these dudes that was in here earlier of Trump saying random bullshit. So I want to ask you, since we're on the war topic right now, 10 years down the road, are you going to be more worried about what a president says or what a congressman says or what somebody says? Or are you going to be worried about the world blown into pieces due to a nuclear war?
There's not going to be a nuclear war if Kamala Harris' presidency won.
You don't think so?
Two, as it relates to this, it is the case that I care about the fact that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, and I wouldn't vote for him because of that. Sav, thank you for the hand art. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating?
I already told you.
Would you vote for someone? So you would. So would you vote for someone held?
I'm voting for Trump.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a child against their will?
I'm voting for Trump.
Can you answer my question? Appreciate it, Sav. Thank you for the hand art.
A child?
Yeah. Rebecca, think of the $5. Thank you so much,
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Do that to a child, first of all.
Okay, it's impossible for you to understand literally just a basic hypothetical. Okay.
Yeah, that's a horrible hypothetical. Would you?
Jesus fucking Christ, no, I wouldn't. Now answer the question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a child against their will?
No, I wouldn't.
So if you wouldn't vote for someone who did that, why would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman against her will?
Because it's not a child. And to be honest, that's not really my business. And like I said, 10 years down the road, I'm going to be more worried about the U.S. being involved in World War III rather than what somebody says or has done in their young age.
So you never gave me a reason why. Wait, what was the reason why you said you'd vote for someone held civilly liable of raping a woman rather than being a child?
I just told you. My main reason as to why I'm voting for Trump is I believe that the world is at more peace.
Wait, so I just want to let you know. That would be true under your view, regardless of whether or not the victim is a woman or a child. So why would you vote for him if the victim was a woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if the victim was a child?
Because if it was a child, then he'd be in jail for life. Yeah.
Okay, so again, you understand that the reason why he's not in a jail cell right now
is because it was. It's not a criminal case. Yes,
I understand, but the reason why it's not in a criminal case is because of the statute of limitations law,
or because he wasn't held criminally liable.
So he was held civilly liable. The reason why it wasn't criminal, is because of the.
Beverage and a sad adult beverage. If you know what I mean, yeah, exactly. Someone got it. Yep. Someone said it. It starts with a W. It starts with a C. So I'm gonna have two of those. I'd be like, and however the night's going, I'm gonna be going that way. So, Corey, thanks for the $2, Corey. What your thoughts on Trump's comments about mental disabilities and Kamala? Oh, terrible, Corey. I hated it. It's just it's in line with his other behavior, I think for the corgi, Ivan, his other ableist behavior. He's an ableist. That's what he is. He looks down on those who have mental handicaps, and he can't fathom that a woman would be okay. Parker's live, everybody. Parker is live. You hear that? Parker's live. All 1,000 of you, go to Parker's live. Go to @ParkerGetAJob. Wait, hold on. Is Parker?
Yeah, I have a lot of good stuff planned for this next month. I'm going to be going live a lot. A lot. This is the last month, everyone, before the election. So it's going to be a really big month, everyone. A really big month. Like such a historic month, in my life. I just want to let y'all know. So I do appreciate everyone, like such a historic month, like in my life. I just want to let y'all know. So this next person up, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this first person up here, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love it. I love it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah. What's up, Parker?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And why are you voting Trump?
Yeah, so a couple things. So I think number one, leadership ability for negotiating with leaders overseas. Also, very pro-life. I was originally, this is not a cop-out, I promise, but I was originally supposed to vote for RFK, but then he endorsed Trump, so now I'm just with Trump.
Don't you feel like he was going against like all of his values to do that? Like he cared really a lot about the environment. Trump doesn't even believe climate change exists. Right? He
No,
has no
absolutely
plan to help
not.
the environment. He said that he cares about like the health policies of people. Trump just has concepts of a plan for his healthcare policy.
Yeah, so I think looking holistic, so like I care about the environment, right? You're probably going to laugh at me for saying that, but I just think holistically, we live in a two-party system where the two parties kind of dominate. You know, there's people on the left who they may hold conservative values, but they feel like they're not represented. But ultimately, if it was choosing lesser of two evils, they would vote left, and then vice versa on the right. So I just think holistically, for the health of the country going forward, he thought that that was the best way forward.
So let's clarify. You'd vote for someone, you care about the environment, but you'd vote for someone who doesn't even believe climate change is caused by humans. He thinks the Earth is going to start cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet.
For sure.
Like,
Again, it's
don't you think that's
it's
like
not-
active delusion?
Absolutely, I would say so. But again, that's not the only issue I'm looking. If it was an issue by issue thing, then like, yeah, that's something we could talk about. But again, we live in a two-party system, and it's going forward with what you think would be the lesser of two evils, unfortunately. And I wish it wasn't that way.
Okay. Sure. So like, what?
But again,
indicates
there's
that-
other
what-
issues that I'm looking at as well,
Okay,
besides
so-
climate change, that I'm voting for.
Okay. Okay. All right. So like, how about is there any healthcare policy?
What do you mean healthcare policy?
What's his healthcare plan? Concepts?
I don't know the specifics of his healthcare policy, but
What
I
about
think,
his child care policy?
well, he talked about not taxing, or JD Vance, he put forward something about not taxing families who just had a baby. So that would help with taking care of the child. What's that?
That's not a policy proposal that he's had.
Yeah, but that helps
And they never said no tax on people who just have it. That's not what they said.
Yeah, they
said
did.
that they
Yeah,
would.
they did.
No, they didn't.
I believe so.
They did not. They did not argue that. They argued that they would do a child tax credit.
Or yeah, child tax credit. My bad. I'm sorry.
Okay, but Kamala Harris wants to do $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old,
She
and then
she
$3,000
only
through them being
proposed
18.
that after JD Vance proposed it first.
Wait, you understand that that's not relevant, right?
That is absolutely relevant. In fact,
JD, you want to know
there's
what
a lot
JD
of
Vance
things-
said? JD Vance said that he'd like to see the child tax credit go 3,000, 4,000, maybe even 5,000. That's what he said, right?
Absolutely.
So that means he's in support of Kamala Harris's child tax credit. That's not a proposal from their side. That means that they would support. That means JD Vance specifically would support it. Trump has indicated no child care policy change.
But Parker, here's the thing though. Don't you think it's kind of odd that Kamala Harris is regurgitating a lot of the talking points that Trump and Vance are using in their campaign right now? Don't you think that's kind of odd?
Wait, no. If there's agreement between the sides, you understand that in a lot of elections there's agreement.
The no tax on tips. So right 2 weeks after Trump and Vance proposed that, the Kamala Harris administration proposed that exact
Kamala.
same thing.
Can you say Kamala? real
Kamala,
quick?
my bad, Kamala.
Yeah. So yeah, that means they agree. You understand that came from people like Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders, right?
I actually did not know that.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So I mean, there are people well before him that brought up no tax on tips. I honestly think he's just saying no tax on things to get votes. Like when you guys say
I mean,
like,
that's a
oh,
politician's
Democrats always
game.
promise free money. You understand Trump's literally promising free money? No tax on this,
quite
no
the
tax on that, no
opposite.
tax on everything. We'll replace it with tariffs, which is also a tax, and it negatively impacts people who are lower income to a greater extent because disproportionately they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods.
Of paying less taxes.
Wait, so they would pay more taxes. So what Trump is advocating for is shifting the tax policy. He wants to do tariffs to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which predominantly gives tax cuts to rich people. So predominantly tax cuts to rich people to replace it with a tax policy that predominantly impacts people who are lower income, right? Because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods comparative to rich people.
Greater income on
Greater proportion of their income on imported goods.
I don't understand. How is their money going to imported goods? I don't understand. If you're getting
when you
taxed
buy
less
stuff from the
on-
grocery store, stuff at
Gotcha.
grocery store is imported. When you buy clothes are imported. When you buy housing parts are imported. When you buy car parts are imported. When you buy cars are imported. When you buy basically most things, gas is imported. It's going to be a tax on you, okay? Kamala Harris isn't going to tax you. You make less than $400K a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's not going to increase your taxes. Trump will. I'm serious. Trump will increase your taxes, and
Of course.
she won't increase your taxes.
Well, here's the thing with Kamala.
If you have a family,
Although
she'll
she won't
decrease your
incre-
taxes.
Although she won't increase my taxes, and I'll still feel the weight of inflation, just like what's happening right now. And I know you would argue.
How is she going to cause more inflation?
I mean, you look at what the Biden administration is doing right now with gas and with groceries. Everything's up. Housing is up 52%. I'm talking about inflation.
How
like
did
that.
they cause that? Because that went up globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world saw this.
Yeah, I know you would. Because I know you would argue that that was a cause of the pandemic, but there are
absolutely.
policies.
What
But there
policy
are
caused it?
What's that?
What policy caused it?
Because I know you have your computer open. I try and get mine on the phone, but it takes me out of the live. But even outside of like, I think we were talking about environment and taxes and stuff. I'm still pro-life. I still want to see the border.
Pivot. What did they cause?
What did what cause?
How did they cause inflation?
The policies that they passed.
What policies?
And again, let me look it up real quick. But again, the question is, why am I voting for Trump over Harris? Right?
I'm
And
asking
even
what
outside of all those
policies?
different things.
What policies?
I'm getting to it. Trying.
Christopher, it's fun. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Everyone tap that screen to get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. We'll wait for him. Give him a second, everyone. He's finding the concepts.
Yeah, I'm fine. Parker got me in a hold. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why I want to come on here, because
That's good that you wanted to come on to be challenged. I like that. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. So tax, Biden tax policy.
All right. While you do that, I'm gonna add someone up to like
Gotcha.
to help you so that you don't feel like pressured to like do it faster.
Oh.
Are you there? Oh my god. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's up on 25?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just for the safety of our country and the economy, basically. But
How so? How does it make us more safe to vote for a criminal?
well, have you take a look at the report that just came out of the 500,000 illegal immigrants in this country?
500,000?
15,000 rapists, 25,000 murderers. Have you seen that report, or did CNN not tell you that one?
What report?
Oh, you want me to pull it up?
Yeah, tell me what's the title.
Oh,
of the
okay,
report?
sure. Yeah, it's actually 455,000.
Because like to
Sorry,
clarify,
not 500,000.
Wait, to clarify, you don't want rapists in the country.
I don't want illegal immigrants in this country.
Wait, so you care more about restricting undocumented immigrants in the country than you care about restricting rapists?
No, I don't want undocumented undocumented migrants in this country. That's what I don't want, Parker.
Do you want grapists in the country?
No, not illegal rapists. No.
Oh, okay, so.
Well, Trump's are. I mean, don't play this game with me, dude.
Yeah, no, hold on. Let me go through it. So, are you telling me that if a particular candidate was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, forcefully penetrating them against their will, that you would want them as president of the United States?
Put them in jail.
Okay, Trump for president 2024. Why are you voting for him then?
Why not?
Why are you voting for him then?
Because he's not a rapist.
If you want him in okay, so wait, what's the name of the victim?
Eugene Carroll, where she didn't remember what day it was, what year it was, where it happened.
She did remember what year it was.
Happened,
1996.
And
she did remember where it happened.
Right?
Bergdorf Goodman. She remember how it happened as well. She explained that. You didn't listen to any of the evidence. Name me one piece of evidence submitted in the case that you dispute.
She doesn't remember when it happened or
not
where
true.
It happened.
Not true. 1996.
No, she said it was around this year or this year. I mean, if something that's significant.
No, she said
in your
1996. She said 1996. And also, by the way, there are plenty of people that don't remember the year, right? And it still is the case that they were assaulted. Wait, why are you laughing at that?
She doesn't remember the year. She said it was around.
She does remember the year.
No,
she
said it was either around 1996.
Matt, listen. She said 1996. The year is 1996.
Oh, man.
You want to know something crazy? You're saying that because someone wouldn't remember a year, that means that it didn't happen to them, even though she did remember the year. So what you're making is an absurd argument that you don't even have to make because it's insane.
All right. Do you want me to pull up this 455,000 illegal immigrants report, or do you not care?
No, tell me the title. I'm waiting for you to bring it up.
I got you, Parker.
It's on Ferris.
I don't know why you want to.
Curtis, what's your source?
Yeah, so I actually could not find any sources that all that.
What you couldn't find any sources? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So you're actually right about that. So we can't necessarily, the MAGA's going to hate me for this, but we can't blame any price or tax increases on the Biden administration.
Yeah, you're totally right with that. That's a good position.
But still, I think as Matt was saying, there's so many other reasons why I personally wouldn't vote for them. And one of those being, and the report literally came out today, and I don't use .com sources or Fox or anything like that, but Ferris, that report that says there's 442,000 convicted undocumented immigrants who have been released into the country. And that's not okay.
So you want to know something crazy? There's things that, so there are going to be people that come into the country that have been convicted of crimes that we want to prevent from coming into the country, but we don't have perfect enforcement of the law. So that still happens, and it happens under both Trump's administration. It happens under both Biden's administration. On every single administration, it would happen to some degree. Now we can try to limit these things. That's why the law exists, but we don't have perfect enforcement.
But Trump is tougher on that.
Wait, so when you say Trump is tougher on that, what do you mean? Like, what is Trump going to do that's better? Because he actively undermined the border bill, which was the largest border bill in the past 20 to 30 years.
There's no border bill.
There was.
No, there wasn't. He lied about taking executive action, which he said he couldn't do. He lied repeatedly.
No. He said that again. What he was saying is that it's likely to get struck down by the Supreme Court, which is still likely to happen.
He lied repeatedly about.
That's not a lie.
Hold on, Parker. He lied repeatedly about not taking executive action. It's a complete lie.
Did you hear me? I just told you.
Then why did he take executive action anyways?
Because there was no ability to get a border done in Congress.
So he could have done that in the first place without the bill, right?
Again, as it relates to this, the bill was meant to be long-lasting.
But there's no bill needed.
Listen, appreciate the hand art. Yes, there is a bill needed because what's called the executive order is not long-lasting.
All right, here's this report, by the way. It's 425,431 here we go. So I'll give you the real numbers here. There are 13,000 illegal immigrants who have previously been convicted of homicide and are currently living free in our country.
Are they legal? If they've already committed homicide, they should be in prison.
Hold on. I'm gonna just go over all the numbers, and then we could discuss further if you want.
Are you saying legal or undocumented?
There's 62,000 convicted criminals here.
So we shouldn't allow convicted criminals in the country.
14,000 illegal immigrants convicted of burglary. 56,000 with
We
the
shouldn't
drug
let fraudsters in the
convictions,
country, right?
13,000 convicted of homicide, 2,500 convicted of kidnapping, and 15,000 of sexual assault.
Oh, so we shouldn't let people who
13,000
commit
illegal
sexual
immigrants
assault in the
convicted of
country, right?
murder.
So to clarify, we shouldn't let people who are convicted of or held liable of sexual assault into the country, right?
Dude, stop! I don't know why you're such a joke, dude.
You're mad.
You're a joke.
How am I a joke?
But Trump, Trump. I mean, it's such a joke that
I have
that's
no
all
issue.
You
By the way,
to and you don't
Matt,
care.
Matt, I would let you know.
don't care, dude.
Listen, Matt, I am totally okay with deporting
With illegal
people.
immigrants in this country, we know. We know you're okay with that.
Can I explain? I'm totally okay with deporting people who have committed violent crimes, who have committed crimes. Right? I do not have an issue with deporting people who have committed homicide, burglary, robbery, all of those things. I'm totally okay with deporting people who have done that. Okay? Now, I don't see how that's different under either administration. They don't have any policy that says, oh, we're not going to deport people who commit these types of actions. So what you're then saying is that, oh, this would have happened regardless of the administration unless there was a policy implemented. Alyssa, appreciate the dollar. So why wasn't there a policy?
Has nothing to do with
Because
policy.
Trump
When Joe
undermined the
Biden
border bill.
lies and says he can't take executive action.
So
when he did it anyways.
Appreciate the animal band. I just talked about this. Appreciate the animal band. Thank you so much,
did.
Kay.
But
Can I
what
explain
you're
it
saying
again?
makes no sense. He took
Let
an
me
executive
explain.
action because the bill wouldn't get passed. That means he could have taken executive action without the bill in the first place.
Listen, but the reason why he wanted the bill rather than just the executive action. Gracie,
Explain the bill to me.
Because-
Explain the bill then.
Matt, appreciate the VR goggles.
Can you
because it's a
explain the part in the
long-lasting-
bill where it says they shut down the
I'd
border?
like to explain it to you. So it's a long-lasting bill. If it goes through Congress, if it's executive action, it's less long. It's way less long. It likely shot down by Supreme Court.
Can you explain the
We
part?
don't want it to be shut down, but if there's nothing, the better option is the one that could possibly get shut down, right? But if it's possible, we want to get the one that it is the case that there is going to be a longer lasting deal. So would you rather a longer lasting fix to the situation, or would you rather a temporary, like, sort of fix to the situation because Trump wants to make himself look better?
Well, I don't know. Ask Joe Biden what he did on day one. So ask
did he
Joe
do?
Biden
Tell
that
me.
question.
Tell me, what did he do that you think is
remember the
bad?
happiest day of your life? Joe Biden got elected. You were so happy.
That wasn't the
How many
happiest day of my
executive
life.
actions did he take on the border on day one?
So I don't know how many executive actions he took on the border.
How many, Parker?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
How
Over
many executive
14 of them.
actions?
Over 14 executive
tell me one of
actions
them.
destroying the border on day
Tell
one.
me one of them.
On day one.
Tell me one.
Catch and release.
So, okay, wait, what is catch and release?
And remain in
When you
Mexico.
Oh, remain in
No,
Mexico.
remain in
Trump
Mexico
doesn't
is
even say.
Trump. Remain in Mexico is Trump.
Yeah, remain in Mexico.
Day one,
No,
Parker.
hold on. He's saying
You don't remember that?
He's saying he undermined the remain in Mexico, which he did do. That's true. He did undermine the remain in Mexico.
Yeah.
But you want to know Trump? Trump doesn't even claim remain in Mexico had any effect. If you look at actually like the speech that he was saying before before he got shot. He was literally saying that the only time that his border lockdown had an effect was once Title 42 was implemented. So any of the policies you're referencing didn't have an effect.
Well, here's the thing. There was a sharp decline in illegal border because I know you talk about the crime and there's really no difference in crime.
Actually, they commit less crime.
Exactly. Yeah, which I agree with that, but that has to do with the population of the people coming across, not necessarily
it's per capita.
Whether they're more. Yeah. So
per capita means per person.
Okay, so I'm talking about illegal crossings in general, right? And there was a sharp decline in illegal crossings under Trump than under Biden right now. So despite what specific policy you're looking at, he was more effective on the border.
So you're saying that he's more effective on the border? No, that's totally not true. What policy?
Absolutely,
you say that's effective?
absolutely. You look at the statistics. He's absolutely
No, Curtis,
more
don't
effective.
just say look at the statistics. Tell me what policy did he implement that caused this?
Hello, zero tolerance policy.
What zero tolerance policy? Okay, give him a second to look it up, everyone.
Well, in that case, I'll
Yeah.
tell you an executive order Biden took on day one, destroying the border.
Okay, so
So zero tolerance
I'm
policy
waiting.
is
Go ahead.
Are you waiting on? Who are you waiting on?
Either or to give an argument. Go.
Okay, he abolished the muzzle ban.
So, okay, wait. So you think?
And he expanded
okay, let's go
the
through this.
deportation.
Let's talk about that, Matt.
All right.
Would you vote for someone who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
No, because the ideology is fundamentally different.
So you wouldn't?
Muslim and Christian ideology is fundamentally different.
Oh, okay. So what about what about Islam?
Christians
makes
don't
it
blow up car bombs, Parker.
Wait. Do you know what the Crusades are? Do you know that
Yeah,
people?
but you know what the
do you know that
Crusades were
Christian?
about? Actually, Parker, no.
I need both
Parker,
of you to
do
be quiet
know-
real quick. Both of you to listen. Okay, let me respond, please, and I'll let you. I want to have productive dialogue. There are Christian countries around the world that slaughter GAY people for being GAY. Okay.
Who?
So let's
Name
not
the
sit
country.
there. Let's not sit there and let's not ignore
Name the
the
country.
Yeah, so specifically, Nigeria specifically, right? They have very harsh laws on GAY people, right? If you look at countries in Africa,
Oh, so
throughout
does
history,
Palestine,
especially
right?
even in Europe, they had laws where they would stone GAY people. Okay, you were just talking laws right now. Throughout history, it's been the case that Christianity has utilized its religion to literally violently kill people who are GAY on the basis of them being GY. People who were literally
Parker, this
even.
is so rich. This is so rich. What is happening literally right now?
And he
You're
halted the
more safer
construction of
as a-
the
you're more
border
safer-
wall too, Parker.
You're more safer as a LGBTQIA person in a Western Christian country than you are anywhere in a Muslim.
Wait, say what you want, but you understand that the laws of Christianity aren't abiding by that. You're saying that because we've become more
What do
secular.
you mean the laws of Scripture,
Listen,
right?
There's no laws of
Let me. Can I
Christianity,
please?
Parker.
Can you guys shut up? There are moral laws in Christianity. What are the Levitical laws, Matt? What the hell are you talking about?
There's no laws in Christianity.
What is the old?
Parker.
Really? The Ten Commandments?
No.
Christianity doesn't
the
go by
Ten
the Old
Commandments
Testament.
aren't moral laws. Are the
Where in
Ten Commandments
Christianity does
moral
it call
laws?
for killing
Well,
gay
all you have
people?
to do is believe in Jesus, Parker.
Where? Leviticus. Leviticus, it says to put gay people to death.
Yeah, and that is the old. Okay, so you're referring to the Torah. The Torah is
Yeah. That's your
Jewish
God.
book.
That's your God. It's
That's
still your
Jewish
God.
book.
Wait,
No,
God's
that's-
perfect and doesn't change, right?
Ask the Jews that, Parker.
Does God change?
Parker, no, he doesn't.
No,
But
he doesn't.
you
So
are-
that God
you're
in the
making-
Old Testament is the same God.
you're making a. First off, you're making a straw man argument.
No, I'm not.
Because
I'm not.
again,
love talking about
we're talking about Christian.
Wait. Oh, wait. You guys brought up Islam. You guys said that Islam is so much worse than Christianity, but you
No,
haven't
I
read your
didn't
own
say that,
scriptures.
Parker.
Let's
I
listen to
didn't-
this.
I didn't bring
Can I please? You guys were acting like it's so much different. Like the values are so much different. In 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite men, women, children, and infants. Leviticus 25:44 through 46, God says it's okay to own slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Exodus 21:20 through 21, God says you can beat your slaves insofar as that they recover after a day or two. Okay? Don't act like Christianity is not some like morally corrupt view.
But
right?
why are you talking about Christianity?
Like, and say that's applicable to Islam. Like that's such a ridiculous point, right? If you're willing to say it for Islam, say it for Christianity.
Why'd you bring up Christianity when I talked about Biden abolishing the Muslim ban
Because
and
listen,
halting?
Now,
hold
you're
on.
okay.
And-
You're okay with voting for someone who wants to ban all Muslims, but you're not okay with voting for someone who
No,
wants to ban.
that wasn't the Muslim ban though.
He said he wants to ban all Muslims from coming to the country. I'll play you the audio. Okay? Right, but you're not okay with voting for someone who wants to ban all Christians. So what I'm doing is I'm highlighting the hypocrisy because you're willing to religiously persecute Muslims, but you're not willing to religiously persecute Christians. And you have no reason to do so. Now you may go.
I mean, it's confusing that you keep muting me. I don't interrupt you, Parker. I can't speak for Matt.
I'm sorry. I'm just doing both just because I want to get the point out. I apologize.
Okay, gotcha. No, it's okay. So again, there's a couple things you have to consider here. Number one, the differentiation between the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's people who are atheists or from other belief systems. They always quote the Old Testament, but they can never quote any New Testament, which, by the way, Christians, I don't know if you know this, but we don't go off of the Old Testament. We go off of the New Testament. So if you're talking about
Timothy 2:12, read Timothy 2:12.
It says to kill gay people.
No. Timothy 2:12. You want me to read it off for you right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I put 23. Yeah, it says, I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man, but to be in silence.
We're talking about gay people, Parker. What are you
I'm just saying, you're morally corrupt. Do you permit women to teach or have authority over a man?
Actually, yeah, I love women preachers, dude. But here's
wait, but that's your New Testament, buddy.
But here's the thing.
Rockstar.
That's okay. There's a culture.
Bruce the Jolly, thank you so much. Appreciate Claire.
This is so ironic because I debate with other people at my church about this. That's actually really it's a misused verse to disqualify women from preaching when really there's a historical context behind that. Because
what is the historical context behind I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man? She must be quiet.
Right. So if you're looking at proper hermeneutics, you're actually supposed to read the whole book and the whole chapter and understand the historical context.
So tell me.
There was actually a problem with women yelling out in that church at the time. And so that's what Paul mandated as the head of that church. For women in that time to stop, not teach or assume authority over man.
It says it does not permit a woman.
Yeah. He says, I do not.
So
Paul, not God does not.
Say, okay, wait, but okay, so you're saying that Paul isn't a good representation of Christianity? Push the money gun.
No, I'm not saying
that's
that.
That's gonna erode your entire biblical story.
Wait, Curtis?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because the reason why Paul said that was for a good reason for that time.
Wait, Curtis, can I ask?
Okay, so even if you're saying it for that time, it's still bad. You understand that justifying? So saying because misogyny existed in the past and it was justified by your scripture doesn't mean it's relevant to your point. That's the ridiculous point to make because it's the same God justifying that at that point. Do you think it's justified at that point?
But we are talking.
No, you don't. So then your fucking moral beliefs are different from the Bible.
Wait, Parker, I do have to go. Can I ask you one quick question, real quick?
Well, then why are you? I thought you base your religion and your ethics on the Bible. Priest of the glass, priest of the gem gun.
Is it cool if I go real quick, Parker?
You don't do that as a Christian. That's what Christian doctrine does.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, then you just conceded.
But again, you're misrepresenting the verses again.
I'm not.
Wait. All right, Parker. I do have to go. I kind of came up here for one reason. And it's just a quick question. What did President Biden mean when he said he created 2 million black jobs? What's a black job?
I wasn't sure he said this. I don't know.
Oh, here you go. Here, I'll play.
So I think that's ridiculous, and I agree that's bad.
Black. In just 3.5 years, we created over 2 million new black jobs for black Americans.
So was he like?
I don't even know what he said. He was stumbling and mumbling. But what are
I think he was making fun of Trump. Okay, I appreciate the jellyfish. Thank you.
No.
He was making fun of Trump.
He said he created 2 million black jobs. What does that mean?
He's making fun of Trump.
I thought you said you didn't see
Trump.
the clip.
Isn't he quoting Trump?
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
I don't know why you said that when you said you didn't see the clip.
Can you play 15 seconds earlier in the clip?
I'll play it again.
Play 15 seconds earlier.
I will. I'll play it again.
Can you play 15 seconds earlier?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In just 3.5 years, we created over 2 million.
No. Go back 15 seconds earlier.
Jobs for black Americans and black.
Can you like play 15 seconds earlier?
What's a black job, Parker? I thought you said we can't use that.
Can you tell me what 15 seconds earlier? Can you play 15 seconds earlier on that clip?
What's a black job? I don't know. What's a black job, Parker?
I agree. Ask Trump.
Why is Biden saying that?
Well, I think he's quoting Trump.
Parker, I'll play it again.
So can you like play the 15 seconds earlier?
Sure. I just want to know what a black job is. Maybe.
Matt, I just told you. I think that's a ridiculous statement if he did say that. I totally agree. Also, Biden's not the one running.
Doesn't we know he's not running, buddy. He hasn't been
okay, so what's your fucking point?
He hasn't been running for 2.5 years.
I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much, Claire. Think of the jolly. He was running.
No, he was not running. He got kicked out, by the way, too.
No, he didn't.
Of course he did.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Keith.
Well, how come he's not running then?
Because it is the case that he decided to drop out.
But why?
Because he had no chance of beating Donald Trump.
Just what's a black job, Parker?
Yeah, ask Trump. I can ask you that. What's a black job?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. So then why was Trump saying that?
Or I think a black job is someone with a person who's black and has a job.
Okay, wait. So is this a white job?
Jobs that African Americans are more likely to have.
Okay. So is the presidency a white job?
Stuff like that.
Is the U.S. presidency a white job?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
That's a crazy statement. Saying the U.S. presidency is a white job is insane. Is the U.S. presidency a man's job?
Yes.
Parker, here's the thing. The reason why I'm
Look
saying
at them.
that
Yo, full mask off. Full
Hold on a
mask
second,
off, bro.
Hold on a second. The reason why I'm saying the U.S. presidency is a black job is because there's a huge misrepresentation of minorities in that job.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly.
I mean, there's a racist.
That's
we're
exactly
literally
the
talking
issue.
about the White House.
First, the Galaxy. Thank you so
racist.
much. So you could say, typically speaking, it's been that way, but that does not mean the job is defined by that.
No,
thank you, the
absolutely
Galaxy. Thank you
not.
so much. Okay, so if it's not defined by that, then why do you say it's a black job or a white job? That's insane. Push the box.
Well,
Like
ask Joe
no one
Biden.
ever
He
said these
said
are
it.
white jobs. Like that's a never. Did Obama have a white job?
Well,
Yes.
in a sense.
Going off your standards, yes.
Jesus Christ, that's not my standards, bro.
It is your standard.
That is not my standards.
Yeah,
Push the gem, thank you so much.
speaking,
That does not
because
mean
of
it's-
racism. Literally
Appreciate
because
the
of
money.
racism.
Thank you so much. Okay, so again, then that means it's not a man's job. I appreciate the money. Thank you so much. It's a job for anyone that a man typically has had. Do you realize the difference between those statements?
Well,
But here's the thing that Trump was trying to
Thank you
get
for
at.
$2.
Well,
Because
what's a
I
ban
think
then?
you're purposely misconstruing.
Wait, Matt, can
what
you
he
go
was
back
trying to
15
say.
seconds? I want Matt to go back 15 seconds on that clip.
Sure.
If you play the same thing, I'm going to kick you without playing the 15
No,
seconds. prior.
I'm not. Here we go. Let me see if this is a.
There's 9,000 people in here. Holy crap!
Yeah, that's typical.
Just 3.5 years.
He's going to play the same thing.
No.
Like, we don't like evil Matt. We don't like evil Matt.
Yeah,
I don't like
had to come
evil
in
either.
to round it out with the good.
Matt came in to debunk evil Matt.
Yeah, I had to
Just
come
sell
in with
for
the
the
good.
$2.
Who's evil?
You are. You're the bad Matt.
You're evil Matt.
No,
I'm
I'm
good
not
Matt.
evil.
You got evil Matt and good Matt.
Yeah.
Kathy, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Appreciate the confetti. He
Oh,
can't play
that
the 15
confetti.
seconds before. Why can't he play the 15 seconds before?
I'm trying to. All
Did you
these
not have the clip?
Well, hold on. All these. I'm trying to find this full speech. I don't want to play like a 10-second clip for you.
You could just play 15 seconds before that. I thought you had 15 seconds before that.
Yeah, well, all these clips are either.
Was the clip cut off?
Well, it's not the whole speech, Parker.
Was the clip cut off so that you don't have it?
It's not a 50-minute video
No,
speech.
wait, but you could play 15 seconds before. Why didn't you just click the back 10
No, but-
seconds twice?
No, because it's not a 50-minute speech.
Click
It's
the
only
back.
a-
Just click the back 10 seconds twice. You're fine.
You can't because
takes-
it's only a 15-second video.
Oh, so you got a specifically edited clip that only clipped
No.
that off when he literally was making fun of Trump and you didn't know it. Krista,
thought
thank you so much
said
for the
you
$10.
didn't
Thank
know
you so
what I
much.
was talking about, though.
I do know what you're talking about. I'm trolling.
So you just lied.
Yes,
So you lie.
absolutely.
Why
I
should-
I
why
will
should anyone
absolutely
trust you?
lie to people on the live to make jokes. Absolutely. Like, for example, I tell people that I have 10 children.
Oh, here it is. He
Actually,
was
no, my
making
10 children
fun
are
of-
real, okay? They are so real.
Hold on. He was making fun of Trump. Here's the quote. With your help, in just 3.5 years, we created over 2 million new black jobs for black Americans. And then he follows it up by saying, by the way, the next black job to be filled as the president is the president of the United States. So basically, he was making a joke about Trump because he held his hand up during it. He held his hand up during it, and the crowd laughed. So like he was making
Rocket
fun of Donald
Library,
Trump.
are you for Trump or Harris? Because we're supposed to be debating here.
I'm for Harris. Well, hold on. It's 2 versus Parker, so I got added up, so now it's 2 versus 2. So what's the problem?
There's no
I
problem.
mean, it's Parker's rule, so I don't know what's going on, but
Well, he added
so,
me up.
So
so
I added up Super Matt.
Yes, you got a
Would you
problem?
have voted for Biden?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's better than
he's,
Trump. He hasn't been held civilly liable of
yeah.
sexually abusing women. He didn't try to coup the
Well,
country.
Parker,
Didn't try to
for-
restrict women's access to abortion. Didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims enter the country. Did deny climate change as it relates to
Parker,
specifically
don't give me a
him saying
political
that.
answer.
John
I
Percy,
don't want a
$50. Thank you so
political
much on
answer.
Cash App. We have
Wait.
W's for John in the chat. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, John.
In the
Would you
1970s.
The
have
answer
voted?
is
Wait. So he was
The
actually
answer is
advocating for
political.
integration. He was actually advocating for like the communities to be integrated.
Well, hold on. The answer is going to be
literally, Kamala
political.
Harris
We're talking
would
about
beg to
political
differ.
offices.
No,
No.
Parker just
No,
gave a
she said
whole
no. Listen,
speech.
she said you can do busing and you can do integration of housing as well. Whereas he was just arguing to do integration of housing. So although I agree with Kamala Harris, Sierra, I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. It does not make sense to say that he was arguing for segregation. So I'm
Well,
just
what about
telling you
his
that what
quote
you're saying is
that he
totally
doesn't want his
misleading.
kids to grow up in a racial jungle? You don't think that's racist?
I think that's I definitely think it's a racist way to phrase that for sure. But what he's specifically saying, Amber, I appreciate the subscription, is he's saying that we don't want a system where you have to bus people from segregated communities to integrated school systems. Instead, to integrate the school systems by integrating like communities. Because if you integrate
you know how you
communities,
always tell
then people
us-
are all going to be like in the same areas. It's not going to be segregated.
Yeah.
For
Do you know
I
how
just
you
think it's
always tell us-
interesting
Hold on,
how
hold
you
on.
can
Hold
defend
on.
Biden's reckless rhetoric, but when it comes
Wait,
to Trump
I didn't.
referring
I
to
said it was
black
bad.
jobs,
I said it was
when
bad.
it comes to
First, you're
Trump
manifesting.
referring to black jobs, you twist it into something racist when he didn't mean
Wait,
it.
I
as
just want
something racist.
I just want to clarify, right? As it relates to things in the past, I agree Biden has a racist history. That's not
Okay.
something I
All
deny.
right. All right.
Biden has
Cool.
a racist history. There's a difference between the two. This doesn't justify Biden's racist history at all, but it simply acknowledges it's different than Trump. He acknowledges it. He's apologized. He tries to do better. Trump is unrepenting. He hasn't repented from any of it. He continues his racism today. That's what we're illustrating here. Okay, and again, I'm not saying that Biden's preferable, right? I'm saying that, not preferable. I'm not saying Biden's a good candidate. Appreciate the pinch face. I'm saying Biden is preferable to Trump. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough.
But by the way, you're telling us that we shouldn't look at the context, or that we should look at the context for Trump when he makes crazy ass statements. But yet, when Biden
I'm not
makes a
saying that at
crazy
all.
ass statement, we shouldn't look at the context of it.
Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I mean, you brought
Matt
it up
still
out of
hasn't found
context.
it. Appreciate the little crown. You still
I
haven't
thought-
found the 15 seconds prior, dude.
I
Jesus
thought
Christ.
we cleared all
Appreciate
that.
the little crown. No, you didn't. You haven't played it.
I just told you all the clips are like 10 to
Appreciate the
25
little crown.
seconds.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Wait. So you can't find it.
I'm not going to pull up the whole speech.
You're so funny. So you have only like what you get on Twitter? You have 15
Cam, thank you for the
clips from Twitter?
$5. Thank you, Cam. Thank
No,
you so
not
much. I
Twitter.
appreciate you.
Then what'd
Thank
you get
you,
it
Cam.
from?
On YouTube.
Where on YouTube?
On
Lizard 2024.
Fox 5 Atlanta, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, the Washington Examiner, the Guardian. It was from 2 weeks ago, anyways. I don't know.
Tell me the title of what you're telling.
But
What are we looking up?
He's trying to find the clip. I appreciate that it had mustache.
Do you want me to play the clip
Biden,
again?
Of Biden quoting Trump about the
No, he
black
never
jobs thing.
quoted.
Aline, I
Trump.
appreciate the subscription. Lawrence, thank you for the hand art. Yes, it was.
Wait, the one that I
Oscar,
just
thank you for the
read to you?
$11.11. Thank you so much. What's up?
I just read it off. So you're saying that
Go
that
ahead.
one is not the one you're talking about?
No, that is what we're talking about.
Yeah, in the video he holds his hand up and he's like gesturing, and then as soon as he says it, a whole crowd laughs.
No, they're laughing at him because he can't fucking speak.
No, that's not what they're laughing at him.
He stuttered
No one's
the
gonna
word
laugh at the
black
president.
8 times.
So,
Blah, blah, blah,
so who cares if he stuttered? I stutter. What's that? What's that got to do with anything?
blah. That he's incompetent of speaking.
Oh, so stuttering, so having a speech
And that he
impediment
has
means
dementia.
that-
Do you have dementia, Matt? I don't think so.
No, but I have a stutter, so I do
Yeah,
take
well,
high
he has
offense
dementia.
to like you saying that people that have a speech impediment can't be
Why are we
logical.
talking about
or
this?
can't-
It's Kamala versus
He
Trump.
brought it
Sarah, thank you
up.
for $10.
He brought it up.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate
How
it.
come?
Matt, do you see that?
What is
Yeah,
Kamala
hold
Harris
on,
doing
hold on. I'm yelling
campaigning?
at him.
No. Did you see the text I just sent you?
Yeah, but give me 1 second. I'm yelling at this guy.
No, you're
Oh,
good.
like a DM?
No, yeah, but Matt,
He texted
seriously.
me because he's my best friend. So we
Don't say
text.
anything about it, but it's like really good. It's crazy. Like you're gonna be like, no shit.
Hold on, let me read it.
Okay, all right. Well, everyone tap the screens, get to
Oh,
1 million likes,
shit.
should live as well. I know, right?
Nice.
I know, right? That's crazy.
Yeah, W.
That's like insane. That's huge, isn't it? But yeah. So, what were you saying?
Who?
Either one.
Oh, I mean, what? How come Kamala Harris doesn't have time
Well,
to
I
get
want to
out
go
of
back
her
to your claim that the Bible's somehow anti-women. That couldn't be further from the truth.
I thought you want to talk about Trump versus Kamala.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're
let's
not
do
going to go
that.
back to that clip. I appreciate that mustache. Thank you. I'll ask you guys questions then. Would you
Okay.
vote for someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman against her will?
Yes.
Appreciate that.
No.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No? Okay, so Curtis, you wouldn't vote for Trump because he's been held civilly liable of just that. Kenny, thank
Well,
you for the
again,
gem
he
gun.
hasn't been
Spooky, thank you for the
convicted yet.
subscription.
Parker.
He's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. What do you mean by convicted? What's the difference between a civil
Innocent
and a criminal
until
court?
proven guilty.
Shirley, thank you for the $25. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you so much. I
That's
appreciate
like
you.
law
Are you saying,
101.
Preach the Rockstar, are you saying you'll only accept it if it's in a criminal court?
Yeah, I would say so.
Do you,
yeah.
do you think OJ's guilty?
Yes.
Was that in
I
a
don't
criminal
know.
court?
I don't know enough about. Dude, I'm 23. I don't know enough. That was
Okay,
like
but
before I
Matt, was that in a criminal court, Matt?
Yes.
So you accept the no, it wasn't a criminal court. They said
No, I
not
don't
guilty in a
accept the
criminal
results
court.
of the OJ trial. No one does.
Clara, I appreciate the 12-month subscription. No, you do accept the civil court.
No one accepts the results of any trial.
Well, Matt, you just got harassment and bullying. Unironically, just got
shit.
harassment and bullying.
God, my blood pressure went up for there for a second.
I keep hitting my. This is getting annoying. Like this thing keeps unplugging.
Yeah.
Like every.
Hold on a second.
Which
Hold
one?
on a second.
You mean the
No,
short device?
OJ Simpson was not found guilty of murdering the.
It's like the plug into like my iPad.
Oh, really? Oh,
like the
I have
plug-in
mine on my
iPad.
desk and it's staying just fine.
Yeah, I literally just like it touches it and it like unplugs slightly.
Really? That's
Yeah,
no,
it's really
mine.
annoying.
Mine didn't have that problem. Oh, interesting. Okay, Cam, thank you for the $5. Okay, what were you saying, Curtis, about
Alabama? Are you voting Trump?
It didn't.
OJ.
It went to criminal court.
Yes, and he was found not guilty.
Alabama, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So Curtis, yeah, the OJ one went to criminal court. He was found not guilty in the criminal court, but he was held civilly liable. So you do accept that he's guilty based upon the civil court for him, but you don't do it based upon Trump. So that's like really weird.
Well, no, you literally said, "Do I hold him accountable in criminal court?" Right? You said OJ didn't go to criminal court. He did.
I never said. Jesus Christ, that's not what I said. I said that he didn't get found guilty in criminal court.
Yes. Do you accept the OJ civil verdict?
No. Not
you
at all.
don't. You do not believe that both civilly and criminally that OJ Simpson killed those 2 people.
Again, number one, it was before I was born, dude. So I don't really know that much about the situation. And number two, if we're talking about criminal court, which is what you claim I go off of, he was found not guilty.
So
no, I don't believe he did
you
it based off of what's said here.
You only go off criminal then. Only. There's never a case from the smallest whatever to the highest. There's never a case where you say, "Yep, that civil verdict was right."
I mean, dude, I don't look at like cases for a living. We're literally going off of Trump and OJ Simpson.
No, I'm asking you, what's your burden here? Because many people are found civilly liable of many things, and yet you're saying that you don't accept it. Like OJ Simpson had so much evidence that was against him that it was so easy to find him civilly liable. So
So why was he found not guilty then?
Oh well, you want the historical answer? The
historical answer would be that people who would look like him would be racially profiled into being guilty. So if you want to talk about historical answer,
no, the answer is that the jury came out, members of the jury, and they said, quote, this was payback for Rodney King.
Again, I don't know that much about it.
Here, I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec.
But
so like you might not like that, but that's what the jury said, and so I mean that's what we have to live with. But that's why they went and found him civilly liable.
Again, I think I don't think that to correlate a case that is, what is that, from the 90s or 80s?
Yeah, Rodney King's in the early 90s, that was in the late 90s.
Connect a artificial through line all the way to Trump. I think that's a little bit intellectually dishonest. I think.
We're not connecting it.
How does that
Trump.
correlate anything?
We're saying about the burden of proof, because most people would accept that O.J. Simpson was guilty civilly because the evidence, even at the time, was so overwhelming, right? Most people say that.
Okay.
That's the point, and we're saying that the evidence here is comparable only because people that say, well, I don't accept the civil liability, then we ask them, do you accept that within other cases that have similar or higher burdens of proof?
And again, we live in a justice system where we claim, even though we don't always live by it, innocent until proven guilty.
Oh my God.
Right? So if
Again,
you're talking about, forget about O.J. Simpson, if you're talking about Trump, specifically Trump, and that he supposedly raped a woman or a few women, stuff like that, and you can't prove that in court.
Okay, Trump was held civilly liable in court, unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Trump was a part of the jury selection process. Okay, him and his lawyers were said okay to the jury. Okay, it was likely based upon the proportions of New York that at least 3 to 4 of them were either conservative or independent.
Okay, and so let's flip the script. If it was Kamala, would you vote for Kamala if she was held civilly liable?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah, so
like if she was actually held civilly liable, if she was held civilly liable, she wouldn't have been the nominee in the Democratic Party. I can tell you that. If she tried to coup the country, she wouldn't be the nominee. If she called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims, she wouldn't be the nominee.
Okay,
if
so
she
why
tried to
Trump-
restrict women's access to abortion, she wouldn't be the nominee.
Well, yeah, because she's a liberal. You can't be a Democratic nominee and
Yeah,
not
you can't
support
be
abortion.
you can't be a Democratic nominee and be held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You can't be the Democratic
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you
really?
can.
Really? Who? Who in the modern era?
Yeah, in the modern era.
Yeah,
I
who?
mean, people cover things up.
Okay,
Not
so,
civil trials.
So apparently Trump is just bad at covering things up, but everyone else is really good at it.
Well, no, I think there's an agenda against Trump and Republicans within this country.
Wait, you understand
specifically within the media.
covering up still means you did it, by the way. Just want to let you know. So Trump still did it. You're acknowledging that. So why are you voting for him even though he's done it?
Well, here's the thing. You don't think that there's things that Biden did?
I'm asking you about Trump versus Kamala, bro.
All right, well, fair enough. Well, here's the thing. I think that there are.
You guys love
things-
Biden. Do you guys think about Biden all the time?
Well, I mean, he just got kicked out, so it's kind of hard
No,
to.
it's been a few months.
Really?
It's been
A few
hasn't it been like 2 months?
July. It was July 16th, 17th, somewhere there.
It's
No,
been
maybe like
2.5
13th,
months. You
something
guys
like
love
that,
Biden.
Yeah.
Not even close. It would have been easier if he was running, though. But no, I mean, I think again, it goes back to the innocent until proven guilty. It's the same thing with these like 34 convictions or whatever, where they still
34
have
felonies. He's been convicted
felonies. Yeah, and the facts still haven't come out. By the way, those things in New York, they were misdemeanors until Trump was.
Sarah, thank you for
convicted.
the $10. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it for you and Matter of My Faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So no, the reason why it wasn't a misdemeanor is because of the predicate crime of election interference.
Alex, you're talking about in 2015?
No, in 2020. Oh, well, no, sorry.
Well,
Yes.
no,
Yes,
no,
it was in 2015.
Yes, in 2015.
Yeah,
sorry, my bad.
2015. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
you're
election
thinking
year, what?
There were two times where he tried to do that. Too many times to count.
I mean, Democrats interfere with the election all the time.
How
Such
so?
as?
Okay, well, right now, why are there, and I'm not even going to bring up, Ohio or Springfield, but why in Pennsylvania are they busing in Haitian migrants and giving them work permits and cars?
The
right
asylum
before the
process
election?
has given them legal
Wait,
ability to come
also,
to the country.
who's busing whom? Because did you know that within Springfield, the mayor and the
They actually
people in the
invited-
town, they invited them there
They
because
invited
they
Haitian
couldn't-
migrants.
Yeah, because they couldn't get people to work in the factory jobs.
Again, I'm
So
not talking.
no one bussed them there. They literally put an ad out saying, please come to our city.
Again, I'm not talking about Springfield. I'm talking about Pennsylvania.
It's probably the exact same situation.
Yep. Because
Many
you
of
want
these
to know.
Rust Belt cities don't have employment within these factory jobs, and so they're bringing in the people who are actually work, there.
Okay,
So here's the reality of the world, Curtis. It is the case that there are a bunch of cities in the Midwest, a bunch of cities in rural America that are dying off because there aren't people there. Okay? Immigration helps those areas. So what we need to do is we need to incentivize people who are coming to the country or who are even already in the country to go towards rural areas so that we can have people to build up these communities. So not only does it benefit the people coming to the country, but it also benefits cities in this country, right, that are dying off. Okay, but you guys are so mad, right, because they were immigrants? Like, they're legal immigrants.
I'm not mad. Okay, I'm not mad about immigration. I mean, I live in Los Angeles. Some of my closest friends are immigrants. I'm not mad about that at all. I just think it's very convenient that there are immigrants coming into the Midwest right before election time
They've been here for years.
with the incentive to vote.
Yeah.
No,
they've been here for
That's
years.
actually not true. That's not true at all. What's going on recently, that's not true at all.
No, hold on. No. Those
If you're talking about New
migrants,
York, the Haitian.
those migrants within Springfield are fleeing violence.
Again,
as
dude,
they're
I'm
under-
not talking about Springfield. I'm talking about Pennsylvania. If you're talking about the migrants in New York City who are Haitian, yes, they've been here for generations, and in Miami, generations. But this whole Midwestern thing, specifically in Pennsylvania,
Okay,
that is
let's
brand
assume
new.
that's true. Let's assume that's true. Can migrants vote?
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
can
look at
migrants
the-
vote within federal elections?
Absolutely.
Really? So
you look
Pennsylvania,
at
Pennsylvania law will allow migrants to vote.
Okay, let
within
me ask
the
you this.
state and
Why are
federal
the
elections.
Democrats pushing mail-in ballots so hard?
Because they are a proven way to get people to vote. They are
Wait,
much easier.
actually-
they can reach people.
Someone made a good point. Pennsylvania is not in the fucking Midwest.
Yeah,
not even
yeah,
close.
Midwest, it's on the
I
East
grew
Coast.
up in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Since when was
I did
Pennsylvania
too,
part of the
like,
Midwest?
I didn't
I just
even catch
glossed
that.
over that. Jesus Christ.
I said Midwest and Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's in like northeast or east or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the best, but well, it's right next to Ohio, and Ohio's in the Midwest, so it's not really a. I don't know
Ohio
why you
is
harp on
kind
that,
of in the
but-
Midwest, kind of.
No, Ohio's literally in the Midwest.
Wait, hold on. We had this argument all the fucking time where I'm from.
Ohio's in the
I was
Midwest.
in Illinois. I was born and raised in Illinois, and people all the time said, "No, you're not Midwest because Midwest is like Iowa and Kansas and Nebraska." And
Wait, saying Illinois isn't Midwest is crazy. Now I'm from
oh yeah, there
Iowa.
are people who would argue that.
I'm from Iowa. I'm little gay. Okay, there is no difference between me and Matt. That means that Matt's a part of the Midwest and I'm not. I was on the
Yeah.
border.
I'm very
right,
Midwest.
literally on the border between Illinois and Iowa.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
there's no
it
difference.
doesn't matter, but
we're both
yeah.
Midwestans.
Yeah, Midwestans. Midwestians. Chat, I'm not saying that Illinois is not from
Don't
the
forget about
Midwest.
Wisconsin.
I'm saying people argue that to me. Not that I believe it.
Yeah, those people are crazy. You got anything else, Curtis?
Yeah, Parker. One last thing, and then you can kick me off of here. But what do you think about biological men and biological women sports?
Oh God Almighty.
Okay. So after multiple years of HRT, or without
Before you
male
call
puberty,
me transphobic or something.
so without multiple years, after multiple years of HRT and without male puberty, there are basically no differences biologically speaking that would give one such a greater advantage insofar as you'd want to segregate the sports. It's not a big issue. People, like, can you name one trans person that is dominating women's sports?
Literally Leah Thomas in swimming.
She's lost on many occasions.
She
beat out Riley Gaines, but you look at
Faith, think of the $10.
Yeah, you know what's
Who's that
funny about
person who
Riley
fought?
Gaines? Riley Gaines is
Fallon
so
Fox
funny.
Fallon Fox in the not the UFC but MMA. I think it was in Bellator. Completely dominated biological women. She's biological.
What's her
women.
name?
Do you think it's wrong?
Fallon
Fox. Look that up.
Okay, did she win every time?
She lost against Jessica Ai.
So she's
a biological woman.
She's lost on many occasions. What's her record?
I think it's like. Let me see. Fallon Fox record. But the thing is, it's
She
not
has
about.
five wins and one loss. She lost to
That's not
Ashley
even that.
Evans
That's not
Smith.
even that many matches. Like there are people in the UFC that have more record or better records than that.
Even still, you don't think that bears any weight? Do you think it's bad for a man to hit a woman?
Wait, you understand that we're talking in UFC? I think it's bad for a man to hit a man. Okay, but in the context of like the UFC, should you be able to consent to a fight?
Parker, let's be honest, dude. You would put more weight on a man beating his wife than a man getting into a fight with another man. We would all agree that there is a huge difference between that two.
I'm just asking that. I don't think that a trans woman is a man.
Biologically, that trans woman is a man.
Okay, wait. Biologically male does not mean that they're like.
Dude, this is so
mean that
rich.
they're a man.
He like loves science when it's talking about God, but as soon as you take God out of the
So-
question and start talking about trans and all that stuff, he just throws it completely out the window.
No,
this
not
is
at
so
all.
rich.
Not at all. Because you just don't understand how language works. You can have a sociological connotation of the term gender, right? In a biological connotation of the term gender. There's no contradiction with it. What you're telling me is that there's only one usage of it, and that one usage is biological.
Okay,
and I'm
sex.
saying no, right? Gender can be used not only in a biological sense, but also in a sociological sense. So let me ask you this question, okay? Do you think that, like when I was a 5-year-old, I knew what a man and what a woman was?
I think you had some idea.
Did I understand any of the biological characteristics?
No, you're 5.
Okay, so but I still know what a man and a woman is.
I-
So how
to
did I
some
know what a
extent-
man and a woman was if it was not dependent upon the biology there?
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
No, the point I'm making is that my conception of what a man and what a woman was in that scenario was sociologically determined. Throughout most of society, it's been sociologically determined. In most circumstances, it's sociological. In very few circumstances, right, would we only use it in a biological context, right? So it's been used throughout society in a sociological context.
I think you were jumping
like, for
through a
example,
lot of-
if you think that biology is defined today, or biology defines gender today, okay, if you think that's based upon gametes, do you think that children know what gametes are? No, if they
I
don't
think
know
all
what
of that
if they
is
don't know what
completely
gametes are,
irrelevant.
okay. Do you think people 1,000 years ago knew what gametes were?
No, but I think that.
So did they know what men and women are?
Okay, did people back then know that the Earth was not flat?
Actually, they figured it out pretty early. Actually, that it
Yeah,
was
they
not
actually
flat.
did. So,
The
but
ancient
I'm
Greeks
just saying.
figured it out.
I'm just saying. I think that we have this, like, in terms of concepts and language. There's not much change that can happen there in terms of the ability to engage with the concepts. Whereas when we have technology, right, through science and empirics, that is constantly changing all the time. So conceptually,
No, it's not
and
changing. It's still
philosophically,
the
it's going to
same.
happen and is going to have different trend of growth than we're going to see with science, especially in the
Parker.
modern era.
Parker, all the geological makeups of men and women, they've all been the same before we discovered the science or not. Well, let me ask you a question. What's stopping me?
Wait.
male
Before,
I-
I know
a
exactly
person-
what point you're going to make, but I just want I want to finish my point. My point is that we think that they have logically consistent context of what. I know people are spamming that. Logically consistent context of the term gender that is sociological.
Geological. Yep. I am
But-
made of rock. Metamorphosis to be exact.
Biological. My bad, chat. These people are ruthless. No, what I was going to say is, last thing and then I'll get off, is what stops me, someone who identifies
Wait, you're not
as a man-
responding to my point.
What was your question? Sorry, I was looking at the chat.
So if you think that those people have legitimate concepts of the term gender and it's not biologically based, then what's your reason for disputing trans people's identities? If you think that there's a sociological connotation of the term gender that's logically consistent.
Where do sociological connotations come from?
How we engage in language?
Experience.
Your name is sociologically based. Why do I call you Curtis rather than saying 1 or 2?
I think that's a whole can of worms that we can get into. But
Yeah, I know,
again,
right?
You're making sense of perceived reality, right? Why are men? All right, let's go back to this. Why are men perceived throughout history looked at as the
Think of the $2. Thank you
protectors?
so much. Jordan,
as
think of the $10.
protectors in the
Faith, think of the
hunter-gatherers.
$5. That's social. You just gave me a social
But where does that
connotation of
come
the term
from?
gender.
But where does that come from, though? It doesn't. We didn't just make it up.
Society. Yes, it is actually made up. It's all made up.
Okay, well,
our social preferences placed on these things, our social norms like this is made up because it's how we define it. It's based upon our culture.
right, and that would make the assumption that men are biologically
Yeah,
stronger.
and actually, I
than
want to let
women.
you know, throughout history, women were hunters and gatherers as well. Actually, a lot of cultures, the
Yeah,
people
there's
who
always
took
an
care,
outlier,
a lot of the cultures, people who took care of the children were the elderly. Right? They
Yeah.
weren't the men and women. The men and women were out doing things to get stuff for the family. The elderly people were the ones taking care of the children.
Right. So, but overall, you see a common trend of men doing that. People sending men to wars. Men being the hunter gatherers.
Okay, that's predominant because of patriarchy. What's the point?
Patriarchy wasn't in every society.
Not every single. There's been matriarchal.
Okay, so you think that there's just let's just talk about the patriarchy for a second. You think patriarchy throughout all nations, throughout all history, just comes from this hatred of women?
So I think that patriarchy has continued to oppress women and discriminate against women and also men I think patriarchy hurts women and it hurts men. Do you think that there are negative impacts? Like men, right, have a hard time expressing their emotions because of things created by the patriarchy, where you, if you came out with your emotions, you were stigmatized for it. That's an element of the patriarchy that hurts you.
Of course. It's rich that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about that in an American context.
Well, I mean, you can talk about patriarchy from a societal context in terms of the globe or from the U.S.
Okay, you don't think that that's an issue in predominantly Muslim countries? Patriarchy?
Well, I don't know why that's relevant. Of course it is.
Well, you brought it up earlier.
Wait, of course. No, what I brought up earlier was that if you think it's okay to vote for someone who wants to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, then why would you not vote for someone who wants to do a complete and total shutdown of Christians?
Would you vote for someone who wants to do a complete export of people who are white supremacists?
What? Like
I mean,
export of them?
We can send them to like Antarctica or something.
Deported them.
I mean, I'm not arguing to deport them, but sure.
Okay,
I mean, theoretically,
would you do the same thing
theoretically, like if we could do it, if we could send all the KKK members to Antarctica, fuck
if
it.
I could send all the Nazis down to Antarctica, yeah, I mean, why not?
Okay, well, what about the Black Panthers?
I mean, I don't think the same thing would apply. Like, I think there's a difference.
Okay,
between
exactly. Okay,
the
right there,
KKK
right there. Exactly.
What's
the
up?
same thing wouldn't apply to Christians because of fundamental differences in the ideology.
Like, listen, if people commit a violent crime in the United States, they go to prison, right?
Yeah.
Regardless.
Ideally.
What's your point?
Well, it seems like you're equating Christianity with extremist Muslims and calling them the same.
Well, hold on. Christianity
wait.
used to. Oh, sorry. Parker,
There's
let me
extremist
finish.
Christianity
Again,
and
used to.
extremist. Wait, there's extremist Christianity and there's extremists for almost every religion. The point that I'm making is that you say it's an issue for Muslims and you're okay with a complete and total shutdown of Muslims, but you're not okay with a complete and total shutdown of Christians. And what I'm telling you is that it illustrates your hypocrisy. Rich Dad Mustache, because it just shows that you're bigoted towards Muslims.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to say,
first of all, absolutely not. Because, well, number one, I'm pro-Palestine, which, by the way, will get me crucified on the right. Second of all,
that doesn't mean that you're being pro-Palestine doesn't mean that you're not like Islamophobic. Appreciate the hand heart.
I'm not Islamophobic. I think that there are certain. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but
and if you're pro-Palestine, why are you supporting Trump? What the fuck?
There's different type of Islams. There's different type of Islams.
Well, just as
There's
it's
Sunni
different
and
types of
Shia.
Christianities.
You don't think there's a difference between Sunni and Shia?
Yeah, obviously there are different denominations that exist. I'm not disputing that, but the point
Okay,
I
right.
make.
So one is extremist and predominant in the Middle East.
You
which should
understand
be
that at all?
kept out.
There's Christian extremism around the world as well.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
fact
and
is,
very
too,
small fringe-
this is the point too. Christianity has been around longer and has worked through its growing pains, because I guarantee you 500 years ago, they were at the similar position as Islam, whereas Islam was actually kind of progressive. They have gone backwards. Like, there's a reason why during the Middle Ages, while all the Western world was in like a quote unquote dark age, and they were like going to, throwing people in jail for just like thinking the wrong belief, over in the Middle East, they were, translating works. They were like making algebra. They were finding new planets and stars. They were on a full-blown crusade. So the only reason why Christianity is the way it is now is because secularists and people who were atheists challenged them and made them change their ways, because if they didn't, then we would still be in that very bad situation where women and minorities and all those other things would still be put down within society.
With any religion, that's extremism. There's
Parker,
lots
no
of Christian
Christian?
extremism in the United States.
Parker, no Christian justifies slavery.
Oh,
Every
yes, they
single
do.
Christian I
They
talk
have
to
come on this
justifies
live.
it.
I don't
I'm
know
not
what
trolling.
Christian you're talking to that justifies slavery.
Wait, hold on.
Dude,
But that is not.
hey, Curtis, I'm just gonna let you know. Before I just was doing only elections right now, I do religion and I'm an atheist. I talk to Christians all the time. They justify it almost every single time because they have to, because it's not like scholars don't say it didn't happen. Like, it's literally in the Bible.
It did happen. Yeah,
No,
it happened.
no, but
And
but
God
also,
justifies it.
some of the most prominent apologists, they make it their main job to say how good or to play down the fact that the Bible has a explicit endorsement of slavery. Like, one of their main jobs, they have written books, they give sermons, they give YouTube talks on how slavery wasn't really that bad, or if it was a kind of a different thing and it wasn't really all. I mean, like, some of the most prominent Christian apologists I can think of have done this.
Well, here's the thing. In the New Testament, back in the day, yeah, there are verses that would justify slavery.
So
but
Maya,
that
think of the
slavery was a
$10.
lot
Claire, think of the $2. And Jordan, think of the $10.
That slavery was a lot different than the slavery that we would see in
Oh, he did it. He did the same thing. He did the same thing.
Well, it's history, right? It's history, right? It happened,
It's
right?
not. It's not.
So
That
also,
penny-
also, by the way, do you think it was good back then because God commanded it?
No, God, again, differentiation between Old Testament and New
Curtis,
Testament.
was God doing something evil when he told people that you can own people as slaves who are non-Israelites? Was God doing something evil when he said that?
No.
Okay.
Well, again, also you have to look at
No
why you-
real
why you
Christian justifies slavery. 3 seconds later.
Well,
3 seconds
again,
later.
you have to look at the context of what that slavery was like.
You see what I'm saying, bro?
Wait,
Dude,
we
you know
don't
what I
know.
mean?
We don't
Dude,
know
dude.
what the slavery was like. All we know is what the law says.
I don't understand
This
how
is
that.
what I mean, Chad. This is what I mean, bro. You literally, like, no Christian justifies slavery. Literally, like, 10, 15 seconds later, you did it.
Okay, modern day slavery, I should say.
Oh, my
Because
God.
I thought you no. Because here's the thing, Barker. Here's the thing. I thought you were talking about. Oh yeah, people should own slaves today. That's what I thought you were talking about. Honest to God.
Okay, but owning slaves back then is okay.
Modern day slavery, by the way,
Well, different
is
context.
not all that different from ancient slavery either.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Was slavery in Great Britain different than slavery in America?
What?
Somewhat by law, yeah. I mean, like somewhat.
But, like, does that they're both bad?
Yeah.
Wait, I
Both
can
bad.
say all forms of slavery are bad. Like, can you say that?
No, you can't, because not all slavery is the same.
Wait,
'Cause
hold
there's
on.
different conditions
I
for
agree
slaves.
with you that
There were
that
different
slavery
conditions for
is
slaves
no,
and different
Parker
treatment.
is correct. No, Parker is correct. Slavery is slavery. I don't care. Like if you own another human being, then that's just wrong on the very premise of it.
I mean, you can say the same thing about blue collar workers. That's a form. People would call
Wow,
that a form of slavery.
trying to tell someone owning people bad. Like, seriously, bro. We're
Well,
making
again, it
this
goes down to that
argument.
definition of ownership. You do the same thing with the word gender.
It goes down to the definition of ownership. What do you mean?
Yeah,
I do the same thing with
the word
gender. How the fuck does gender relate to this?
Well,
Wait,
because you
Curtis,
said, like,
Curtis,
oh,
Curtis. I just want to let you know, you're God the Father, right? Do you think a father is a man?
It goes beyond. So in Genesis, man was created in the image of God.
No. Are all fathers men?
All fathers. I would assume so.
Okay, so is God the Father a man?
God's beyond gender.
So God's
The only reason
genderless.
why we
God's
know what a
non.
man
Is God
because
non-binary?
Man it was created in the image of God.
Wait, so God's non-binary?
No.
No. So what
God
is
is-
God?
God is male.
Male. God's male.
God is male.
Male.
What biology does God have?
God doesn't. The Bible doesn't talk specifically about God's geological makeup.
Geological.
Oh my God!
Bio-
Well, no, actually,
biological.
God is made out of rock. I mean, like technically, God's everything. So I mean, God
Biological makeup.
is made out of rock.
Bio. Not maps and planets and all that shit. My bad.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so there isn't any biology because
Biological.
there isn't any biology because God is immaterial, right? So if there's no biology, then your concept of father here, he, him, God, he, him pronouns, that's
That's how he identifies
sociological.
himself in Scripture.
That's how he identifies himself.
In Scripture.
Well, actually,
Dude, you can't make this shit up, dude.
No, I mean, actually, he doesn't use he pronouns for himself. I mean, he always like says that, like I am. You know, he just
Dude,
says it the first person.
he's
Well,
literally,
Jesus
this is what
Christ-
he identifies with. Why would you go against what he
Well,
identifies with?
Christians. Well, here's the thing. Jesus refers to him as he and him.
Yeah, because he's in bodily form. But when he's outside of the body, what is he? Is he a he still?
I mean, if you look at Jesus
Pre-incarnation.
Christ, who is God incarnate, he was a biological male.
Pre-incarnation, was he a he?
Wait, what's that?
Pre-incarnation, was he a he?
Here, how about this?
Absolutely.
What's the logos?
The logos?
Yeah, John 1 tells us about the incarnation. Was the
In
logos
the beginning was the
male?
Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Yeah, and the word
the
there
Word
is
became
logos.
flesh
And the word is
and dwelt
logos.
among
And,
men.
I'm asking you, what is logos? Is that a he?
Yeah, he is a he. God is a he.
Logos is a he.
Yes. God is
So
a he.
Jesus
if you're
floating up there
referring
is a he. Like he has like small gametes and all that wonderful stuff.
Well, no, I'm talking about the way that we identify God, right, through the Trinity.
You accept his personal identification, okay?
Because
Crystal, thank you for the $10. Thank you,
His
Crystal.
gender
Thank you so much.
identity. We accept his gender identity. We accept his preferred pronouns. You know what I mean?
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Well, he created the whole thing.
Oh, and I was gonna say, by the way, you said that God created man. Do you mean man as in like a male, or man as in like humans?
Humans.
Like
the very
okay.
first human was a male, Adam, as we would call
Well,
it.
actually, can you read Genesis 1:27 for me?
Sure.
Well, I got it here.
Dude, this guy has like the most pro-trans ideology I've ever seen, man.
Yeah.
No, you're just twisting. I don't understand how that would be pro-trans.
Yeah, you just said you accept God's preferred pronouns and his like gender identity, right? His self-prescribed gender identity.
I mean, Jesus literally transitioned, literally.
What are you talking about, dude?
He went from
What are you talking
a
about?
non-binary being, a being of
Okay,
no
he's thinking
gender,
$10.
to a being of gender. So Jesus transitioned.
Yep.
You're literally comparing.
Yep. Jesus is
human
trans.
beings.
Jesus is
You're
trans.
literally
I'm not
comparing
joking.
human beings. You're literally comparing human
Wait,
beings
Jesus is human.
with ideologies.
Well, Jesus was human.
Wait,
Hold on a
Jesus is
second.
human.
Hold on a second. You're literally comparing human beings with an ideology to a supernatural.
No, that's not an ideology.
being.
It's
That's
simply
beyond our
stating
comprehension.
transitioning from one
That's what
thing
you're
to
doing.
another. I'm not giving it anything. I'm saying he transitioned from one thing to another. He went from
non-binary to
a non-gendered, sexless thing called the Logos to a male. Right?
Hold on.
He
What is
transitioned.
non-binary? What is non-binary?
That's about a man and woman, not a male or female.
What is non-binary though? That's beyond gender.
It means you're
I just
nor
told
man
you.
or woman.
Right. So
Did you not hear
God
I
the
said-
Father
I
is
said
not non-binary.
Yes, I said
That-
no
that
sex
doesn't even correlate.
and no gender.
That doesn't even correlate because non-binary people don't even go by he and she.
Oh my good lord! I'm
Wait,
saying
wait,
So
no
why
sex.
does God the Father go by he and she? Non-binary people don't do that. So you're misgendering God.
Wait, no, but Jesus. We're talking Jesus. You understand that there's a distinction between God the Father and Jesus.
Right.
Okay, so if the distinction, okay, Jesus went from being sexless to having a sex, from genderless to having a gender. Whereas
Yes,
God the
thank you.
Father, you're designating his he/him pronouns based upon like a sociological context. So I think
Yeah.
it's hilarious that you accept the sociological context, the preferred pronouns and gender identity of God the Father, and then you also accept Jesus, even though Jesus is trans. Jesus
Jesus
went
is
from
not
being
God the Father, though.
non-binary
Jesus is a
to
distinct
being
person.
a man. Right?
Jesus is a
Jesus is
distinct
trans. Jesus is trans, and God the Father, you accept his gender identity and pronouns based upon his own identifications.
Jesus is a
wow,
distinct
this is like
person.
this is pro-trans ideology.
Jesus is a distinct person from God the Father. So how is he trans?
Again,
We
so
just went
he
through
goes
this.
from being non-binary to
But he's not God the
being
Father,
a man.
Parker.
That is
Parker, he's not God the
no,
Father.
wait, hold on. Is God the Son, the Logos, a gendered or sex being? Like does he have sex? Does
You're
the
talking about
Logos,
Jesus
does-
specifically. Jesus is a
Oh.
biological male man.
Yeah, but
no,
they weren't
I have
prior.
not said the word Jesus once. I've said
Connor, think of the
the
$5.
Logos, the God the Son. I have not referred to Jesus. I have never said Jesus.
I did. He was referring to what I said. So
I said-
I did bring up Jesus.
So I said the Logos, so the word, or I said God the Son. Does he have small gametes? Is he a male? Is he a he?
Jesus Christ is. But
Oh
to
my good
ask
Lord.
me to define God who is unseen, that's like an impossible feat to even attempt.
That's not what we're asking.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna make us get back to the politics. I just want to ask you one question before.
Gotcha.
Okay, is incest wrong?
I know what you're getting at.
I'm just asking you, is incest wrong?
Incest is wrong, but I know what you're getting at.
Okay. So then, was it wrong for God to impregnate his mother with himself?
God to impregnate his mother. That wasn't. There was no sex. What are you talking about?
But so impregnating your mother isn't incest?
No, because Mary wasn't
No?
God's mother.
Mary wasn't God's. Oh, really? So Jesus isn't God?
Jesus is God.
So
but
Jesus
again,
is God.
we're talking
so
about two
God,
distinct persons.
So God, again.
What is incest?
God impregnated his mom with
sex
himself.
between two family members, right? There was no sex, Parker. So what?
Wait.
argument
So,
is
but
that?
there's impregnation.
There was impregnation, but it was a miracle. Again, immaculate conception.
Yeah.
Have
So
you heard of
again,
that?
so are you telling me?
hold on,
Are you?
How was that
Parker,
incest?
hold on.
How was the immaculate conception incest?
Hold on. Curtis,
I thought you
the
were going
Immaculate Conception refers to
a better
Mary, not to
argument.
Jesus.
I thought you were going to talk about
Curtis, the Immaculate Conception refers to Mary, not to Jesus. You got that backwards there, bud.
What is the immaculate conception? Define
That is Mary being born without a sin nature. That's
Brandon,
Catholic
thank you so
doctrine.
much for the $7.
Protestant
Thank you so much.
doctrine does not hold to
Thank
a
you.
Immaculate Conception.
Yeah. Curtis, what made you so woke?
Again, there is no sex between God the Father and Mary. Jesus' birth was a miracle. So how I thought you were going to put forward a better argument talking about how did Cain have
I can also say that.
Yeah, and there's also a
but
thing
like
for
I
that.
just thought this one would be more interesting to talk about.
I love people in the
Yeah.
chat thinking that I'm
I mean,
wrong.
that's pretty easy because there was no sex. Literally, God put Jesus into
God impregnated his mom. All right, and that's
right,
not
with
incest.
no sex with no
Divine
sex.
IVF.
I mean, I don't understand how that
Did
is
Mary?
hard
Wait.
to-
Are you saying Mary could have consented to being impregnated by
consent.
God? Percy Cap-
She did
How
consent.
old was she?
She was about 14.
Gross.
Oh no.
Gross.
You think a 14-year-old can consent to being impregnated?
Well, again, Parker, we're going off of modern day American laws and stuff. I think 2,000 years ago, things would be a lot different.
Oh Jesus! Wait. So was it perfect for God to impregnate a 14-year-old?
What do you mean perfect for?
Well, yeah, God is morally perfect. So was it morally
Yeah.
perfect for God to impregnate a 14-year-old?
Well, again, God works through the confines of culture and time. And so, again,
I'm
if you're
just
talking
clarifying.
about-
Was it morally perfect for God to impregnate a 14-year-old?
I would say for the time, absolutely.
Bruh.
Jesus Christ! Curtis, bro, you're cocked.
I mean, how can you? Where does your moral compass even come from?
Where does
If
your
you can-
moral compass go? You just said that it was morally perfect for God to impregnate a 14-year-old.
Again, throughout the outside of the confines of culture, American culture.
Parker, do you know what the problem is here? It's this.
What?
If he was making this argument about a Muhammad with Aisha, he'd be having a whole different opinion.
I know. He's willing to call it out with Islam, but not with Christianity.
Like if this
I
was
actually
just,
did not call that out with Islam. I talked about.
Oh,
the
he
violence
doesn't
of
call
Islam.
that out.
wrong? Do you
I
think
talked
that's
about the
wrong?
violence of Islam.
Do you think that's wrong? Muhammad doing it with a 9-year-old?
Well, he raped and enslaved the 9-year-old, so.
Well,
say
I
that
mean,
that would be
no,
wrong.
I mean the context and the culture of the time.
But again, you're talking about.
Wait.
God
Yeah,
putting-
Curtis. I thought you said because the culture was different, that made it morally perfect for God to impregnate a 14-year-old.
It was right for rape and slavery at that time. It wasn't right in that culture.
Okay, wait. So again, as it relates to this, was it ever right to impregnate a 14-year-old? An internal
Again,
being
that
to
culture was
impregnate
a lot
14-year-old?
different. There would be people.
Wait, so if a culture says it's okay, then you would say it's okay?
Well, I'm American in the modern day, so probably not. No.
Was child marriage like a typical aspect of that society back then for Muhammad?
Child marriage was common in medieval.
It was
times.
common. Wait, so if it was common, then why would you argue that this is somehow like not you were arguing that it wasn't common and that's why it was wrong?
Again, we're
So
not
it was
talking
common,
about
so
a
it wasn't
man.
wrong?
We're not talking about a biological man courting a biological woman at that time.
I have a question. So you don't want biological males, right? And say like women's restrooms or like women's changing rooms?
I would say that there would need to be a clear They would need to prove that they are a woman.
So no.
Thank you for the hanging light.
So you think biological?
I would not consent to me entering into a woman's restroom.
Fuck! Listen. Do you think biological males should be allowed into women's changing rooms?
I think if they can prove that they're actually transgender. But I think to say for me specifically,
okay, but not if they're
man,
but if they're not trans, you wouldn't let them. Okay, so I have a question. So Donald Trump said he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place.
Yeah, I actually
bragged
saw
about it in front of
viral-
Howard Stern.
I saw your viral video about that. That's actually like false information. You can't find that anywhere.
Yes, you can. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, you can hear it.
Yeah, Parker, I literally looked it up on YouTube and Google. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Well, then
I know
you're
you
just
found
bad at
that
looking it
viral
up.
video.
Yeah, so you have bad
I
searching
actually
skills.
didn't post a video about this specifically.
No, you went to a Trump rally and you were trolling people about
Yeah,
it.
that was the 10-year-old girl. And that video you can easily find too. I'll play both of them if you'd like.
Go ahead.
All right, I got
Actually, show me the video.
Here, let me
Howard
play it.
Stern was not filmed
Yeah.
in person that back in the like early 2000s. Like it's only because he was on Sirius XM.
With the vagina. Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, I would say that's a fucked up thing.
So would you vote for him?
Are they minors, the Miss America people?
Say it again.
I said, are they minors?
There were some people that were below the age of 18. Yes, there were 4 people below the age of 18.
Yeah, I'd vote for him.
Bruh.
You'd still vote for him?
I'd still vote for him. I mean, it's okay for Biden to sniff children and stuff.
I don't think it's okay to do anything as it relates to the context of minors. Now, you're voting for a guy who said you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, says he walks in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls, and then you were making
How old are you?
Then you were making a big fuss about trans people being allowed to play in sports. Like,
How old are you, Parker? How old are you? Okay, I assume you voted for Biden in 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he sniffed children. You okay with voting for someone who sniffed children? It's literally on camera.
So you're talking about his grandchildren, 1. 2, as it relates to this is not something I knew at the time. 3, as it relates to this, that's better than Donald Trump sexualizing a 10-year-old. That's better than Donald Trump sexually abusing a woman. That's better than Donald Trump walking in the changing rooms of naked teenage girls, saying he has sex in common with his daughter, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, calling his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive, and saying he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Okay? Let alone the fact that he called for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Let alone the fact that he restricted women's access to abortion. Let alone the fact that he denied climate change, right, and says that it's going to start cooling. That science just doesn't know it yet. Right? I can go off a million things. Let alone his tax policy predominantly helped rich people at the expense of poor people in this country.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. My candidate dropped out, so this is what I'm stuck with. But yeah, it was a good discussion.
No, you can vote
Thank
for
you.
Kamala.
What state are you in?
Absolutely not. I'm not pro-abortion, though.
What state are you in?
Wait.
California.
Okay, I have a question then.
Bobby Kennedy is a pro-abortion. I mean, he's pro-choice.
He's pro-choice, but up to certain amount of weeks, which I believe that's
Can I ask
Parker's
about this?
positions too.
So, do you think it's wrong because of life at conception?
Yeah, life begins at conception.
So, are you against IVF?
I don't know enough about IVF. That's like
So
a
they
whole
have
new,
to create a
talking
bunch
point.
of different. They have to create a bunch of different zygotes that they don't use. So Trump wants to pay for IVF. So Trump wants state-sponsored murder, and you're voting for that?
Well, again, it's
Galaxy,
holistic.
thank you so much.
It's holistically, right?
No, Trump wants
I can be-
state-sponsored murder.
Actually,
of zygotes.
Well, no, I think Trump is very clear on his position.
Yeah, he wants to
Me
pay for
personally-
IVF.
Well, again, Parker, I don't know enough about IVF to speak on it, but
I just
outside of
told you all you
IVF, okay, who's the more pro-choice candidate, Kamala or Trump?
Actually, Trump is literally arguing to pay for abortions, or not abortions, pay for murdering zygotes, pay for murdering people under your worldview. Whereas she's not paying for it, she's just giving people a choice. So I think it's worse to pay for it than it is to just allow for the choice.
Well, when you went on your whole spiel about, oh, you're going to vote for a candidate who's anti women's reproductive rights and anti this and anti that, why did you prescribe that to Trump? But right now you're trying to make it out to be.
Wait, I don't think IVF's a bad thing. I'm saying under your view, you would think it's bad.
You support the aborting of a fetus that's over 10 to 12 months.
10 to 12 months? You mean already born?
I mean 10 to 12 weeks. My bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's 86,000 people in here. I'm kind of nervous. So just so you know.
86,000. Parker, you're like, oh my God. You're like so.
No, I'm huge, bro. I'm huge.
8,600.
I'll take the compliment.
Yeah, Parker's
Danny,
on a
thank you
roll.
for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
I hope you get to 86,000. This is really entertaining, but do you support that?
Wait, Matt, does the Bible say that life begins at first breath? How do you feel
Jews
about
hold
that
that. Jews hold that.
It says, God says in Psalms, I created you when you were in your mother's womb. I knit you together.
Yeah, but you gotta look at the whole Psalms. The Psalms 137. That's what you're citing. Psalms 137. 137 only references that in one instance, and it's not. The Jews did not see it that way. By the way, you see it that way because you're applying it to a moral lens. The Jews didn't see it. They go, "Oh, Adam was lifeless. God breathed a soul into him. He breathed life into him. Therefore, that's why the Jews, up until this day, hold that life begins at first breath. That is when the baby comes out and it has its first breath, which is
actually
what."
No, Jews, what's it called? Orthodox Jews are very pro-life. And the difference between Adam
Orthodox
and
Jews
the
are not
fetus,
necessarily. Hold on. Orthodox Jews are not necessarily.
Adam was created from dust.
Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. You want to support me or Matt? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal
Yes,
is in the
Adam was
link tree in
created
the
from
bio.
dust, molded from clay, and molded like into the shape of a human, and then God breathed life into him. Which is why when you read right all of the texts from back then up until the Middle Ages, even they saw that life, meaning life as it was seen, was created by first breath. That doesn't mean that they didn't see it as a life, only that it had.
Why so?
Because I'm stupid.
Oh, I mean, he's self-aware at least.
They made one self-aware.
I'm looking forward to the history books when it said
they made a MAGA that's self-aware. The
I'm
MAGA
looking forward
factory
to
came out with
the
new
books that come out
update just dropped
about Trump, and it says after Barack Obama came that one actor from Home Alone. Like, doesn't even imagine.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here.
I will be right back. Hey, thank you for the heart.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely fucking not.
Based. Love the enthusiasm. Seth, thank you for the hand arts. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Hell no, y'all stay cooking.
Based. Let's go. Sunflower, thank you for the $1. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please read. Let me see. We tried to play in the arms for an angel for you.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Are you voting Trump? Oh, he left himself. Okay. All right. Parker scared all the Trumplicans away. Yep, we did. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Donald J. Trump is voting for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 44.
Are you voting Trump?
What do you think?
I don't know, man. Tell me. That says MAGA
Maybe,
in the bio, so I'm guessing
I give you
yes.
my demographic. Let's see how good you are.
Are you driving?
Yeah. 44. I'm riding. I'm in the passenger seat.
He's riding.
Okay. So why are you voting Trump?
He come in as an outsider in 2015, and mowed through 18 Republican candidates, of which Jeb Bush was the presumptive nominee, who I couldn't stand, and walked him right off the debate stage. I loved it. He asked him, he said, nobody's going to vote for you. Who's going to vote for you? Trump
Bro,
Oh,
looked at him and he
you're
said,
talking about 2016.
well, that's funny, Jeb. You're over. Yeah. That's how he got to start.
You also want to know what he said in 2016?
Everybody.
How about would you vote for someone who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
What was that? You broke up.
Would you vote for someone who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
Yeah, we need to shut down our borders and protect our country.
Oh,
You know,
so
I'm tired
yes.
of
So
the
yes.
nonsense.
He's saying yes. Wow. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, fine. I mean, I'm down with it.
We need to take care of our country for a change.
Kick out the Christians. Kick out the Christians. Like he didn't hear you, obviously.
But my main point is the reason.
He's 100% driving. He didn't hear me at all.
Yeah, I don't know what his lag was so bad.
Yeah, this account we got like lack of guest requests. Maybe this account.
We can
is,
go on my account. I was getting almost 2K just staring at the screen, so
okay.
We can go on mine if you want to. I mean,
Yeah.
Dean said when he used mine, he said it had amazing push out. So I think I was getting like 5% like following. It was
That's
like small as shit. Yeah.
Wait, do you want to check
So-
what your algorithm was in the last one you did?
Yeah, I can check. Yeah, I can check.
That.
I mean, it wasn't a
Yo, what's up, Howdy?
a debate at two, but you know.
Oh, you voting Trump? Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Here, let me invite this person. Please fucking join. Someone said I'm irrelevant now.
Bruh.
I invited him. Come on, join. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
You, Shannon, how old are you?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Sebastian, are you voting Trump? Yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
so why are you guys voting Trump?
I'm just kidding. Fuck Donald Trump.
Based. So, Sebastian, why are you voting Trump?
I don't know if you've heard of the really articulate and intellectual political analyst Bryce Hall. He
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
So would you agree that Trump wants to take away abortion rights?
Yeah.
Cool. So I think that's a good thing. I think that abortion ought to be outlawed, and I support his endeavors.
At what point is it murder?
Let's say conception.
Conception? Okay, do you think women of IUDs are murderers?
No, but I think that IUD should be banned. I think that since it's not in a,
So why is it not murder? Because not only can it prevent a fertilization of an egg, but it can also prevent implantation.
because it's not illegal yet, so it shouldn't be considered murder.
Oh, okay. So, like, are you telling me that prior to, like, something being illegal, you wouldn't want to put people who did it illegal prior? So let's go through that reasoning. Are you saying in the past, if we were to go back into the past, when child marriage was broadly legal, where adults married children, would you say that that should be legal and you wouldn't put those people in prison?
No, I think it should be illegal, but if at the time it's not,
Would you put those people in prison that committed those actions?
Would you put people in prison that do marijuana in states that
you
have
can't
it?
say that on the live. You can't say that on the live. You have to say M drug, but no, because I don't think it's wrong. Sharp, thank you so much for the
So-
boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
The last one I had was at 20, but the last time there was a debate, I was down to like 9. So
Okay.
yeah,
I'll think about it.
but it may have been because after my ban for the week that it may have like shot back up or something. So
Yeah, it depends on how my algorithm works. We'll see.
yeah,
I'll let you know, because
Alright.
I'd have to change the bio and everything.
it's not that difficult.
Yeah, I know.
I have it saved on mine, so you can literally just copy and paste it.
I might just do
But
it.
it's
We'll
up to
see.
you.
We'll see.
But it's up to you.
Because it is not proportional to what I would think. So I might
Yeah.
just try it.
It's up to you.
Oral E. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Thank you for the donut.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Someone said you were making fun of believers. Blasphemy is dangerous.
I worry about it every night.
Yeah, I'm so terrified. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Cynthia, you there?
Parker, get verified? It's a little bit harder than that. I can't just tell them to get me verified. Molly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I can't believe that your
Not
Jubilee videos don't count.
I know, right? Abby, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Are you voting Trump?
Hey, Parker.
Hey.
What's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am, but maybe a little bit different than the rest of your panel because I've become a one-issue voter.
Jamie,
What's
appreciate
that
the
one
$2.
issue?
What's
You know,
that
some
one issue?
people have what they call a litmus test, right? You know, there's just one issue that is on their mind. And for me, as a proud Jewish American, I'm very concerned about the future of Israel. Israel's in a fight for its life right now.
That is such a crazy single issue vote. Jesus Christ.
Parker, are you Jewish?
So, 1%. So,
Well, then you don't understand how I feel. So I don't.
wait.
that's
So
okay.
you could say whatever. You don't understand how I feel, Purchase the Corgi. So I'm asking you, do you what is the reason why you support
you for the confetti.
the state? Like, actually, I'll ask you this question: if it was the case that H group was transported into hospitals in the United States, and like bases in the United States, would you bomb those places that had U.S. citizens and civilians in them, or would you like send in special forces?
Well, I don't think you really understand the nature of the warfare that's going on there. But when Israel is in the fight of its life, and really, I mean, it's surrounded by enemies that are genocidal, that they are homicidal, that they openly state that they want
Don't
to
they
wipe
actively
Israel.
want peace with Israel?
No, they openly state in their charters. I mean, look at the charter of Hamas. Look at the charter of Hezbollah. Listen. I mean, you just have to listen to the mullahs of Iran when they speak, and they say they want to literally wipe Israel off the map. And by the way, you know, Israel's first, America's second.
So tell me which charter.
The Hamas charter.
Their founding charter.
Their founding charter.
That's not the charter for all nations.
No, just Hamas. But
Yeah.
but let me ask you this question: do you condone graping prisoners?
I'm not going to get into specifics.
No,
of
no.
this, that, and
Answer the question,
everything.
please. Do you condone
that?
No,
do you condone graping?
of course
Okay,
not.
then why are there current Israeli high-ranking officials who are saying that the guards that raped Palestinian prisoners should not face justice?
They should. That's how I feel about it. And Israel's a democracy. It's a coalition government, and they have many different thoughts. But we're getting off the topic here. The question is,
no, I'm simply asking you about like the various comparisons because they always bring up grape and they always bring up these other things. But I'm saying that the current government of the state of Israel is currently sanctioning, and I'm not lying, sanctioning graping prisoners because you have high-ranking officials that are saying not only is it okay, but that it should be used as a tool.
You'll find extremists in any government. And
but see, I don't see you criticizing that. That's the problem, right? I have the moral ability to come on here and say that the H group is bad. I want them gone. I want the Palestinians to be free of them. But I also have the a rationale to say that the current Israeli government is standing in the way of peace because the current coalitions that are within it want war in the area. Because right now, for example, the state of Israel just invaded Lebanon. Like last 10 minutes.
Rockin', do you know why they did that? Do you know why they invaded Lebanon?
because Hezbollah on the border has been firing rockets into them, right? But the Israel would
For
not
11
have that
months, they've
problem.
been firing up to about 8,000
Israel would
rockets.
not have that problem if they did not annex land from the Sheba farms and the upper areas that are now
Rockin',
contested
the
lands.
United Nations has adjudicated that Sheba Farms. It's a couple of square miles, and they have ruled that that actually was not part of Lebanon. The United Nations is the one that
Syria and wait, hold on. So Israel will abide by the United Nations when it's in their favor, but when it's not in their favor, all of a sudden, oh, we can't do that now, right? What about all the resolutions that the United Nations has put forward condemning Israel for what they have done in Gaza? And Netanyahu stands up and says, no, we can't follow this rogue government. This is a rogue place. They got all these big supporters of the ACE group, right? I mean, he just gave a speech last week about it,
Yeah,
and
it was
about how
great
he was.
speech. Great speech. I mean, he pointed out the fact
Great
that the
speech
United
is
Nations,
crazy,
that,
dude.
there's so many anti-Jewish.
Wait, so you like
anti-Israeli-
Netanyahu?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You like Netanyahu?
I think he's a great wartime leader. I don't agree with all his policies, but I think he's a great wartime leader.
He also
How
has
is
an
he? Can you give me an
incentive.
example of what he's done that's so great?
Well, Israel is involved in a multi-front war now. They're fighting against Gaza. They're fighting against the Houthis in Yemen. They're fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. There's
Funny
uprisings
how you
in
said
the West
Gaza
Bank.
and not Hamas. See
Yeah,
how
you
you
think
like
$3.
broadened it out to all of Gaza?
I said they're fighting against
Gaza.
the Hamas.
You said
Hamas in
Gaza. No, not in Gaza. You said they're fighting.
Rockin', I don't know if you know this, but Birzeit University in West Bank. Have you ever heard of Birzeit University?
No.
Okay, so it's an Arab university in the West Bank, and they've done surveys of populations both in the West Bank and Gaza, and they found an overwhelming majority of the people of Gaza support Hamas.
Yeah,
And
I
so-
wonder why. Maybe when you keep people within an open air prison, they start to really hate their occupiers. I wonder why.
Israel unilaterally withdrew in 2006, but
and yet, hold on, Parker. And yet they control the water, the electricity, the food
Rockin',
coming in.
you know who
They
else
withdrew, but
controls
let's
the
put a
border?
blockade around it, right?
Right. Thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much.
Right? I mean, that makes total sense, right? Let's blame all the Palestinians for what's going on here, right? Let's say that all of them are the problem, and yet
you said that Israel controls the border around Gaza, but who else controls the border? What about Egypt, another Muslim
What about
country?
Egypt? What about Egypt? Wait, hold on. Why should Egypt have to accept these fleeing people
Not a matter of accepting.
when they
You just
claim
said-
that
you
it's
just
their
stated
land?
That Israel controls the border, and I pointed out to you that they don't control the entire border. Part of the border, the southern border, is
Egypt
controlled by
should
Egypt.
not have the responsibility. Wait, hold on. You're not denying, right, that the state of Israel can turn off the water, turn off the electricity, and turn off the food supplies coming in to Gaza, right? You're not like saying that like that didn't happen, right? Because it did happen.
Israel has been supplying tons and tons of humanitarian aid.
That's not my
and
question.
water and
I didn't ask
electricity.
you that. I didn't ask you that. I
But they
said,
turn it
are you
off. Yeah, in fact,
denying?
there's some people who say, they should have. They should have said, listen, we're going to turn off all these things until you give us back our hostages. But
Whoa, yo! you just literally just said that they should use starvation as a weapon of war. That's a war crime, dude. That's literally a war crime.
Let me finish. But Bibi decided not to do that. So there were some members of his cabinet, and there's some members.
Oh,
of
so
the
they didn't
Israeli
block
public
off
who
any.
won't do
They
that.
didn't block off anything.
See, Parker, what he's saying
There was no
Parker,
blockade?
is that Netanyahu is a little bit more to the left of those fascists that he has in his government. That's what he's saying.
Rockin', you're sitting here in America. I'm assuming you're in America, but you're sitting
Yeah,
here
I
in
am.
America. And you're not surrounded by.
You didn't ask me that
countries.
question, by the way. I think Israel has a right to defend itself. I'm not denying that. That's my own opinion.
They're
I
not
think what
defending
happened-
themselves, though. They're not. This is not defense.
Yeah, that's my next point. I believe that what happened on October 7th was a travesty.
Parker,
it was a
how
terrorist
do you
attack, and it
defend
should.
yourself against someone who's sworn to kill you? I mean, let's say, I don't know you, Parker, but let's say I told you, I hate you. I'm sworn to kill you. I want to wipe your house and your family's house and all your friends' house and all your relatives off the map. How would you defend yourself against me? Would you
Wait. You're acting like they aren't the provocateurs, right? Like, how are you going to ignore all the rest of the context of history where they were literally killing
very
people?
familiar
They
with
were
the context of history.
engaging in colonialization, an apartheid state according to the ICJ.
And that's no different, by the way, than the members of the Netanyahu government who also have genocidal intent. People like Smotrich who have literally claimed that they want to wipe out all of Gaza and turn it into like a parking lot.
Yeah, those voices are not the ones who are in control. Thank God. And I
They are.
totally
Wait, hold
agree
on.
with you.
You deny that they don't have influence?
Yes, of course they have influence. They're part
Netanyahu
of the
lost
coalition.
the one centrist person that he actually had on his government because he saw that they were too far right.
Yeah, they're part of the coalition, but they're not in charge. And so, thank God. I agree with you on that. Well, listen, we're supposed to be talking about Harris and Trump and why I'm voting for Trump.
Wait, you were arguing this is the only thing you were looking at. Okay, so I have a question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Like I said before, I'm become a one-issue person, so don't talk to me about abortion. Don't talk to me about.
Wait, so okay, let's say he slaughtered 100,000 children himself. Would you vote for him?
If you want to talk about his trial about sexual assault, I mean, do you realize that the New York State changed its constitution?
Alexis, thank you for the $5. And Shirley, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Shirley. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Shirley. Let's get some W's for Shirley in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Parker, do you after that commercial break, Parker, do you realize that New York State changed its constitution so that it would allow the
You're talking Child Survivors Act and Adult Survivors Act.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That has nothing to do with specifically Donald Trump. Right. That was going to happen either way.
I mean,
it was going to happen either way, and because it happened, it allowed for this.
It's an example of weaponization of the justice system that was done specifically for that reason. So you could say you don't believe that. It's just a coincidence, but that's what I think it was. But anyway, that's not my main issue here. My main issue here is which of these two candidates is more likely to ensure Israel's survival when they're surrounded by.
Oh my God, dude! You don't care about sexual abuse.
You're
only cool with rape so long as you can say that you'd vote for the candidate that's more pro-Israel.
Parker, I don't care about Stormy Daniels. I don't care.
That's
about
not Stormy Daniels.
I know. I don't care about the fact that Kamala slept her way to the top with Billy Brown.
That's a complete pivot, and no, she didn't.
Oh, what happened? She wasn't his boyfriend.
Did she sleep with all over 4 million people that voted for her?
Did she
sleep with all 4 million people that voted for her?
Well, you have to ask her. I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, the fact that you don't know that shows how disingenuous you are, you fucking weirdo. Amanda, appreciate the dollar. Answer the damn question. Answer the damn question. Would you vote?
I'm an effing weirdo. And by the way, is that TikTok friendly language, Parker?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, that was news to me.
You're a fucking weirdo.
All right. Well, let me go into a couple of points where I think that.
Do you want to respond? You would vote for him even if you knew he raped a woman.
That was you're talking about the woman in the department store.
What was her name?
I don't know.
Okay, so you dispute it. So again, would you?
No, but
I'll ask you this question. If you knew 100%, let me ask you this question. If you knew 100% that he sexually assaulted a woman, would you vote for him?
I'm beyond worrying about people's sexual past.
That's not a sexual past. That's sexually assaulting someone. What do you mean a sexual past?
That example that you're giving, that is this woman who claims that he sexually assaulted her.
Wait. No, if you knew for 100% that he sexually assaulted a woman, would you vote for him?
Did she get a rape test?
Hey, EB. If you knew 100% that a woman was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, would you vote for him?
What was the name of that Supreme Court?
Can you answer the question?
What was the name of that?
Answer the question. Would you vote for him if you knew 100% he sexually assaulted a woman? Resisting V.
100%, but is it 100%?
Answer the damn question. Would you vote for him?
No.
No, you wouldn't. Okay.
Is it 100%?
So, okay, would you vote for him?
How do you?
Here, let me ask you this question then. Let me ask you this question. Can I ask you this question then? I will mute you. Okay, be quiet, please. Would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman against her will? Are you going to unmute? Click your profile picture, the bottom right, click the mic. There you go. Yeah. Would you vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
The requirements for civil, I'm not a lawyer, but the requirements for civil liability are a much lower bar than they are for.
So you would vote for them?
I'll tell you, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, would you vote for someone, or actually, here, I'll ask you this question. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, would you let them be a gym teacher?
If someone was, no, probably would not.
Why not?
I won't trust them around children.
But you trust Trump as the literal fucking individual that children are supposed to look up to? Jesus Christ, please save us.
I'm not saying he's a choir boy. I'm not saying I love him. Let me explain something about myself, Parker. I've been a Democrat my whole life. I voted for every Democrat going back to Jimmy Carter. Win or lose, I've been a Democrat my whole life. But I recently, I'm talking 6 months ago, I've been red-pilled. You know what that means? You know what that means?
Would you watch Fresh and Fit?
You know what woke means, right, Parker?
Yeah. Who red-pilled you?
Yeah. Well, it's this whole issue, this one issue that's really been bothering me.
No, who red-pilled you?
It's the issue of survival of Israel as a state.
Okay, who convinced you of this?
It's my own reading and understanding of the.
Where did you read this?
Listening to the candidates. Well, I mean, I look at here. I'll give an example. When Bibi came to talk
to the $5.
When Bibi came to talk to Congress, what was it 6 weeks ago? There were 26 Democrats who, my party, I'm a Democrat, right? The 26 Democrats who boycotted his appearance at the
based.
Yeah, and all the
Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for calling him a fucking weirdo.
And then Harris herself, her job was to preside over the Congress. That's her role. Well, what did she do instead? She went to a fundraiser from her college sorority. That was more important than this national.
Based.
Yes.
Based.
What is based?
So based. That was based, bro. What are you talking about? That was based.
Tell me what that means. I don't understand what does that mean?
It means it's based.
Base? B-A-S-E?
Based.
B-A-S-E?
What generation are you?
I'm a boomer.
Okay, so it'd been like
so just tell him. It just means based.
You know what rad means?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what does based mean? Educate me. I'm open.
I just told you what it meant.
It means rad?
It means like rad, dude. Like like cool, like based. It's based.
Okay. In other words, you approve of what Kamala did. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. Kamala's. You don't obviously listen. You're not Jewish. You don't feel what I feel towards the state of Israel. You don't have my concerns and my fears of what would happen to the state of Israel.
Yeah, and also don't act like it's because you're Jewish, because it is the case that there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews. Like, I don't understand what your point is of saying that. Like, again, I'm 1% Jewish, bud.
You could say that Kamala is married to a Jewish guy, but he's not very Jewish. He didn't raise his kids Jewish. His daughter.
Wait. You saying he's not really Jewish is exactly like, what are you talking? What does that mean? What does it mean to not be really Jewish? Like what?
He didn't raise his kids Jewish. I don't think he values his.
So are you saying you're religiously Jewish?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you a question then?
Oh my God.
Okay, so when God commanded Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekites, men, women, children, and infants, do you think that was good?
But when we look at the modern lens of 2024 and we look back, we'd say, no, that doesn't sound like a good thing to do.
No, but from a morally perfect lens, like from the lens of God, is that good?
Right. I mean, you have to look at. For example, you could pull examples out of the Bible that if you didn't observe the Sabbath and there was two witnesses that saw you not observing the Sabbath or breaking the Sabbath laws, you could be put to death for that. Now, do I agree with that? No. And does the Jewish faith really follow
isn't that like a law from your Bible, bro?
Yeah, but
so how can you just disagree with the Bible?
Well, let me explain.
Or no, sorry, the Torah. My bad.
Right, Torah. Yeah. Well, let me explain that even though that's written. Those laws were basically never enforced. I mean, there was, if the Sanhedrin, I don't know, you know what the Sanhedrin is? It was the Jewish high court of the day. Yeah. If they put to get to death, one person in 100 years, they were considered a bloodthirsty court. So yes, even though these are the literal laws of the Bible, were they applied, and is that what people did?
No, I could literally gave you I gave you a what's it called? A verse
give the
specifically
example
where
of
God. I
Amalekites.
gave you a verse specifically where God commanded
Yes.
Saul and his men to slaughter men, women, children, and infants. Do you think that
It
was
wasn't
good?
Saul. It wasn't Saul. It was Moses. You're talking about the Amalekites. The Amalekites were the ones that were.
It was Saul and his men, right?
Amalekites were the one. You gave the example of the Amalekites. The Amalekites were following the Jews as they left Egypt and went to Palestine, and went on their way to the Promised Land. And what they used to do is they would pick off the weakest.
Parker's right. 1 Samuel 15:3. Samuel said to Saul, I am the one, the Lord, that sent to anoint you king over his people Israel. So listen now for the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says to you. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel as they waylaid them as they came out of Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy
Right.
all of them, large of them, spare them not, put to death men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, camels,
Right, but
donkeys.
you just said it as they came out of Egypt. Saul was many years later after they.
No. Yes, Moses. Yes, you're right.
Yes,
Moses.
that's why I said it was Moses.
Hold on. Moses as coming into Sinai.
Danny,
they
think
were-
of the $6. Jenna, think of the $1. Thank you so much.
Moses. as
Elena,
they-
think of the
in
$2. And
Exodus.
Cynthia with the $20. Thank you so much for calling him a fucking weirdo.
Right.
Yeah, God is giving the reason. He's saying because the Amalekites, what they did to you in Egypt as they were coming out of Egypt, he commands through Samuel to tell Saul to go and then they killed him. Saul doesn't do it, by the way. Saul kills all of them but the king.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
and then
one of
God
the-
punishes Saul for not killing the king.
One of the explanations, by the way, is that the Amalekites, for example, where are the Amalekites now? Like, who's an Amalekite? Do you know any Amalekites? Can you point me out one
Wait,
Amalekite?
can you put me to any like Babylonians?
Wait. So are you saying because we don't know any today, that means it's okay? That's so
'cause-
insane.
No. What I see is that law specifically was towards the Amalekites, not towards any other people. Now, a lot of people will compare
genocide-
Nazis,
a
the
genocide
Nazis
is just
to
bad.
Amalekites. But does that mean that we're going to kill every German? No,
Wait.
we don't do that.
Wait, hold on. Netanyahu compared that. Netanyahu called Palestine, we need to wipe out the memory of Amalek, right? Smotrich quoted it.
He was using it as a metaphor and not as a.
Oh, I don't believe
metaphor.
Smotrich was. Smotrich has called for the death of all
No.
Palestinians. I do not believe
Well,
that when
Rocco-
Smotrich or Ben Gvir or Netanyahu calls from the Bible one of the explicit mentions of God wiping out every single person and animal.
Rockin, I can prove that you're wrong. I can prove that you're wrong. If that's really how the majority government felt, that they wanted to wipe out all of Gaza, don't you think they could have done that? Don't you think they had the means to do that, to wipe out? Now, I know there's been 40,000 people dead out of
No,
2.5
I know why.
million.
It's because if they did,
Sid, think of the
they
$10.
would.
Thank you.
They would immediately be at war with everybody. Like
And so-
everybody would condemn it, and they
That's
don't
my
want
point.
to do that.
My point is that was used as a metaphor. You have to understand, when Israel was attacked on October 7th, that was like for you. I don't know how old you are, Rocky.
Well, I think for the one that I remember 9/11. I remember it, and
How old were
but
you in
I was
9/11?
young.
How old were you?
I was that was 2001, so I would have been 9.
Okay, so as a 9-year-old, I don't know how much you truly understood or remember, but
I mean, I remember what was happening.
you weren't an adult. But 9/11 shook this country to its foundation. I mean, it was the first time we had a massive attack with like 2,000 people killed in one day, and that's the. If you,
I'm
if you
not
imagine what
disagreeing with
happened-
you that October 7th was bad. What I'm saying is using
Tessa,
language.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you
Using
so much,
language
Tessa.
that calls to the memory of the one time in the Bible where God commands a genocide. Using that language is problematic at best. It's problematic at
What
best.
if I tell
But
you he was referring to Hamas with that?
I do not believe Smotrich was doing that. No, Smotrich has made other comments
Right.
beyond that comment that tells me
So I'll
tells
agree with you
me
on one thing. I'm not a Smotrich supporter. I'm not a Ben Gvir supporter. Honestly, I'm not even a Bibi supporter, although I think he is the best person right now to lead the country. And I think there's some real leadership problems in Israel, and we need to get better leaders. That I really 100%. That doesn't take away from the fact that Israel is in an existential fight right now. I mean, just on April 13th, Iran sent 300 missiles, cruise missiles, guided missiles, rockets, and ICBMs, and drones against Israel. Now, luckily, but for the grace of God, and I think this
Angelina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
the Israelis, along with the help from French, from the British, from the Americans, from the Jordanians, and the
Ray,
Saudis,
thank you for the $5. Thank you, Ray. Wait, hold on.
they were able to
Again,
knock all those down. But
I am going to be at odds with the chat on some of these issues because, as I already mentioned, and I got pushback for it, I do believe that Israel had the right to some kind of response because you can't just have a terrorist attack
some kind
like
of
October
response.
7th
And
was.
it's really easy for you, Rockin, to sit here.
Again,
I don't know
what they did was not self-defense. So that's the point to hammer down
Yes.
on. That's
Yes,
not
and-
self-defense, and it's like I don't understand I don't understand why that's something that you're defending.
Well,
I don't know why it's used as an argument either.
Your buddy Kamala told the Israelis, don't
Daniel,
go
thank
into
you for the
Rafah.
$4.
Don't go into Rafah. I looked at she said, I looked at the maps and you can't move all the people out of Rafah. I mean, Israel does its ultimate best to move people out of harm's way. When they do that, by the way, they endanger their own soldiers.
Wait, hold on. See, that's the problem I have, though. They tell them to move to the south so that they can go to the north. And then they invade the south and they tell them to move to the sea or something. I don't understand that.
They told them to move to the north. To an area where
they have destroyed the infrastructure. Where they have leveled the cities. So millions of people are supposed to just pack up and just kind of move back to the north as if everything was all hunky-dory.
Rockin', no one says it's nice or it's easy, but
exactly. See, that's what you guys say. You guys always say this. You say, they give them warning. Yeah, they give them warning, and then they move them to an area where they can't live. There's no more houses. There's no more hospitals. Nothing is there for them to even be able to live. So that's not like a very good defense at all. And
Rockin',
that's not to mention.
You're saying this is all Israel's fault, right? That's your opinion.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. Israel has not conducted this war in a good way. I think they have the amount of people that they have killed, I think, has been totally disproportionate. And they should have.
There's been a lot of analyses that show that if you compare this to World War II, if you compare it to the urban warfare that took place in Mosul with the U.S. Army.
I know the person who you're referring to, and it's everybody's favorite, West Point guy or wherever the fuck he's at. I know, and people disagree with him, by the way. Just because one military analyst has that opinion doesn't mean that other people don't.
Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to see pictures of babies blown apart. I agree with that. I mean, it's a horrible thing.
No, nobody wants to see it, but they do want to let it continue
when
happening.
The United States was carpet bombing parts of Germany, or that we were firebombing Tokyo. I mean, forget the nuclear weapons that we dropped on Tokyo, but when we were firebombing Tokyo,
we have. You clearly
condemn that. I condemn it.
Yeah. By the way, within history, we are actively debating whether or not that is a good thing that should have happened. We are actively having a debate in the academic history about whether or not it was proper to do it, whether or not it should have been done, whether or not the range. I mean, this is a debate that people have. People just don't interact with those academic debates. But you can read all the literature on it about people are weighing the pros and cons of it to this day.
Right. You know, like what Israel does now. You hear about the knock on the roof. You know what that means, knock on the roof?
Okay, I don't even want to talk about like if you're just a single issue voter to vote for them because he's more pro-Israel. I don't think that we're gonna agree ever. To be honest.
We can agree to disagree.
Because you're a single issue voter, you'd vote for him even if he raped a woman. So it's just
I had a professor once that told me
you'd vote for him if he raped a child.
No.
Okay, so why would you vote for him if he raped a woman, but not if he raped a child?
I don't know if he raped that woman. If it was a he said, she said.
Wow, this is not answering my question.
Parker,
why would you? Jesus Christ! Why would you vote? Listen, why would you vote for him if you raped a child or a woman, but not if he raped a child?
So the issue is this: did he or did he not rape the woman?
If you don't answer my question one more time, I'm gonna cry, bro, and I'm gonna kick you from my stream. Please answer the damn question. I'm gonna ask you one more time, and then we can talk about other things. Okay? We can talk about the extra context, but please.
Danielle, thank you for the $5.
Why would you vote for someone who raped a woman, but not someone who raped a child?
I wouldn't vote for either one. But if you prove
wouldn't vote for would you vote for someone held civilly liable of raping a child?
Have you proven that Trump?
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of raping a child?
No, I mean civilly liable.
Yeah.
Listen. Like I told you before, our justice system is imperfect. Would you agree with that? Our justice system is imperfect?
Yes, but I'm not saying it doesn't have to be perfect.
Would you agree that there are some convicted felons convicted of murder?
Incorrectly. Very low likelihood for rape. for it to be false.
What did this woman that he raped? Did he penetrate her?
Forcefully penetrate her against her will.
Was there a rape kit? Did she go to the hospital? Did she get tested? How do we know that happened? How do we know it's not he said, she said? And how do we know that she just doesn't have a
You
financial
ultimately
interest?
rely on not fucking answering a single question. I'm going to ask you a fucking question again. If you don't answer the damn question, I'm kicking you from my stream. I'm done doing this bullshit. You fucking pivot and don't answer any damn questions. You fucking slithery snake. Answer the damn question. Appreciate the gold medal. Listen.
You're asking questions,
Shut up. Be quiet. Listen. Hey. God damn, bro. God damn.
Jesus Christ. I'm just asking you
this damn question. That's what I'm asking you to do. Okay? If you don't do it, I'm going to go to the next person. I'm done wasting my time. I've talked to you for the past 40 minutes trying to get you to answer a question. A question. So please answer the damn question. Why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Let me consider that question. Would I vote for, tell me again the question, would I vote for someone who's held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman? In this case, yes, because I'm sure I believe the results of the court.
He didn't answer my question. Dude, is it really this hard to understand my question? Why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you would not vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Parker, this reminds me of the classic question that you asked, the lawyer asks, are you still beating your wife? If you answer no, it means that, oh, you're not still beating her, but you beat her in the past, right? If you answer yes, that means you're beating your wife. So if you frame the questions like that, that's the classic lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but I know.
You see how he's not
classic.
answering the question? See, I did this. I literally, I told you, if you do
honestly,
not answer the question, I'm going to kick you. So you have 5 fucking seconds to answer the question.
All right,
5.
Is Trump accused of assaulting a child? Is Trump accused of assaulting a child?
Do you realize how I talk to the most insufferable people that exist? I talk to the most insufferable people. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
You're a joke of a man. So is that little fat friend you have.
Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Your mic sounds like you got a fucking potato, dude. Jesus Christ.
Fat friend, I've heard that one in a while.
Can you update from potato 1 to potato 2, please? Potato 2.0? Jesus Christ, man. iPotato? Your iPotato is not working very well anymore. You need to get the new updates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? No, not even a sweet potato, bro. He's like one of those it's like one of those weird potatoes. Okay? If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, in the bio, everyone. We got like 50 minutes left on the live. Colin, thank you for the $2. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23. How old are you?
Roman sent me 1 cent to say F you, you piece of shit. Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
Me?
Yeah.
I just think that America was better off when he was in term. I mean, I don't necessarily, I'm one of those moderate people. I don't really hate Kamala or Biden, but Kamala, but it's just the world is terrible right now. Could you convince me to vote for her?
Yeah, thank you for the $2 and
like I said, I'm a
Christina,
moderate.
I $5. Thank you so much.
I kind of. Oh, by the way, I saw you on that Jubilee thing. That was dope, man. By the way.
Thank you, Hayden, for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much.
So again, here are my things. Do you want to hear things that do you want to hear the lesser of two evils argument? Do you want to hear the policy that is good that I like of hers that she passed, or the policy that she wants?
I think she. So at first, I'm sure you've seen the clips where she's her stance on the border. At
Shayla,
first,
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
At first, she called them. She said that Trump was wrong. That none of them are criminals. Whoopie whoop. And then in a recent video clip I've seen, she was saying
none of who are criminals.
Thank you, Chris Lynn.
Well, she was saying nobody should be condemned for coming into the country like this is their home too, whatever. And then there's a recent
talking about in 2019, she was saying like different
Well,
things
yeah,
about
I was
immigration.
saying, like, her
I don't think she
stance-
ever said that, but she was saying different things about immigration. I don't know what your point is. You
Tyler,
understand
I'll
that
take the
over time you
$5.
can have
No, I
different
was saying I
positions.
like it. I was saying I like how her
over
stance has
time.
changed.
Over time, you can have different positions. Like for example, JD Vance said in the past that Trump might be America's Hitler.
Yeah,
Reed,
no,
thank you for
that's
the
what I was
$1.
saying.
Thank you,
I was
Reed.
saying I liked it about her.
Oh,
I was saying I like that her stance changed. But anyways,
Oh, okay. Wait, I'm confused. So I'm asking, like, what specifically? I understand what you're saying now. I apologize.
Yeah.
So I'm asking, like, what are you asking, like, me in terms of convincing you? Do you want to hear what is the thing you want to hear? Do you want to hear policy she's advocating for, policy she's influenced to get passed, right? Or
yeah. So
like,
there's a lot of
the
there's
reason why
probably a
she's
lot
better
of,
than Trump.
There's probably a lot of moderate people in here. So I guess I'm speaking for all of us, the ones that are leaning Trump. I just want to hear like she kind of her and Trump do the same thing where they kind of avoid answering questions directly, and they kind of both of them are guilty of it. But just her policies, like as far as talk about border and the
So
economy.
policy she's advocating for.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. So the border bill that Trump undermined, she's advocating for that, right? And then what was the other thing you said? Border and what else?
How about the economy? What is she gonna do?
Yeah, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month. She's specifically advocating to get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit, allow for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. She's advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes.
Oh, I had a
$50,000
question.
deductible for small businesses just starting off.
Yes, thank you. I actually do remember hearing about those things. But my question is, America, we're a capitalist country, so I just feel like if she does give those credits and stuff, the companies that are providing these services, the renters, the homeowners, they're just gonna charge more. So I just don't know I don't see why giving these tax breaks and stuff are gonna help us, and we live in a very capitalist country.
Then you can argue then that any tax break will do that.
Yeah, that is
or like
true.
any tax credit. So like almost any. So, but that doesn't happen because we've had tax credits for decades now, and we haven't seen these.
You give Americans a $25,000 home buying credit. The homeowner's just gonna increase the price $25,000.
No. That's applied to their taxes, so they still have to pay for it, right? But then they get the credit after through their taxes. Like it's a.
Earlier, I heard him debate that one guy, but no, I'm gonna let somebody else get it.
Fireworks. Thank you so much. All right,
Thank you, Parker, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
See ya.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes before we do get off, y'all. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry.
I'm going for you. All right.
See ya.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
I think the big thing for me is abortion, which you have been talking about throughout the duration.
And how old are you?
24.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Like I said,
abortion. Sorry. I apologize.
Let me know, Amanda.
So, do you think it's valuable at conception?
100%. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Do you think a zygote is a person?
I think it's a potential person for sure.
So it's not a person at conception?
Well, I think
Hannah, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you so much.
I don't think just saying potential means that it's not. It's like if I had the potential to make a cake, if I went and destroyed it, it still had the potential.
Do you think it's a at the point in which it's a zygote? Do you think it's a person?
I think it has the potential to become a person, so I think that has moral value.
Jeremy, think of the $3. So it's not a person yet. So when is it valuable?
I would say within the 6 weeks time frame.
So you value it at 6 weeks. Why do you value it at 6 weeks but not at other points?
Well, I'm not saying I don't value it. I value it as a human being. I think that, but I will state my premise that I think that abortion in its exact policy right now given to the states is the correct way to do it. I think that people should be able to make their own decisions, but I will say that I still think you're murdering a baby, regardless of what point that you decide to do it at. If you're okay with that, I guess that's on your own moral dilemma, but I don't see how you could say that something that potentially is
Michelle, think of the $5
is not valuable.
Okay, so for example, if I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, there's active potential between me and my girlfriend in that particular scenario. Is the sperm prior to conception valuable because there was active potential?
Well, no, because I don't think that's the premise that you're talking about. You personally are having sex with your girlfriend. There are consequences to that.
No, but is there at the point here? I'll ask it this way: the sperm that created you, was it valuable prior to conception because it was going to lead to your existence?
Let me think.
Like, did it deserve rights prior?
Well, that's an impossible question because when I do ejaculate, I'm shooting out millions of sperms. So I don't think that you can say that. I don't understand your point.
Yeah, but we don't know which sperm is going to make it, so they're all valuable because we don't know which one's going to make it. So we don't want to discredit any of them, right?
Right, but that's just human nature. Not all of them are going to make it. It's not our choice which ones make it or not, and I don't think that it should be our choice to disintegrate the thing that could be made. I find it.
So we
go ahead.
Parker, you okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, you respond.
You made a fan. You made a face, so I was
don't
like,
worry.
no, okay. Sorry, I lost the train of thought. Well, what were you saying? Say that again. Sorry. You said again.
Sorry. Go back to the point you were talking about. I think that I said that, regardless of the potential of how many sperms are coming out, that they still all have potential within themselves. And the one that did impregnate the egg, how could you say that doesn't have potential or value?
I'm not arguing that. Do you? Do you argue that sperm have value?
Yeah, I would 100% argue that. I don't.
So pulling out is wrong.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not
because you're wasting your seed.
That's
right?
not what I'm saying. Wasting my seed is different than impregnating somebody and then killing a child. That's a very linear way of thinking.
Thank you for the boxing, though. Thank you so much.
Why? Because you're denying that potential. Because had you not pulled out, there's a chance. I don't know what the chance is. It depends on
but if I don't
the ovulation schedule.
But if I don't want a kid, then that's what the reason that I'm pulling out. But there is still the fact that I'm aware of the consequences of me having sexual intercourse. Just because I don't want a kid does not mean that the consequences don't happen. I don't want to die on a motorcycle when I'm driving. But
wait, hold on. You recognize that the consequence of not pulling out is a potential child, so you pull out because you don't want to have that consequence, right?
Correct.
So okay, well, same thing with abortion. Same thing if you get pregnant, you don't want to have that consequence, so you just get rid of it. Plan B or
okay, but what you're saying right now is because I don't want it that I murder it. I don't understand where.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you can go down that chain, right? Because you're not wanting to do it because of that consequence, right? And that's what makes it not wrong. And I'm saying, well, that same consequence is going down the line, right? They don't want that quote-unquote consequence.
Can I argue the fact that you having unprotected sex to begin with is starting a consequence? Like,
no.
How?
I don't think.
How?
I don't think.
Do you not know human nature?
No, because I can have unprotected sex and pull out, and there's no consequence.
You don't think anybody that pulls out?
Sonny, were you just saying that to get on the live?
Free Palestine, bro.
What?
What do you say?
My
Free Palestine.
Oh, free Palestine.
Sorry. Before we go forward, I want to say I respect Parker a lot. I really enjoyed you and your Charlie Kirk debate. I have a great respect for you guys, and I'm not arguing. I hope that this is continuous.
He doesn't respect me, though.
To be honest, sir, I don't know you.
That's fine.
Just being honest. Back to the point that I was making. For you to, I guess, what point were you arguing against
this? Wait, can I argue this person real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't hear anything.
Yo, the metal.
Go ahead.
Metal Master. Can you name one point Charlie beat me on?
Every single thing you said about just because you speak very, very, very fast doesn't mean you're making any points. That's what you do nonstop. This
Blah,
is the
blah, blah.
quietest
Can you tell me what
slowest I've
point?
ever heard you speak is right now. Because normally you just go blah blah. You say the same shit over and over and over and over again every fucking
Okay,
day.
so like what
He's
point
a
did he beat?
rapist. He's blah blah blah. It's a
What
civil
point-
lawsuit. It doesn't take anything to fucking win a civil lawsuit, dude. These people are doing nothing. Harris has done nothing. She's been in fucking office for 4 years. Has never fucking been in the border. And they say
Dude,
Walt
wait, hold
says
up. Before
himself,
we
we
go
can't
into
do 4 more
He
years
asked,
of this.
he asked
Hey,
you what
hey.
he got wrong in the debate, and now you're translating.
Dude, who are you, kid? You know what's
I was
hilarious?
first.
Neither of you guys ever have to worry about an abortion because you don't get any ass whatsoever.
I have
So you actually have to
Why is he saying it, dude? What is this guy saying, bro? Bro.
Actually get
Turn
some
your camera on,
ass.
please. Turn your camera on, please. Turn your camera on. Why do you refer to women as like that's so crazy? But can you turn
Why
your
do
camera
I
on?
refer women for what?
Can you turn
What
your
did I
camera
say?
on?
Well, for what?
Just turn your camera on. Click the accept.
I got a 3-year-old daughter medal. I guarantee you, I get more than you. So don't come on here and start.
You get more than me, not even.
Yeah. Okay.
What
Okay.
is
Let's
this
conversation. This conversation's crazy. Okay. So metal.
Anyway.
Can you just answer my question?
I'd have to go back and watch it again for the.
So you
third
don't know a single point?
I know you didn't make any points that were valid, dude, whatsoever. You stay on this abortion fucking thing, dude. Now you always say, okay, when is it okay? You guys say that nobody gets late term abortions. I have seen several things, and I can call right now, and then we'll do up to 30 weeks, dude. 30 weeks of an abortion. Dude.
Yeah, induction of labor. That's an induction of labor.
1% to have abortions.
At that point, it's an induction of labor. And Leah, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Leah. Thank you so much, Leah.
Somebody says it. Thank you for the $17.
Dude,
Whoever
what's your
gives
blood
you a
alcohol
fucking
content?
nickel is a fucking idiot, dude. You're a piece of shit. I would love to meet you in that little boxing ring of that thing. You picked up one person. I can't stand you fucking liberals, dude.
So wait, are you just mad that they're sending me money?
I don't care, dude. You don't do shit for a living. You read off your DNC script on a daily basis.
My
and then that's
DNC
what
script?
you do.
What's the DNC script?
I don't know. Well, it sounds like you got it down, dude. Now you don't even have to
When
read
did they
it.
send me this DNC script?
Are you trying to say you don't get paid, dude?
I don't get paid by the DNC. no.
You get paid by fucking, what is it? Palette Blue or
Hannah, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I'm not affiliated with Palette
Thank
Media
you
or
for the $5,
management.
Craig. Yeah, I would like to thank everybody for the no money that I'm getting because I don't give a fuck because I actually work for a fucking living. I don't sit home, jerk off, and fucking play on my phone all day.
I guarantee.
Molly, think of the dollar.
No, I guarantee that what's his name, Rocking, whatever, he
There's a-
definitely jerks off to his phone all day. Look at this fucking fat piece of shit.
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Yo,
what do you wanna
listen
do?
up,
What do you
listen up
wanna
here.
do?
Hey, listen up here, buddy.
What do you want to do?
Listen up
dude?
here, buddy.
All you do is fucking
Hey, Rick
run
Sanchez.
your mouth and
Rick
run your
Sanchez.
mouth on here.
Hey,
you
Rick
wouldn't say
Sanchez.
none of this shit if I was standing.
If you were standing there, is that supposed to be like a threat or something, bro? Colin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Connor, thank you for the $2 for the DNC script. This guy is just such a weirdo, bro. Turn your camera on. Let's see what you look like, bro. Can you please turn your camera on? Joyce, thank you for the $25 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Joyce. I appreciate it. Wait, do you know how to turn? Oh, he doesn't know how to turn his mic off. Yo, click your profile picture and then click the microphone. And then also, while you're at it, click the camera and then click save. Hey, the metal, click your profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Can you do it? Oh, he can't figure it out. Click your profile.
Thank you for the
there you go.
heart.
Now make sure to click the
Well,
camera.
you turned it off, dude. I didn't turn it off. You were-
Okay, appreciate the sunglasses again. Okay, so we have to do this again. So you have to swipe out of your app now, go to your home screen, and then come back. Go to your home screen and then come back because you have an echo, so we can hear that. Samantha, appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
Keep turning off my microphone. So your girl, if you had a girl, would be blowing me right.
This guy is so weird. Jennifer, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Metal, go into your home screen. That is the most cringiest thing I've ever heard, bro. Danielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Danielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5.
Thank you for the $5, Danielle.
Hey, Metal, you have to go to your home screen. I hear an echo. That's why I keep muting you. Go to your home screen, buddy. Alexis, thank you for the $3 for Metal's BAC is approximately Trump 2.4.
Alexis, thank you for the $3
for the corgi.
Metal's BAC. I want to thank you for the $3.
Dude, this guy is so sloshed.
I want to thank you for the $3 so I can buy.
Dude, go to your home screen, bro. Camille, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you so much, Camille. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alexis, thank you for the $5.
You're a great friend.
Hey, Metal, can you please swipe out of the app?
Thank you for the 15 cent. Oh, thank you for the 50 cents, Cam. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Cam. You're good. Thank
Swipe
you so much.
out of the app. Swipe out of the app and then come back.
Thank you, Corey, for the $5.
If I don't see you on pause, I know you didn't swipe out of the app. Metal, can you swipe out of the app?
Meet me, you fucking loser.
Nicole, thank you for the $25.
so mad.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. It means
Jerry,
a
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the DNC Deep State. Corey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They said I could smell the alcohol from here.
Okay?
Yo,
Alcohol's
Metal, can you swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, and then come back? That doesn't kick you out of the live. I promise you it doesn't kick you out. It just fixes the echo.
That doesn't kick you out. Hold on, your mom is getting it all.
This guy's like a child, bro.
Oh, you're...
There's no way, dude. He's gonna wake up and his entire body is gonna be in pain, bro. Like just from the hangover, dude.
His entire body. I'm gonna wake up and on my asshole.
Okay, dude, what the hell is this guy saying?
Shay, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Shay.
Dude, can you swipe out of the app and then come back, dude? Can you imagine being this guy, bro?
Can you imagine what your life would have to be like when you're this hammered and you're just like
on a live in front of 7.7 thousand people?
Something about an asshole. And you're like, what?
Wouldn't be me.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. It wouldn't be anyone in the chat but this guy. Like, and of course this guy's in the chat spamming to come up.
Tanaya, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Metal, can you like
$7.
go out of the app, dude? It's really not difficult.
He is.
And also turn your camera on, bruv.
Yeah.
I think he's screen recording you, so we can't turn it on.
Relax. No, he has. All he has to do is swipe. No, he got a call.
He can't figure that out.
He has to swipe out of the app, go to his home screen, and then swipe back. That's all he has to do. He can't figure it out because he's so belligerent.
He won't be able to figure it out.
Ashley, think of the $20.24. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Probably has an Android too that he doesn't know how to do.
He doesn't know how to use it. No.
He dropped.
He dropped. Oh, okay. That's hilarious.
That was rough,
dude. What a meathead, bro.
Yeah. Morty, come get your Rick.
Yo, Jeremy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Tom, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling me handsome. I appreciate it.
Yo, Nolan, are you voting Trump?
Thank you so much.
Oh my god. Are you? He's about to join a live on TikTok.
No, well, too bad he didn't.
Well, I mean, he was about.
Yo, and I do appreciate you coming out. I'm gonna try to get someone else up here.
Thank you for the $1. Thank you, Christian. Thank you so much.
I would like to debate Parker a little bit. I haven't feel like I heard much from you.
Oh, okay. Well, go for it. Holland, thank you for the $25 for muting Metal. Thank you so much.
I guess the two things that I would
Camille,
like to...
thank you for the $25.
I'll let you pick. I would like to...
Thank you, Camille. Thank you so much.
Debate on abortion or policy on either side, and I'll let you
pick. Let's talk about policy. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than benefit rich people?
That's for sure a tough one. I feel like on the flip side of it, I could go and name a lot of things that Kamala has done that has degraded the economy. I would start with just the Inflation Expansion Act. It created a natural gas tax, which is obviously stupid. An EPA-run climate bank, absolutely bad idea. An EPA school bus and garbage truck program. She's giving away $1 billion to that. It's just like a bunch of, like, if you went through the actual...
So do you believe in climate change?
Do I believe in climate change?
Like caused by humans?
Mariska, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. And Nick, thank you for the $1. Thank you all so much.
But I 100% also believe that we're overinflating the amount of money that we could put into that. Like off the top of my head, I feel like I could think of 3 or 4 different things that would help climate, and we're doing none of that. We're just pouring money into these programs for them to ship out to their friends. I don't.
Wait, that's meant specifically to like help with the building of renewable energy in this country. It was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. So you can say that like, oh, it didn't have much of impact. I don't think it was good, but I want to fight climate change. Well, that was the best bill to fight climate change passed by any president ever.
I will also agree with that statement for sure. But if you've read through the entirety of the bill, I don't think the climate benefit
was $10
was nearly as beneficial as all of the negatives that it's brought down.
Okay. So you're saying there's more negatives than positives. Okay. So let's clarify all the negatives.
I mean, I can't go through all of the negatives.
Give me a few.
A natural gas tax. Why would you say that that's a good idea?
Yeah, so in terms of the natural gas tax, how much did natural gas reduce in terms of the production?
In production of what?
How did natural gas production decrease?
In America, yes. We started having...
When?
Right after the Trump administration. The Trump was very, very, very... prominent on making sure that we're making our own oil in America. And as soon as
we're highest now than ever.
Okay, we're highest now than ever, again, because of all of the Trump things that went through, but we're still buying foreign oil.
Wait, you say it's because of that, but there was like, okay, so under Trump, it literally was, what,
so what would have to
2.9 million?
happen?
Right now it's 3.2 million cubic feet. Carolee, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Carolee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much.
If that's the case and you're saying that we have 1 million more pounds of oil, why is gas prices so high?
Thank you. And holy shit.
We're getting less imports.
Sarah, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
We both know that it's not because we're getting less imports. It is.
It actually is.
Okay. But let me
JL, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
We're getting less imports is because of all the tariffs that are getting put on us. It's like a ridiculous.
Wait. So put more tariffs on other people so that they will then put more tariffs on us? That makes no sense.
They have tariffs on us.
That's actually not the reason. That's actually not the reason, NA.
Yes, it is. When we went to Syria to ask them for oil during the entire thing, they said no. They put tariffs on all of our oil. So to say that that's not
actually, no, I'm saying the main causes are specifically Donald Trump going to OPEC and cutting oil production by signing an agreement with them, and then specifically as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine situation, that leading to us getting less Russian oil because of the sanctions that we have on Russia.
Thank you, Sarah, for the $10.
That would have happened
so much,
regardless of the presidency.
Thank you so much.
Okay, regardless of the presidency, but you're not like, why are you negating the fact that I'm saying that all of the places that we are buying oil from are putting tariffs on it? You want to talk about Russia and Ukraine? The war started when Kamala.
Not everywhere. And also, again, would we incentivize people to reduce or increase tariffs if we implement tariffs on them universally?
Can you ask me that one more time? Sorry.
If we implement universal tariffs, will that encourage or discourage international trade?
It would discourage international trade, but I'm 100% a nationalist. I think that stuff should be within America. I think that
leads to lesser economic growth because there's less people for you to trade with. So there's less of an ability for low valued usage in terms of commodities to go to high value usage.
I totally agree with that. But if you want to use that as a statement, then when we go into DEI hiring, you're pulling, like, let me say this. If you're going to pull the best Black American, I think that is a great standard. What a better standard is to pull the best American. So that goes exactly with the same thing that you're saying.
Wait, I don't know what you're saying. Say that again. What did you say?
You're arguing that like the standards are different, but I'm saying that like it goes into the same concept of DEI. If you want to, like Joe Biden said, I'm going to pick the best Black.
Are you against DEI?
Oh God, Parker's gonna cook.
That's not what I'm not against DEI. I'm just arguing that point in general. I'm saying that DEI is not the highest standard that you could get to.
For example, the Electoral College.
Correct.
That's DEI.
I'm not arguing against DEI. Just please let me finish this one.
So Trump, the only reason he was put into the presidency over Hillary Clinton is because of DEI.
That's not okay. Please let me argue what I'm saying. I'm saying that the DEI was the reason. So when Joe Biden came out and said, I am hiring a Black woman, right? And it's going to be the best black woman. And I think that is a very good standard, a very good idea. But what is a better standard? The best person. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with ethnicity.
Do you think JD Vance is the best?
Wait, hold on. Can I ask you a question?
No,
Oh, sorry.
definitely not. Definitely not at all.
Hold on. Can I ask a question? Why did Donald Trump pick Mike Pence?
I thought Donald Trump picked Mike Pence because of his soft-spoken nature, and Donald Trump is
was Mike Pence the best for the
No,
job?
I have an idea why he picked him. It's because Donald Trump at the time didn't have the support of all the evangelicals, so he picked the one governor who was so evangelical that it would make sure that he got their votes. And so
did the
that's
same
kind of
thing
like a
with JD
DEI.
Vance, by the way.
That's kind of like a DEI, right? He chose somebody who would help him get votes because they had one characteristic, and therefore that's why he chose Mike Pence.
Right, but don't you think that that's why Kamala Harris chose Tim Walz to get the white vote?
No, not necessarily.
Wait, no. So I actually think that she picked Tim Walz. I think she picked Tim Walz because he was more progressive in ideology.
That and because it
It's a
rounded
white
out.
male, because that's exactly what has been for the history of America. I'm just saying right now, and not even in a racist way at all, if it was two black people running, people would look at that different, especially the white community. She chose Tim Walz for that demographic. And I agree, Trump chose Mike Pence for the evangelicals. But I will also say Mike Pence was a very soft-spoken, calm, and Trump liked to overpower. We can't sit here and say that Trump's not a narcissist and doesn't like power. He wanted someone below him. And this time he chose J.D. Vance because I think he wanted pushback. Do I think
An acolyte? No. He wanted a strong defender. An acolyte. J.D. Vance will never
Camille,
say.
thank you for the $20. Thank you so
Even
much.
though-
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Even though he used to, he will never say a word against Donald Trump. Ever.
Wait, that's not true. 4 years ago, he said he doesn't.
I said after 2020. That's what I just said. I said after 2020,
My bad.
he
My
will
bad.
never ever say a bad word about Donald Trump.
Okay,
Why?
but
It's because J.D. Vance has
but then
sold out his values.
In 2020, Kamala Harris said that Joe Biden was the reason that she couldn't go to school. So, like, to say all of
She
these
was criticizing his busing ideas. Yes, I agree with you. But remember, she said, "I believe that you are not racist, right? But you have the wrong opinion about this." Right? J.D. Vance literally called him America's Hitler. Like, you can't get much worse than that.
I think saying that that somebody was the reason I couldn't go to school because of racial issues is on par with exactly what you're saying.
No, not with America's Hitler. That's like pretty bad. I mean,
But that's
and
just-
by
no,
the way,
that's just
and
a
by the
hy-
way,
that's just a
Harris
hyper-
at least.
That's just a
Harris at
hyperbole
least-
to compare somebody to.
Hold on,
compare
but unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden apologized and said that what he did was incorrect. He shouldn't have done it, and we need to move forward. And that he seeks a new reconciliation with the community. That's one of the reasons why he
totally
picked a
understand
black
what you're
woman.
saying, but saying someone's Hitler is just a hyperbole. If I said Parker is Stalin because of his communist views, that's not true.
Wait, hold on. J.D. Vance just had his text messages leaked, where even in 2020 he was saying that Donald Trump had a failed presidency and that he was a failure and everything. So all throughout the 4 years, J.D. Vance had the same opinion. Donald Trump was America's Hitler. He was terrible. He was awful. But then all of a sudden, afterwards, all of a sudden he like changes his mind once he starts getting power and he gets because of the Senate.
I fully agree.
My favorite conspiracy theory that I don't believe, but I would if I could, right, if it was reasonable, is that J.D. Vance isn't actually like a conservative, that he's just trolling MAGA, right, so that he could become the VP and destroy the ticket.
Oh, can you imagine if he becomes VP and he's like, I am not switching my party to Democratic, and then that switches the Senate over? That's like the one like tie-breaking vote now.
One thing I also want to joke about with JD Vance is that every single time he like talks to the audience, like he always. Does anyone notice that? Hey guys, JD Vance here. 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 Every
100% here, but I think
gotta show y'all. I have to show y'all. It's so fucking funny.
I think
I was
both of
joking
us-
about this.
all
Oh my
three
god.
of us can agree that the vice president is the least of our concerns.
No,
we
not
can-
really.
What did Kamala do besides you You guys like to bring
bingo.
That. No.
Someone
listen,
had a bingo card with that
Watch
on
this,
it.
watch this,
and
watch this. You see his hands?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Hold on, I got to show you all of them.
He reminds me a lot of Ron DeSantis, who was a lot of fake, like.
Oh my god, it's everyone. It's literally everyone. Bro.
Oh my god, JD.
Oh my god, JD Vance here. Oh my god, JD Vance here.
But again, the vice president, I feel like that is the least of our concerns.
Not anymore. The vice president has influence over the president, and that's the problem. And the vice president could be the tie-breaking vote, which makes him very important.
You guys like to bring up the tie-breaking vote, and that is only because Congress and Senate was so close. It's not going to be...
And it's going to be close this time.
It's not going to be as close to where we're going to have a vice president.
It may be, because... Look, okay.
Nah, you know that. No,
I don't. No. Let's game it out. West Virginia's gone,
didn't think
right?
the $2 or the $5.
I fully
Thank you so
agree
much.
on that. So that moves it down to that moves into their core. Tester is holding on for his life, but he may lose. But look at the polls coming out of Florida and coming out of Texas, right? Texas, Colin Allred is within 1 point of Ted Cruz. People hate Ted Cruz, hate him. He, last time, he only won by 5 points last time, right? And so this time, people don't like him. And so there's a chance, I'm not saying a big chance, but there is a chance that Texas could turn blue, just as Georgia turned blue, right? Florida,
that would be crazy.
But on the flip side of that, do you not think places like Pennsylvania and Georgia could also go the switch side?
No, because the Senate is not up in Georgia, and Bob Casey will win in Pennsylvania because the Casey name is so ingrained in Pennsylvania history that you will win just by having the name Casey. Bob Casey will win by 5 to 8 points.
I'm just not fully understanding your guys' significance on the fact that she had tie-breaking votes.
Because one of the main constitutional functions of a vice president is to break a tie. She voted to break so many ties because that was so important, right? They needed her because it was so important.
That's also because Biden's not voting. It delegates to her. She's voting based off of what the president
That's saying that,
that's the point.
What? That's any other
that's the
candidate.
exact point.
Any other position.
JD Vance is going to vote as Donald Trump wants him to vote. He's not an independent character, and so he will just go lock and step. That's why it's so important, is because he will go with whatever crazy ass thing that Donald Trump wants to be passed.
And I would say the exact same thing with Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. I don't think that anything that she wants to pass is a good idea. You guys talk
not as crazy as Donald Trump.
No, but you guys talk about spending a lot, and her spending is absolutely out of control.
Donald Trump's spending is out of control.
No, Donald Trump's spending was only out of control during COVID. If you looked at
it's out of control now.
4.8 trillion. Wait, he signed off 4.8 trillion.
And how much of that was in COVID? How much of that was during COVID?
Can I please finish? Because I'm explaining all of that's non-COVID, right? I was telling you the non-COVID related spending. There was 8.4 trillion overall. Over
8 trillion non-COVID related.
Oh, Parker, your mic. Check your mic.
Muted.
Oh no, it went out for a second. It popped out.
Okay, so 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, and then how much did Obama spend during that time?
Why Obama?
I don't know why that's relevant. I'm asking.
Well,
We're asking between the two
how
candidates.
is that not relevant? Because if this is my point, if I set up a social program, just
I think it's $5.
Really easy math right here. If I set up a social program for $10, right? The next president is also going to have to spend that $10. So to sit there to say that Obama created all of these welfare programs and that Trump had to also keep up with them, that doesn't seem like a fair point to say at all. Obamacare costs trillions and trillions of dollars, and obviously Trump's going to have to.
No, I don't think it cost trillions. I don't think it did. ACA cost. I think you're wrong there.
Can I say that I didn't cost trillion right out the bat, but out of American pockets and how much we've had to spend extra on insurance, I would say that it would probably add up to at least $1 trillion. So I think.
No, I think you're reaching there a little bit, bud.
Even if you want to half it, do you want to half it at $500 billion?
Wait, over what? 10 years?
8.
Over 8 years. So you think the ACA cost?
Trump doesn't even want to get rid of the ACA. Remember? He said he was probably going to add to it.
No, he said he was going to reform it.
No. repeal and replace. And he tried the first part but failed with the second part.
And then at the debates, he was like, "I have concepts of a plan," right? And he was like, "We had the chance to like fix it. We might maybe fix it, but we might also get rid of it and get something better. We'd only get rid of it if we had something better." 9 years in running for presidency, he still doesn't have a concept that's better, by the way.
Okay, but when you
Virginia, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Thank you.
when you implement a national like Obamacare,
I'm gonna think of the $5.
And when you implement that, how are you going to get rid of it? Like I don't think that he can just walk into office and
he wanted to, and he almost did.
Okay,
but thankfully,
a lot of people want a national abortion ban, and that's obviously never going to happen. So to sit here and say wants is nothing. I'm talking about logistics and like things that could.
Donald Trump almost had it happen in 20.
He didn't though. I'm saying things that could actually happen.
It almost did actually happen, but for one person.
It did not happen.
Oh my God. But for one person stood in the way of it. One person. Do you know who that was?
No, I don't know.
John McCain. John McCain in 2000, I think it was 18. I think I got that right. In 2018, gave the famous thumbs down, and he killed it. Right? It passed the House. It almost passed the Senate, and Donald Trump would have signed it into law. But for John McCain, it would have passed.
When Obama was in president during his first year, he owned the House and the Senate. So what are you even saying?
I'm saying during Trump's term, Trump tried to repeal the ACA with no backup plan. It passed the House, but in the Senate, it almost passed, except for John McCain killed it because he was the tie-breaking vote.
He didn't have the House and the Senate. That's my okay. I think we're arguing different points here at this point.
2018.
Right.
Donald Trump had both the House and the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is not when he was trying to reform it, though.
He never tried to reform it. He tried to repeal it. He tried to repeal it. He tried to repeal it.
Okay, but in 2018, he was not trying to repeal it. That did not happen until
yes, it did.
It happened in 2020.
No, it didn't. John McCain was already dead by then.
No.
Parker.
What?
People in chat, am I wrong? I watched this live. I watched it live. I'm not kidding. I watched it live when John McCain in 2018 or 17, something there, literally gave the thumbs down. I watched it live.
Okay, so what point are you trying to make with that, though?
The point is that Donald Trump almost got the ACA repealed. Not replaced, repealed. But thank God for John McCain. And my point is that he had no plan to do it. He didn't want to try to fix it because he could have done it in that moment. Instead, he just wanted to get rid of it.
Right, but if you went on Trump's official page right now and looked at his policies that he wants to implement through the next 4 years, reforming, not repealing, not replacing, reforming the ACC.
He can claim that all he wants and that he has concepts, but until he lays me out a white paper plan like Harris did, I'm going to believe that he just wants to just get rid of it because his past behavior. Hold on, your Trump supporters.
Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Somebody told me July 28th, 2017.
Thank you so much.
People have always told us that when you look at Trump's past behavior, right, what he did in his when he was in office for what he might do next, because that was his achievement, right? From what we know of his past behavior and from what Republicans have always wanted to do, they have never offered a replacement plan. They have only offered a way to repeal it.
Okay, please go look on Trump's official policy.
I believe that it says it. I'm not disagreeing with you that it's saying it.
Wait, but we can't have any type of debate if we're not going to believe what the actual politicians are saying. Like, if you want to have that argument, then I will sit there and say the same thing. Kamala Harris wants all of these things done.
She has a plan for it. No, you could say that if she had no plan. If she said, I want to reform healthcare, but had no plan for it, you could make that same comparison. Donald Trump says, I want to reform healthcare. And then we ask him how. Please tell me how. And he says, I have concepts. That's not reform. That's a platitude. That's nothing. Kamala Harris has a white paper that's 80 pages long, going in detail about what she wants to do, how she's going to do it, how she's going to pay for it, how she's going to implement it, all these things.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Right, and then every single time over the last 4 years that they told us that they're going to pay for things and it's not going to increase inflation and it's only for the higher...
So if you think paying for things leads to more inflation, push the gym gun. Thank you so much. Trump caused more inflation because he debt spent more.
every single president since George Bush has spent more money. That's not a point.
Then Biden Harris. He spent more money than Biden Harris. Preach the paper crane. So apparently it stopped with Biden.
What are you at? Wait, how is that completely possible when Biden passed a $2.7 trillion bill and
it was
4.3
4.3 trillion overall because they could pay for it. 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
So that's 6 point whatever, and you just got done telling me
No, it's
that.
not. Wait. Listen, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 of which is non-COVID related. So
But
no,
didn't
it's
you
not
just-
6.
didn't you
It's
just-
4.3 overall.
Right, but didn't you just get done telling me that Trump spent $4.3 trillion?
Trump spent 8.4, 4.8 trillion of it was non-COVID related.
Right, so I don't think COVID should have any. So you're basically saying that they're exactly the same. If you take out COVID, they're exactly the
No,
same.
they're not even close. No, because
You just said 4.4 to 4.3.
Jessica, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you so much.
Listen, this is not fucking difficult, dude. Listen
Whoa,
to what's
don't
coming out of
talk
my
to
mouth.
me like that, bro.
Listen,
We're
I don't
having a
care.
civilized conversation.
Listen.
We are
okay?
having a
Shut up, bro. Be quiet, man. Jesus Christ, stop talking. Listen, it's not difficult, man. I'm sorry, but like when you're so dense, like it's actually difficult. 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion of it was non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion of it was non-COVID related. Does that make sense? I've said this multiple times. That's why I'm getting annoyed. Can you unmute your mic? Click your profile picture, click the microphone.
Good now?
Yeah, did that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. But I'm saying, but my point is, all right, hold on. Give me 1 second to look something up.
By the way, to the person in the chat, I
Morgan,
invited
thank you for the
up.
$20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. The bags are genetic, okay?
To the person in the chat who wants to make fun of my grape, would you please come up so I can talk to you, please?
That's crazy, bro.
Or you want to be a little bitch and run away? What I thought.
Those people are crazy.
Okay.
No,
so
it's good.
Let me. Pulling this up, I 100% agree. Let's talk about the American Rescue Plan, which was $2.2 trillion, right? He also had non-COVID expenses of $2.2 trillion, which totals out to $4.3 trillion. Trump, before COVID, spent $4.8 trillion. That's 0.5 more. I don't feel like I want to sit here and argue about the fact that if no matter who was in office, that money was
I
getting spent
just
in COVID.
explained this to him. So you see what I have to deal with, chat? It's either you have zero IQ or you're purposefully not listening.
You're saying that I have
So
zero
listen,
IQ?
yes, I'm not trolling. I just told you this 4 times now, okay? Not 4.3 trillion for non-COVID related spending. 2.2 trillion was non-COVID related spending. Does
And
that
then
make
the
sense?
American Rescue Plan was $2.1 trillion.
Yes,
What is
which
that
was
equal?
COVID related, genius. CFRB. I got you. I'm looking at it right now. I think it's like
Let me also
443.
argue this point. If you want to say that the
No, wait, hold up. Be quiet, please. Listen.
Hey, dude, please stop saying stuff like that. We're having a civilized conversation.
Yeah, I said, can you be quiet?
No, you said, yeah, that's just rude, though. Like the condescending stuff.
Okay. Then
We're gonna
do
get
you
nowhere.
want a Kleenex? 439 billion is for the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Okay, but can you argue this? If Trump spent $3.6 trillion during COVID, was that not necessary?
You said if it was the 3.6, you could say it was necessary or not necessary. The same thing is true for the Biden-Harris administration in terms of their COVID-related spending.
Thank you for the gift.
Okay, so I'm just telling you what the overall spending bill is.
But where are you putting in the 1.7 infrastructure bill? Like, where is that included in the bill?
I just told you they paid for most of it. The debt spending was 439 billion.
But I'm asking, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about gross spending. I'm not talking about putting yourself into the debt. I'm talking about gross spending. When you went into COVID and you put yourself into a natural recession, right? And you sink your GDP because you lock everybody down, next year, your GDP is going to skyrocket. The debt ratio will not be the same because of your GDP. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That made no sense, no.
How does that not make any sense? Listen to what I'm saying. If
I
the
am.
economy gets collapsed, right, and we shut down factories, we're not making cars, we're not making food, we're not making products because of COVID, our GDP decreases. So as we spend, it increases our debt because our GDP is not going at the same rate. When Biden took office, all of our jobs
Yeah, because there's
started-
not as much revenue. Okay, what's your point?
Right, exactly, because there's not enough revenue, so we go more into debt. So when Biden took office, all of those jobs started coming back, and we started gaining a lot more GDP during that time. So his debt spending was different. His overall spending was low.
I'm telling you what the debt spending is that they signed into law. I'm not talking about debt spending that they just inherited. I'm saying stuff they signed into law. Because
You're
actually,
not
if you look at the
listening to what I'm
cumulative
saying.
level of debt spending overall, that is not related to what they signed into law. There actually is more under the Biden-Harris administration, but it's not related to them. I'm saying what they signed into law.
Let me word it like this: if you lost your
Danny,
job,
think of the $2. Thank you so much.
if you lost your job in December and had no money, right? Your GDP, if you want to call it that, is zero. You have no money. But next year, and you start spending.
Scott, can you define GDP for me, please?
Gross domestic product. It's how much that we make and sell. It's our entire money that we import and export. It's not that simple.
Okay, not just import and export. So it's the entire amount of economic transaction over a year period.
Exactly what I just said. All of our imports and exports.
That's not what he just said.
That's
No,
exactly what I just said.
you understand that GDP is not defined as just imports and exports.
Every single thing that we buy,
That's
plus
trade.
our imports and exports, goes into our GDP. That's the
Well,
point.
you
that
can, you
I
can you can say those parts. I'm just telling you,
So
every
let me-
single
I just
transaction
wanna-
in the
you
United
can
States
pick
in a
me
year
off
time.
the- You can pick me off the chat right after this analogy. If you have $10 and you lost your job, right, and you
Daniel,
start,
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
you still have rent, you still
Grumpy, thank you for
have
the $4.
you still have food to pay for, so you start charging stuff off on your credit card, right? Because you don't have a job.
Hey,
you don't
can I just address this? Most of the spending was non-COVID related for Trump. Okay, more non-COVID related spending that existed for Trump than exists for the entirety of the spending, COVID and non-COVID related, for the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, you're going again off track. Can I please finish my analogy? If you have $10 and you lose your job and you start going into debt, right? But then next year you get a job and you start building money. The discrepancy between that is not the same as when you spend money during COVID. You shut down the economy and unnaturally decreased our GDP. So next year, when our GDP goes up, the debt ratio will not be the same.
Thank you, Bridget, for the $10. Thank you so much, Bridget.
You understand that most of the debt spending under Trump was
Not
prior
an
to the
easy-
COVID-related
that's a little
spending.
bit
So
off
when you're
topic.
saying that the
Off topic,
GDP was
though.
affected by COVID, when you're saying the GDP was affected by COVID, that doesn't make sense for the non-COVID related spending.
But you're still not even semi-acknowledging what I'm saying, like at all. You're going off top on a different. You can't acknowledge the fact that GDP growing does increase or lower our debt ratio, and that's exactly what has happened during the 4 years.
Okay, all right, I'm getting off. This guy's done.
Fucking idiot.
All right, he was so mad.
Wow,
at me.
rage.
No, that guy has no clue what he's talking about. He's just completely lost. He's completely
I
lost.
can-
Most
yeah.
of the spending was non-COVID related spending.
Yeah.
So
I
his
can
whole
tell.
point just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Grumpy,
All
thank you
right.
for the $4. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna get off, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Parker, for having me on.
Of course. Good seeing you, man.
I'll see you tomorrow, right?
Kaylin, thank you for the $2. Yes, I will.
Yeah. For the debate, it's at 9.
Yes,
So-
got you, bro.
Yeah,
All right.
9 my time. All right.
All right, everyone.
Bye, all.
Have a fantastic night, everyone. Is there anyone I can raid before we go?
I can check.
Harry's live. Everyone go to Harry
Okay, there you
J. Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker
Bye,
raid,
chat.
spam love from Parker, everyone. Again,
Parker.
Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone.